After putting on the game helmet, Chu Huaishu opened his eyes. The world before his eyes changed in an instant. The scene grew a bit dimmer, he could feel it. It was a night of torrential rain. A short blade was tucked at his waist, an oil paper umbrella in hand, as he stood on a path through the woods. The rain carried the smell of earth into his nose, which instead made him much more clear-headed. Black clouds smothered the night sky so tightly that even the moonlight was nowhere to be seen. Chu Huaishu frowned, raising his umbrella-free right hand. He brought his index and middle fingers together and slashed once through the air. Right after, the world suddenly brightened, as if by a few notches. All at once he could see more clearly. Everything before him became distinct. Just as Chu Huaishu was sizing up his surroundings, a figure suddenly darted out by the dense forest. That man also held an oil paper umbrella and wore a snug black outfit. The only difference was the long blade hanging at his waist. His umbrella was held very low, so from Chu Huaishu's angle, he could see only the better part of his face, like a movie close-up. So Chu Huaishu quietly lowered his own oil paper umbrella a little as well. The man emerging from the woods already had his right hand pressed to the long blade's hilt. His voice carried a rasp, like there was phlegm in his throat. "I advise you not to move. Come back with me, straight into the heavenly prison." After saying T, cutting people is cutting people, just running your mouth is another matter. Yes, I'm indeed a pseudo-spirit embryo, too. But I've no intention of using a mere pseudo-spirit embryo to worm my way into Dao Gate. You piece of trash really don't know your own limits. Were you planning to use that tender little skin of yours to go in through the back door? He licked his upper lip. Chu Huaishu listened and slowly swallowed the implication of those words. Get into Dao Gate? He latched onto that term at once. Strictly speaking, a pseudo-spirit embryo really can't make it onto Dao Gate's admissions list. But a faint smile spread across Chu Huaishu's face, and he said something the stubbled man definitely wouldn't understand. Don't ask. I'm here on an athletic scholarship. The rain was still falling. For a moment, the stubbled man wondered if his own brain had filled with water or if the other guy's had a problem. He was utterly baffled, completely at a loss. But just then, the other moved. Chu Huaishu also drew a short knife from his waist. Rainy night, blade, umbrella, he muttered under his breath. Then he tossed the umbrella. The short blade flashed free. Raindrops beat against him as Chu Huaishu drew and lunged with his first step. He plunged into a puddle, splashing muddy water. Not short on guts. The stubbled man roared, tossing aside his oil paper umbrella as well. He lifted and chopped with his long blade, moves wide open in 6. By 2045, games are so real it's like you're personally inside them with projection into other worlds and extremely high freedom. Being a paid companion is pretty much like male and female models personally stepping onto the job. Or rather, it's a bit like that thing that suddenly caught on years ago, local guides. Back then, a local guide was someone who stayed in their city to accompany you when you traveled or went on business. Now the place they accompany you to has become the game world. And Chu Huaishu is a highly capable model guy, oh no, a paid game companion. He relies on his own abilities to shuttle around various lady bosses, often earning 5-star reviews, and sometimes even shamelessly freeloads off them. This isn't something just anyone can pull off. Fortunately, he walks the straight path, puts his skills into his work, and does the job like a diligent model. If you transplanted this set into real life, he'd basically be a scumbag. At the moment, he was idle and wanted to try his luck, so he rolled a new account in Borrowed Sword. The game Borrowed Sword borrows the blind box idea from a large gambling company, and accounts have a bit of that blind box nature too. Every single account has to be bought. After rolling a new account, what the opening is, which starter village you're in, what your initial quests are, everything is unknown. Although the game does a good job balancing the start so you won't get an absurdly overpowered opening. Different strokes for different folks, right? Besides, the game has been online for 5 years. Veteran players have figured out plenty of tricks, and naturally some openings are more popular. What's more, for cash-rich guilds, rather than opening blind boxes, they rather directly buy accounts that have already been rolled to set up their plans. As a result, some new accounts can be flipped for profit, and rolling accounts has gradually caught on. Chu Huaishu has a habit. At the start of every month, he rolls 3 times. He has always had good luck with it, and he has made a bit of pocket money off it. Most importantly, he has steady female clients in guild management, their prime buyers for accounts. And among them even a woman who treats him like a treasure and often offers above market. So this account today should fetch a good price. Because he was chased down by a stubble-faced man as soon as he logged in. And he was carrying large denomination silver notes, clearly a strong mainline type character. The early main quest is very clear, a lot of guilds like this kind of account. Chu Huaishu knows the ropes. But who would ve thought that he seemed to hit trouble right after logging in today? He couldn't log out. That makes no sense. Chu Huaishu was baffled. He's played Borrowed Sword for so long that he knows perfectly well how stable the game is. Borrowed Sword does a great job across the board, the experience is excellent, and it's one of the top reputation games right now. How good is the reputation? So good that, in many players' minds, the dev's mom is still alive. Unlike some games where, even if the dev had 10 moms, it couldn't save the rotten reputation. This was the first time Chu Huaishu had run into such a serious problem. He actually couldn't exit the game. And many functions in his game also seemed unusable, including some of the most basic ones. For example, he couldn't listen to music while playing anymore. Brightness adjustment is still there, though. Just now he swiped upward with 2 fingers, and the whole world got a shade brighter to his eyes. That was brightness adjustment. But even pain sensitivity is gone. Chu Huaishu was speechless. He tried pinching himself hard, and it hurt so much he grimaced. No way. That's absolutely 100% pain. He was stunned. In Borrowed Sword, the pain index tops out at just 8%. Players generally set it very low. Only a few with special tastes will crank it up in-game to satisfy some unusual needs. Quite a few even dial pain down to almost 0. Besides, as mentioned, Borrowed Sword has extremely high freedom. You can even get married and have kids. The settings have a downright fertile vibe, so the legendary painless motherhood can actually be achieved in the game. But this pain is way too bizarre. Chu Huaishu frowned. The cap in the game is only 8%, which just doesn't add up. He looked at the stubble-faced man's corpse on the ground and couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Meaning, if I'd slipped up and taken a slash from him just now, wouldn't the pain go straight off the charts? If a bug like this really popped up, how many players would be scared off? Chu Huaishu could picture the consequences. Then he went through his game functions one by one and found there were very few he could still use. He couldn't even reach the AI customer service. You have to understand, this AI customer service bot had been trained by him for a long time. It had long since become a reflection of him. Stranger still, Chu Huaishu could check time, and he clearly knew the game timeline of Borrowed Sword had already reached Xian calendar 1997. But when he checked time now, it actually displayed Xian calendar 1990. Fucking ridiculous. Did the game just crash? The heavy rain kept falling. Under an oiled paper umbrella on a narrow path through dense forest, Chu Huaishu felt more and more that something was off the more he thought about it. Don't forget, he was a male game companion who deconsumed countless novels, anime, and TV and films. Don't tell me I really got transported into Borrowed Sword. He pulled up the character panel and glanced at his character's basic info. Right away, he noticed an anomaly under the character template section. His template didn't say player at all, but NPC. In that moment, Chu Huaishu felt like the sky was falling. Damn it. I've been busting my ass hustling rich ladies, taking my male companion gig so seriously. Even got rated by the ladies in the Borrowed Sword companion scene as Borrowed Sword companion must pick list number 2. And I haven't even had time to spend the money I saved. I even took Sister Yun's order for tonight. She's been living apart from her husband long term, with her marital status tagged as married, quasi-widowed, a soft-voiced light mature woman with a domineering older woman vibe. She even sent a voice message at midnight yesterday to book me for tomorrow night's games, the kind that was obviously going to extend the session. Chu Huaishu couldn't help lowering his head and cursing. Fuck. The sound of the night rain was really annoying. It kept grating on the nerves. Under the oiled paper umbrella, Chu Huaishu grew even more irritable. He walked over to the stubbled man's corpse and slowly crouched down. He raised his hand and slapped him outright. Smack. The crack of the slap mixed with thunder in the night sky, and the stubbled man lying on the ground had his head knocked askew. Chu Huaishu stared at him coldly, wanting to test whether info skin still worked. In Borrowed Sword, players have an info skin function that can pull up some basic info on NPCs. Of course, what you can see depends on your permissions and is linked to the target S level permissions. For example, if the other party S level far exceeds yours, or their identity is special, or they're tied to some major event, when you throw an info scan at them, 3 question marks pop up on the screen. According to Borrowed Sword S cultivation system, a player S info scan is essentially an enhanced version of Divine Sense. It's just that Divine Sense at most can scan things like cultivation level, artifacts, and techniques and their attributes, while Info Scan can show more basic information. But Chu Huaishu's info scan permissions weren't even unlocked yet. What the hell? He was even more baffled. If he could scan the other party's info, he could at least figure out what exactly was going on with him right now, what situation he was in, and better analyze why the other party wanted to hunt him down and throw him into the heavenly prison. Besides that, there was something even more important. Dao sect. Chu Huaishu thought to himself, why did he say I need to sneak into the Dao sect? The world setting of Borrowed Sword is called the Xianwang realm. The Xianwang realm is divided into 4 continents: East, West, South, and North. Among them, the Northern continent and Southern continent, due to special reasons, had already fallen in the last great calamity and become forbidden zones. From the map, Chu Huaishu could see that he was currently in the Eastern continent, and the Dao sect was one of the 4 great sects of the Eastern continent. Everyone who can enter the Dao sect is a proud genius of the Eastern continent. Among players, very few manage to be accepted into the Dao sect. Once you get in, it's basically a straight shot to the top, and your future ceiling skyrockets. That means in real life you can make gaming your job and make a fat monthly income off Borrowed Sword. Chu Huaishu had basically concluded he crossed into Borrowed Sword, with even the timeline altered. So the Dao sect had become a top priority he had to secure. After InfoScan failed, he raised his hand and slapped the stubbled man again. Should VE kept one alive first, gotten answers, then made a move. Useless piece of trash. Do some soul searching and figure out why you were so easy to kill. In Chu Huaishu's view, the stubbled man really was pathetically weak. For Chu Huaishu to rank second on the Women's Companion must-pick list, he clearly had some standout strengths. His looks, skill, voice, and emotional value were all well-balanced. So even though he hardly ever took orders from male players, he still managed to squeeze into 49th place on the Men's Companion must-pick list. Would you believe it? The 2 rankings don't restrict gender. The whole gender thing won't be enforced that rigidly. Add in those dumbass players' usual antics and the tricks from all those contacts lists, and you can imagine what the rankings will end up looking like. His task when teaming with male players is clear: carry them. Don't expect him to offer any session extension add-ons. To be honest, Borrowed Sword, like most games, comes with a character creator. Simply put, after you buy an account and create a character, the system gives you 1 free appearance change chance. If you want to change it again later, you'll have to shell out quite a bit, pretty much like getting plastic surgery in real life. Don't laugh, there are people with holes in their brains who even take out so-called cosmetic surgery loans just to give their game characters a makeover. Top-tier companion players like Chu Huaishu who make the must-hire list will use a full body scan when they open the character creator, practically porting the real him online 1-to-1 online and offline matchup, no scamming. This type of person gets tagged and verified by the platform, clearly an officially recognized companion player. Most who squeeze into the must-hire list belong to this tier. Notably, this kind of full-body scan doesn't consume your 1 character creator chance. Chu Huaishu has that classic foxy handsomeness, with a hint of fox in his face. If Yao Chinese Folktales did a live-action version, he'd be quite suitable to audition as the Fox Scholar. He certainly isn't as sinister as in the animation, but as a male model in the game, his acting is absolutely on point. A good model knows how to act, born to carry the scene. The reason he could easily take out the stubble guy comes down to 2 things. First, newly created game characters generally have slightly better physical stats than ordinary people. That's why he joked to the stubble guy that he was admitted on athletic talent. The second is more crucial: body control. For ordinary people, you can't achieve 100% precise control over your body. For example, if you swing your arm and want your hand to stop at the 9 o'clock position, it's almost impossible to nail it exactly. But in Borrowed Sword, you can pull off things like that. Of course, even with excellent control, you still need to adapt and practice to feel out your limits. As a veteran new account player, Chu Huaishu has long been clear on all this. Precisely because of that, he keeps dodging the stubble guy's blade and puts him down like slaughtering a dog. The problem now is, he is simply too good. Chu Huaishu lifted the canopy of his umbrella and muttered at the rainy night sky. There is too little useful information to be had. Right now, he can't even look up his own identity info. That function has been outright restricted. He thought to himself, with a start that comes with an early-stage main storyline baked in, the character profile is bound to have a background. But in reality, Chu Huaishu knows nothing about any of it at the moment. Thankfully, although he transmigrated, some player functions are still intact. Count it as a little cheat left over. The very next second, a system chime sounded in his ear. Ding, quest system permissions are about to be unlocked. Joy instantly lit up Chu Huaishu's face. He muttered to himself, nice, heaven bless this model bro. On the small slope by the dense forest, two black-robed, masked men silently watched everything that had just happened. The one on the left wore a gold mask, the one on the right wore a silver mask. Just now, even the silver-masked one couldn't help exclaiming. He took him out this easily. The newbie sent by the organization has insanely strong body control. The gold-masked man clicked his tongue in wonder too, saying his arcane path talent is probably quite good. The silver-masked man said, Sir, this kind of talent should be sent to the border of my moon country. It's a pseudo-spirit embryo, yes, but his body refining is excellent. Let him grind a few years at the frontier. His achievements may not be low. The gold-masked man nodded slightly. Putting him in the Tao Gate of Mirror Country as an outer sect drudge is a bit of a waste. These two masked men are part of Moon Country's spy organization and have been embedded in Mirror Country for years. Their group doesn't have any formal name, or rather, it's simply called the organization. Both are seasoned undercover agents, specifically tasked with receiving newcomers. In recent years, they've often griped that the organization has been sending over nothing but misfits and rejects. But when they do run into a good seedling, they can't help feeling a bit of pity. By now, their induction assignment is actually over. Per the organization's usual practice, their so-called induction doesn't mean making direct contact with the newcomer. Induction receive means we just confirm we've got him here, and guide means to point him in the right direction, give him a proper lesson. The stubbled man now lying dead on the ground happened to be an officer from the Mirror Kingdom Constabulary. It was those two masked guys who, by trickery, revealed this young newcomer's identity to the constabulary, which led to the chase just now. Their goal was simple: make the newcomer trip up from the start, so no one could figure out how he was exposed, thereby forcing him to be more cautious. Low-key, and low-key. But no one expected the kid to be this ruthless. He single-handedly killed with such ease. Clean and efficient, decisive and brutal, not a trace of hesitation. And he had to look cool before and after. Really loves the spotlight. Before long, the masked men hiding in the darkness saw Chu Huaishu deliver two crisp slaps. The stubbled man's face was swollen from the blows. The two masked men exchanged glances, bewildered. What? This temper, this attitude, he's really fucking suited to be an infiltrator? The man with the gold mask spoke. The organization sending people this time is a bit quite unique, huh? The man with the silver mask nodded. Sir, I really think he should be sent to the border. The gold-masked man raised a hand and said in a low voice, Forget it. The organization must have its reasons for arranging it this way. We just need to do our duty. The silver-masked man lowered his head and acknowledged, Yes. No matter how absurd the organization's arrangements, the two would obey without question. Their childhoods had already trained them into what the organization needed. They believed that this young man with the slightly fox-like face had probably been trained the same way from childhood. As long as that experience remained, as long as those searing memories remained, the three of them shared one thing. Loyalty, and loyalty. No way. Who the fuck am I really? Chu Huaishu squatted beside the corpse, frowning, cursing under his breath. He had no past at all for this role, and he hadn't received any information from the system. So he couldn't figure out which faction he belonged to. Who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? He didn't know any of it. Wait, no? Someone said I have to infiltrate the Dao sect. At that thought, Chu Huaishu decided on the spot, no way, I won't. He was now certain he'd transmigrated here. If he followed the original route, lacking memories and information, he'd be full of uncertainty and anxiety. In the game, there were revival coins. You could insert a coin to revive after death. Although the character panel showed that, like all starter accounts, he came with 3 revival coins. But what if not? After all, this was real transmigration, not a game. What if the coins couldn't be used? So he felt he had to be more cautious. Just now, he had heard the system prompt say the quest system was activating. This was particularly important to Chu Huaishu. The game Jiejian had high freedom. Players could explore freely, and there were many ways to obtain experience points, which could then be used to improve characters, skills, or equipment. And the most official and stable source of experience was, naturally, completing quests. Chu Huaishu thought, if these functions still work, then they'll be the cheat codes I rely on to survive after transmigration. On Earth, he got by on his looks in the game. Skirting the rules could also keep him fed. Relying on his old tricks after transmigrating? No way. If that were the case, he wouldn't deserve the title virtual male model. He'd be finished. Chu Huaishu knew very well that in Jiejian, strength was what mattered. His fox-like face that could charm men and women was at best just a bonus. A few seconds later, the quest system finally fully activated. The system notification, audible only to him, sounded in his ear like a whisper close to the skin. Ding. Quest system activated. Evaluating your initial completion rate. Determination. You have escaped an assassination attempt by Shuehu. Determination. During your escape, you successfully counter-killed them. Determination. Listening to each rating prompt, Chu Huaishu couldn't help but complain inwardly. What do you mean I counter-killed during an escape? I wasn't even running. If I'd known, I would have walked the dog a couple of laps. Maybe while running I could have gleaned some useful info. And what happened? 1 slash, and it's over. Thinking this, Chu Huaishu slapped the corpse hard again. Smack. Up front, since borrowed sword can pass review, the game's guidance for players is most likely positive, and 1T lead people down any crooked path. So the Shuehu lying before him is definitely the kind who deserves a beating, certainly no saint, a red-named mob. And Chu Huaishu feels no psychological burden at all. He even got 100 experience points after killing him. Far off, the 2 masked men who had been secretly watching Chu Huaishu couldn't help the corners of their mouths twitching under their masks. The 2 couldn't figure out why. Every so often, he had to slap Shuehu once. Is the feel really that good? But as people in the organization, their sense of belonging to Moon Country ranks among the strongest domestically, and their hostility toward Mirror Country is just as deep. Since Shuehu is from Mirror Country, they don't find that Fox Face-s approach overly brutal. Besides, people in the organization live repressed to begin with quirks galore, so don't get it, but gotta respect it. They exchanged a look. The one wearing the gold mask spoke first. We have to go. Sir, this newcomer is pretty interesting. I'd like to observe a bit longer, the silver-masked man replied. Who knew? The other snorted coldly, and a strong oppressive force rushed right at him. Humph. Have you forgotten what the organization taught us before? What admonitions we received before setting off for Mirror Country? The gold-masked man said in a deep voice. Article 3 of admonitions says that among comrades within the organization, one must not harbor excessive prying curiosity. This is good for you, and good for him. The silver-masked man immediately lowered his head and said respectfully, Yes, sir. Seeing his attitude was decent, the gold-masked man nodded, his tone softening a bit. You and I still have important matters. This is the last newcomer reception task we're responsible for. You go back to the Mirror Country Court and take care of your duties. I have to return to Dao Gate as well. The silver-masked man immediately bent and cupped his hands, saying, Yes, sir. The 2 parted ways then and there, disappearing into the rainy night in no time. So they didn't see Chu Huaishu's next move. He rummaged through Shuehu, stuffed the money pouch and other drops that fall from mobs into his clothing, then took off at a dead run. The reason was simple. The quest system had just judged his initial completion score as 9.93, nearly full marks, and then issued a new quest: shake off the constabulary's blockade. Why have I been targeted by the constabulary? Chu Huaishu sprinted while watching the map, digesting the information in his head. There's probably something fishy in this. But he didn't have time to mull it over now. In this pitch-black rainy night, he had to find a place that would let him feel secure. He's quite familiar with the constabulary. When he once rolled a new account, he ran into the constabulary's pursuit right at the start, wanting to experience the constabulary's special services. He set the pain index to the lowest, deliberately got himself caught, and ended up suffering a whole night of severe torture and interrogation. And the result? Damn it wasn't like those anti-Japanese miracle dramas where, after enduring the early torture, you unlock a clear stage Easter egg, the honey trap. Chu Huaishu has transmigrated here now and can't adjust pain. He knows that if the constabulary catches him, he'll be in for it. Fleeing at the moment, he watched the map, rapidly calculating his escape route. After weighing it for a bit, he decided to run toward the nearby Wuming Mountains. In Borrowed Sword, the map includes quite a few real-world mountains and rivers. There's the Yangtze, the Yellow River, the 5 sacred mountains. So the appearance of the Wuming Mountains on the map isn't surprising. In fact, the Wuming Mountains count as quite famous within Borrowed Sword. The reason is straightforward. One of the 4 great sects, Dao Gate, sits right beside the Wuming Mountains. Players looking at this map design suspect the dev team definitely has fans of Phoenix Legend. Phoenix Legend's Lady Shixiang has a lyric. Wuming Mountains connect to mountains beyond mountains. So it's easy to guess that the area around Dao Gate is called Mountains Beyond Mountains. Chu Huaishu fleeing toward the Wuming Mountains now actually runs a bit counter to his original intent. Just moments ago, he was still thinking of deliberately not going to Dao Gate, taking a rebellious route. But at the moment he isn't really trying to mix into Dao Gate, he just feels the Wuming Mountains might be a safe zone close at hand. According to the hints given by the quest system, Chu Huaishu's current situation actually isn't particularly dangerous. He had just looked over the mission information from those details. It seemed only Shui who knew the ins and outs. But Shui who was greedy for money and lust and loved to snatch credit, so he hadn't said a word more to his colleagues. The reason the constabulary people would rush over at this moment was purely because they all had a life token on their necks. When someone died, the constabulary would receive a message, and the token could also locate the person. In that case, if I run toward the outer perimeter of the Dao Gate, I should be safer. That was Chu Huaishu's judgment. He was an old player of Borrowed Sword, who knew the game's settings like the back of his hand. Now, in the Mirror Kingdom where he was, the 4 great sects held supremacy, and the court's power was relatively weak. Simply put, the Dao Gate's status was higher than the court's. But the neighboring Moon Kingdom was different there. The court kept the major sects in line, and the sects had to heed the court's orders. Wuming Mountain was essentially like a plot of land right in front of the Dao Gate. Even if court people went there, they would rein themselves in, afraid of offending those inside the Dao Gate. Without special circumstances, court people didn't even dare set foot there. But a scumbag from the constabulary dying, does that count as a special circumstance? Chu Huaishu wasn't buying it. So he sprinted through the rainy night, pant legs caked in mud, black hair dripping paired with that fox-like face. The wet hair lent him a rebellious, wicked kind of handsome. He followed the map's navigation, cutting every shortcut. Chu Huaishu broke through the dense forest and reached the foot of Wuming Mountain. Then, his eyes narrowed slightly, because there was someone ahead. On this night of pouring rain, he saw a woman holding an oiled paper umbrella, dressed in light blue, wearing a veil. She was about 5'7", with pleasing curves, a slender figure, and stunningly long legs. Even with a veil blocking the lower half of her face, the upper half alone made one feel she had to be a beauty. Unfortunately, her overall impression was unusually cold. The slightly knitted fine brows and those beautiful, scrutinizing eyes created a great sense of distance. The woman held the oiled paper umbrella, staring straight at Chu Huaishu, who was drenched in the rain. Even more surprising, as if compelled by something, she spoke her mind. Her voice was cool, yet her words stood in stark contrast to her temperament. Truly a top-tier furnace. The rain seemed lighter than just now. Having been a game companion for so long and a virtual male model, ranked second on the must-eat list, Chu Huaishu had long grown used to all kinds of ravenous looks cast his way. After being ogled by lustful women so often, his mindset naturally changed. Woman, he sneered inwardly. Furnace? You want it that badly? At first, when Chu Huaishu saw this umbrella-holding woman, he was slightly taken aback. After all, who knew whether there were women involved on the constabulary's side? But a closer look, and he felt he'd seen this woman somewhere before. And the more he looked, the more familiar she seemed. Definitely an NPC he'd seen in Borrowed Sword. Once she spoke, even her voice felt familiar to Chu Huaishu, and a faint guess took shape in his heart. However, that wasn't the most critical thing right now. As a veteran of Borrowed Sword, a tough customer ranked second on the companion must-eat list, he keenly seized on that keyword furnace. He'd played so many games and read countless web novels, of course he knew what the word furnace meant. A most top-tier furnace? Me? Damn, do I give off that strong a male model vibe right now? She pegged me at a glance. Chu Huaishu began second-guessing himself. Could it really be that I've been in the business too long, and even my vibe has gotten dirty? Can you smell the whiff of vice on me from this far away? I haven't been particularly lewd lately. In fact, what made it even harder for Chu Huaishu to believe was that lines like this were usually spoken by women with peculiar identities if the one before him really was her. How could she be so blunt? Could it be that those rumors about her are all true? Chu Huaishu felt he might be about to witness a major scene. This was a scoop about one of the most important female characters in Borrowed Sword. Don't think I want to recognize you just because you're wearing a veil, Chu Huaishu thought. One of the four world protagonists in Borrowed Sword, Han Shuangjiang. Every game has its own storylines and background setting. Since there is a story, there are naturally protagonists in that story. In some main storylines, these world protagonists often play a key role, driving the changes of the era. There is an old cliché in costume dramas that everyone loves to roast. As long as you cover your face or block half your face, somehow nobody can recognize you. But in reality, you can still recognize someone you know even if they're wearing a mask. Han Shuangjiang, a name as chill as snow, was born on Frost Descent, one of the 24 solar terms. She is the protagonist of the world of Borrowed Sword and also one of the female characters most beloved by players. Among the four protagonists, she is the youngest. Yet the older sister vibe she gives off steals the show the most and the strongest. She has a rich, domineering big sister air aloof with a touch of aristocratic grace. Paired with those stunningly long legs, some perverts just want to shout, "Sis, step on me." They say they're really afraid of being stepped on, but in truth it's something to brag about. From her figure, the brows and eyes visible beyond the veil, and her voice, Chu Huaishu instantly concluded she was Han Shuangjiang. An explosive piece of gossip that once went raging hot on the game forums flashed through his mind. When that thing broke back then, the flame war threads alone ran to tens of thousands of replies. Because Borrowed Sword has high freedom, many important clues must be explored by players themselves. Some players, from who knows where, heard a rumor that Han Shuangjiang was sold into a brothel as a child and trained from a young age to be a future top courtesan. A girl like that is sure to have a childhood very different from ordinary people's growth. Their curriculum certainly includes qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but courses on physiology and hygiene also take up a large share, absolutely indispensable. The theory that senior technicians have to learn before going on the job is anything but unfamiliar to them. They've mastered it all. They know a lot and can do a lot. They can make people feel very comfortable. Simply put, this is what is called inner allure. Once these girls reach the right age and their bodies catch up, they start putting what they've learned into practice. In the Xianhuang realm, whether in the Mirror Kingdom or the Moon Kingdom, sex usually runs some industries. It's just that in the Mirror Kingdom, industries pay less tax to the court and more to the sections. In the Moon Kingdom, it's exactly the opposite. Usually these brothel establishments mostly belong to sects like Huanqi sect and Hehuan sect. Who doesn't love a girl with gapmo? Looking at the handsome, fox-like face before her, Han Shuangjiang felt a bit puzzled. How had she suddenly, uncontrollably blurted out what was on her mind? But she had to admit, heaven really had given that fox face a flawless appearance. The Huanqi sect has never lacked handsome men and beautiful women. But if this man entered the sect, he'd probably make all the male disciples look dull by comparison. The moment the words left her mouth, even Han Shuangjiang felt embarrassed for herself. In fact, Chu Huaishu was wearing a popcorn-munching look, not taking her seriously at all, much less looking down on her. Anyway, you're not even on the job, and I'm a bona fide male model. However, the look in his eyes as he gazed at her carried a hint of playfulness. Under that playful gaze, realizing she'd misspoken, Han Shuangjiang sneered inwardly. Men. As the two stared at each other in silence, a soft chuckle suddenly drifted down from the rain-dark sky, followed by a voice from above. There are actually people still getting drenched, what fools. As the words fell, Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang snapped their heads up toward the night sky. They saw someone striding in from midair. In the next instant, not another raindrop fell onto Chu Huaishu. But it wasn't that the rain outside had stopped. No, rather, the rain had been stilled here. Within this area, every raindrop falling from the sky hung in the air and fell no more. Damn, this guy really knows how to put on a show. The fox-faced man thought to himself. Seeing me, this fool, still getting soaked, he actually froze all the raindrops around us in midair. Raindrops hung before Chu Huaishu's eyes, crystal clear yet utterly motionless, completely defying common sense. Soaked through, he curiously lifted a finger and gently poked at one droplet. I can't even poke it? He thought in surprise. He quickly realized that each raindrop was wrapped in an invisible force field. It was that power that trapped the droplets, creating the breathtaking scene before them. As to who that power came from, he had a pretty good guess. Chu Huaishu looked up at the man in the sky whose face he couldn't quite see, and only two words crossed his mind. Show off. Under her oil paper umbrella, Han Shuangjiang tightened her right hand around the handle, squeezing slightly. Outwardly, she remained ice cold, her brows and eyes steady, but inside she was utterly shocked. Able to walk the air, this is a grand cultivator. In the Xianhuang world, cultivation is divided into 9 tiers. Those who reach the 5th realm can be called grand cultivators. The most obvious mark of a grand cultivator is the ability to fly freely without relying on external objects. Figures at this level are rare, even among the 4 great sects of the Mirror Kingdom. Don't forget, in the Huanqi sect where Han Shuangjiang once belonged, even the sect master, Holy Sun, and Holy Maiden Haven Tea reached the 5th realm. To be precise, that sweet-tongued, big-ass sect master is only at the mere 3rd realm. If it came to a real fight, a grand cultivator could subdue him with a flick of the hand. But from Han Shuangjiang's understanding of the Huanqi sect, she knew those people would probably kneel and fawn shamelessly when they met someone strong. Thinking of this, she immediately gave a slight shake of her head, sweeping aside those messy thoughts and old memories. That place of nonstop song and dance, endless debauchery, she truly didn't want to recall it at all. The Huanqi sect is rife with rivalry. Everyone is constantly comparing themselves, and everyone knows exactly what they're comparing. Han Shuangjiang had no desire to become someone else's subject of comparison one day. She heard the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden even had to publicly teach the junior disciples, performing Huanqi entwined together for everyone to watch. She only wanted to break free of all that and take hold of her own fate. And the precondition for that is cultivation becoming stronger. So when she recognized the other as a grand cultivator, she was shocked at first, then a hot yearning flared in her heart. Here at Wuming Mountain outside the Dao Gate, one could roughly judge that the man wasn't just 5th realm. There was an 80% chance he came from the powerful Dao Gate itself. He didn't lie to me, that storytelling gentleman didn't lie to me. Han Shuangjiang thought to herself. He said that as long as I came here at midnight, I could enter the Dao Gate. It's actually true. A few days ago, Shidi chanced upon a storyteller after he said as much. In the next instant, he flickered and vanished into the night. Could this really be my opportunity? Han Shuangjiang looked up, watching the figure in the sky slowly descend. Clad in white robes, the man dropped straight down between Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang, the three forming a sharp contrast. Chu Huaishu was soaked to the skin, a few wet strands of hair clinging to his forehead, yet they still couldn't hide his handsomeness. Han Shuangjiang held an oiled paper umbrella, a thin veil covering her face, but her peerless beauty remained unmistakable. He was a handsome guy, she was a beauty, and that great cultivator, well, just an average person. The man wore a white robe. His bearing and manner felt utterly transcendent. He just looked plain, not what you'd call stunning. If this were shot as a period drama, That setup just now would be full of style raindrops suspended midair, but the moment the camera pulled in on his face, the audience would probably be disappointed. But Chu Huaishu recognized him and was still somewhat shocked. Before he crossed over, the timeline of Borrow the Sword had reached Xian calendar 1997, counting from the game's open beta in 1991. 6 years had already passed. By then he was a veteran player, and his level had already risen to 49. In the Xianhuang realm, before formally cultivating, mortals must first open their apertures, unblock the acupoints, and strengthen the body, and only then can they draw qi into the body to become cultivators of the first realm. In the player system, that orifice opening, body tempering phase roughly equates to levels 1 through 9. A player who reaches level 10 is roughly equivalent to a first realm NPC. Level 19 corresponds to great perfection of the first realm. By that reckoning, Chu Huaishu's level 49 was equivalent to great perfection of the fourth realm. If he leveled up once more to 50, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the great cultivators of the Xianhuang realm. The only reason he couldn't go higher was because the game had capped levels at 49 at the time. Although he had crossed over, and the current timeline was Xian calendar 1991, year earlier than before, his memories hadn't been lost, and he naturally recognized the celebrity before him. Li Chunsong, 6th Elder of the Tao Gate, a terrifying existence at the 7th realm, a powerhouse who could stand at the pinnacle of the entire Xianhuang realm. On the game forum, he had many resounding nicknames. They included Degenerate Gambler Dog, Charity Gambling King, Li Pure Give, and the like. The man was addicted to gambling. If he wasn't gambling, he was on his way to gamble. Thankfully, he followed the principle of small bets for fun and rarely staked heavy sums in one go. But he gambled often and wanted to try everything. Because he lost in almost every game, he ended up with those nicknames. Chu Huaishu hadn't expected to run into him at the foot of Wuming Mountain. Beyond that, he had absolutely no idea what the man wanted to do. You had to understand, even his old level 49 main account would be no match in front of Li Chunsong. What's more, after mulling it over during this time, he had a hazy guess about his own identity. Shuehu was with the constabulary, which belongs to the Mirror Kingdom court. He is hunting me down. Shuehu also said I wanted to sneak into the Tao Gate with ill intent. Then my faction is most likely on the opposing side of the Tao Gate and the court. God damn it, looks like I'm from the Moon Kingdom. And standing right here was a well-known, peerless powerhouse of the Tao Gate, a big shot in the cultivation world. If he noticed anything, that set off alarm bells, and Chu Huaishu's heart, his body tensed a bit. But he still did his best to restrain himself and stay calm. He knew very well that in front of a powerhouse at this level, he was basically transparent. For example, if his heartbeat sped up, the other party could easily detect it. Inwardly he swore, "Damn it, damn it, damn it," and his mind started racing. Cold sweat broke out over him, mixing with the rain. The only thing he could produce now was the 100-tael silver note in his pocket. Chu Huaishu rifled through his memories of Li Chunsong, then glanced at Han Shuangjiang not far away. He remembered clearly that someone had posted on the forum saying the two world protagonists of the Mirror Kingdom in the eastern continent, Han Shuangjiang and Su Ziqing, had actually both been brought back to the Tao Gate by Li Chunsong together. He noticed Li Chunsong glance at him, first a bit surprised, then letting out a soft sigh. After sighing, he didn't say much, only asked, "What are your names?" Han Shuangjiang, Chu Huaishu. Li Chunsong listened, sized them up with interest, and said, "Shuangjiang, one of the 24 solar terms Huaishu, that's April. Your names are quite interesting." His tone and expression had a bit of a matchmaking vibe. He flicked his sleeve and said, "All right, enough small talk. I deliberately came a little earlier than the agreed time, and didn't expect you to arrive even earlier. Then come back to the Tao Gate with me." As the words fell, waves of shock immediately surged in Chu Huaishu's heart. In the next moment, Li Chunsong pointed lightly, and along with him, Han Shuangjiang floated up. The two flew upward together. Only after all three had flown far away did the raindrops suspended in midair finally fall. In the dense forest at the foot of Wuming Mountain, a refined-looking youth named Su Ziqing was burning with anxiety. He was racing against time, but now he was surrounded by men from the patrol bureau. Su Ziqing was one of the 4 main protagonists in Borrowing the Sword. He was under 1.7 meters tall, with a somewhat childlike baby face, his features exceptionally delicate. At the moment, because he was anxious, his face was faintly flushed, with a touch of rosiness that made him look even more delicate, like a young leading man. Right now, for men from the patrol bureau had him blocked tight no matter how he explained. They just wouldn't let him pass, bombarding him with questions. One even suggested they stop wasting words and take him in first. Su Ziqing gripped the umbrella handle, his right hand involuntarily tightening, and said, "It's almost midnight." Such an important opportunity, he didn't want to miss it. Just a few days ago, he had run into a storyteller. That man had told him, "At midnight tonight, go to Bo Ping at the foot of Wuming Mountain. Someone will come to receive you and bring you into Daomen." As soon as he finished speaking, that ordinary-looking storyteller vanished. Without a doubt, that man was a cultivation expert. As someone of the Jing Kingdom, who wouldn't long for Daomen? That was one of Dongzhou's 4 great sects of the Jing Kingdom, and had even once ranked first among the 4. More than that, the legendary sword was in Daomen. So these past few days, Su Ziqing had hurried along the road, crossing mountains and ridges, suffering plenty of hardship. Tonight the rain was torrential, but it hadn't doused his blazing heart. In his heart he cried, "I want to enter Daomen, practice the sword, and become a true sword cultivator." The storyteller had warned him not to arrive at Bo Ping too early, at most 1 incense stick early, but under no circumstances to be late. That had kept Su Ziqing strictly watching the time as he rushed along. Feeling he understood, Su Ziqing whispered, "Opportunities depend on timing, I get it." But what he couldn't figure out was how he'd run into a patrol bureau patrol in the middle of the night. Midnight was almost here. Midnight. And judging from what those men said just now, someone from the patrol bureau, a colleague they didn't think much of, had just died in the forest tonight. Afraid of missing his chance, Su Ziqing instantly wished he could drag that person out, cursing inwardly. Who the hell chose to commit murder on a rainy night? Although the Jing Kingdom's court was waning and Dongzhou was controlled by the 4 great sects, it was still the court, after all. People from the patrol bureau dared to kill, too. Is there any law left in this world? As time ticked by, all he wanted now was to get away as fast as possible. Finally, at one man's hint, Su Ziqing handed over all the silver he had on him. Only then did they let him go. The fine-featured youth took a few steps forward under his umbrella, and behind him, he heard the 4 start chatting without the slightest scruple. One clicked his tongue. TSK, this tender-skinned pretty boy Shui who would definitely like him. He let out 2 crooked laughs. Another asked in a low voice, "Then why did you let him go? If Shui who likes that taste, doesn't that make him even more suspicious?" He said, "It definitely wasn't him. I just went to look." Though the downpour washed out most of the footprints, there's one that's very deep, as if left by a heavy stomp much bigger than his shoe. "Then why did you still?" "It's the middle of the damn night. The rain's this damn heavy. And the one who died was that son of a bitch Shui who we can't make this trip for nothing." The man tossed the purse in his hand. The 4 burst into loud, unabashed laughter. "Ha!" Striding quickly, Su Ziqing gnashed his teeth, the right hand, holding the umbrella tightened further. He cursed inwardly. "Damn the imperial court." He whispered to himself again. "Those patrol bureau men good. They deserve to be killed." Su Ziqing's steps grew faster and faster, increasingly urgent. After he put some distance between them, he finally broke into a sprint, then flung the umbrella behind him. He hadn't run off at once because he was afraid those patrol bureau men would become suspicious and haul him back for questioning. As Su Ziqing ran flat out, he muttered, "I'll make it. I'll definitely make it." When he reached the biggest tree at Bo Ping, there was still just a little time left before midnight. Panting, he repeated, "Not late, not late." His face slightly pale, his whole body soaked. His heart blazing. He thought, at midnight, a cultivator should come to pick me up, right? Unwilling to accept anything less, the youth silently swore at Bo Ping that he must enter Daomen. And the man in the sky, harboring ulterior motives, thought helplessly, "I never planned to join Daomen." Chu Huaishu's identity is currently unclear. He'd rather go to Chuanxiu Mountain, which among the 4 great sects is notorious for its many eccentrics, than enter the Dao sect. When he played Borrowed Sword, his sect was Chuanxiu Mountain. There, even though there were lots of oddballs, he still mixed well, even occasionally suspecting he might be a latent pervert. Since they're all four great sects, Chuanxiu Mountain is no worse than the Dao sect. And I'm more familiar with that place, so I can scoop up plenty of opportunities. Looking at future prospects, the only drawback is that both of Dongzhou's world protagonists are on the Dao sect's side. Players have discussed this on the forums. It seems that in future storylines, the Dao sect might reclaim the top seat among the four great sects. This long-legged beauty before him. Han Shuangjiang, wrap your arms around those gorgeous legs, and she really can carry you. Just then, the system notification chimes sounded in his ear. Ding! You have successfully shaken off the constabulary's pursuit. Mission complete. You have gained 100 experience points. Chu Huaishu was still midair, mortified. We're already flying this high, of course I've goddamn shaken them off. He felt the quest system was a bit dumb and found himself missing that AI customer support agent he de-trained to flirt so well. He also snuck a look at Li Chunsong and Han Shuangjiang, trying to confirm whether the chime was audible only to him. Only after confirming did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Chu Huaishu thought to himself, now I've truly transmigrated, it's not like playing a game. Better to be careful. In games his moves were always flashy, but deep down he was cautious and thorough. In fact, a virtual male model who isn't careful and meticulous wouldn't get close to all those lady bosses. He even dared take jobs involving twin sisters, and managed to keep both sides well tended. After all, if you like someone, you have to embrace everything about her, including her sister. At this moment, Chu Huaishu began to suspect Li Chunsong had made some kind of mistake. That earlier expose post said Han Shuangjiang and Su Ziqing were brought back to the Dao sect together by Li Chunsong. Together. Chu Huaishu mulled over the word and glanced at Han Shuangjiang beside him. A sense of foreboding surged in his chest, along with a hazy guess. Crap, I've become one of the so-called world protagonists. Chu Huaishu suspected he'd walked into someone else's script. He thought, I can only take it one step at a time. He just didn't know where Su Ziqing was now, or what she was doing. A deep fatigue began to sweep over him, wrapping him so tight he could hardly breathe. The sudden transmigration had already left him unsettled, with no sense of belonging to this world. Next came one thing after another that happened on that rainy night, one after the other. Fortunately, he was both bold and meticulous, so he wasn't completely powerless, just extremely tired. Chu Huaishu looked at Li Chunsong's back in midair, thinking, I didn't say anything, just answered with a name. If something really goes wrong, that's on you. Right now, he only hoped this was a beautiful misunderstanding, not a vexing turn of events. The status of a registered disciple is only a bit higher than an outer sect menial. You still have to work. Menials do odd jobs. Registered disciples on Medicine Mountain mostly have to look after spirit herbs. Besides, menials don't learn cultivation methods, while registered disciples can learn techniques for the orifice opening and body tempering stage. Once you break through the orifice opening stage, you can be promoted to an outer sect disciple. Above that are inner sect and true disciples. Chu Huaishu never imagined that after entering with Han Shuangjiang, he'd have to start as a registered disciple. He thought to himself, I don't really mind, the mission was to sneak in as a menial anyway. Now I've at least moved up a notch. But Han Shuangjiang is the protagonist of this world. How is she getting such little face? He remembered that Borrowed Sword went into open beta in Xin calendar 1991. By then Han Shuangjiang was already an inner sect disciple of the Dao sect. He guessed inwardly. So that means she rose to the inner sect within a year? Sixth elder Li Chunsong looked at the two of them, his smile slowly fading, and a powerful pressure spread from him, enveloping them. You came to Wuming Mountain at midnight tonight. No doubt you ran into a storyteller. He said in a deep voice. Keep this to yourselves, don't mention it to anyone, understood? As his words fell, he first turned his gaze to Han Shuangjiang. Han Shuangjiang immediately replied, Yes, this disciple accepts the order. Then he turned his head to look at Chu Huaishu. Chu Huaishu thought for a moment and deliberately answered, This disciple has never seen any storyteller. At that, Han Shuangjiang couldn't help but glance at him. Li Chunsong listened, smiled slightly, and said, Good, very good, you do know how to talk. The sixth elder seemed quite satisfied. He reiterated, Remember, the two of you have never seen any storyteller. With that he raised his hand, ending the exchange, signaling that the matter should not be brought up again. This sixth elder, whose luck was chronically bad and who lost whenever he gambled, finished his instructions, then swept his hand and lifted the wards around them. No one outside could have heard the three of them just now, unless their cultivation far surpassed Li Chuansong's. He spoke again. Each of you, give me a drop of blood from your fingertip. Then added, I will personally refine your life tokens when a person dies. The token shatters. Life tokens aren't rare. Their use is to let people know whether you're alive and to locate where you died. Even that waste Shui who Chu Huaishu killed in one stroke, had a life token precisely because of that. The constabulary came to arrest people. Of course, life tokens come in grades. There are definitely differences. These differences mainly show in the second function, pinpointing the location of your death. The higher the grade of the life token, the wider the range it can pinpoint. For someone like Shui Hu, if he died far away, it would be impossible to locate. Chu Huaishu thought, since they're having Li Chunsong personally refine the life tokens, it seems the Dao sect does value us. He was a little puzzled. But why do we still have to start as registered disciples? Chu Huaishu had essentially taken Su Ziqing's script. Now he thought that as the world's protagonist he would have some privileges, but he still had to start from the bottom. Li Chunsong waved his hand, condensing two blue-eye spikes out of thin air, their tips sharp like needles. Han Shuangjiang raised her fingertip first and lightly touched the tip of an ice spike, drawing a cut. A drop of fresh blood fell and floated toward the sixth elder. Li Chunsong lifted his hand to catch it. Letting the drop hover over his palm, his expression shifted slightly. Profound Yin constitution? I didn't expect that you were actually born with a profound Yin constitution. He clicked his tongue in wonder and added, the founding patriarch of our Dao sect possessed the pure Yang constitution, the counterpart to the profound Yin. Li Chunsong looked at Han Shuangjiang, wanting to say more about the ins and outs of this constitution, but remembering the difference between men and women, he held his tongue. He only said, there are key points to pay attention to with your constitution. I'll have the ninth elder explain them to you in detail later. Hearing this, Chu Huaishu couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. He actually wasn't clear on the specific peculiarities of a profound Yin constitution or what to watch out for. As for the Dao sect's founding patriarch's pure Yang constitution, the relevant info had long been dug up by players. The player forums had even given the Dao sect's Dao ancestor a nickname, Dongzhou's strongest virgin, an old virgin. With a pure Yang constitution, as long as you don't lose your Yuan Yang, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. The stronger the Dao ancestor became, the more it proved his Yuan Yang remained unspent, and the higher that so-called chastity arch stood. It said that back when the Dao ancestor rampaged across the Xinhuang realm, some old rivals would often tease him about it. Unofficial histories also say that some of his defeated subordinates and bitter enemies even contemplated hatching schemes, sending people to abduct him. Unofficial histories also note that the Lady Mountain Lord of Spring Autumn Mountain of that generation mentioned this many times in her diary, wanting to go personally and give it a try. Too bad she couldn't beat him. Chu Huaishu could guess how many honey traps the Dao ancestor would have faced in those days. A figure this strong would naturally be adored by countless people. How many times did he have to keep his composure and remain unmoved? As for the ins and outs of the Xianyin physique, let us see if I can find out more later. His gossip-loving heart perked up again. Right at that moment, Li Chunsong turned his gaze to Chu Huaishu. One look at his eyes, and you could tell they were full of expectation. I'm curious to see how many surprises you two can bring me. Li Chunsong felt a little warm inside. The veiled Han Shuangjiang also turned her gaze to that fox-faced face, a hint of curiosity rising in her heart. Though she didn't yet understand what a Xianyin physique was, since it could startle the dignified sixth elder into a jolt, it must be rare. And even this kind of constitution hadn't been detected when she was in the Joy sect. A two-bit sect is a two-bit sect. Figures they're lame. The icy woman stared ahead, thinking to herself, what about him? Chu Huaishu, looking utterly unconcerned, raised his index finger and mimicked poking that blue icicle. His fingertip stung, and fresh blood seeped out. Li Chunsong swept his spiritual sense over it and blurted, huh? He glanced at Chu Huaishu, refused to believe it, and probed again. Came. Huh? In the end, he forced out a line. We'll leave it at that for now. Chu Huaishu understood the meaning and didn't care in the slightest. Most player accounts don't come with any earth-shaking physique or innate talent. It all depends on leveling up later, stumbling on opportunities, or doing hidden quests. So he already guessed this outcome. After wrapping up what needed doing, Li Chunsong glanced at the courtyard not far away and sent a voice transmission with spiritual power. Niu Yuanshan, come out and present yourself to this seat. As the words fell, someone immediately walked out from the courtyard, bowed respectfully, and said, Niu Yuanshan pays his respects to the sixth elder. The man looked middle-aged, with a square face and an air of righteous integrity. Drop him into a period drama, and he could play an incorruptible magistrate. Only, somehow, there was a touch of bitterness on his face. Truth be told, he did feel bitter inside. He had an organization assignment tonight, had gone out, and had only just come back not long ago. And now, great, he was being called out by the sixth elder again. At this hour, both sides are treating me like a beast of burden. Huh? This is Niu Yuanshan, a steward of the outer sect. Li Chunsong introduced him to Chu Huaishu and Han Xuanjiang. Then he instructed Niu Yuanshan, their registered disciples personally brought back by this seat. Make the arrangements. As you command. Only then did Niu Yuanshan lift his head to look at them, unable to help feeling curious. Just registered disciples, yet they warranted the sixth elder's personal attention? And as his gaze fell on Chu Huaishu was looking back at him. Both of their hearts stirred, and the same thought sprang up instantly. How could it be him? Niu Yuanshan was one of the 9 stewards of the Dao Gate's outer sect. Within the Dao Gate, his cultivation wasn't considered high, only the 3rd realm. But he held substantial authority in the outer sect. Just half an hour earlier, he had completed the organization's assignment to receive a new recruit and return to his quarters. He had even just been in his room, stroking that golden mask and reminiscing about bits and pieces from your country. Though he had been undercover for years, held high office and heavy authority in the outer sect, and was trusted, none of that had corrupted him. He felt no sense of belonging to the Dao Gate. Everything I am belongs to the organization. Loyalty. Niu Yuanshan's thoughts were drifting tonight purely because he had completed the last of the new recruit reception tasks. From now on, I just need to lie low in the Dao Gate and await the organization's next orders. After working tirelessly and without complaint for so many years, I've already infiltrated the core of the outer sect. In time, I'll surely sacrifice myself and render great service for the organization. These people who had been brainwashed from childhood weren't afraid of death at all. They only regretted that dying hadn't been glorious enough, that they hadn't died for the organization. After a bout of sentiment, the fox-faced youth surfaced again in Niu Yuanshan's mind. It's been a long time since I've met such a distinctive new disciple, he thought. As for that fox-like face, Niu Yuanshan felt a measure of appreciation. The crop of newcomers these past few years had me thinking the organization was finished. Looks like there are still good seedlings after all. Unfortunately, he had infiltrated the Dao sect only as a menial, with no idea when he might ever get a chance to turn things around. Just as Niu Yuanshan was letting his thoughts run wild, that fox face actually did walk straight over here, standing outside the courtyard. Once Niu Yuanshan got a clear look at Huaishu's face, he was so stunned he couldn't speak. Was he personally accepted by Li Chunsong? And he isn't even a menial, he went straight to becoming a registered disciple? How on earth did he get onto Li Chunsong's path? Don't forget, this is Li Chunsong, the Dao sect's 6th elder, a peerless expert of the 7th realm. I've been lurking for so long, and all I've managed is to become a familiar face to him. Just based on that bit of familiarity, I even made a special note in my report to the organization last year. Monster, this guy is definitely a monster. No wonder we who crawl in the shadows all act low-key, while he is the exact opposite. Niu Yuanshan still remembered how that fox face would every now and then give Shuehu a slap, his moves wildly brazen. Watching, he couldn't help wanting to go up and try it himself, to feel whether that hand strength was really that formidable. In his heart, Niu Yuanshan sighed. A heaven-endowed prodigy has his own style. In his eyes, Li Chunsong looked down on everyone, proud as can be. To be specially cared for by him is absolutely no simple matter. This young man, upon appearing, pulled off something others can't manage in years. The organization truly is brimming with talent. However, There was one thing that left Niu Yuanshan a bit puzzled. He was an old operative honed for years as an inside line in the Moon Nation, having been undercover for many years and best at reading faces. When he and Chu Huaishu had just locked eyes, he kept feeling something was off. That fox face stared at him for quite a while. Niu Yuanshan guessed to himself, could it be he knows my identity? The organization didn't keep it from him? In fact, Chu Huaishu did indeed know this. He felt a jolt inside. Niu Yuanshan? How did Li Chunsong place me with Niu Yuanshan? He had an impression of this person. There were quite a few threads about him on the forum. This person was an undercover sent by some organization from the Moon Nation, and his identity was even exposed by a few jokester players, causing a huge stir back then. At the time, it sparked big discussions on the forum. Some even began pondering the cultural issues behind it. After all, the current backdrop is the great calamity is imminent. In such a situation, is humanity merely maintaining a superficial unity? There are Moon Nation moles in the Dao sect. What about the other sects? On the Moon Nation side, might there also be undercover agents sent by the four great sects of the Eastern Continent or the Mirror Nation? Later, those jokester players even spontaneously organized a grand hunt for undercover agents, purely for the fun of it. In the end, it really stirred up quite a lot of noise. Players are spread across all the powers, leading to some camps gaining from it, while others were dragged down. And Niu Yuanshan being exposed was the very start of it all. Those who benefited shouted to him, "Grandpa Niu, take care." Those implicated cursed him, "Bullshit." So Chu Huaishu had deliberately let something slip earlier, secretly observing his reaction. Now, behind Li Chunsong's back, he vaguely grasped a few clues in his heart. Coming back to himself, under the sixth elder's gaze, Niu Yuanshan, as the outer sect deacon, began issuing registered disciple tokens to Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang. The token both represents identity and is also a storage artifact. Players colloquially call it backpack. The storage space inside is roughly around 3 cubic meters. It already contains some daily necessities, a disciple's manual, keys to their quarters, and the like. Niu Yuanshan wasn't stupid, knowing he needed to look after them. He arranged lodgings in a nice area. The two bamboo houses were connected, making them neighbors. After handling all this, he looked at Li Chunsong with a sycophantic grin and asked, "Elder, should the aperture opening stage techniques be selected now? Any other instructions?" He didn't mind showing this side of himself in front of the newcomer sent by the organization. On the contrary, he felt the humility, fawning, and bitterness he was displaying now were all contributions to the organization. He would surely feel it, appreciate my years of hardship. The image of me in his heart would only grow taller. Niu Yuanshan felt that in ability he might not match this sort of rule-defying freak, so he decided to give the newcomer a bit of ideological education. But Chu Huaishu didn't take it to heart at all. He barely remembered his words, which in his ears turned into blah blah blah. Aperture opening stage techniques. Blah blah. It's finally here? Are we about to open the gate to my cultivation? He immediately perked up, chest out, head high, abdomen tucked, buttocks clenched, looking entirely ready. Li Chunsong stood pondering for a moment, raised his hand, pointed at Han Shuangjiang, and said, "Give her ice purity art." He had effectively made the choice for Han Shuangjiang himself. Chu Huaishu fumed, fire practically blazing in his chest. "My turn. My turn." As expected, Li Chunsong raised his hand and pointed at him again, saying, "As for him, let him be." That fox-like face, on hearing that, almost took on the expression of a Tibetan fox. The sixth elder could only shake his head helplessly. He was widely experienced, his Taoist foundation deep. He had seen every kind of spirit embryo constitution, and even knew how to guide the very pinnacle profound body. Ice purity art. This technique would score a perfect 100, no doubt about it. But this kid's false spirit embryo was a bit tricky. He cursed inwardly. This one is fucking hard. No one had ever taught him how to handle a case like a poor student. Li Chunsong thought to himself. Still, no need to get too tense. Opening the apertures is just the foundation. Whether the technique matches or not does have an impact, but overall it doesn't matter much. For someone like Han Shuangjiang with a profound body, they can usually pass quickly no matter which aperture opening technique is used. At most, it's just a difference of a few days earlier or later. Li Chunsong couldn't figure it out. Martial Uncle actually brought a false spirit embryo up the mountain. I really don't understand that thinking. But there are occasional exceptions in the world. Some spirit embryos don't show, like a pearl obscured by dust. Once they step onto the path of cultivation, they'll eventually shine like a bead. He stared at Chu Huaishu, thinking, what if by chance this is one? At that thought, his gambling streak suddenly flared. The sect master and senior brothers are still waiting for me. I need to hurry back and bet a few rounds with them. This little girl and this boy are both quite special. Using them as stakes suits me just fine. With that thought, Li Chunsong tossed off a few casual instructions, then rode the air and flew away. As he flew, he rubbed his hands, leaving the three to stare at each other, at a loss. Bo Ping at the foot of Mount Wuming. The rain had stopped. It had been quite a while. Soaked through, Su Ziqing stood under the ancient tree, feeling each second creep by. But no one ever came to take him to the Dao sect. During this time, Su Ziqing imagined all sorts of things, comforting himself again and again, spinning a pile of reasons. It's okay, there must be a reason. Wait a little longer, just a little longer. Eventually, Su Ziqing could hardly even tell time anymore. Cold, really cold. In the rain, he trembled more and more. The boy who had once been rosy-lipped and white-toothed now had lips pale as paper. In Su Ziqing's mind surfaced the face of that ordinary-looking storyteller with a slightly devil-may-care air. At first, he thought that air was exactly the kind you'd see on a devil-may-care cultivation expert. But the more he thought about it now, the more wrong it felt. If he's devil-may-care, was I the one being played? In Bo Ping beneath Mount Wuming, the shout of a bedraggled youth rang out. You lied to me. You're lying to me. You're lying to me. Ah! After Li Chunsong left, it fell to outer sect deacon Niu Yuanshan to take charge of the matter. But unlike the other deacons, he didn't put on airs with these registered disciples. In most people's impression, he was fair in his handling, willing to toil, and mild-tempered. Precisely because of this, when his identity as an undercover was exposed back then, many outer sect disciples didn't believe it. Chu Huaishu had seen some players whose sects they just joined were in shambles, yet thanks to a string of early lucky encounters, they still shot up all the way. It's precisely these uncertainties that make this game especially appealing to players. But it's not quite the same now. Now that I'm joining the Dao sect, I hardly have to put any thought into it. He had even resisted it at one point back then. Still, it's worth mentioning that after players work hard to squeeze into a powerful sect, they can get more generous faction rewards. If you join an ordinary sect, you'll be assigned to a normal faction, with uniform faction rewards 1 random attribute point. In Dongzhou, only by entering one of the 4 great sects can you get an extra faction reward 1 point of spirit embryo attribute. With the spirit embryo attribute, players can no longer be counted as pseudo-spirit embryos. As for Dongzhou players who can't get into the 4 great sects for now, they can still obtain spirit embryo attribute later by doing hidden quests or large mainline missions. Someone like Han Shuangjiang, with a profound Yin physique, is very likely a textbook max-level spirit embryo, which requires maxing out the spirit embryo attribute, i.e., filling it to 10 points. Before I transmigrated, no one had maxed this thing. To be precise, the highest seemed to be around 7 points. Chu Huaishu's own Spring and Autumn Mountain account had reached 6 points before the transmigration. Compared to the true prodigies of the Xianhuang world, there's still a gap, of course. But among players, this already stands out from the crowd. He even put this tidbit into his companion play bio, flying the flag of being a top player to drum up clients. Ladies, really not coming to touch my spirit embryo. Before 3 breaths had passed, the system notification sounded, and all of Chu Huaishu's faction rewards were credited. Seeing the 2 finish blood binding their identity tokens, Li Chunsong tapped the deacon token, then pulled out a big stack of jade slips from his storage space. These were all aperture stage cultivation arts. He quickly found the ice purity art among them and handed it to Han Shuangjiang. Chu Huaishu fixed his gaze on the jade slip for the ice purity art and tossed an information probe at it. What he found was ice purity art, aperture stage cultivation method, compatibility 0%. He curled his lips slightly and muttered to himself, with a name this pristine, how is it a 0 match with me? What? I'm not clean enough for it. His personal guess was that the Ice Purity Art's path would match a profound Een physique at close to 100%. The aperture stage is just a very simple cultivation phase. Those with talent can clear any art quickly. For players, leveling up ISNT hard, either the experience needed from level 0 to 9 ISNT much. It's just that with higher art compatibility, the experience consumed to level up will be less. These complex settings are actually to increase the game's playability, making players more eager to explore in the early game. Neo Yuanshan looked at the young fellow Taoist in front of him and naturally took it quite seriously. Thus, the thick-browed, upright outer sect deacon smiled and said, "Here, this is the full set of outer sect aperture stage arts. Pick freely if there's anything you don't understand. I can explain. No rush." "Thanks, Deacon," Chu Huaishu replied politely. While he was choosing, Neo Yuanshan considerately said to Han Shuangjiang, "It's getting late. He may need a bit more time. You can head back to rest first if you like. It's fine." Unexpectedly, Han Shuangjiang lightly shook her head and, cold and even, said, "I'll wait for him." Hearing that, Chu Huaishu glanced back at her, then went on flipping through those arts. He never stopped, sweeping non-stop with Information Probe, Tyrant God Art, Compatibility 53%, 9 Heavens 10 Earths Profound Art, Compatibility 49%, 8 Desolations Divine Ability, Compatibility 9%. These aperture stage arts were supposedly the most basic, yet their names sounded more badass one after another. The problem was, after he combed through the lot, none actually exceeded 60%. This one's okay Little Farmer Art, Compatibility 78%. But how did they come up with that name? By this point, he almost flipped through all the jade slips. Neo Yuanshan and Han Shuangjiang just watched him crouch there picking and choosing, never asking the deacon much of anything, and couldn't he figure out what kind of operation this was. As the seconds ticked by, Neo Yuanshan felt he should take the initiative and asked with concern, "Any that particularly caught your eye? I can explain one or two." "No need, Deacon Neo." Chu Huaishu lifted his eyes and replied, then continued selecting. After another stick of incense, Han Shuangjiang's patience and curiosity were completely drained. Tonight was both unusual and exhausting for her. "How much longer will you be?" she asked. Chu Huaishu turned his body to look at her. He was squatting, looking up askance, and noticed that her astonishingly proportioned jade legs looked even longer. "I never asked you to wait. If you can't, just go back," he snapped coldly. Hearing this, Han Shuangjiang's delicate brows knit slightly. She fell silent, but did not leave. The thick-browed, big-eyed Neo Yuanshan at the side was quite surprised by this exchange. He had thought this ice-cold beauty would turn and leave outright. This astonished him all the more. Chu Huaishu had worked as a male escort for a long time and had met more women than he could count. There was a reason he could thrive in this line of work. Don't be fooled by Han Shuangjiang being icy. With a queenly air that made her seem hard to get along with, it was really her self-defense. As a child, she was abandoned by her parents and even sold into a brothel. Growing up with such origins and in that environment, a person's temperament naturally changes. The abandoned can't help but carry unease. Girls in brothels are trained from a young age, drilled in obedience, all taught how to serve. The madam wants obedient daughters. The fate of the disobedient is easy to imagine. So it's no surprise this cold beauty carries a touch of servility. Chu Huaishu did want to cling to this protagonist's thigh, but he had no desire to get on his knees and lick your leg. Chu Huaishu ignored her and kept rummaging. Finally, he found what he wanted. Refining sword art, compatibility 93%. Chu Huaishu was slightly startled. He hadn't expected it to be that high. He checked the remaining jade slips as well. Only this refining sword art exceeded 90%. The rest topped out at no more than 81%. This one it is. Chu Huaishu opened the jade slip. A few bold lines leapt into view. Heaven and earth as the furnace. The body as the sword. Temper with spiritual qi. Forge the body and open the apertures. He closed the jade slip, looked to Neo Yuanshan, and said, "I'll take this one." Deacon Neo nodded. There were too many techniques for the aperture opening stage. Though he was an outer sect deacon, it was impossible to be familiar with every single one. After a moment's thought, he took 2 small booklets from his storage space and handed them to the two. These two are cultivation notes for ice purity art and refining sword art, recorded by predecessors. If you gain insights while cultivating, you can write them in as well for future junior brothers and sisters to consult. Many thanks, Deacon. They took the booklets. After wrapping up, Niu Yuanshan had wanted to have a few words alone with Chu Huaishu, but he held back. He merely pointed east and said, "Your quarters are over there. Go find them yourselves." "Yes." After the two turned and left, Deacon Niu didn't go inside, just watched them off like that. He stared at Chu Huaishu's back. Filled with emotion, his curiosity about this organization's new arrival was hard to suppress. The more he pressed it down, the stronger it grew. Only when the two had gone far did he return to the courtyard and enter his bedchamber. Niu Yuanshan sat cross-legged on the bed, his mind full of images of Chu Huaishu. He was too curious. He was clearly here to be a menial. How did he catch Li Chunsong's eye? Find a chance to chat with him? Deacon Niu thought. At that thought, he suddenly recalled how, when welcoming newcomers at the edge of the dense forest, he'd scolded the silver-faced man while wearing a gold mask. That silver-masked man had wanted to stick around to observe that fox-faced one more, but got a harsh dressing down from him. Thinking of this, Niu Yuanshan raised his hand and slapped himself hard. Smack. Admonitions, Article 3, states, "Do not excessively pry into fellow members of the organization." Chu Huaishu and Han Xuanjiang's bamboo huts were adjacent neighbors, essentially. Their quarters were much smaller than Deacon Niu's place. Along the way, the two said nothing, just walked side by side in silence. Farewell. Farewell. After exchanging farewells, Chu Huaishu entered his own bamboo hut. The Taoist sect's residences had dust removal formations everywhere, so even without anyone cleaning, the rooms were as spotless as new. He took bedding from his storage token and spread it on the bed. He tossed the jade slip and booklet aside and didn't rush to cultivate. He thought, add the random attribute points first. That's the right order. Chu Huaishu opened his character panel and looked over the attributes. The attributes before his eyes at the moment were very concise. Physique, 1 upgradable, cap at 10. Spirit gathering, 1 upgradable, cap at 10. Comprehension, 1 upgradable, cap at 10. Spirit embryo attribute, 0, upgradable up to 10. EXP, 200. Character level, 0. Remaining random attribute points, 1. As long as he used this one random attribute point, it would be randomly allocated to one or more of the attributes above. Physique, as the name suggests, refers to bodily stats like HP, defense, strength, and speed. The higher the physique value, the more growth the character gains in these areas with each level up. Mana is the spiritual power within the body. With it you can cast spells, i.e., use skills. The higher the mana value, the more your spiritual power increases with each level up. When you're low on mana, your mana regen is also faster. And some ultimates have mana requirements. If your total mana isn't enough, you can't even cast them once. Comprehension is tied to skills. Simply put, it's a cultivator's ability to grasp techniques. Take Chu Huaishu's level 49 main account on Chuanxiu Mountain as an example. His main skill is Xixia. This skill produces black flames that bloom like a lotus. The effects are spectacular. However, your comprehension must exceed 5 points to learn it. That's a hard threshold. Additionally, cultivators in the Xianhuang realm classify technique mastery into 4 tiers: initial insight, minor completion, major completion, and great perfection. Players, on the other hand, spend EXP to level skills, with levels divided from 1 to 4. And the higher your comprehension, the less EXP it takes to level a skill. With low comprehension, each upgrade costs more EXP. For some high-tier skills, if your comprehension is too low, you can't continue upgrading them. Even if you have the EXP, it's useless. Chu Huaishu's Xixia is only level 3 to max it. He'd have to raise comprehension to 7 points. Spirit embryo attribute is somewhat similar to comprehension, but it's bound to cultivation methods. Cultivators in the Xianhuang realm absorb the world's spiritual qi by circulating their cultivation methods. Players are different. They pour EXP into their cultivation methods. Fill it up and it levels. However, players can also go offline and AFK cultivate. Once they sit cross-legged, the method will circulate automatically. The higher the spirit embryo attribute, the more cultivation method EXP you gain while AFK. As with comprehension, some powerful cultivation methods also have spirit embryo attribute requirements. The EXP required to upgrade a cultivation method is also tied to this attribute. If your spirit embryo attribute isn't up to par, you might not even be able to level your character. With a spirit embryo attribute of only 1, the level cap is 19. If it's 2, the cap is 29. In Xianhuang realm terms, your talent is too poor this life you'll be stuck in the first realm, unable to enter the second. Simply put, it's just digitizing the Xianhuang realm's cultivation system. Someone like Han Shuangjiang likely has a spirit embryo at level 9, maybe even a full 10, which means she levels especially fast, spends less EXP, has a higher cap, and 1T gets stuck at some realm for life. She practically has no bottlenecks. Chu Huaishu's eyes were full of envy. Why is the Dao sect's Dao ancestor so formidable that opponents even try to use low-down tactics against him? How desperate do you have to be to go that far? Because he has a pure yang body. His spirit embryo is also level 10. The long-legged one next door whose talent rivals the Dao ancestor must have already started cultivating, right? Chu Huaishu thought. He wasn't in a hurry. He'd first add that one random attribute point and the one spirit embryo attribute point. Let us draw. Chu Huaishu rubbed his hands. Hit me with it. A big roulette visible only to him suddenly appeared and began to spin. The other attribute slots on the wheel were about the same size, but the spirit embryo slot was especially small, with only a 3% chance. Stop, he commanded with a thought. Ding. Congratulations, you obtained an attribute point physique. Chu Huaishu narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and muttered, Physique? Works for me. Early on, it doesn't matter what I add. This account is basically a balanced build. Random is fine anyway. It's not a free attribute point, so I can't allocate it however I want. On his level 49 old account, he invested the most into mana. Whenever he carried girls through dungeons, he relied on his huge mana pool, spamming skills like they cost no mana, all about the flashy effects and style. Besides mana, he put even more points into comprehension. Because professions like artifact crafting, alchemy, and talisman making are all tied to comprehension. Artifact crafting can sell gear, alchemy can sell pills, talisman making can sell talismans. These all make money. Chu Huaishu takes a pragmatic route. Either make money off women or make money off players, with the goal of achieving class mobility. He really is desperate to climb up. So, physique is actually rather unfamiliar to him. That 1 point of spirit embryo attribute can't be used, yet I have to raise my character level to 1 first. As mentioned before, when the spirit embryo attribute is 1, the character level cap is 19. If the spirit embryo attribute is 0, the level cap is only 9. Therefore, the top priority right now is to learn a cultivation method for the aperture opening stage. Don't forget, he still has 200 experience points, just enough to level up. Chu Huaishu picked up both the Jade Slip of Sword Refining Art and that booklet. After a moment's thought, he decided to flip through the booklet first. Sword Refining Art is itself a cultivation manual, while this booklet is notes left by seniors, basically the book's comment section. Of course, you check the comments first, see what others say. Chu Huaishu felt this order made the most sense. He opened the booklet's first page with anticipation. On the first page were just 2 large scrawled characters, the strokes full of swagger. It boldly read, "Don't practice." Staring at the booklet, Chu Huaishu was instantly dumbfounded. He didn't buy it and turned another page. And this page also had only 2 characters. It read, "Take the advice." Judging by the handwriting, the first and second pages were apparently written by different people. This left Chu Huaishu even more puzzled. What the hell? 2 people echoing each other. Chu Huaishu flipped further back, only to find there was nothing more. Just a few lines? He was even more confused. Could this be a newly released aperture opening method that no one has practiced? That was the only possibility he could think of. The Dao sect is so big, and there are plenty of outer disciples. Don't forget, even if the Dao sect is picky, there's still 1 in 10,000 geniuses, and the population base of Dongzhou's Jing Kingdom is no small thing. With so many registered disciples, it's impossible that only a handful would choose it, right? Could it be because its name isn't as flashy as other methods? Chu Huaishu mused. But that doesn't sound reasonable. After all, that sword is right there in the Dao sect. In the Dao sect, sword cultivation is a very popular trend. As long as a method's name has the word sword in it, it shouldn't be so niche in theory. Chu Huaishu was genuinely worried he'd become the third guinea pig. But whatever the case, this method matches me best 93% compatibility. If the system says it's fine, then it must be fine. Anyway, to him, cultivation methods are just jars to stuff experience points into. Thinking that, Chu Huaishu tossed the booklet aside and grabbed the jade slip. As a veteran player, he actually understood quite a bit about the Xianhuang Realm's cultivation system. In the past, there wasn't actually an aperture opening stage. The human body has 9 apertures, and it's through these apertures that one absorbs the world's spiritual energy. Some people are born with all 9 apertures unblocked, like that long-legged neighbor next door. Some are born with not a single aperture open, like Chu Huaishu right now. For a heaven's favorite like Han Shuangjiang, her aperture opening stage is just a formality. You can think of it as her 9 apertures just being clogged with some impurities. She only needs to rely on a method to clear them out. Soon, she'll reach great perfection in the aperture opening stage and then assault the first realm. Many years ago, only those born with all 9 apertures open could cultivate. Everyone started directly from the first realm. As a result, the entry threshold for cultivation in that era was extremely high, and practitioners were few and far between. Until the Dao ancestor burst onto the scene. The invincible Dao ancestor discovered the secret of the 9 apertures and refined the aperture opening pill. By swallowing an aperture opening pill, one can unblock those originally sealed apertures. Aperture opening stage methods are actually used to aid in absorbing the pill's medicinal power. Once you run the method, the efficacy strengthens and absorption becomes faster. People revere him as the Dao ancestor precisely because he refined the aperture opening pill and pioneered the aperture opening stage. Without him, many would have had no chance to become cultivators at all. Right now, there's an aperture opening pill in Chu Huaishu's storage token. This is given free by the Dao sect to registered disciples. I have to say, a great sect's benefits are really nice, he thought. Some small sects even make disciples pay out of pocket for aperture opening pills. Chu Huaishu took out the aperture opening pill, swallowed it in one gulp, then spread the jade slip before him. He heard the system prompt. Ding. Learn the cultivation method, sword refining art? Do you even need to ask? Learn. Then let us start cultivating. Wendao Peak is the main peak of mountains beyond mountains. The Dao sect's Grand Hall sits atop Wendao Peak. At this moment, there are 6 people in the hall. Also present was 6th Elder Li Chunsong. Seated on the sect master's throne at the head was the current sect master, Xiang Yan. This man had not a trace of a mortal bearing. He looked fierce and ugly, the sort you wouldn't want to cross, and he was bald to boot. By looks alone, he was far from the sect master image everyone imagined in their minds. On the 2 sides of the hall sat 4 others: Great Elder Lu Pan, 5th Elder Zhao Shuqi, 9th Elder Nangongyu, and 10th Elder Chu Yinin. 6th Elder Li Chunsong stood in the center of the hall, rubbing his hands non-stop, his face flushed, excited like an addict, already plotting how to lie in wait and have another round of gambling with his fellow disciples. Li Chunsong cleared his throat and said, "The people little martial uncle told me to pick up, I've brought them all back." 10th Elder Chu Yinin immediately asked, "Who?" Strangely enough, the other higher-ups of Dao Gate all looked like middle-aged people, while 10th Elder Chu Yinin still looked like a girl of 13 or 14, her frame seemingly not fully grown. But in fact, she was already 32. This had to do with her cultivation method and her spiritual fetus. Li Chunsong turned and glanced at her, then said bluntly, "This is 7th realm, and above someone in the 6th realm, like you shouldn't ask." As soon as he spoke, everyone burst into laughter. Chu Yinin frowned and angrily slapped the little side table by her chair. "What do you mean, you gambling fiend, looking down on this old lady?" She snapped. Li Chunsong hurriedly forced a smile. "I wouldn't dare, little junior sister. But little martial uncle has classified this as the sect's top secret. You know the rules, only those at 7th realm and above are qualified to know. You're going to press me with sect rules?" Chu Yinin still refused to let it go. Li Chunsong had no choice but to look to great elder Lu Pan for help. Senior brother, you're also the law enforcement elders, say something fair. The always stern and imposing Lu Pan lifted his head, the creases on his forehead deep as if carved by a knife. He replied seriously, according to sect rules, that is indeed the case. Good you. You're all ganging up to bully this old lady. Chu Yimin shouted, standing up in a huff. Sect Master Xiang Yin pressed his hand down, signaling her to calm herself. This bald man was not only ugly, his voice was also harsh and grating, like a screeching chicken. Little junior sister, you really have been too lazy. Your talent is the most outstanding among U.S. Master and Uncle Master both said your endpoint will be much farther than ours. But you just want to cultivate seriously, Xiang Yin said. Hearing this, Chu Yimin lowered her head to look at her own body, even more displeased. Cultivate what? Look what I've cultivated myself into. She swept everyone with a glare, exasperated. If you want to say it, then don't. This old lady doesn't care to hear it. I'm leaving. She strode quickly to the hall's doorway, stopped, and turned back. You really want to say it? She demanded again. Her senior brothers and sisters kept silent, only looking at her with uniform smiles. Only then did Chu Yimin storm out of the hall for real this time. Ninth Elder Nangong Yu had a gentle temperament. Her looks were not stunning, but her figure was voluptuous. She shook her head with a smile. Little junior sister, honestly. She yes, this grown up, yet sometimes her temper matches her appearance. She just want to grow up. Fifth Elder Zhao Shuqi spread his hands. She has always been like that, never changed. Great Elder Lu Pan said. Part of it is her special cultivation method, but more of it is her nature. No sooner had he finished than he gave a soft huh. Someone outside is eavesdropping? As the law enforcement elder, he was the one in charge of sect rules. He waved a hand and set down a sound sealing array, isolating all sound from the hall. Now she has really gone. Lu Pan smiled and probed outward with his divine sense. Sect Master Xiang Yin cleared his throat and, in that grating voice, said, All right, to business. Sixth Elder Li Chunsong knew it was his turn to speak. He began, per Uncle Master's instructions. I brought back 2 people from Baiyuping on Mount Wuming. The man is named Chu Huaishu, the woman Han Shuangjiang. Li Chunsong played coy. This Han Shuangjiang is no ordinary person. Guess what her spiritual fetus is? Everyone fell silent, staring at him in unison. You're no fun, Li Chunsong huffed in dissatisfaction. Her spiritual fetus can stand alongside the Tao ancestor's pure yang body. She has the profound Yin body. Everyone exclaimed, what? Profound Yin body, it really is the profound Yin body. Ninth Elder Nangong Yu folded her arms, her voluptuous figure slightly bunched at the crooks, and asked, Do you think since it's the profound Yin body, is there any chance of gaining its recognition? Everyone paused, then asked in unison its. But everyone quickly reacted, realizing what exactly the It Nangong Yu referred to was. That thing was a sword. It was a sword left behind back in the day by the Tao ancestor. As soon as that sword was mentioned, the main hall fell somewhat quiet. In the end, it was Sect Master Xiang Yin who first broke the silence and spoke. Whether she can win its recognition, who can say for sure? Once her cultivation steps into the first realm, the answer will come naturally. That said, taking in a disciple with a profound Yin physique is indeed a blessing for our sect. Little martial uncle has kept aloof from the mortal world these years, roaming down the mountain for many seasons. This time, he has finally done something concrete. At the mention of little martial uncle, a few helpless, wry smiles appeared on everyone's faces. The ninth elder, Nangong Yu, interjected, Since Han Shuangjiang has a profound Yin physique, then what about Chu Huaishu, who came up the mountain with her? As soon as the words fell, everyone turned their gaze in unison to Li Chunsong, their eyes brimming with curiosity. To be chosen by little martial uncle alongside someone with a profound Yin physique, this kid had to be something special. The fifth elder, Zhao Shuqi, urged, Sixth junior brother, don't keep us in suspense, don't play us out with it. Standing in the center of the hall, Li Chunsong hesitated to speak. In the end, he merely sighed, raised a hand, and said, Humph, better left unsaid. Truly better left unsaid. Everyone looked at one another, at a loss. The grand elder, Lu Pan, furrowed his brow, the lines on his forehead deepening, and said impatiently, Old 6, if we tell you to speak, stop keeping us in suspense. Among this group of senior and junior siblings, everyone feared first senior brother Lu Pan except little junior sister Chu Yimin, even second senior brother Xiang Yin. Now the sect master felt a measure of dread. Li Chunsong hurried to smile apologetically, rubbing his hands as he said, "First senior brother, it's not that I want to say, it's just that there's no firm conclusion. Anyway, as things stand, he is probably a false spirit embryo." The sixth elder spread his hands. "What do you mean probably?" Lu Pan was still frowning, meticulous as ever. He disliked such vague answers. "I just don't understand why little martial uncle brought a false spirit embryo up the mountain. And you haven't seen this kid, I'm telling you. He is really quite handsome and tall." Li Chunsong squinted, as if sharing a big secret. What? The Dao sect elders up on the dais were all startled by this. The reason was simple. They knew their little martial uncle's temperament all too well. Little martial uncle had quite a few quirks. One of them was that he was very jealous. He wasn't tall, and his looks were ordinary, yet he fancied himself suave. He didn't much like overly handsome men, and was especially put off by those tall and dashing types. Why was sect master Xiang Yin favored by little martial uncle back then? Privately, they suspected that second senior brother S being ugly and bald had, paradoxically, become the reasons he was valued. In that light, for a false spirit embryo like Chu Huaishu to still be chosen by little martial uncle, there had to be something astonishing about him. On that point, their curiosity about Chu Huaishu nearly eclipsed their attention on Han Shuangjiang with the profound Yin physique. Sect master Xiang Yin asked with concern, "The entry procedures are all in order, right? And the technique for the orifice opening stage has been chosen?" Nangong Yu added from the side. "For a profound Yin physique, I recall the best match is the ice purity art. I senti it?" Li Chunsong waved his hand, a bit helpless. "How would I not know to choose the ice purity art? I'll surely handle such a small matter, rest easy. It's just this Chu Huaishu, my guess is none of you can even offer a recommendation, right?" He raised an eyebrow. Everyone, hearing this, truly had no way to refute it. When it comes to a false spirit embryo, one cultivation method is about the same as another. Even if little martial uncle came in person, he might not be able to settle it. Too hard, this question really is too hard. Ahem. It's just the orifice opening stage, not a big deal. When he truly steps over the threshold of cultivation and attempts the first realm, we'll sit down and discuss and select a new technique for him. Xiang Yin set the tone. As soon as the words fell, everyone nodded in agreement. Seeing the situation more or less settled, Li Chunsong started rubbing his hands again in the middle of the hall. "I'm guessing they've all gone back to their rooms to practice. Everyone seems in high spirits today. How about a little wager to liven things up? A small bet?" He rubbed his hands even more eagerly. The law enforcement elder, Lu Pan, snorted at once. "Sixth elder, the country has its laws, and the sect has its rules. Our Dao sect does not encourage such things. Article 17 of the sect rules states, 100 taels fine for privately setting up a gambling ring, participants fined 50. Don't undermine the rules." Li Chunsong hurriedly smiled and replied, I know. With that, he drew out a 100-tael banknote from his storage token, walked up to Lu Pan, and presented it with both hands. The law enforcement elder fixed him with a stern look, then swept his gaze around the hall at everyone present. One silver note after another was taken out of the storage token and, wrapped in spiritual power, drifted onto his desk. Now everyone had their eyes on him. Lu Pan remained expressionless, steady as a mountain. In the end, it was ninth elder Nangong Yu who gave him a way out, smiling. "Come now, senior brother, don't be such a wet blanket. It's rare everyone's in high spirits. Let us all join in the fun." The disciplinary elder with the deep forehead line snorted, pulled out a silver note, and slapped it hard onto the table. Smack. "This is the last time." In the Dao sect's grand hall, Li Chunsong proposed, "Let us place a bet. How long will it take them to break open their first aperture? How about it?" Zhao Shuqi waved a hand in objection. "How is that a fair bet? Han Shuangjiang has a profound Yin constitution. As long as she circulates ice purity art through one full cycle, she'll naturally open an aperture." Nangong Yu added, "Indeed, with her physique, it's as if she was born with all 9 apertures open, just clogged by a bit of human impurities, so the apertures are basically nominal." Li Chunsong rubbed his hands again, cheeks slightly flushed, and said, "Betting on her is no fun if we're betting. Let us bet on that false spirit fetus." At that, everyone looked at one another, at a loss. This false spirit fetus business is hard to say. It really leaves people scratching their heads. Zhao Shuqi asked, "So how do you want to stake it?" Li Chunsong proposed, "How about a 3-day limit?" Xiang Yin spoke up first. "All right, I bet he'll break through the first aperture within 3 days. I bet within 3 days as well. Count me in." Even Lu Pan said, "Within 3 days should be enough." That made Li Chunsong panic. "I was going to bet on within 3 days too." Flustered, he hurried to argue, "Come on. Yes, a false spirit fetus, 10 days to break the first aperture would already be decent, and he'd have to pair it with body tempering. How are all of you betting on 3 days?" Nangong Yu answered matter-of-factly, "Because someone little martial uncle has his eye on." "Exactly," Zhao Shuqi chimed in. Seeing Li Chunsong struck speechless, everyone asked with a laugh, "Don't tell us you also want to bet on within 3 days?" Li Chunsong said helplessly, "What else can I do?" The bald-headed Xiang Yin had a sudden brainwave and asked, "Sixth junior brother, how long did it take you back then to break through your first aperture?" Li Chunsong lifted his chin and said, "I didn't have a top-tier spirit fetus like a profound physique, but I was born with all 9 apertures open, so of course it only took 1 full circulation." In that grating voice of his, Xiang Yin said, "Then why don't you have a little more faith in Chu Huaishu?" Hearing that, Li Chunsong's gambling itch flared up. "Since when does a kid get things done just by crying? I refuse to believe it. I've always thought one big bet could make me rich. Is it really that hard to pull off?" He silently prayed in his heart, "Little martial uncle, bless me." The self-styled philanthropic king of gamblers flushed even redder and shouted, "I bet he'll open an aperture in a single circulation." Everyone burst out laughing and placed their bets in succession. It had been explained earlier that the aperture opening stage is fully called the aperture opening and body tempering stage. Take Xue Hu, who was one shot by Chu Huaishu with a single slash. Why does everyone say a false spirit fetus can only walk the path of body tempering? Because even if a false spirit fetus spends a fortune to swallow an aperture opening pill, they still have to rely on external force to constantly temper the body. Those with a spirit fetus can have it absorb the medicinal power and transmit strength throughout the limbs and bones. That saves the body tempering. Just by taking medicine, the body can grow stronger. But a false spirit fetus cannot diffuse the aperture opening pill's efficacy throughout the body, so they have to make up for it with the external stimulus of body tempering. The process is both painful and tormenting. Many people can't even stick to daily exercise, let alone endure the excruciating pain of body tempering. More despairing still, many false spirit fetus cultivators spend a fortune on aperture opening pills, take them, and even grind through daily body tempering. Yet in the end, at most open only 2 or 3 apertures. After so much effort, all they end up with is a bit more strength than ordinary people and a slightly better physique. Only by breaking into the first realm can one be considered a true cultivator. The gap from mortals is worlds apart. Xiang Yan, a powerhouse of the 8th realm, had just secretly swept Medicine Mountain with his divine sense and discovered that Chu Huaishu's 9 apertures were all sealed shut, blocked tight. 1 full circulation of energy takes about the time of a stick of incense. Blocked this tightly, how could it possibly open? And so, the wager officially began. The great cultivators in the hall all spread out their divine senses to perceive the conditions of Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang. Nangong Yu chuckled, "Oh, the little lass has already opened an aperture. Seems she's eager to cultivate." On the other side, Chu Huaishu had just finished reading that little booklet. Calmly, he spread out the jade slip, preparing to cultivate sword refining art. The grand hall was unusually quiet, as everyone closed their eyes and patiently probed with their divine senses. Before long, they all opened their eyes in unison, faces full of astonishment and disbelief. It turned out Chu Huaishu's first aperture had actually been opened, and it took only the span of 3 breaths. "System, level me up, quick." Chu Huaishu sat cross-legged on the bed. He spent 79 experience points to raise his level from 0 to 1. As for why it was 79 points, the system had its own algorithm. It was closely tied to the player's own attributes and things like cultivation method compatibility. Shui, who died on that rainy night, probably never imagined, even in his dreams, that opening acupoints would be as easy as breathing for Chu Huaishu. Unfortunately, he no longer even had the right to dream. Shui would actually open 2 acupoints as well. In his youth, he bought aperture-breaking pills through certain special channels, tormented his body with body-tempering arts, and suffered greatly to achieve that. He understood in his heart that this probably wasn't his limit. But the pain was so searingly unforgettable that he didn't have the guts to take another step forward. Those 2 opened acupoints made him a bit stronger than ordinary people, just enough for him to use connections to slip into the constabulary. Unfortunately, on this torrential night, he ran into Chu Huaishu, a walking cheat. His death contributed 100 experience points to this transmigrator, becoming the nourishment for his current aperture breakthrough. In the Great Hall on Wendao Peak, all experts at the 7th realm and above were stunned. 3 breaths to open acupoints? And they were all completely sealed apertures? What does that imply? That as soon as spiritual energy entered his body, it punched them open? It was simply inconceivable, hair-raising. You should know, the profound Yin constitution living next door took about the time of 1 stick of incense to circulate the ice purity art through 1 full cycle in the body, and only then barely opened her apertures. Among these people, the most emotional of all was Li Chunsong. This 6th elder, whom players on the forum dubbed the charity gambling king, Li Chun-send, and the ever-defeated general, was breathing rapidly. He was even trembling all over. That plain, unremarkable face flushed, his whole person as excited as if currents of electricity were coursing through him. Won? I actually won. He could barely remember the last time he won a bet. He was so ecstatic it felt like the top of his skull was about to be blown off. Yet before the words were finished, and while everyone was still immersed in shock, something went awry. Chu Huaishu, who had just completed the 3-breath breakthrough, sudden. A man who doesn't respect himself is practically a rotten cabbage. Han Xuanzhang lowered her eyes slightly. She felt the situation might be quite serious, suspecting that person had already fallen unconscious. She looked around and finally decided to go find Steward Neo. That thick-browed, big-eyed man looked upright and was kind no matter how late the night. He probably wouldn't be angered, right? Just as she was about to set off, a figure sped in from afar. At the threshold, he flicked his sleeve in a throw, blasting the door open with spiritual power, then landed with flair. The chain of movements flowed like clouds and water, so satisfying to watch. The plain-looking 6th elder, Li Chunsong, glanced at Han Xuanzhang and hurried into the room. Sturdy constitution, nothing serious. And in fact, a bit too sturdy, Li Chunsong said, perplexed. With only 1 of his 9 apertures opened, how could he be progressing so fast? He lifted his right hand, and the jade slips scattered across the floor flew back into his grasp. Li Chunsong focused, then couldn't help blurting out. What kind of heretical art is this? As a high cultivator of the 7th realm, he could tell at a glance that an aperture opening stage technique was nothing special. This method actually fuses body tempering directly, making it an inner and outer dual cultivation. And it even uses the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to temper the flesh. Isn't that the same routine as the final step of artifact refining spirit tempering? Li Chunsong's frown tightened. Sword refining art, it really is the sword refining art. Goddamn, this is clearly treating a person like a sword to be refined. Yet after he calmly deduced it once over, he found the method actually had feasibility, like an alternative heretical aperture opening technique rebuilt on the foundation of artifact refining. This person's attainment in artifact refining has absolutely reached the Grandmaster level. Li Chunsong was shocked again. You should know, the entire Dao Gate has only 1 artifact refining Grandmaster. That person is the broad-minded 9th elder of the Dao Gate, Nangongyu. In terms of rarity, an artifact refining Grandmaster is even rarer than high cultivators above the 7th realm. Li Chunsong thought to himself, this definitely wasn't done by 9th junior sister. This kind of law-defying act seems more like Chu Yinyin. He decided to wake Neo Yuanshan later and ask for clarity. The 6th elder turned and glanced at Han Xuanzhang, comforting her. Don't worry, it's fine. He just fainted from pain because the method is special. Fainted from pain. Han Xuanjiang was a bit puzzled. A grown man actually fainted from pain? This method is that fierce. When she practiced ice pure art just now, she clearly felt her whole body relaxed, a gentle breath spread throughout her, washing away the fatigue of the entire night. She never imagined cultivation could be so enjoyable. But why was he in such agony? Han Xuanjiang looked at Chu Huaishu lying on the floor. Despite the pallor, that fox-like face seemed to gain a few touches of a different allure. A fine cauldron indeed, that's how it should be used. The old habit she brought from the joyous sect flared up, and she couldn't help commenting. Chu Huaishu had a long, lingering dream. But upon waking, he couldn't remember a thing. When he opened his eyes, what entered his sight first was an exquisitely beautiful face. The unveiled Han Xuanjiang sat at the bedside, a towel in hand, having just wiped the sweat from his face and neck. That face was so beautiful it could make one a bit dazed. Fortunately, Chu Huaishu had decent resistance in that regard. In his line of work, it's actually a bit like the service industry. Do it long enough, and you end up with a bit of mild misogyny? Interestingly, based on her growth and experiences, this peerless beauty in front of him also carried a touch of mild misandry. This really isn't hard to understand. The cold woman lowered her gaze at Chu Huaishu and said, "Sixth elder asked me to look after you." But Chu Huaishu replied, "Smells nice." That slightly flippant line made her gaze involuntarily harden. "I wasn't talking about you." He frowned, that fox-like face flicking a glance at her. He sat up from the bed, looking around the room for the source of the scent. He quickly discovered a stick of incense in the holder on the table, almost burned out. Chu Huaishu turned to Han Xuanjiang with a questioning look. "This is calming incense, left by sixth elder." Her expression clearly cooled, and she stood up. She walked straight out of the bamboo hut and returned to her own room, leaving only Chu Huaishu sitting on the bed, rubbing his temples. When playing Borrowed Sword, as long as the player clicks to level up, the realm rises accordingly. He still retained that golden finger, but the overall experience wasn't great. He thought to himself, players can adjust the pain index, right now I can't. Of course, Chu Huaishu understood that the reason it hurt so much was entirely the method itself. Player leveling is basically skipping the whole gradual, step-by-step cultivation process. These processes were all completed in an instant, and then feedback manifested on you. Chu Huaishu wondered, did I run the sword tempering art several times in an instant? And that's why it hurts so much? He figured that even without relying on cheats and just cultivating step by step, this technique wouldn't make anyone feel comfortable. He griped inwardly. So painful, and they still dare call it the sword tempering art? Calling it dysmenorrhea would be more fitting. Here's the problem. He couldn't help asking, what makes it match me at 93%? He certainly didn't think he was any kind of McDonald's. Although in his line of work some often say the flower language of a steel wool ball is forbearance and wealth. But that had nothing to do with him, not in the slightest. He didn't have that kink at all. He even felt a bit repulsed by that so-called rich lady happy ball steel wool ball. He certainly wouldn't hint to clients on his companion player profile by tagging his bio with labels like McDonald's or Starbucks. There was a pecking order in their industry too. The alphabet crowd was niche and unlikely to make it big. So Chu Huaishu felt the system owed him an explanation. He got up from the bed and probed how his whole body felt. He muttered to himself, "It seems I really have gotten a lot stronger." Could it be because he had added that little bit of points to physique earlier, making the increase so obvious? He shook his head, thinking it wasn't just that, then let his gaze fall on the jade slip and booklet on the table. He sat down, opened the booklet, and reread the first page and the second page. Don't practice. Heed the advice. He now understood that those two seniors had probably suffered a lot, so they left 2 negative reviews to warn those who came after it was thoughtful enough. Chu Huaishu also felt it necessary to write something for those who came after to see. He picked up the brush, set his face, and earnestly wrote a few bold lines on the 3rd page. Peerless divine art. Train. All of you get training. Chu Huaishu sat back in the chair, puffed up with anger, closed the booklet, and only then remembered he still had proper business unfinished. He muttered, Spirit Embryo attribute points haven't been allocated yet. Spirit Embryo is closely tied to a cultivator's innate divine abilities, not to be underestimated. This thing is really, really important. Pseudo-spirit embryos basically have no way forward. He opened the character panel and directly put that one spirit embryo attribute point on. The interface that popped up first, however, was select spirit embryo type. This is easy to understand. Every spirit embryo has its own characteristics. For example, the neighbor's profound in body. If he chose profound in body right now, the spirit embryo field on the character panel would show profound in body dust covered. Only when you add the attribute points up to 10 will that dust covered disappear and the spirit embryo reach completion. However, when players choose a spirit embryo, they can only first fix on a major category and then randomly draw a specific type within that category. Things like pure yang body and profound yin body fall under the yin yang category. In addition to yin yang, spirit embryo categories include 5 elements: thunder and lightning, dark, night, swift movement, Hawan, etc., altogether several dozen kinds. Each major category is further divided into many branches. If you seriously pick, it can really make your eyes go blurry. However, Chu Huaishu already had a firm idea. He muttered, "No choice by a twist of fate. I've already stepped into the Taoist gate. And that sword is in the Taoist gate." He didn't even look at other categories and directly chose sword. Ding! You have chosen the sword spirit embryo. Drawing now. Congratulations, you have obtained the spirit embryo, heart sword. Heart sword? He had no stored information on it in his memory, nor had he seen any sword cultivator player with this kind of spirit embryo. Chu Huaishu felt his whole body undergo something strange in an instant. He closed his eyes, and in his sea of consciousness he could sense a sword floating. It was a sword entirely pitch black. For some reason, he kept feeling this sword had spirit. It seemed alive, able to connect with his intent. Only it looked lifeless, as if on its last breath. In this, Chu Huaishu did not feel surprised, because his character panel clearly wrote, Spirit Embryo Heart Sword, 1. Dust covered. Below the panel was also a line of small system text. Sword cuts the body, heart cuts the soul. Yaoshan Steward S. Small courtyard. Neo Yuanshan sat cross-legged on the bed, feeling a bit uneasy. Dawn was just breaking in the east. The sky was about to lighten. Just 2 hours ago, the 6th elder Li Chunsong came again, asking where the sword tempering art had come from. Neo Yuanshan gave an honest account, saying he himself wasn't clear on it. The jade slip was indeed in his hands. Yes, but cataloging orifice-piercing stage techniques into the repository wasn't his job to begin with. 6th elder, the library pavilion should have records preserved. He cautiously put forward his suggestion. After Li Chunsong nodded, he immediately vanished, flying toward the library pavilion, leaving the bewildered steward Neo standing where he was. Wasn't sword refining art handed over for the newcomers of that organization to practice? Why would the 6th elder suddenly come asking about this? Is there something wrong with this orifice opening stage cultivation method? Then what should we do about that, Chu Huaishu? Neo Yuanshan was tempted several times to run to that man's bamboo hut in the middle of the night to check on the situation. He pushed the thought down, but not long after it sprang up again. He agonized over it the whole night, his head full of messy thoughts. Steward Neo's mind was filled with the image of Chu Huaishu. Open his eyes, it's him. Close his eyes, it's still him. Huh. A slap rang out in the courtyard, louder than before. This time Neo Yuanshan slapped himself harder, actually swelling his own face. Admonitions, Article 3. Do not excessively pry into fellow disciples. Loyal tie. The Hall of Wendao Peak. After working through the night, Li Chunsong flew back again to report to the Dao sect's upper echelon. The cultivation method Chu Huaishu is practicing has issues. It's very sinister. It looks like it was modified on the basis of artifact refining arts, taking the route of cultivating both inside and out. I suspect the person who created this method has extremely high attainment in artifact refining, likely an artifact refining grandmaster. Hearing this, everyone in the great hall furrowed their brows. Sect Master Xiangyan asked, "Have you figured it out? Where did this method come from?" Li Chunsong nodded and said, "I went to the library pavilion and checked the records." "Did you find any problems?" asked law enforcement elder Lu Pan. "This method was brought back to the sect and archived by Little Uncle Master a few years ago." Li Chunsong spread his hands. If Dao sect disciples obtain cultivation methods or techniques while outside, they can bring them back to the sect for review and archiving. The sect has a set of review standards, will rate these items, and issue corresponding rewards. Of course, archiving is not guaranteed the review might be rejected, but that storyteller has a special status, so the situation is different. The things he brings back, who would dare really block the review? Would they actually get blocked? Xiang Yin knitted his brow even tighter, puzzling over it for a long while, as if hair were about to sprout on his bald head. Little Uncle Master specifically brought back an orifice opening stage method? Li Chunsong shook his head and said, "Not like that. I checked archive together with it were 2 techniques and a superior set of artifact refining arts. Sword refining art was just something brought back along the way. So I suspect that during Little Uncle Master's last roaming journey, he happened to acquire the relics of some artifact refining grandmaster." After hearing this, everyone nodded slightly, finding the explanation much more reasonable. Li Chunsong went on to speculate. Of course, it's also possible Little Uncle Master killed an artifact refining grandmaster. At that, everyone felt it made even more sense. But everything lined up by coincidence. The set of methods Little Uncle Master handed over to the sect years ago just happened to be learned by the disciple he brought up the mountain. After pondering, Xiang Yin said, "When the time comes, remove this sword refining art from the technique repository. It's too sinister, of poor practicality, with obvious drawbacks. This method simply doesn't fit with orthodox Dao sect disciples." Hearing that, Li Chunsong couldn't help but laugh aloud. Xiang Yin asked in confusion, "Sixth junior brother, what are you laughing at?" Li Chunsong said, "Sect master, you don't know, I just probed with divine sense. He's awake, and he's written 4 characters of insight about the method in his little notebook." Nangong Yu immediately asked, "Which 4 characters?" Li Chunsong laughed even harder, finally bursting out, "Peerless divine skill. Ha ha." In an instant, the great hall filled with laughter. The many higher-ups were both amused and exasperated, save for the Grand Elder. Law Enforcement Elder Lu Pan snorted coldly. "Humph. This young man chosen by Little Uncle Master seems not very upright in mind." Li Chunsong hastily stifled his laughter, realizing he'd spoken without thinking. Such people aren't well regarded before the senior brother. Sure enough, Lu Pan spoke again. "Since it's a peerless divine skill, have the outer sect stewards supervise him more, forcing him to practice more." Inside the bamboo hut on Medicine Mountain, the sky slowly brightened. He pondered the heart sword for a long time, but hadn't come up with a single result. He muttered to himself, "Makes sense, the orifice opening stage is mainly for laying the groundwork for later. Strictly speaking, I can't yet be considered a true cultivator." Chu Huaishu rubbed his belly. He had long been hungry, stomach rumbling. In the Xianhuang realm, cultivators do not truly practice complete fasting. Everyone has to eat, without exception. Compared with ordinary people, aside from being stronger, cultivators aren't actually that different. Their lifespans aren't even much longer. Living to 100 is considered a blessing in the cultivation world, not a curse. The Medicine Mountain where Chu Huaishu is staying has a canteen. Disciples pay monthly and can go eat whenever they want. Of course, you can also buy some ingredients and cook for yourself back home, no problem. The Dao Gate's outer sect isn't like an academy. It's more like a small town made up of low-level cultivators, self-contained. There are ordinary canteens as well as fancier restaurants. Tailor shops, elixir shops, weapons pavilions, these are all here. So living here, you have to pay for everything. Even the bamboo hut Chu Huaishu lives in is the same. Starting next month, he has to pay the sect rent. If he wants to do business and open a shop, he'll have to go to the Dao Gate for a permit, get a business license, and pay taxes in the end. Of course, he could also apprentice at someone else's shop, go work like a beast of burden. Besides, the Dao Gate itself assigns tasks to disciples. On Medicine Mountain, the most common job is tending spirit herbs. Outer sect stewards like Niu Yuanshan are essentially the official management, real leadership cadres with a lot of power in their hands. But the inner sect and outer sect of the Dao Gate are worlds apart. There, it's more like a proper sect. Disciples come for cultivation, with only one goal, to grow stronger. As for money, Chu Huaishu doesn't need to worry for now. Don't forget, he has got a 100-tael banknote in his pocket. That much will keep him going for a while. Holding the outer sect map, Chu Huaishu headed toward the sect-run canteen. Along the way, industrious folks had already set up stalls to earn copper coins. Senior brothers and junior brothers, come check out the new fasting pills I made. Chu Huaishu, stomach growling, was drawn over by the voice. In the Xianhuang realm, there's no such thing as a fasting stage. But there are fasting pills. Take one, and you can go without food for a while. Junior brother, take a look. This white flower fasting pill is my latest batch. White and soft, well leavened, with a fluffy texture, the hawker kept pitching. Chu Huaishu, speechless, asked, Senior brother, a fasting pill is supposed to keep you from getting hungry with one pill, not make you full with one. That fist-sized thing is just a fucking steamed bun. No, junior brother, this is called a white flour fasting pill. One of these equals 5 white flour buns of the same size. The man argued. And eating buns means you have to go to the toilet, right? With my white flour fasting pill, you don't need to use the toilet. Tell me, isn't it perfect for eating during seclusion? The disciple was bursting with pride. Chu Huaishu was momentarily at a loss for words. Curious, he strolled through the market as he walked. When he played Borrowed Sword, Spring and Autumn Mountain's outer sect looked like this too self-contained. Chu Huaishu was familiar with the setup. He'd even opened a shop. But a place like the Dao Gate, this was his first time. Spring and Autumn Mountain is famously more complicated messier. The Dao Gate's better in that regard. But honestly, prices here are about the same as at Spring and Autumn Mountain. He muttered to himself. There's an old saying, cultivation depends on wealth, methods, companions, and locale. Cultivation really burns money. 100 taels outside would let him live quite comfortably for a while. But in the Dao Gate's outer sect, not necessarily. As Chu Huaishu reached the canteen entrance, he happened upon a familiar face. Han Shuangjiang, veiled, came out from inside, looking a bit grim. Everything here is pricey. Overall, the sect canteen is cheaper, but you have to pay the monthly meal fee in advance, she said, embarrassed by her empty purse. It couldn't be helped. She grew up in a brothel and later entered the Joyous sect. After the Joyous sect was wiped out, she began a life on the road. After she ran into that storyteller, she made her way all the way to Wuming Mountain, and the travel expenses pretty much drained her funds. Right now, Han Shuangjiang has only 103 coppers on her. At the outer sect's scary prices, a mere 103 coppers 1 even cover her 3 meals today, which means she has to find work today. A registered disciple's routine is working by day and cultivating at night. Such pinched days were beckoning to her like an iceberg. At that moment, Han Shuangjiang gazed ahead, and her eyes unconsciously fell on Chu Huaishu. Morning light fell across half of him as he stood on the high steps, hard to miss amidst the bustling crowd. No helping it, he is, after all, a top-grade cauldron. But Han Shuangjiang only planned to nod to him in passing. After their brief time together, she felt this cauldron wasn't easy to get along with. He'd even snapped at her several times. She didn't expect that this man, gilded by the morning light, would take the initiative to smile and speak to her. Morning. Have you eaten? Chu Huaishu spoke, his gaze beginning to size her up. Just from the troubled look she wore a moment ago, she accepted Chu Huaishu's treat this time purely because she'd taken good care of him while he was unconscious last night. Of course, that was also Chu Huaishu's stated reason for treating. But he was actually a bit puzzled inside. Han Shuangjiang is the world's protagonist, and a profound constitution at that. And me, by a twist of fate, I replaced Su Ziqing, that world's protagonist, and took his script. But the Dao sect doesn't seem to have given us any special treatment. By rights, geniuses like this should be brought back to the sect and worshipped like ancestors. Resources should be poured on them, pampered and coddled in every way. But look at the two of them, they don't even have living expenses. Are the Dao sect higher-ups really this even-handed? Come to think of it, the only favor so far might be letting them show their faces in front of Niu Yuanshan, an outer sect power holder. Niu Yuanshan might think they have the 6th elder as backing. If something really happens in the outer sect, he might step in. The problem is, Chu Huaishu doesn't want to have too much to do with Niu Yuanshan right now, lest he get fucking treated like an undercover contact. As for inner sect bigwigs like elderly Chunsong, they're in the inner sect. What qualifications do we have to look for him? We couldn't see him even if we wanted to. The world's protagonist in front of him, eating small wontons with elegant poise, never touching that basket of soup dumplings, was indeed the best thigh for Chu Huaishu to cling to right now. As everyone knows, protagonists are blessed with deep fortune. Luck follows them on the road of growth, opportunities and encounters coming one after another, more than you can count. Back when he was playing Borrowed Sword, Chu Huaishu even heard a large guild had taken a high-reward group quest to run dungeons for Han Shuangjiang and help her obtain a master's inheritance. What exactly is a world's protagonist? A world's protagonist is someone the whole world revolves around. Chu Huaishu's aim toward her now was very straightforward: to bask in her glow a little. Fortuitous chances, encounters, mainline instances, try his luck and see if he could get a cut. Grab onto that jade thigh and shamelessly mooch. In truth, the Great Dao sect was full of encounters and opportunities, with no shortage of hidden dungeons. Some seniors, on the eve of their end, would leave an inheritance in some corner of the outer ranges. Those with fate could obtain it. They felt this was the true style of a master, and considered themselves quite dashing for it. This trend was actually started by the Dao ancestor back in the day. Before his death, the Dao ancestor left 9 mysterious inheritances and that sword. Over the long years, 7 of those 9 inheritances have already been found. Everyone who obtained an inheritance, without exception, became a world-shaking powerhouse. So far, the most recent person to obtain a Dao ancestor inheritance is the current 7th elder, Shun Man. She's now in self-seclusion in the inner sect's purple bamboo grove, comprehending for over a year without a breakthrough yet. Chu Huaishu mocked himself inwardly. Hard to guess who will the remaining 2 Dao ancestor inheritances fall to. Well, obviously, it's world protagonist. Han Shuangjiang single-handedly pocketed both of those Dao ancestor legacies, that much he knew. Her fortune is so terrifying it makes your skin crawl. When Borrowed Sword officially enters open beta, the story's timeline is set at Xian calendar 1991, that is, next year. By then, Han Shuangjiang's character profile already had her as an inner sect disciple of the Dao sect, and she had obtained the Dao ancestors' 2 legacies. By Dao sect rules, those in the aperture charging stage count as registered disciples. Once you formally step into the first realm, you can be promoted to outer sect disciple. When an outer sect disciple cultivates to the 3rd realm, they have a chance to enter the inner sect. In other words, this ice-cold girl took just a year to go straight from the aperture charging stage to the 3rd realm. And she scooped up those 2 legacies along the way. Around the time of the game's open beta, she had only just entered the inner sect. It was hard for Dao sect players to get a face-to-face with her, but her legend could be heard everywhere in the outer sect. Which is to say, those 2 Dao ancestor legacies were very likely obtained while she was still in the outer sect. Odds are they're both hidden in the outer sect. Having figured this out, it would be odd if Chu Huaishu didn't start running a little scheme. He wanted to cling to her coattails, try his luck, and see if he could scrounge a Dao ancestor legacy. As for whether to enter the inheritance site after mooching off the legacy, don't men all love to spin yarns about accidentally slipping in? If you only rub and don't go in, you're lying. Thinking this, Chu Huaishu, who'd been bent over his noodles, lifted his head and looked at the woman softly blowing on the steaming mini wonton on her spoon, her face cool and indifferent. She just kept focused on the mini wontons. The steamer basket of soup dumplings placed between them hadn't been touched. It was like when you treat someone to a meal and they're so reserved they only touch the bowl of staple they ordered, not the dishes on the table at all. He thought to himself, interesting kind of simple. Chu Huaishu said, try one. These buns are pretty good. He wasn't lying, they really were tasty. If you opened a shop on Earth, monthly delivery orders would easily start in the thousands. A bit pricey, sure, but the meat filling never skimps its real pork, and it comes with piping hot broth. Han Shuangjiang lifted her gaze to him, then picked one up with her chopsticks. She carefully took a tiny first bite, gently blew into it, then took a proper bite. The meat filling, broth, and skin all went into her mouth together. The cold-faced girl had a thought bubble up. It's good. But after eating one, she put her chopsticks down. Told to have a taste, she really did just have a taste. Seeing how reserved she was, Chu Huaishu couldn't be bothered to press. There were 8 buns in the basket. He downed 7 in one go. Full, he took a sip of noodle broth and set his chopsticks down. Han Xuanjiang ate very slowly, even the mini wontons she chewed carefully, her table manners rather elegant. After all, that high-end brothel was grooming her to be a top courtesan. They weren't just letting her go out and flaunt herself willy-nilly. There were 12 mini wontons in a bowl. Famished as she was, she still only ate 2/3. Perhaps sensing Chu Huaishu staring at her, she raised her head, puzzlement in her eyes, and met his gaze. That fox-like face, catching the morning light on a sudden impulse. Without any preamble, she blurted out, "How about we just live together from now on?" With a plop, the spoon fell back into the bowl. Startled, Han Xuanjiang's beautiful eyes opened slightly. Her long, thick lashes still trembled, her heart swaying. "I only ate 8 mini wontons and 1 soup dumpling, and you already want me?" She stopped lowering her head to eat and instead sat up straight. "I'm not eating anymore." Chu Huaishu looked at the spoon that had fallen into the bowl soaked in broth. It leaned against the 4 uneaten mini wontons. Han Xuanjiang sat ramrod straight, her expression grave, her eyes assessing. The brothel I came from is called Red Sleeves Beacon, one of the top establishments in the Mirror Kingdom's imperial capital. She had been taught by the mama since childhood and grew up under the constant influence of the older sisters. Over the years, she got used to seeing sisters trick men and to seeing sisters get tricked by men. Ever since ancient times, storybooks have loved to write about love in the pleasure quarters. In the capital, some sisters really were redeemed and left that cage. Only, some went on to a good life, some merely traded one cage for another. All told, living with a man you love is a luxury for women like them. They mama often taught everyone. Once a man says he wants to live with you, you must stay vigilant. Especially when some sisters scrape together enough silver to redeem them. When a man's novelty wears off and he gets tired of playing, he'll sober up and start judging your messy, dirty past. Perhaps that's exactly their old trick for keeping older women down. Still, there are people who are sincere. Some people can take what's public and make it private, and they never tire of it. As long as there are 1 or 2 living examples, plenty of older women addled by love will rush right in after them. Han Xuanjiang never imagined that one day a man would look at her and say he wanted to spend his life with her. Stranger still, they only met for the first time last night. She does believe that love at first sight exists. But overall, she's not a very sentimental person. Whether it was Hongshu Zhao or Wan Shizhong, the experiences she had in those places kept reminding her, fate depends on yourself. Don't expect to entrust your whole life to any man. On the Borrowed Sword forum, some players joke that the game's 4 protagonists really cater to most players. Han Xuanjiang is that big female lead type. All in on her career romance can take a back seat. The pair of leads in Shizhou Moon Kingdom are a man and a woman. Their romance line blazes. They love with earth-shaking passion, and the sweetness is so high it sends the shippers flying. As for Su Ziqing, he doesn't seem to have done anything major, but his looks and aura alone can make the Fujoshi scream. Whether you're a 0 or not, in my eyes you're a 0. The moment you get close to a man, I refuse to believe it's just brotherly affection. The prejudice in people's hearts is like a wall that stretches on and never goes away. After successfully entering the sect, Han Xuanjiang felt she could start to take control of her life bit by bit, and her days began to hold some promise. But as it turned out, Chu Huaishu pulled a stunt like this. "Man, tell me yourself, what do you call that? After just one meal, you crossed the line like that, way too impulsive." Yet when she saw the morning light on his face, she silently took back the word too. The fox face, sitting across from her, heard Han Xuanjiang say, "I'm not eating anymore," and, seeing her obvious misunderstanding, couldn't help speaking up. Mid-confident. Truly disgusting. It was the first time the cold-faced girl had heard that term. She had no idea what it meant. But the look on his face and his tone made her uneasy. Chu Huaishu tapped the tabletop with his fingertip, leaned forward to get a little closer to her, and lowered his voice. "You need to understand, it was the 6th elder who personally brought us up the mountain." Han Xuanjiang frowned. "So what? Could it be this counts as a red string of fate tying us together from 1,000 miles away?" Keeping his voice low, Chu Huaishu looked around. "Look at these registered disciples and outer sect disciples. Who else gets this kind of treatment? What exactly are you trying to say?" Han Xuanjiang cared a little now and started to take it in. "So, Don't you think our top priority should be cultivation? Raise our realm as soon as possible. He stared fixedly at her. The cold-faced girl's brows knit even tighter. Strangely, when she put on that serious face, she became even more attractive. The more she was like that, the more Chu Huaishu wanted to needle her, and he tore the truth open. But you don't have much silver on you, do you? Han Shuangjiang clenched her teeth but couldn't find a rebuttal. Only then did she realize he might have seen through her predicament back at the canteen door. Chu Huaishu stopped staring at her and instead called out loudly, "Senior brother, the bill." He pulled out that 100 taels of silver from his inner robe, spread it on the table, blatantly showing off. The man who was also wearing a registered disciple token walked over. "Whoa, junior brother, you don't have any small change?" "Happens I didn't bring any. Sorry to trouble you, senior brother." "Sure thing." After settling the bill, Chu Huaishu looked back at her and said, "To be honest, I only had this 100 taels on me. Sai, it's already almost not a full 100 now. What I mean is, don't get distracted for the time being. Focus on cultivation and study, and try to break through the Chengxiao stage before these 100 taels are gone. Once you reach the first realm, there'll naturally be more things you can do." Not quite following, Han Shuangjiang asked, "But why are you bringing me along?" Of course, Chu Huaishu wasn't about to tell the truth that he just wanted to mooch off her. Living together and cultivating together would give them more chances to encounter the Dao ancestors' legacy together. In fact, a top courtesan out of a brothel comes with her own set of theories on how to con men. Yet the guy across from her was a seasoned hand who knew how to con women, a true hands-on practitioner. I said before that we might not be quite the same as those outer sect disciples. We're two oddballs. In the whole outer sect, maybe it's just the two of us who are this odd. He looked around, like a misfit out of step with his surroundings. Han Shuangjiang lowered her gaze slightly, and the same feeling rose in her heart. Chu Huaishu looked at her, muttering in his heart, "Nonsense, we just got here after all. We came in as transfers along the way." Foxface added, "The sixth elder brought the two of us up the mountain, and Steward Neo even arranged to put our lodgings together. I shouldn't have to spell it out, right?" Han Shuangjiang remained silent. Thinking of Mama's admonitions to the sisters, she recalled them again. "Do you think men give you money for no reason? They just want to trade for a key, and then ram it hard into your copper lock." Mama always spoke bluntly, though she swore a lot. Her logic wasn't wrong. Some sisters are sharp, and they don't hand over the key casually the first time. But there are sisters whose hearts flutter after the lock is opened repeatedly a few times. What opens up is their own heart. There are also some who aren't clear-headed after being opened a few times by a golden key and getting dusted with that so-called heady gold dust. They really think they've locked their hearts in gold. They start looking down on ordinary people. Having just been mocked by Chu Huaishu, Han Shuangjiang stopped thinking along the lines of men and women. She knew very well that there were no gifts without cause in this world, nor benefits for nothing. She wasn't stupid, so she took the initiative to ask, wanting to make things clear. "You want me to owe you a favor?" Chu Huaishu shrugged, looking all carefree as he said, "If you want to put it that way, sure." He spoke bluntly. "It's not that I care about you paying me back silver later, as long as you have it clear in your mind. That's enough." No sooner had he finished than he added, "There really isn't much money, so we need to break through early. The clock is ticking." Hearing this, under Chu Huaishu's gaze, Han Shuangjiang finally nodded. Then he watched as she matter-of-factly picked the spoon back up from the bowl and ate all 4 remaining little wontons. She still wasn't full and muttered, "Too expensive, we can't waste it." Morning light spilled over the road home as Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang walked side by side. They walked all the way with barely any conversation. His mind kept turning over where exactly the Dao ancestor's inheritance was hidden. She was more practical, thinking instead about whether to cook for herself, buy food, and light the fire. Prices here were indeed too high, even more expensive than the capital. Han Shuangjiang was already counting in her head and regretted not having eaten one more soup dumpling just now. She kept muttering inwardly, "So expensive, really too expensive." Reaching an open expanse, Chu Huaishu looked up and saw Wendao Peak shrouded in mist and cloud. He didn't know the exact location of the Dao ancestor's inheritance. He only remembered seeing a few inheritance sites developed by Daoist players on the forum, and he still remembered their general positions. but he only remembered a few far from the full list. Chu Huaishu muttered inwardly. Seriously, what lousy memory, why didn't a cheat come with the transmigration and etch all the memories into my brain? Staring at Wendao Peak, his mind once again began to run wild. They're both protagonists of this world. How is it that Han Shuangjiang gets to monopolize 2 Dao ancestor inheritances, while Su Ziqing, who took my script, gets none? The reason is actually simple. Don't forget the Dao ancestor also left behind a sword. After the Dao ancestor left, the strongest in the Xinhuang realm was never any single person. After so many years, the most formidable thing was still that sword. Back at the bamboo hut, the two went their separate ways. Chu Huaishu went inside, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to try cultivating sword refining formula. He was a bit curious how much experience he could gain at a time through this kind of AFK cultivation. So far, Chu Huaishu had spent 79 experience points and had 121 left. To break through the second aperture, he needed 140 experience points. Notably, his character panel said experience points freely allocatable. The experience gained from cultivating sword refining formula could only be used to level up this technique. It couldn't be used to upgrade other techniques, nor to upgrade skills. After adjusting his state, Chu Huaishu took a deep breath and gave himself a bit of mental preparation. He thought to himself, this should hurt quite a bit, right? Using EXP to one-click level up was equivalent to compressing the repeated cultivation process into an instant, making the results appear immediately. That previous kind of pain, like being run over by a motorcycle, was because the accumulated cultivation pain was experienced all at once. At this moment, Chu Huaishu was purely curious. What does normal cultivation actually feel like? It wasn't that he was addicted. Sword refining formula activated within him, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into his body. The aperture charging stage was considered not truly a cultivator because at this stage one couldn't retain spiritual energy, so the body couldn't generate spiritual power. At this moment, this spiritual energy entering the body had only one function, helping open the apertures. Only when the 9 apertures were cleared could one unlock the Xinhuang secret treasury within and formally step through the gates of cultivation. In the aperture opening stage, it's actually your physical fitness that improves most noticeably, which is why it's called the aperture opening, body tempering stage. As soon as Chu Huaishu began circulating his energy, his body involuntarily gave a slight tremble. The pain began to hit. How to put it? It felt like hundreds of hands were twisting and tugging at my flesh. Every inch of flesh all over my body was being worked over. Fuck, are they helping me expel dampness from my whole body? When Chu Huaishu started letting his thoughts wander, the gathered spiritual energy immediately showed signs of dispersing. Only then did he understand why the comments section for the sword refining formula had such a bad reputation. It's either telling you not to practice it, or telling you to heed the warnings. Do you have to keep your mind steady at all times during cultivation? You have to tough it out the whole way, or the practice is wasted. In that case, all that earlier pain was for nothing. Chu Huaishu quickly reined in his mind and did his best to adjust his state. As the cultivation deepened, he clearly felt the pain ramping up. That sour thrill was unbearable, as if those invisible hands were doing more than just twisting his flesh. After twisting the flesh up, those hands started twisting it left and right. Chu Huaishu thought that as time went on, he'd slowly go numb. But the strange thing was, there was no numbness at all. After one full great circulation, it felt like he'd lived a lifetime. He even started to reminisce about the days when he was a player. Damn it, give me back my pain slider. But the moment he got agitated, the spiritual energy around him again showed signs of dispersing. Only after smoothly completing one full circulation did he snap his eyes open, propping himself on the bed with one hand and panting hard. The nickname I gave it was spot on. This pain sutra is straight up killing me. Don't cultivate on the bed anymore. Put a cushion on the floor and sit cross-legged. I'm drenched in sweat. The mattress is going to get filthy. This virtual male model is pretty particular about cleanliness. He was too lazy to do laundry and worried his sweat would stink up his clothes, even pondering whether training naked was feasible. Shaking off these stray thoughts, Chu Huaishu glanced at the EXP he'd gained for the technique. Only 9 points. The corner of his mouth twitched. And that was with 1 point in spirit embryo attribute. Otherwise, cultivation would be even slower. This sword refining formula is brutal, he said through gritted teeth. He calculated that if he circulated his energy 2 more times, his total EXP would reach 139. But leveling up the technique required 140 EXP. Being short by 1 point is the most disgusting thing. I fucking want to puke. Fuming, Chu Huaishu hurriedly grabbed the booklet and vented for a while. He flipped to the 3rd page and added a big exclamation mark after peerless divine art he'd written, for emphasis. Who? In the bamboo hut next door, Han Shuangjiang, also grinding away at her cultivation, opened her lovely eyes and let out a long, turbid breath. Her full bosom rose and fell gently because of it. At the moment she was sitting cross-legged on the bed, her long, beautiful legs crossed, truly a pleasing sight. She was naturally wide in the hips, with a golden waist-to-hip ratio, her butt lifted and full sitting now, the flesh of her hips pressed outward on all sides, puffing up her robes as if they were about to overflow. The big-bottomed female, sect master of the Huanqi sect, took special note of this, thinking Han Shuangjiang might be her successor. One could say it was Guanyin seated on a lotus, sitting and transforming all beings. At this moment, joy glinted in Han Shuangjiang's beautiful eyes. Every time she cultivated, she felt her whole body ease up, especially comfortable. Better yet, she easily opened her 2nd acupoint. For her, opening acupoints really did come far too easily. The only pity is that after each acupoint is opened, the body needs time to adapt. I might have to wait until tomorrow before I have the strength to charge the 3rd acupoint, Han Shuangjiang thought to herself. Today she and Chu Huaishu had already agreed to live and cultivate together for the time being, striving to break through the aperture opening stage as soon as possible and truly become cultivators. I originally thought with the price chaos in the outer sect, 100 taels of silver definitely wouldn't be enough, and life would be tight, she thought. Now it seems I was worrying for nothing. From start to finish, she never gave Chu Huaishu's cultivation progress a thought. In her view, since he was brought up the mountain together with her by the 6th elder, his level shouldn't be bad. But money still needs to be spent sparingly. Cultivation values wealth, method, companion, and environment. There will be more ways to make money in the future, but there will only be more places to spend it. Han Shuangjiang had at least this bit of common sense. Thinking it over, she felt it was better to cook for herself by the ingredients and make the meals more cost-effective. Walking over there to eat also takes quite a bit of time. That time is enough for me to cook a meal, so she planned. Other people's money deserves to be spent with extra care. From Chu Huaishu's clothes and style, Han Shuangjiang could tell his family background was probably ordinary too, though his bearing was otherworldly. These 100 taels of silver must have been scrimped and saved by his parents, right? That was the only inference she could make. Other people's parents' hard-saved money must be used even more sparingly. Every coin, every tael pieced together is nothing but their earnest hopes for their child. At the thought of this, the girl who had been sold into a brothel by her parents when she was little let her gaze dim a little. She lowered her head and looked at her fair, jade-like ankle. There was nothing there. Han Shuangjiang knew that some older sisters in the brothel would tie a red string around their ankle. Many patrons, during their revelry, would feel that red string was especially pretty, adding a touch of allure to those jade feet. But only people in the trade knew that the red string on the foot meant there was still a lingering attachment. That was because some women of the trade were abducted or something had happened back home. A journey of 1,000 miles begins beneath the feet. Tying a red string to the foot is a mark of not forgetting the way home. But her? She didn't even have such a simple thought of going home. Near noon, Han Shuangjiang stepped out of the bamboo hut, intending to discuss her money-saving tricks properly with Chu Huaishu. Hearing the knock, Chu Huaishu opened the door. He glanced at her and just felt she seemed a little different. Chu Huaishu directly tossed out a information probe. The system showed that Han Shuangjiang had already opened her 2nd aperture. You had a breakthrough? He asked. She nodded slightly, not understanding how he saw through it, as if she had no secrets before him. Just so happens, I just opened mine too. Chu Huaishu leaned against the door, a light, unruffled ease on his face. Now Chu Huaishu's 2nd aperture was indeed open. He had been grinding away at his cultivation method the whole morning. His body was telling him that in a day, he could at most run 3 cycles, more would be overload. And that was even on the basis of him having gained 1 point of physique. Once the cultivation technique EXP was pulled, Chu Huaishu did a full 5 minutes of mental preparation before gritting his teeth. System, upgrade me. He had clearly braced himself, yet he still almost passed out from the pain. Clearly, among the 3 realms of enduring pain, getting used to pain, and enjoying pain, he was still in the most basic one. At his first breakthrough, he felt like someone was riding a motorbike back and forth over him. At the second breakthrough, he suspected there was someone on the bike's pillion too, and the guy was a damn fat pig. It could actually hurt even more. Don't be fooled by his fox face. On the surface he looks fox-like, but in his bones he is as ruthless as a werewolf, and he is plenty hard on himself. The more this damned cultivation method tormented him, the less he was willing to admit defeat, and his temperament grew even more stubborn. Bestow scripture. Give me the most painful scripture. I'll train it to death. Practicing only 3 times a day is my body's limit, not my will's limit. If you've got the guts, pay me to death. Han Shuangjiang stood outside the door, thinking to herself. Sure enough, he is just like me, a cultivation prodigy. After everything before, even if she were any denser, she should know by now that her cultivation aptitude was outstanding. The two of them sat at the stone table outside, and Han Shuangjiang laid out her grand plan for saving money. You can cook too? Chu Huaishu asked in surprise. A little bit. Han Shuangjiang nodded, answering modestly. Hearing that fox face, given that he wasn't too picky about food or flavors, immediately hid the fact that he himself had superb cooking skills. The path of cultivation is hard, as it is whenever you can slack off in daily life, you slack off. All that the gorgeous foodie fell in love with me, get the hell away from me. As for Han Shuangjiang being able to cook, of course she learned it in the brothel. Some older sisters would personally make a few small dishes before patrons arrived, letting those with troubles at home taste the warmth of a home outside. Lighting our own fire and cooking this is good. Chu Huaishu agreed at once. A man and a woman going out alone to eat, that counts as a date. Eating at home every day, that's called life. Hearing his agreement, Han Shuangjiang was glad inwardly, but her tone remained ice cold, with not a hint of emotion, as if she were stating things with pure reason. I've done the math. At your and my cultivation speed, the silver will definitely be enough. You sure? Chu Huaishu asked with a smile. Hearing that, Han Shuangjiang cast him a puzzled look and didn't he respond further. The fox face began to explain. You should know that once a registered disciple has opened 9 apertures, they can go to the outer sect's library pavilion and get the first realm cultivation method. The cold-faced girl nodded slightly at his words. Whether it's cultivation methods or arts, they're ranked heaven, earth, profound, yellow. You should be aware of that, right? She nodded lightly. Then do you know how one obtains high-grade cultivation methods? Chu Huaishu looked at her as he asked. Han Shuangjiang answered. It's all written clearly in the registered disciple's handbook. She motioned for him to get to the point. The outer sect library pavilion's first floor is divided into 4 zones. The outermost side holds the lowest yellow grade techniques, while the innermost stores heaven grade techniques. Each zone has a formation laid over it. Registered disciples need only forcibly break the formation to enter. Simply put, it's a test. Chu Huaishu got to the point. Those of us in the aperture charging stage can't retain spiritual energy in our bodies when breaking through. We mainly rely on strengthening the physique. So we have to break these formations by brute force. You have a profound physique and were born with a top-tier spirit embryo, so you can absorb the aperture charging pill more thoroughly, build up your body, and the medicinal power won't be wasted. Therefore, just by cultivating, your improvements across the board will be much higher than an ordinary person's. That's where your advantage lies. Chu Huaishu clapped, spread his hands to the sides, and laughed. Now here's the problem. With that kind of talent, do you even know how to throw a punch? He swiped his hand twice through the air and said, like this? Or like that? Which one hits harder? Han Shuangjiang understood at once. You mean we need to practice, learn moves? Chu Huaishu chuckled. What else? They really did need to learn some simple moves. Sour-faced girl, let us go. I'll take you to learn some skills. The aloof, cool-tempered girl wasn't dumb. She'd already caught on and asked, Will it cost silver? Chu Huaishu repeated, what else? Only then did Han Shuangjiang understand. Cultivation values wealth, methods, companions, and territory. Money really does come first. But it wasn't long before a new question popped up. She asked, so in that case, do people on the body refinement path have the advantage? Chu Huaishu answered, of course. Strictly speaking, the heretical art he cultivates, the sword refining art, has some sense of training both internally and externally. It also covers body refinement. Plus, he has invested a bit more in the physique attribute, so his physical qualities are stronger than others. However, he is an outlier. Chu Huaishu explained, do you know how slow body refinement is to improve and how bitter the process is? You have an innate profound in-spirit embryo and can absorb the aperture charging pill more fully. Just that boost alone is hard for an ordinary body refiner to match, even with a year of hard training. Chu Huaishu said, if you pay, you should get a return. Breaking the library pavilion's formations, that's the return. Han Shuangjiang was convinced. But like a girl who loves asking questions, she immediately asked, what if we take other pills or rely on medicinal baths to strengthen the body? Chu Huaishu nodded. That is certainly a shortcut. Chu Huaishu continued, but I need to remind you of 2 points. First, the aperture charging pill was created by the Tao ancestor at this stage. It's the most suitable body tempering spirit pill. No one can surpass the Tao ancestor in alchemy. In that case, taking other pills or soaking in medicinal baths during the aperture charging stage will only give limited improvement. Of course, even limited, there is always some effect. Chu Huaishu added, now for the second point. He propped his chin with a fist, tilted his head at her, and asked a blunt question. Do you have money? Han Shuangjiang fell silent, utterly silent. Whether pills or medicinal baths, they were probably beyond what their money could cover right now. After leaving the Huanqi sect, she drifted for a time. The problem of having no money had clung to her throughout. She hadn't expected it to be the same after entering the Tao Gate. Chu Huaishu's attitude toward this was fairly calm. There is no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. The wealthy have their channels, and geniuses can make up for it with talent. The most pitiable are often the mediocre, and the mediocre happen to be the majority. They struggle for most of their lives only to end up recognizing and accepting their mediocrity. Someone like Han Shuangjiang, a heaven's favored daughter with a profound physique, ASNT, just idly cared for by heaven, it's practically chasing her to feed her. Chu Huaishu stood up first. Let us go. Pay someone to teach us a few moves. This bit of silver I have 1 tea last long. Han Shuangjiang followed behind him, her mood somewhat gloomy. Not only because of the lingering poverty, but also because she felt like she'd just been lectured by him. But the cold-faced girl quickly adjusted her mood, muttering to herself inwardly. See, I told you we should just buy groceries and cook ourselves. All the way, Chu Huaishu walked in front while Han Shuangjiang followed with her long strides, and she really didn't fall far behind. She was born with a flattering curve to her hips, and when she walked, she carried a swaying, flirtatious charm. The fox-faced one smiled and said, we don't need to learn much. Pay up and pick up a move or two, and that'll be enough. He was pretty excited to learn skills. His fighting ability would skyrocket. He glanced back at her and asked curiously, by the way, have you ever fought anyone? Han Shuangjiang looked at him and answered silently, fight? What kind of fighting is there in Hong Xiao? Just pulling the sister's hair and slapping each other? She had only been beaten by mother. As for entering the Huanqi sect later, that was even harder to elaborate on. There, the most common were bed-based contests, fought with abandon. Either the man would yield, or the woman would collapse exhausted. Then Chu Huaishu popped another question. He asked, have you ever killed anyone? Han Shuangjiang looked at his retreating back, frowned speechlessly, and said, of course not. Have you? Before her words had fallen, she saw Chu Huaishu, who was only 3 steps ahead of her, stop in his tracks. It happened so suddenly that she didn't have time to stop and instead quickly fell into step beside him. At the instant they were side by side, Chu Huaishu turned to look at Han Shuangjiang. The midday sun fell on his shoulder and lit up his fox-like face. He said coldly, I've killed. Those 2 words were simple, yet they made Han Shuangjiang's breath hitch. It had poured rain last night, and yet today the sky was clear and bright. The sky was clear and the sun brilliant. The fox-faced man faced the light, spoke the answer calmly, and even grinned at her. This protagonist, still within her newbie protection period, felt her whole body tense slightly. He killed people when he was still an ordinary person? The shock it stirred inside her was actually greater than that of a cultivator killing someone. Beneath her heaving chest, her heartbeat began to quicken. For a moment she was dazed and didn't notice that Chu Huaishu had already resumed walking ahead. He called out, "What are you spacing out for? Move." The cold-faced girl pressed her lips together and, instinctively, quickened her pace to follow, looking very compliant. When she realized it, she hurriedly slowed her pace. Chu Huaishu glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and couldn't help smiling. Yao Mountain is one of the 3 outer peaks, and it was roughly divided into 3 areas. You could think of them as the medicinal herb zone, the residential area, and the commercial zone for living services. Within the outer gate, there were senior registered disciples, and even outer disciples, who would teach mortal martial arts to outsiders. At first, the outer library pavilion set up 4 magic arrays, aiming to filter out chi breakthrough stage elites so they could be given good cultivation techniques. This wasn't because the sect was stingy and unwilling to spread good things around. Purely because the higher the grade of a technique, the harder it is, and if one's aptitude wasn't strong enough, learning it would do more harm than good. But of course, where there's a policy, there's a way around it. Some people found that mortal martial arts weren't simple either. They could enhance physical strength and help break through arrays. The grind-obsessed of the Xianhuang realm immediately sprang into action. At first, almost no one trained in such low-end stuff. As the trend grew stronger and bans couldn't stop it, in the end it even forced the library pavilion to upgrade the arrays and increase the difficulty. The vast majority went to learn mortal martial arts, and the original standards could no longer effectively screen them. If someone said they'd already learned it before going up the mountain, what could you do about it? Fine, just treat it as letting disciples build a foundation with mortal martial arts before learning spellcraft. Over time, an industry chain for learning martial arts formed, which instead increased tax revenue. Chu Huaishu led Han Shuangjiang around asking around, and before long they arrived at a courtyard. He asked, somewhat puzzled, "Why do so many people recommend learning from senior brother Lu? Is his reputation really that good?" Cold-faced Han Shuangjiang, by contrast, looked like a little housekeeper, comparing and asking about prices along the way. She didn't realize that the outer gate had long since moved beyond a stage where price wars could resolve the competition. Now everyone's paying roughly the same price to learn martial arts. From the start, Chu Huaishu had advised her not to waste time comparing prices, but she didn't believe him. Now seeing he was right, she still muttered in her heart, "So expensive, how can it be this expensive?" Entering the courtyard, Chu Huaishu loudly called, "Senior brother Lu. Senior brother Lu, are you there?" The door quickly opened, and a somewhat handsome man stepped out. He wore a white robe, with fine gold-threaded embroidery at the cuffs and collar. At first glance, it was clear the robe was made of top-quality fabric. Given the outer gate's awful prices, that outfit alone was worth a good deal. Chu Huaishu thought to himself, his business is that good? Could he be making a fortune? This Lu's surnamed registered disciple, looking like a noble young lord, froze slightly after seeing their faces clearly. The man was tall and handsome even through her veil. The woman was clearly a breathtaking beauty. Their clothes weren't exactly luxurious, but that distinctive aura was striking. By the old rule of opposites attracting, his gaze naturally fell more on Han Shuangjiang. No helping it, she was icy cold, as if keeping people at arm's length, yet her figure was downright fiery. Her chest wasn't as exaggerated as Elder Nangong's, but it was full and shapely, clearly well endowed, anything but ordinary. That willow slim waist you could grasp with one hand set off the alluring curve of her hips all the more. Below those full hips were a pair of long, stunningly proportioned legs. She had just walked over slowly, her gait swaying, as if each step birthed a lotus enough to make hearts stir. The colder she seemed, the more it stoked a man's urge to conquer, making one perversely want to see her completely let go. The registered disciple, named Lu Qingqi Kuden helped, taking a deep breath, as if catching a whiff of fragrance. Seeing Han Shuangjiang, he immediately understood why the two had come to his courtyard, and thought to himself that more and more people on Medicine Mountain knew how things worked. Junior brother, junior sister, You look familiar, did someone refer you? He smiled as gently as a spring breeze. Unfortunately, comparisons can kill. Put things side by side, and the gap is obvious. Standing before Chu Huaishu, who could rank second on the companion play must-eat ranking, Lu Qingqi's bit of handsomeness didn't even register. Senior brother Lu, we asked a few fellow disciples, everyone recommended learning martial arts from you. That's what Chu Huaishu said aloud. But inwardly he quietly released an information probe to size up the man's true weight. Yo, he really is a 6-aperture expert. My apologies, my apologies. On Medicine Mountain, once an outer sect disciple enters the first realm or higher, they disdain earning money by teaching mortal martial arts. It's too low class. As for registered disciples nearing a full 9 apertures open, they're busy making breakthroughs like cramming for the college entrance exam and have no time to be personal trainers. So the ones willing to teach top out around 6 or 7 apertures. What struck Chu Huaishu as odd was that the system showed this senior brother Lu's basic info as spirit embryo currently damaged. Whoa, looks like there's a story there, he thought. Lu Qingqi smiled and stepped forward 2 paces, his voice gentle with a hint of the so-called bubble tone. Were you referred by someone? That's just our peers flattering me too much. Junior brother, junior sister, my surname is Lu, just call me Lu Qingqi, or directly senior brother Lu if you like. What I'm best at is the heaven and earth limitless Bagua palm. 1 shurchen counts as 1 lesson. The fee is 10 taels of silver per person. Saying this, he glanced at the ice-cold beauty with knitted brows and shifted his tone. But I can teach 1 or 2 all the same. Junior brother, you pay 10 taels, and for the first lesson I'll teach you both together, hands-on. No sooner had he finished than he saw the ice beauty's brows relax. Hearing this, Chu Huaishu only thought to himself, heaven and earth limitless Bagua palm. Never heard of it. Still, these mortal martial arts are much like aperture charging phase techniques. The names do get more domineering one after another. When he asked around earlier, he heard of people teaching things like heaven and earth 1-blade slash, and great wilderness heaven imprisoning finger. An outsider would think they were heaven-grade spells. What he didn't expect was that Lu Qingqi actually pulled a buy 1 get 1 trick. More critically, the phrasing sounded off. Why do I pay 10 taels? Wouldn't 5 each be more reasonable? Though he was indeed the one footing the bill, the wording sounded awkward, like gifting with borrowed blossoms. Or had he misjudged my relationship with Han Shuangjiang and was trying to give me a chance to curry favor? Either way, saving money is always good. Without another word, Chu Huaishu paid 10 taels of silver, wanting to see what this so-called gibberish Bagua palm was really like. Lu Qingqi first gave a brief origin of the art, then began his demonstration. He ran set after set, demonstrating straight from the first move to the 9th. This mortal martial art was indeed quite solid, an upper-tier choice. More importantly, the moves looked especially cool, graceful, and dashing. Once the demo ended, Lu Qingqi began teaching the first move, 8 Desolations Roaming Dragon. When he said hands-on teaching, he meant truly hands-on. Junior brother, sink down a bit more here. Right, this part needs to lift a bit more. One moment, he pressed at Chu Huaishu's waist. The next, he raised his arm. Beyond that, he carefully explained all the nuances one by one. Since it was only martial arts, Chu Huaishu immediately heard the system prompt. Ding. Lu Qingqi is transmitting to you the martial art Baguazhang first form. Do you want to learn it? He selected yes, and those 10 taels of silver hadn't been spent in vain. After learning it, Chu Huaishu had planned to make a move and let them broaden their horizons, properly showing off the demeanor of a martial arts prodigy. Who would have thought Lu Qingqi would brush past him and say, Junior brother Chu, digest it on your own for now. I'll give junior sister Han another explanation first. At that moment, the cold-faced girl was off to the side, looking utterly focused on learning. She was performing a less than standard 8 Desolations Wandering Dragon as her body stretched, her curves unfurled, and from the side her plump buttocks pushed her robe out taut. A gust of wind lifted a corner of her veil, revealing rosy, delicate lips pressed tightly together. Lu Qingqi's heart jolted, and he was always a man of his word. If he said he'd teach you hands-on, then it would truly be hands-on. He'd already laid hands on Chu Huaishu just now. So naturally, it was this beauty's turn. Lu Qingqi smiled as warm as a spring breeze and said, Junior sister, 8 desolations wandering dragon isnt like that. Sink your waist a bit more. He extended his large hand, reaching for her waist. Han Shuangjiang was listening intently and, for a moment, didn't he react. TSK, why are you getting handsy? Someone said by his ear, and Lu Qingqi's wrist was clamped tight by a big hand. Han Shuangjiang came to her senses and immediately stepped back 2 paces. Her formerly focused gaze changed in an instant. It turned into disgust, aversion, and scorn. Don't forget, because of various experiences, Chu Huaishu has a touch of misogyny, while she has a touch of misandry. Han Shuangjiang looked at him with disgust and whispered, utterly disgusting. Her mood plunged to rock bottom in an instant. Although that filthy big hand had been blocked by Chu Huaishu, she still just about broke out in goosebumps. Lu Qingqi lowered his head to look at his wrist, and a nameless surge of anger shot up inside him. Chu Huaishu's words, coupled with Han Shuangjiang's gaze, stabbed into his heart like knives. He felt he was being regarded as a lecherous, sleazy creep. How could Lu Qingqi, who fancied himself a suave man, stomach such humiliation? Chu Huaishu, on the other hand, was different. Looking at Han Shuangjiang's expression, he inexplicably thought of an old anime, making a disgusted face while showing panties. That disgusted face of hers really is top tier, he thought to himself. At this moment, Lu Qingqi glared, gave his wrist a jolt, and tried to wrench his hand free. Unexpectedly, this smiling junior brother had quite a bit of strength. Let go, he said coldly. Senior brother Lu, just touch me instead after all. There's a difference between men and women. Chu Huaishu didn't let go, still wearing a smile. Lu Qingqi felt even more humiliated and barked. I'm kindly teaching her martial arts and sincerely correcting her. Don't judge me with such filthy motives. If I didn't get hands on, do you think she could find the PowerPoint for 8 Desolations Wandering Dragon? Chu Huaishu tilted his eyes at him after hearing that, thinking the man before him was like a sleazy personal trainer at a gym. Amusingly, this kind of trainer often does manage to cop a feel now and then. Using physical contact to take advantage is a way to test whether the other party also has a restless, agitated heart. The Lu Qingqi before him looked like a repeat offender, and probably, for some reason, he succeeded quite a few times, hence his confidence and arrogance. Chu Huaishu was a little puzzled, thinking to himself, why did so many people recommend coming to him to learn martial arts? How can someone like this have rave reviews? I asked men all along the way I wasn't asking roast chickens. By now Lu Qingqi saw that this fox-faced fellow still wouldn't let go, and his expression grew darker and darker. Junior brother Chu, I'm teaching you martial arts, don't be ungrateful. If you still want to let go, don't blame me for being rude. Han Shuangjiang watched from the side, faintly sensing something amiss. Sure enough, she saw Chu Huaishu gripping the man's wrist with his right hand while lightly picking his ear with his left. Senior brother Lu, the way you're talking, why does it sound so awkward to me? Chu Huaishu suddenly tightened his right hand, clamping Lu Qingqi's wrist in a vice, and looked down at him from the corner of his eye. Didn't I fucking pay? You're a fucking course seller, how dare you put on airs in front of me? Han Shuangjiang stood off to the side, and a surge of worry immediately welled up inside her. She worried for Chu Huaishu's safety, afraid he might get hurt. Plainly put, he was sticking up for her. But somehow, she suddenly recalled scenes from their journey here. She recalled his calm expression and one sentence, I've killed. When Han Shuangjiang was at Hangzhou, once a distinguished guest came, he was the only son of General Wei Yuan. The madam had long since called the courtesan into the room, instructing her to attend carefully. The young master of the Wei Yuan general's household is handsome and gentle, but you must win his favor and be more cautious in how you handle things. Got it. Some people look good on the outside but have a vicious heart. Don't let that face of his fool you, or you'll suffer for it. Back then, the young Han Shuangjiang had just learned a new term, a hawk's heart, a crane's countenance. She looked at Chu Huaishu, and that phrase popped into her mind for no reason. However, she didn't take it as a pejorative in her heart. Just then, Lu Qingqi snorted coldly, and his other hand suddenly shot forward in a slap. He went straight to blows. Private fighting is forbidden in the outer sect, yet senior brother Lu struck as if he had backing and nothing to fear. That made Chu Huaishu a bit more guarded, but inside he still felt no fear. He released his seized right hand and stepped back slightly to dodge. The palm fell into empty air, and the wind from it whistled. Lu Qingqi was startled. He hadn't expected his always seasoned self to actually miss. This fellow surnamed Chu looked unfamiliar, clearly a recent entrant. By rights, he'd be at most just at the aperture opening stage. Lu Qingqi muttered in puzzlement. How can his movements be this nimble? Could he be a trained fighter from the mortal world? If a trained fighter still comes to me and pays to learn boxing, that really would be a joke. Coincidence. It must be coincidence. Lu Qingqi shouted angrily. Since you claim I took silver, then I'll let you witness heaven and earth infinite Bagua Palm. Whether he was naturally a bit of a dramatic show-off or just used to teaching, he shouted the name of every move he made, like he was giving a class. Those goofy players love doing it too if they don't shout it. It just feels weird. Mistborn blossoms. Chu Huaishu dodged again, slipping past the move with perfect timing. Watching from the side, Han Shuangjiang let out a breath. Thankfully, nothing serious happened. Only, after so many dodges, even a fool could see that he was a bit out of the ordinary. It couldn't be helped ultimately. His control over his body had reached an extreme. Back when he was still just an ordinary person, he'd cut down Shui Hu of the constable's office with a single stroke. How could he be any worse now? A 6-aperture expert, was that really so incredible? Chu Huaishu added 1 point to physique, and he was also cultivating the sword refining art, which trained both internally and externally, so his physical attributes were naturally excellent. Even if there was a gap between him and Lu Qingqi, he could make it up through outstanding bodily control. Besides, in Borrowed Sword, he was a veteran companion player, fond of starting new accounts. With rich low-tier combat experience, Chu Huaishu's experience really was abundant. Lu Qingqi shouted again, thunder moving in the palm, and Chu Huaishu seemed to have anticipated it, quickly sidestepping to leave an opening, then stepping in to throw a punch. He didn't call it out, but felt he couldn't lose in momentum, and he truly wasn't using any flashy techniques, so he could only roar inwardly. Normal attack. The punch landed solidly on Lu Qingqi's lower abdomen, almost folding him into a ball. The whole man curled up. Senior brother Lu's mouth opened as he let out a retching sound. Fury spread rapidly. Where was that earlier spring breeze geniality now? Lu Qingqi had been mixing in the outer sect for years, always flattered, never subjected to such indignity, nor had he taken this kind of beating. He forced himself to endure the pain. His eyes went bloodshot, and the veins in his neck bulged. His voice was hoarse as he thrust both palms out together, shouting, "Heaven and earth infinite." That was already the final form. "Careful!" Han Shuangjiang cried out beside them. The chill on her face vanished in an instant. The two were too close, and Lu Qingqi's strike was both fast and fierce. It was almost the same as launching a point-blank counter right after taking a punch. Couldn't he dodge? Really couldn't he get out of the way? But since even she saw it, how could the experienced Chu Huaishu possibly have failed to notice? He simply didn't take it to heart. Isn't this just the routine of swapping health bars in a game? The only thing he cared about now was just how big the opponent's opening was. In that split second, Chu Huaishu, relying on extremely strong bodily control, twisted his torso in a somewhat exaggerated sidestep. His eyes narrowed, pitch-black gaze locked tightly onto Lu Qingqi's eyes. Even with full-on evasion, half a palm still hit him. A jolt of pain shot through his waist. However, his tolerance for pain seemed to have stepped up another level. Unlike Lu Qingqi, who retched after taking a heavy blow, Chu Huaishu didn't even let out a muffled groan. He punched forward again, then swept his right leg downward. Lu Qingqi, whose balance was already unstable, immediately couldn't stay on his feet and fell backward. Just as he tilted back by about a bit over 20 degrees, Chu Huaishu grabbed the gold-trimmed white robe he wore and yanked upward. Under the powerful force, Lu Qingqi's body was indeed lifted several inches. Chu Huaishu clearly had no intention of helping him steady himself. He loosened the big hand that had grabbed his robe, lifted his elbow back, spread his right hand fingers into a palm, and suddenly struck Lu Qingqi's chest. The angle of the palm strike was strange, but Lu Qingqi inexplicably felt an odd familiarity. With a dull thud, Chu Huaishu's palm sent him tumbling face first to the ground. As he fell, that large hand pressed down hard on his chest the whole time, practically pinning him to the ground with the palm. His ribs cracked continuously, one after another. Under Han Xuanjiang's incredulous gaze, and in Lu Chengqi's terrified eyes, the usually silent Chu Huaishu finally spoke slowly, his voice calm, his face unreadable, saying word by word. 8 Desolation's roaming dragon. He used someone else's signature move against them. Though in agonizing pain, Lu Chengqi's eyes were wide with shock at Chu Huaishu's divine skill. This was clearly the first form of the heaven and earth infinite Bagua palm he usually taught. Senior brother Lu, who had fallen, was badly hurt and could no longer muster any strength to fight back. He couldn't help coughing. Blood welled at the corner of his mouth, and a sharp pain radiated through his chest. But the look he gave Chu Huaishu changed, slowly becoming like someone staring at a corpse. Chu Huaishu crouched down, expression as calm as ever, and said, "Don't look at me like that. I can guess you seem to have some backing." He raised his right hand and lightly patted Lu Chengqi's right cheek, continuing as he patted. "Just teaching a martial art, and you're being accused of being ungrateful. Haven't I already paid? Okay, give me an answer." Chu Huaishu said a line, and then patted his face again. His tone and actions were in sync. Lu Chengqi couldn't stand such insult. His eyes were almost spitting fire. He struggled to raise his right hand, badly injured. He still had a trace of vicious strength. But the crouching Chu Huaishu was faster. With a crack, he ruined that arm as well. He said calmly, "This was the hand that was causing trouble just now, wasn't it?" Senior brother Lu, with his arm broken, could only let out gut-wrenching screams. Han Xuanjiang watched from the side, her fingers involuntarily clenching. This was the first time she had seen this side of Chu Huaishu. Cold, ruthless, decisive. Since the other side made the first move, he would show no mercy. For words popped into her head again: hawk's heart, crane's looks. Because Lu Chengqi had been about to reach out that lecherous hand, Han Xuanjiang had no sympathy for him. In the 4 protagonists of Borrowing the Sword, she plays the main heroine, certainly not the nauseating saintly type. Chu Huaishu stood up for her, so she naturally made it clear she was on his side. That guy, dirt poor, after a momentary surprise, had a little scheme pop into his head. 1 lesson an hour, just learn for the length of 1 incense stick. 10 taels of silver, 10 taels. The next moment, she saw Chu Huaishu reach out and gently pat Lu Chengqi's face again, staring at him and saying, "Drop the lessons, hear me?" Seeing Lu Chengqi didn't move, he just stared at him. His gaze grew colder, and the hand patting his face unconsciously grew firmer each time. Soon, Chu Huaishu led Han Xuanjiang out of the courtyard and, satisfied, put the 10 taels of silver back into his storage token. He had his own rule, not to take even a fraction more than a tael. After the interlude, the two returned to the market. It was already noon. Chu Huaishu, seeing a street stall, wanted to sit and eat, but Han Xuanjiang pulled him away. He looked down at the slender jade-like hand tugging his sleeve. Han Xuanjiang immediately let go. Let's go buy groceries instead." She insisted on that idea. Learning a mortal's martial art almost cost 20 taels. Luckily, because the man had bad intentions, it was pressed down to 10 taels. This made Han Xuanjiang even more convinced that the family's reserves weren't enough. Their finances were in bad shape. Chu Huaishu hadn't expected that Han Xuanjiang, the main heroine of Borrowing the Sword, adored by countless female players, was so stingy in private. Since he had paid, she wasn't so icy when voicing opinions, but spoke with a consultative tone. Chu Huaishu agreed. "All right." The seasoned companion added, "As you wish." Those simple words made that poor guy beam with joy and secretly exhale. While buying ingredients, this icy mountain was even more dawdling than usual, insisting on comparing goods among 3 shops. Normally she spoke so little she was like a fuel-saving lamp. Before paying, her face was as cold as ice, bargaining with all her might. Chu Huaishu thought to himself, "She's actually good at how to live frugally." Walking along, they passed a tavern. Outside, someone loudly shouted, "Erlang wine! The finest Erlang wine is here!" Han Xuanjiang watched as Chu Huaishu stopped in his tracks. In an instant, a frightening thought flashed through her mind. "This is going to cost a fortune." Chu Huaishu paused and asked, "Isn't this Erlang liquor the famous liquor of the Moon Country?" The vendor laughed and said, "Yeah, junior brother, you really know your stuff." The ancient method for this liquor originally came from Erlang County in the Moon Country. Chu Huaishu nodded slightly, and instead thought of the famous Longzhou on Earth. The name Longzhou comes precisely from Erling town in Sichuan province. With a great calamity approaching, the Mirror Country and the Moon Country, often at odds in the past, had eased up quite a bit in recent years. Even when they used to be like water and fire, trade between the two countries had never stopped. Now it looked like a honeymoon period, with exchanges even more frequent. Even taxes had been reduced a bit. So seeing fine liquor from the Moon Country sold on the street wasn't too surprising. He even suspected this wine shop was a legitimate business run by the Dao sect. Chu Huaishu pondered for a moment. Couldn't he even be bothered to ask the price, and said directly, "Give me a jar." That iceberg was so startled she hurried forward and began haggling in a rush. There was no help for it. He was the one paying at most. She had a say, not the final say. Seeing Han Shuangjiang like this, the more he looked, the more amused he felt. After teasing this protagonist, Chu Huaishu took the Erling liquor handed over by the vendor. "Let us go, we're going home," he said. Hearing the 4 words "we're going home," Han Shuangjiang froze for a moment. The two of them headed back loaded with their haul. Halfway there, Chu Huaishu suddenly stopped and looked toward the east. He did a quick calculation in his head and asked, "If I remember correctly, Deacon Nyo's courtyard is in that direction, right?" The iceberg had lost her earlier bravado and nodded lightly in reply. "Take this jar of liquor to Deacon Nyo," Chu Huaishu instructed. "You want me to deliver it?" she asked with a frown, puzzled. Han Shuangjiang wasn't he refusing to be ordered around, she just didn't he understand he was the one paying. "So why make me go alone?" Chu Huaishu didn't he answer, just fixed his gaze on her beautiful eyes, wanting to see whether this protagonist could figure it out. A few seconds later, she said, "You're afraid." The words reached her lips, and she swallowed them back. Back in the courtyard, Chu Huaishu had already said to Lu Qingqi, "I can tell there's someone behind you." From various signs, Han Shuangjiang had noticed this too. At this moment, Chu Huaishu nodded to her, indicating her guess was right. In an instant, Han Shuangjiang's expression darkened slightly, and that uncomfortable feeling surged up again. This all started because of her. No matter how you dress it up, the world is survival of the fittest. Being pretty and weak turns into original sin. This is also one of the reasons she has always wanted to cultivate and longed for strength. Who would have thought that at this moment Chu Huaishu would sneer? "Oh, come on. Who are you pulling that face for? I'm tall and handsome. Do you think I run into fewer problems? You'll get used to it." Hearing that, Han Shuangjiang could only think how punchable that fox face was. She took the Erling liquor from Chu Huaishu and headed east, as he said. After just a few steps, she suddenly stopped and called softly, "Chu Huaishu." Chu Huaishu answered with a smile. He felt old Neo might be even more anxious than you. The cold-faced girl responded lightly, "Okay." She stepped forward quickly, handed the wine jar to Chu Huaishu, her expression serious and resolute, and said word by word, "I'm going home, you go deliver the wine." Chu Huaishu rejected her outright, cut it out. He wore a smile again, but that meaningful gaze was like looking at a little fool. This made Han Shuangjiang a bit angry. Chu Huaishu didn't take the wine jar she was holding high. Instead, he fixed his eyes on hers and said, "Do you know what will happen if you go home and I go deliver the wine? You're very likely to run into danger." Han Shuangjiang furrowed her brow, stared at him without blinking. Not backing down, this ice-cold person answered, "Of course I know. We've spelled it out so clearly. I'm not stupid. Don't look at me like that." It was precisely because she knew there was danger that she decided to go home and have someone else seek help. Seeing her so stubborn, Chu Huaishu smiled even deeper. "Do you think the dangers a man faces are the same as a woman's?" As he finished speaking, he glanced her up and down. Under that gaze, Han Shuangjiang's body tensed slightly. She instantly understood what he meant. She hadn't expected Chu Huaishu to think so thoroughly, even accounting for such details. But she still wanted to argue a few more words. After all, the matter started with her. He barked, "Stop with the butt. Do as I say." His tone was unusually hard, with a touch of fierceness. The cold-faced girl pressed her lips and ultimately gave in, turning away with a trace of annoyance. Watching her figure heading east, Chu Huaishu muttered to himself, "Humph, this little housekeeper still wants to be in charge?" Completely unworried, he carried bag after bag of ingredients home, even whistling. In his view, Having some indirect contact with Niu Yuanshan wasn't a big deal. But at this stage, direct contact should be kept to a minimum. Besides, since they all belong to the same organization, going to beg in person would be somewhat beneath his status. He thought, if I'm not mistaken, players have previously dug up that this organization has a whole heap of rules, a chaotic mess. Everyone seems brainwashed, like they're all ready to die for the country. By common sense, even if undercover agents can't hold up, they shouldn't cause trouble for each other. Chu Huaishu surmised that not calling on him in person would actually better fit the organization's way of doing things. Sending Niu Yuanshan a jar of wine from the Yu Kingdom should be enough. Given the current trade situation between the two countries, this shouldn't be a tell. For instance, on Earth you can't claim I'm a bona fide half-millionaire just because I use an iPhone, right? No way. Really no way. Of course, there's a more important point. Chu Huaishu was actually waiting for something to happen. Back home, he put those ingredients at the door of Han Shuangjiang's bamboo hut. He thought, she said herself she can cook, so leave them here, I'm certainly not covering this meal. He also secretly decided, fine, I'm not washing the bowls either. Just after he finished all this, he heard the system notification chime by his ear. Here we go? Chu Huaishu rejoiced inwardly. He happened to be out of experience points to use. Ding. Passive quest triggered Lu Qingqi's revenge. Quest difficulty, Class A. Meanwhile, Han Shuangjiang had also arrived outside Niu Yuanshan's small courtyard. As one of the 9 deacons of the outer sect, his small courtyard looked several grades above the bamboo hut, grand and high-end. To be honest, quite tasteful. With refined Chinese aesthetics, they probably poured quite a bit of money into this courtyard. When she reached the gate, Han Shuangjiang suddenly thought of something. What if Deacon Niu isn't home? As an administrator of the outer sect, Niu Yuanshan also had his own affairs to handle. If he wasn't at home, he was probably busy in the deacon's hall. The registered disciple's handbook came with a map. Han Shuangjiang knew where the deacon's hall was, and it wasn't far from here. But no matter what, it would still take time. She felt a bit regretful, thinking buying ingredients had delayed them, puzzled in her heart. How come he was so unhurried the whole way? She didn't know that Chu Huaishu was actually waiting for the quest to trigger. The girl lifted the wine jar and reached out to knock on the gate. Before setting out, Chu Huaishu had briefed her a few lines along the way. She also kept rehearsing what she would say. After a short while, the gate opened, and a servant came out. The servant asked, "Who might you be?" She said, "My name is Han Shuangjiang. I'm here to visit Deacon Niu." No sooner had she finished speaking than a gentle voice sounded from within the courtyard. "Shuangjiang, come in." Han Shuangjiang immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although she had only met Niu Yuanshan once, she had a very good impression of this middle-aged man. He looked like an upright and kind elder, just like the leadership of a reputable Orthodox sect in the Tao Gate, she imagined. Now, the undercover old Niu was tending flowers in his own little courtyard. That dragonblood grass was precisely the main ingredient for refining hemostatic pills. Hemostatic pills weren't worth much, at most a low-grade spirit pill. He kept it in the yard not because he intended to refine pills, but simply because he thought the plant looked beautiful, with a unique shape and a vivid red color, red like blood. Seeing Han Shuangjiang walk over, Niu Yuanshan's gaze fell on the jar of Erlang liquor she was carrying. He gave her a slight smile, nodded, then turned back to fuss with the dragonblood grass. But in the shadows his eyes narrowed faintly. Erlang liquor? Niu Yuanshan squinted. When working within the Tao Gate, he was always careful and cautious, highly alert, well-disciplined, a classic high-sensitivity type. With a jar of this liquor from Yu country set right in front of him, there was no way he wouldn't notice. Once his expression smoothed out, Niu Yuanshan put down the shears, turned, and asked Han Shuangjiang, "You're here. That's enough, why bring a jar of liquor? Erlang liquor? Isn't this from over in Yu country?" He added. Han Shuangjiang set the wine jar on the stone table beside them and said, "Reporting to you, Deacon, Chu Huaishu asked me to bring it. He said it would be too rude to come empty-handed on a first visit." At the sound of that name, Niu Yuanshan's doubts immediately melted away. He even felt a touch of relief surge in his chest. This wasn't just a simple jar of liquor, was it? This looked more like tacit understanding between us two Yu country folk. Good kid, thoughtful, He praised the person who NT arrived yet with a smile. He had already guessed that this newcomer might recognize his identity. Now this was essentially a clear signal. Niu Yuanshan sat down on a stone stool first, then beckoned Han Shuangjiang to sit opposite him. By the way, how come you came by yourself? Deacon Niu picked up the thread and naturally steered the topic toward that newcomer in the organization. Han Shuangjiang remembered Chu Huaishu's instructions. No matter how anxious she felt, she couldn't say outright what she'd come to do. She wasn't stupid, it was just that Chu Huaishu kept looking at her like she was an idiot. In that moment, something clicked, and she recalled how, when Chu Huaishu clashed with Lu Qingqi, Chu Huaishu had taken half a palm from the other. So Han Shuangjiang immediately found a suitable angle. Deacon Niu, he's a bit injured. That kid is hurt. Doubt showed on Niu Yuanshan's face, but his heart tightened. Han Shuangjiang nodded, thinking she'd chosen the right entry point. He had a bit of a run-in with someone. She guided the topic along. Hearing this, Deacon Niu frowned and pressed, "Is it serious?" The cold-faced girl replied earnestly, "I'm not too sure. He wouldn't let me look. It's just this guy seems to like toughing it out." Her phrasing was a little elusive, half true and half false. From an onlooker's perspective, that final form of Bagwazang Lu Qingqi used came in fiercely. She'd already forgotten its name, but it looked anything but ordinary. And Chu Huaishu? He took that half palm without a cry, without even a grunt. If anything, it looked quite manly. Once he sensed trouble might be brewing, he kept a clear head and decided quickly. Most importantly, whether facing Lu Qingqi or right now, he always put himself in front of Han Shuangjiang. It was as if, no matter what happened, he would be there holding her up. Even with danger all around, that fox-like face could still wear a roguish grin, which, rather than oppressive, put one at ease. When a man faces things with capability, means, and a good attitude, such traits are actually very attractive. And such traits work equally well on both men and women. Because of the things she'd been through in recent years, Han Shuangjiang was someone lacking in security to begin with. Although she'd only had brief contact with Chu Huaishu, she inexplicably felt much more at ease. So, since he was willing to take things on proactively, she had to have the backup ready. She came from the brothels, how could she be some naive, sweet simpleton? Speaking, as a craft, was something she'd had to learn. Sure enough, Niu Yuanshan's brows knit even tighter. What damn bastard would dare lay hands on someone from our organization? A blaze of anger was already rising in his heart. Seeing that jar of country Erlang liquor on the table, his anger surged even more. Even so, Niu Yuanshan still wanted to find a reason. In any case, within the organization, he counted as a gold face. That golden mask meant he was a mainstay, someone heavily relied upon. He knew this newcomer Chu Huaishu was a bit uncanny, seemed fond of springing surprise moves, and acted relatively high profile. He wasn't like us, who only know how to keep our heads down and lie low. He had barely entered the outer sect when he ran into a private brawl, so he figured he'd better ask around about the situation. Steward Niu didn't show much anger on his face, but what he said was reasonable. "You two were brought by the sixth elder, so I suppose he wants me to look after you." Shuangjiang, start from the beginning. What exactly happened? Okay, Han Shuangjiang answered. In the bamboo house, Chu Huaishu loosened his robe and checked the injuries he'd suffered. Not bad, nothing serious. He hung the blood-stained short blade back at his waist. He had just glanced over the quest details and, according to the system's description, immediately realized he'd run into something big this time. The quest system compiles various information to set the difficulty. For tiers, A, B, C, D. A rank is top tier. In other words, the system has determined that Lu Qingqi is someone a newbie player can't afford to provoke. Even more absurd, this passive quest was called Revenge from Lu Qingqi, and the requirement was actually that as long as you didn't get beaten to death, it counted as completed. Fuck, isn't this just asking to die? Do they want to beat me to death? Chu Huaishu was speechless. As long as not being beaten to death counted as completion, just what kind of background did this Lu Qingqi have? And the requirement is only don't get beaten to death, and that alone gets marked A rank. Isn't the system basically hinting that it'll be hard not to get beaten to death? Not very friendly for someone like me who transmigrated here. For ordinary players, at worst you fail the quest, and lose a revival coin. Chu Huaishu also had 3 revival coins on him, but he wasn't sure he could use them and didn't want to take that risk. The rewards aren't bad, a full 1,000 experience points. For a newbie player, that payout was pretty high enough for him to level up several times. Besides that, one line caught Chu Huaishu's eye, a certain chance to trigger a hidden instance. That was what he cared about most. Hidden instance was what the system and players called it in the Xianhuang realm. People usually called it a fortuitous encounter, a stroke of opportunity. This news set Chu Huaishu deep in thought. Hidden instance? He thought carefully, then suddenly remembered something, not sure if it had anything to do with the hidden instance. I cast an information probe on Lu Qingqi earlier to sound out his background. The system reported that his spirit embryo is damaged. Could it be related to the spirit embryo? These probability-based hidden instances are the most headache-inducing, because even if you complete the quest flawlessly, it still might not trigger. There are too many contingencies involved. You can only dig it out yourself, or just rely on pure luck. Back when he played Borrowed Sword, the first time he ran into something like this, he was incredibly excited. But after failing to trigger it time and again, he gradually took it in stride and calmed down. Best if it triggers, if not, nothing you can do. Outside the house, before long a voice rang out. Chu Huaishu, Han Xuanzhong, where are you? Come out and meet me. Chu Huaishu had no intention of hiding, so he opened the door and saw 3 men in black robes standing outside. The leader was about 1.75 meters tall, looked somewhat similar to Lu Qingqi, had a coiled whip at his waist, and the chest of his black robe was embroidered with a pattern like lightning. Law enforcement team? Chu Huaishu asked, squinting. A country has its laws, and a sect has its own rules. Hence the existence of the law enforcement team. And in the Dao sect, one of the harsher punishments was flogging. What is this? Singapore rules. Chu Huaishu muttered inwardly as he looked at the long whip at the man's waist. From what he knew, the outer sect used ordinary whips, the inner sect was different. Don't you see the lightning pattern on their chests? The inner sect uses lightning whips. Some Dao sect players are especially into being whipped, so they deliberately cause trouble just for that high. With pain sensitivity turned down, it's not too painful, and it carries a charge it feels especially stimulating and is easy to get hooked on. Chu Huaishu's gaze sharpened slightly. He already figured official forces might show up. How should I address you, seniors? He asked. He had already used an information probe. 3 question marks popped up, indicating the other party was at least 10 levels higher than him, proper cultivators. The leader replied, Lu Qinggong, vice captain of the Medicine Mountain Law Enforcement Team. Hearing the name, Chu Huaishu felt this man and Lu Qingqi were likely of the same generation in the Lu family genealogy. Same generation name. Huh. Fucking hell. I don't know what business brings Captain Lu to me. He asked, feigning ignorance. You caused trouble on Medicine Mountain, fought without authorization in violation of sect rules, injuring people and robbing money, crime upon crime. Junior brother Chu, come with us. Since it definitely wouldn't open, Chu Huaishu simply let go and struck a pose. He stepped up to stand before Lu Qinggong and raised both hands. Lu Qinggong asked, Junior brother Chu, what's this? Aren't you going to tie me up? I'm very familiar with the procedure. Back at Spring-Autumn Mountain, I figured out the ropes. The 4 major sects are pretty much the same. Lu Qinggong sized up the handsome young man before him, a trace of a sneer flashing across his face. No need for the hassle. You're just at the orifice opening stage. Do you think you still have any capital to resist? If you obediently surrender now, it's actually no fun for us. If you try to run along the way, that would be something worth watching. He looked at Chu Huaishu with an amused smile, as if he were looking at a toy to fiddle with in his hand. Chu Huaishu met his gaze and slowly lowered his raised hands. He asked directly, What's your relation to Lu Qingqi? Lu Qinggong laughed. You've got some guts. He looked this foxy face up and down and snorted coldly. Makes sense. Without a bit of dog guts, who would dare lay a hand on Qingqi? This deputy captain of the Medicine Mountain Law Enforcement Team had always relied on his backing, and besides, it wasn't any secret in the outer sect. So he said, Lu Qingqi is my cousin. Oh right, you're new here, aren't you? Forgot to tell you his dad is one of the 9 deacons of the outer sect. A breeze blew, lifting a few strands of Chu Huaishu's jet black hair. Lu Qinggong and the others had wanted to see him cower, but his expression remained unchanged. Got it, Chu Huaishu replied coolly. That made the deputy captain quite displeased. He even began to suspect this man didn't understand worldly affairs at all. The 9 deacons are the most powerful group in the outer sect. You beat their only son like this, do you know how severe the consequences will be? Lu Qinggong's face darkened. Just what did you understand? He asked. Chu Huaishu said with a smile. I understand why. Despite his handsiness, quite a few senior brothers are recommended to go learn martial arts under him. A deacon's son, the deputy captain's cousin, no wonder. At that, Lu Qinggong merely chuckled and said no more. In his view, others currying favor with him and with his esteemed deacon uncle was the most normal thing in the world. It was like the tavern he'd opened on Medicine Mountain, business booming. But were those who came to dine and buy wine really coming for the taste? Not necessarily. At that moment, Lu Qinggong glanced around and asked, that junior sister named Han Shuangjiang isn't here? Chu Huaishu replied, She didn't come back with me. Lu Qinggong wore the kind of knowing smile men share and asked, that junior sister? She should be very pretty, right? Chu Huaishu answered, yeah, a peerless beauty. Lu Qinggong asked again, your relationship with her isn't ordinary, is it? He said, you could say it's not so ordinary. No wonder. My cousin likes that type. Lu Qinggong raised a hand and lightly patted Chu Huaishu's shoulder, as if consoling him, yet stabbing him in the heart. Nothing to be done, brother. Chu Huaishu said something they couldn't understand. So his romances carry Wei Wu's legacy, he's a Chao bandit. You Lu Qingqi, looking all proper on the surface, turns out you love snatching other people's sweethearts. How tasteful. No wonder he couldn't resist groping right in front of me. As for a deacon's son going off to teach mortals martial arts, Chu Huaishu didn't find it strange. He'd seen the habits of those second-generation brats to some extent. On Earth, there are those who drive luxury cars to do hitch rides, taking only orders from female passengers. When skiing got popular, some capable second gens even went to be ski instructors. Are they after that little bit of money? What they're after is the fun of it, the thrill of the hunt. As for the crude methods in TV shows of bullying men and women outright, they actually look down on doing that kind of thing. They prefer to unleash their charm, employ their tricks, use a seasoned playbook to flirt, and make people come to them willingly. People like that are never short of women from birth. The outer circle girls who crow, is it gold down there or diamond-studded, who startle ordinary folks with steep prices and remain out of reach, it's pocket change to them, and playing with them feels boring, lacking in charm. They also need that kind of psychological sense of accomplishment. They also rely on these exploits to brag about their charm to the outside world. What others use to support a family hard work for them is just a pastime to do when they feel like it and drop when they don't. When he was studying that Jaligula 8 trigram palm, Chu Huaishu looked at Lu Qingqi's luxurious robe and his air of pomp, and a faint suspicion rose in his heart. I really didn't expect Lu Qingqi to play it so hard. He even completely misread the business between me and little housekeeper, planning to swindle 10 taels of silver off me while treating me like a dog. Deep down, he doesn't even see me as a person. Chu Huaishu laughed out loud. Still, he knew in his heart that Lu Qingqi must have had his glory days, and not just once probably ran people in circles. Interestingly, the Lu Qinggong before him didn't seem to take Chu Huaishu seriously either. He casually patted Chu Huaishu's shoulder and said, Qingqi's spirit embryo took a bit of damage. His mood hasn't been great, so he can only look for a little amusement in daily life. Junior brother Chu, don't take offense. Lu Qinggong was really bored. He figured anyone who could lay hands on and injure his cousin would be easy to rile up, which would make for some fun. Who would have thought that the fox-faced young man before him grinned at him and suddenly blurted, leave it to me. Outside the bamboo hut, Lu Qinggong couldn't be bothered to waste more words on Chu Huaishu. His expression shifted, and he barked at 2 subordinates. You two, go grab junior sister Han and bring her back. Yes, sir. The 2 nobodies responded. Then let's go, junior brother Chu, Lu Qinggong said, eyes dark. Lead the way, senior brother Lu. Chu Huaishu gestured invitingly. He was a classic type. Start with a set of courtesies, then say impolite things, even do some less than decorous deeds. Back when he beat Lu Qingqi into serious injury, he still kept calling him senior brother Lu with every other sentence. Before he did paid companionship, he'd been in 2 relationships, one even a clandestine affair with a college counselor. At every critical moment he'd call her teacher, and often made that teacher cry, eyes all red. In short, on the subject of politeness, he scored full marks. Yet Lu Qinggong's face only darkened further with a cold snort. He slapped the divine movement talisman onto himself and said, "My cousin probably can't wait, we need to hurry." As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Chu Huaishu, tapped his foot, and sprang up to the treetops, bounding from ancient tree to ancient tree with lightning speed. In no time, he delivered Chu Huaishu back to Medicine Mountain's enforcement hall and threw him straight into the dungeon. Just as he'd said, Lu Qingqi truly couldn't wait. He'd been waiting in the dungeon for some time. Chu Huaishu figured he'd taken some spirit medicine, which was why his injuries had healed so quickly. After all, his father was a deacon. It made sense. What surprised him was that there was also an elderly man with graying temples in the dungeon. At the sight of the old man, Lu Qinggong respectfully called out, "Uncle." The elder heard and immediately raised a hand to scold. "How many times have I told you you address me by my title in public?" "Yes, deacon, sir." Lu Qinggong was surprisingly well behaved at that moment. The gray-templed elder nodded slightly, scrutinized Chu Huaishu, and asked, "You are Chu Huaishu?" "Yes." This disciple pays respects to Deacon Lu. Chu Huaishu bowed, as polite as ever, and took the opportunity to drag things out a bit. "I heard from Qingqi that you're only at the 2-orifice level, just entered piercing orifice, yet you managed to injure him, and using the heaven and earth infinite 8 trigram palm he taught you." Chu Huaishu's eyes lit up. He looked up and said, "Exactly. Deacon, could it be you have a mind to cherish talent?" He joked as he silently committed the name to memory, so this palm art was called Heaven and Earth Infinite 8 trigram palm. Hearing that, Deacon Lu's old face first froze, then darkened by a few shades. Coincidentally, all 3 Lius had their expressions darken in unison, uncannily alike. The elder snorted coldly, flicked a burst of force with a bent finger, and a shallow wound immediately appeared on Chu Huaishu's arm, blood seeping out. Chu Huaishu blinked and looked down at his arm. He didn't care about such a minor cut. He only worried his robe had been torn and wondered if little housekeeper could still mend it. Deacon Lu lightly hooked his hand, and a drop of blood flew over to fall into his palm. A lower-grade spirit embryo. He swept him with his divine sense. He hadn't seen much of this kind of spirit embryo, but its chi was thin, its grade was obviously pathetically low. The elder had come in person because he'd heard his son's account and had deliberately come to check the young man's aptitude. He wielded great power in the outer sect, but he understood that if this was truly a heaven's favored child, he should carefully leave himself an out. But this paltry lower-grade spirit embryo, compared to his son's blazing flame spirit embryo, was worlds apart. The elder swept a cold gaze at Chu Huaishu and said icily, "You think you're worthy of my cherishing talent?" With that said, he was about to turn and leave, and said blandly to his son and nephew, "Do whatever you like with him. Anyway, he's only a registered disciple, and a lower-grade spirit embryo at that. If he dies, he dies. As for a reason, just make one up." "Deacon, sir." "Wait!" Chu Huaishu shouted loudly. The elder turned his head in confusion, his brow tightly furrowed. With righteous indignation, Chu Huaishu asked forcefully, "I've memorized the outer sect rules by heart. Senior Brother Lu, may I ask who struck first? I merely acted in self-defense. Exactly which rule did I violate?" Looking at this young man who seemed untouched by the world's wear and tear, Lu Tianfeng, who had a son late in life, said with a voice full of vigor, "Doesn't matter who struck first. You injured my son, that's breaking the rules. You broke Lu Tianfeng's rules." That shout carried hidden spiritual power, jolting Chu Huaishu's mind. His vision went dark. He nearly lost his footing, and his face turned deathly pale in an instant. Just then, a deep voice finally came from not far away. "Deacon Lu, you really do throw your official weight around." Neo Yuan Shan, one of the 9 deacons of the outer sect, appeared in the dungeon at this moment. Chu Huaishu's little housekeeper followed at Neo Yuan Shan's side, looking toward the young man with deep concern. After seeing the wound on his arm, her originally cool face was instantly shrouded in another layer of chill. Han Shuangjiang's heart tightened, and she murmured, "He's hurt." Seeing Niu Yuanshan, Chu Huaishu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Before transmigrating, those goofy players had already dug up every detail of the organization. Later, more and more players started memeing. Not only could they recite the admonition backward, they kept shouting fellow Taoist and loyal Tai. Not long ago, Chu Huaishu had jokingly muttered in his heart, fellow Taoist, save me. Loyal Tai. But once he reached the dungeon, the atmosphere around him turned tense, and he immediately felt the difference. He was indeed a bit nervous. Old Niu, if you're late, it'll be bad. Fortunately, Niu Yuanshan arrived right on time. Chu Huaishu quietly made up his mind. From now on, I'll only crack memes, not make fun of people. Old Niu, truly reliable. What was moving was that the moment Niu Yuanshan came close, he immediately stood in front of Chu Huaishu. This middle-aged man with thick brows and large eyes had an honest face, though he was half a head shorter than Chu Huaishu and slightly hunched. For some reason, he just made people feel very at ease. Before he shielded the young man behind him, he even gave Chu Huaishu a gentle smile. Seeing him like that really felt like looking at a family elder. Han Shuangjiang hurried over and asked with concern, "Are you hurt?" Chu Huaishu said carelessly, "It's fine, just a minor scrape." Lu Tianfeng frowned deeply and demanded, "Niu Yuanshan?" He had not expected this man to appear here at all. What surprised him even more was that the other's tone was not friendly. This was like a different person from the Niu Yuanshan in his memory. It couldn't be helped. A real Dao sect deacon is like this, perfunctory with tasks, ordering subordinates around, wielding power at will, almost lawless. But the deacon, who was actually an undercover agent, worked earnestly, took responsibility for everything, acted fairly, and labored like an ox without complaint. Niu Yuanshan had been undercover in the Dao sect for several years, truly like a dutiful ox. Laughably, workplaces are always like this. The more this undercover did, the lazier everyone else got. Honestly, if it weren't for Niu Yuanshan, the outer sect would have fallen apart long ago. Lu Tianfeng was also an outer sect deacon. The two had worked together for years and naturally knew old Niu's temperament well. He was simply a big softy. So he never imagined that one day this old Niu would actually say such a thing. Deacon Lu felt a nameless fire surge up. He dares say, "I'm throwing my official weight around." Strangely, when that perennial softy who always worries about you finally reproaches you, it makes you even more furious. Lu Tianfeng and Niu Yuanshan were similar in strength, both at the third realm. Great perfection, they had never tested each other, so who was stronger was hard to say. The two were both deacons, but Lu Tianfeng had deeper seniority and was one of the older among the nine. His face showed displeasure as he looked at the out-of-character old Niu and asked in a low voice, "Niu Yuanshan, are you going to stand up for him?" Qi surged. The pressure of the third realm spread through the dungeon, as if even the air had congealed, making it hard to breathe. Niu Yuanshan squinted under his thick brows, spiritual power starting to tremble around him, and asked coldly, "So what?" In an instant, the atmosphere in the dungeon grew taut as drawn swords. The two brothers, Lu Qingqi and Lu Qinggong, looked at each other. Lu Qingqi clenched his teeth in anger, not expecting that this Chu fellow actually had someone protecting him. Beyond his surprise, Lu Qinggong was inwardly marveling at Han Shuangjiang's beauty, truly of peerless grace. No wonder, cousin. With the tension already so high, the two deacons were actually in a bit of a bind. Lu Tianfeng shouted angrily, "Niu Yuanshan, you'd better think this through. This brat severely injured my son." Niu Yuanshan didn't back down either, saying coldly, "I've sorted out the cause and effect. It's obvious Lu Qingqi was the first to make a mistake." In his view, this newcomer in the organization was not at fault. Although he didn't understand that Han Shuangjiang possessed the Xianyin physique and that a spirit embryo had to be verified by a drop of blood, he could tell that day that Li Chunsong valued her extremely highly. Old Niu wasn't stupid. He concluded that the sixth elder cared far more about this girl than about that newcomer in the sect. So he took it for granted she was a Heaven's favored daughter. Sure enough, just as expected, she had already opened 2 apertures right after joining. Chu Huaishu getting close to her could only be good for him. When I deliberately arranged for their quarters to be together, it was actually a hint too. He must have figured it out by now, old Niu said to himself with relief. In his view, though Chu Huaishu was flamboyant and had injured someone right after entering the sect, he might not have been without reason. At least he had established a righteous persona. With that kind of temperament, he might even catch the eye of the Dao sect's upper echelons. Niu Yuanshan had seen the ruthless side of that fox-like face of his. The man was already dead, yet he still had to take a few slaps. In his view, the fact that your son can still be alive and kicking, plotting revenge, already meant Chu Huaishu had held back. At this moment, with his beloved son and nephew staring at him, it was hard for Lu Tianfeng to keep from showing weakness. Niu Yuanshan, even if you shield him, at best you can keep his life safe, but punishment is punishment. The elder lunged forward, reaching out to seize Chu Huaishu and drag him away. Niu Yuanshan, with his thick brows and big eyes, raised an arm to block steady as a rock. After that brief clash, he stepped back with Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang, not wanting to reveal too much of his hand, and said, "Deacon Lu, are you sure you want to make a move?" One Tu asked the reason first. Lu Tianfeng snorted coldly. "Out with it, if you've got something to say." Niu Yuanshan sent his voice quietly, so only the elder could hear. "Let me remind you, Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang were personally brought up the mountain by the sixth elder." "What?" Lu Tianfeng, hair half white, jolted, his face turning ashen in an instant. Within the Dao sect, the inner sect and the outer sect were like a gulf apart. As an inner sect elder, Li Chunsong was a peerless seventh realm powerhouse. With a flick of his fingers, he could grind Lu Tianfeng's bones to dust, and with a single word he could strip him of his deaconess post. The elder had originally thought Niu Yuanshan was Chu Huaishu's backer, and that had already surprised him. But who would have thought the backing behind him was far stronger than he'd imagined? That backer was the entire Dao sect, even one of the highest powers in all Dongzhou. Lu Tianfeng had drifted around the outer sect for many years and was the most senior deacon and old fox among old foxes. If Chu Huaishu had truly been an extraordinary genius, a once-in-a-century talent, he would actually have felt less afraid. But the man was only a low-grade spirit embryo. What kind of crappy spirit embryo is worth the sixth elder personally bringing him up the mountain? That only made Lu Tianfeng all the more convinced their relationship was anything but ordinary. The worse his aptitude, the more it proved how hard his backing was. The elder's mind kept spinning. With Niu Yuanshan's mild temperament, he actually dared to stick his neck out this time. Could it be the sixth elder had already instructed him to take good care of the boy? The more he thought about it, the more off it seemed. He even started sizing up Chu Huaishu, mulling over whether he and the sixth elder looked alike. All right, to be honest, he was much more handsome than the sixth elder. Then could he be the son of an old acquaintance of the sixth elder? Lu Tianfeng's expression flickered hot and cold as all kinds of suspicions welled up. Seeing him like this, Niu Yuanshan spoke up. "Deacon Lu, can I take him away now?" How would Lu Tianfeng still dare to stop them? He even cupped his hands to Niu Yuanshan. "Thank you for the reminder just now, Deacon Niu." Old Niu was still the same good-hearted and kind, basically helping me. Niu Yuanshan nodded in satisfaction, turned to Chu Huaishu, and made as if to have him leave together. But his gaze fell on Chu Huaishu's arm. "You're injured?" he asked. Before Chu Huaishu could answer, Niu Yuanshan turned to look at Lu Tianfeng and the others. A simple, honest smile appeared on the face of this thick-browed, big-eyed middle-aged man. "I'm afraid we can't just walk away now," he said. Once Niu Yuanshan entered the dungeon, he set the pace of the entire situation. With Lu Tianfeng being so old, how could he not hear what he meant? The elder understood at once. That old ox really is considerate, he thought to himself. He had injured someone belonging to the sixth elder, he'd better make a gesture, right? If blame came down on him because of this, the consequences would be unimaginable. In fact, even if Niu Yuanshan hadn't reminded him now, Lu Tianfeng would have figured it out shortly and shown up with gifts to make amends. Earlier, old Niu had used secret sound transmission. Only Lu Tianfeng could hear it, so his son and nephew were completely baffled at the moment. Father's just letting him go. Why does uncle look so grim? Niu Yuanshan was the least senior of the 9 deacons. Surely, it wasn't he that serious. In the end, they soon heard Lu Tianfeng speak. "All a misunderstanding. Worthy nephew. All a misunderstanding." Everyone's forms of address changed in an instant. All the blame was placed on us. It's just that today's matter was too rushed, and this old man didn't have time to prepare. How about this? Tomorrow I'll prepare generous gifts and come to apologize at your door. Worthy nephew. Worthy nephew, do you think that's acceptable? By now, the old man had none of his earlier swagger. Those words left Lu Qingqi and Lu Qinggong staring, stunned. Chu Huaishu accepted it with a calm face. This isn't a trivial matter. I'm carrying the world protagonist's aura. Niu Yuanshan listened on from the side and felt it was his turn to act. Strictly speaking, the earlier moves were already him laying the groundwork. This thick-browed, big-eyed fellow wasn't lacking in scheming. I do have a suggestion, he said, a hint of a poised smile on his face. Please, Deacon Niu, speak. Lu Tianfeng played along heartily, sounding bold, as if any terms could be accepted. Deacon Lu, those few jade token fragments you obtained earlier, why not give each of them one? Niu Yuanshan proposed without betraying a hint of emotion. As soon as the words left his mouth, the old man's smile froze. The atmosphere in the dungeon shifted in an instant. This Lu Tianfeng was clearly unwilling. Hearing that, Lu Qingqi panicked and cried, Father, this is my chance. Whether my blazing fire spirit wound can be restored depends entirely on it. Having had his child late in life, Lu Tianfeng had always doted on his only son. But even so, he couldn't help glaring at him now. Shut up, he bellowed. This whole mess was stirred up by you, and you had to pick a fight with someone like the sixth elder. At first, Lu Tianfeng felt embarrassed someone in the 6 apertures realm couldn't beat a mere 2 apertures novice. Now he felt only relief. It was good that he couldn't beat him. Faced with Niu Yuanshan making such a lioness demand, he hesitated for several seconds. Chu Huaishu had been watching quietly, feeling that this old man was both shrewd and inscrutable. At last, Lu Tianfeng swept his hand, fishing out 2 jade fragments from the storage slot of his deacon token. The 2 pieces looked like mutton fat jade, veined and faintly emanating spiritual luster. The Lu father and son could only console themselves, thinking, out of 10 pieces, giving them 2 is still reasonable. The key is to absolutely not enrage the 6th elder. In the end, Niu Yuanshan's persona had sunk too deep into people's hearts. With old Niu's honest nature, the more he opened the lioness mouth, the more it felt like a hint that this kid's backing was anything but simple. Among the outer sect deacons, he was the consummate workhorse, meticulous in his handling, and everyone felt he was reliable. Lu Tianfeng waved again, and 2 jade token fragments drifted to Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang. Take them, Niu Yuanshan said warmly. The 2 immediately stowed the fragments into their own storage tokens. In an instant, a voice only he could hear sounded by Chu Huaishu's ear. Ding! You have completed the quest retaliation from Lu Qingqi. You have gained 1,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have unlocked the hidden instance, Dan King token. In the dungeon, Chu Huaishu rejoiced inwardly. Everything was going too smoothly. Thus the A-rank quest was completed smoothly, and with Niu Yuanshan being in the know, the hidden instance was successfully unlocked. But for ordinary novice players, these were near impossible, so the A-rank difficulty setting was fair enough. These 3 of the Lu clan had practically become the big villains of the starter village. If Chu Huaishu weren't bearing Su Ziqing's protagonist aura, relying on Niu Yuanshan alone would have at best finished the quest, and might have led to a chain of troubles afterward. Is this the thrill of being the world's protagonist? Chu Huaishu wondered inwardly. He took the jade token fragment he had just obtained as the key to open the instance. Dan King token? He thought to himself. He hadn't seen any news of this hidden instance on the forums. That must have been old news from before the open beta. Still, he had heard of the Dan King. On the path of alchemy, the highest status undoubtedly belongs to the Dao Ancestor. The Dao Ancestor once created the aperture-piercing pill, ushering in the golden age of cultivation. Next were figures like the Dan King. Chu Huaishu remembered the uproar when the Dan King's secret realm was revealed back when he played Borrowed Sword. It concerned the Dan King's inheritance, and the whole Xianhuang realm boiled over, with the major guilds all rubbing their hands, angling for a slice. He wondered whether there might be a connection between the Dan King token and the Dan King secret realm. For now, he had no way to be sure. By rights, a starter village hidden instance shouldn't have specs this high. This operation counted as quite the haul. Niu Yuanshan turned his head to look at Chu Huaishu and Han Xuanjiang and asked, "Are you two satisfied with this outcome?" Lu Tianfeng felt all the more that old Niu was steady. These words were asking whether they would go complain to the sixth elder, wanting to put a full stop to this misunderstanding. The old man felt very uncomfortable, but it wasn't convenient for him to speak instead. Niu Yuanshan's question was perfectly apt. No helping it after all. Just now they had almost wanted Chu Huaishu's life. If this wasn't handled well, it would leave a hidden trouble in front of the sixth elder in the future. Han Xuanjiang made no sound when he heard this, only cast a glance at Chu Huaishu. As if, however he thinks, that's how I'll think. Chu Huaishu took a few steps forward and stood in front of the three members of the Lu clan. "Deacon, sir, this junior still has something to ask." He remained courteous and considerate, cupping his hands in salute. From beginning to end, he was courteous, full of decorum. Lu Tianfeng no longer dared to play the hero seeing him like this. He instead let out a breath of relief, having a step down. He hurriedly reached out, intending to feign a gesture to support the cupping hands Chu Huaishu. However, at the very moment he extended his hand, Chu Huaishu moved. Everything came too suddenly. He simply had no time to react. Third realm cultivators have chi flowing and keen senses. They're usually hard to ambush and will instinctively react. The problem was, Chu Huaishu's target wasn't him. Just as Lu Tianfeng reacted, he was blocked by a rock-solid surge of spiritual power. It was Niu Yuanshan. Chu Huaishu slapped a palm onto Lu Qingqi's chest, exactly the same as the one in the courtyard earlier today. His control over his body was excellent. This palm struck precisely at the same point. Those ribs that had only been set back in place by elixirs snapped again with a few cracking sounds in an instant. Who told you to have them set? You actually dared to set them. 8 Desolation's Wandering Dragon. Lu Qingqi immediately let out a heart-rending scream. The familiar scene replayed within the same day, and the agony from the same spot almost forced him into unconsciousness. After the move was done, Chu Huaishu slowly straightened up, pulling back his hand. This tall, straight-figured young man was a full half a head taller than Lu Tianfeng. He stared straight into Lu Tianfeng's eyes and spoke in a clear voice. "This disciple just asked Deacon Sir which rule I had violated. May I trouble Deacon Lu to say it once more? This disciple is all ears." In the dungeon, the atmosphere instantly sank. Everyone fell silent. Only Lu Qingqi kept wailing on the ground, unable to move. Having recovered, Lu Qinggong hurried forward to help his cousin to his feet. Dad, shut up." The look on Lu Tianfeng's face turned fickle again. Chu Huaishu was half a head taller than him. Looking at him like that, he also gazed back at Chu Huaishu. Truly young and reckless, far too arrogant. Rage churned in Deacon Lu's chest. He wrestled with it for quite a while. His aged hand, hidden inside his robe, trembled slightly, and several times he almost lashed out. The meaning of begetting a son in middle age was extremely important to him after all. His manhood now was not what it used to be. But the young man before him was simply too overbearing. If not for having backing propping him up, who would dare be so brazen? Moreover, when the old man had wanted to step in to stop Chu Huaishu just now, he was blocked by a surge of spiritual power from Niu Yuanshan, so support hadn't arrived in time. That fellow surnamed Niu definitely knows his background. Niu Yuanshan was suddenly acting out of character today. This abnormality definitely hit a twist. Lu Tianfeng even felt that this Niu fellow seemed to be fawning over the young man. His towering fury was pressed down by reason. He had no choice but to submit beneath the sixth elder's authority. Lu Tianfeng drew a deep breath and declared, "Today's affair arose because my worthless son erred first. He violated the rules. I will certainly take him back and teach him a proper lesson." Lu Qingqi, with several ribs broken again, felt suffocated. Bloodshot filled his eyes. His head was in chaos, and he was about to go mad. Lu Qinggong, supporting him, gripped his right hand tightly, sending him constant signals with his eyes. Only now did he understand why. When he, the deputy captain of the law enforcement team, went to arrest him, he had been so fearless. Thinking it through, it was completely because he was relying on backing. Who on earth is he? Lu Qinggong was shocked in his heart. He squatted on the ground and looked up. Chu Huaishu happened to glance this way, looking down at him. In the instant their gazes crossed, a chill swept through Lu Qinggong's heart. He realized he had long since provoked this man. Chu Huaishu was silent for a few seconds, then said to Deacon Lu, "Understood. Let senior brother Lu recuperate slowly. This disciple will take his leave first." Chu Huaishu struck that palm precisely because he had backing to rely on nothing more. "You all wanted my life. If I don't respond at this moment, am I supposed to go home and turtle and farm for a while before coming back to wrap things up? Sure enough, it's just like those parenting videos, all talking about teaching kids delayed gratification, right? I'm all about instant gratification, simple and straightforward." After the three of them came out of the dungeon, Chu Huaishu shot Niu Yuanshan a grateful look. Old Niu gave him a faint smile. The two of them understood each other. Loyalty. Chu Huaishu still felt no sense of belonging to the organization after all. He hadn't gone through the training, nor been brainwashed. The system had even pegged his alignment as Dao Gate rather than organization. Even so, his goodwill toward old Niu had shot up. Niu Yuanshan did have a very strong affability about him. The slightly hunched, square-faced middle-aged man raised his right hand, beckoned to Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang, and said, "Come on, let us head back and talk as we walk." He tucked both hands into his sleeves and led the two young people toward his small courtyard. He prattled on the whole way, sounding a bit nagging to the ear. "I imagine you're both curious what use those 2 jade token fragments I got you actually are, right? This jade token is no simple thing, so you'd better listen carefully to what I'm about to say, hee. All right, before I get into it, do you know the Pill King?" "The Pill King?" Han Shuangjiang said softly. "I think I've seen him in storybooks, styled the king of the Tao of alchemy." Niu Yuanshan gazed ahead, eyes filled with reverence, and began to introduce him. "The Pill King hails from the Yu Kingdom, a rare 8th realm great cultivator. His alchemical attainments could be called heaven-defying, and in the Tao of alchemy, he is acclaimed as the foremost under the Tao ancestor. Right now, about half of the formulas for high-grade and super-grade spirit pills come from his hand. The Xiantian fetal breath pill is one of them. Many alchemists even feel that the Pill King's achievements in the Tao of alchemy already stand shoulder to shoulder with the Tao ancestor." Niu Yuanshan paused slightly. After all, his public identity was an officer of the Tao Gate, then stated his position clearly. "But this is something we of the Tao Gate firmly do not acknowledge." Chu Huaishu actually knew a little about this as well. In terms of overall contribution, the Tao ancestor didn't create many high and super-grade pill formulas, only a third as many as the Pill King. But there's no getting around it. The aperture-piercing pill was too formidable with that alone. The Tao ancestor single-handedly lowered the cultivation threshold and ushered the Xianhuang realm into a golden age of cultivation. As for the high-end spirit pills the Pill King refined, never mind common folk, even ordinary cultivators can hardly benefit. After all, high and super-grade spirit pills use heavenly materials and earthly treasures, with staggering prices and often not even available for purchase. At this point, Niu Yuanshan went on. "Guess why the Pill King has so many followers in the alchemy world?" Before the two could answer, old Niu went ahead and answered himself. "Because the Pill King took in far too many disciples over his life. Then disciples took disciples, grand disciples took disciples, and year after year his line spread throughout the alchemy world." Chu Huaishu knew this as well. The Pill King especially loved taking disciples. He hardly cared about your talent for alchemy. It had more to do with his mood and whether he took a liking to you. As a rogue cultivator, he had no sect or clan himself. He didn't care about a disciple's lineage when taking them in, and didn't even draw national borders. Because he didn't teach cultivation methods at all, only alchemy, serving solely as a master of the Tao of alchemy. So much so that in the Jing kingdom of the eastern continent, even disciples of the 4 great sects would come to pay respects and learn alchemy from him. The Tao Gate was no exception. Niu Yuanshan continued. Over his life, the Pill King had 12 personal disciples and 129 ordinary disciples. The number of registered disciples was so large even he couldn't keep track. Funny enough, even now there are people in the alchemy world swaggering around under the Pill King's banner, claiming the founder of their line was one of the Pill King's registered disciples. But in truth, Because the Pill King didn't select for talent and was himself engrossed in the Tao of alchemy, he didn't have that much time to give meticulous guidance, resulting in widely varying alchemy skills among his disciples. Of course, there were standouts too. Several alchemy grandmasters came from among his disciples, old Neo added. At this point, he suddenly stopped, looked solemnly at the two young people, and said, "The jade token fragments you two obtained are actually parts of a Pill King token." Chu Huaishu had known this already, but he knew how to set the mood. He drew in a sharp breath and exclaimed, "The Pill King token." Han Xuanjiang also froze slightly, inwardly quite shocked. That's right, the Pill King token. Except for registered disciples, every formal disciple of the Pill King would have a Pill King token as a symbol of identity, Niu Yuanshan said with a genial smile. He went on, "You should know that many seniors in the Taoist sect emulate the Tao ancestor. Before their passing, they set up a secret realm somewhere in Sunwaisan, leaving behind inheritances and opportunities." Chu Huaishu nodded slightly. This little newbie Han Xuanjiang was hearing it for the first time, and he looked at him again in surprise. Niu Yuanshan pointed at the two of them and said, "The jade token fragments in your hands are the key to opening a secret realm." That Taoist senior, though he didn't make it into the 12 true disciples, was still a disciple of the Pill King in name. Although the Pill King's disciples vary in their alchemy skill, they won't be too shabby at the very least. Ahem, their essay baseline, anyway. Chu Huaishu and Han Xuanjiang looked at each other and immediately understood the value of those jade token fragments. Chu Huaishu recalled, when Borrowed Sword had just entered open beta, players were all still in the newbie phase. Back then, a storage ring left by a third realm cultivator blew up the forums. The major guilds mobilized overnight, and it turned into a sleepless night. In that case, a formal disciple of the Pill King shouldn't be any worse than an ordinary third realm cultivator, right? Niu Yuanshan looked at them, his smile deepening, and said, "One last thing I need to explain. This senior may have wanted to take on a rough gem, so he set the secret realm to only allow those without spiritual power to enter. You two juniors at the aperture opening stage happened to fit the same condition perfectly. Let us talk about the update schedule and the beauty raffle. Today's first update has already been posted, don't miss it. The second is planned for 7 p.m. tonight. Many readers said staying up till the early hours to read is too tiring, so starting tomorrow the schedule will be adjusted. The first update will move to noon, the second to the evening, aiming to stabilize the update times. Also, we're doing a raffle, sponsored by my wife. Longtime readers know that back when I was writing, this star really wants to retire. She and I were still dating, and she put up 100,000 yuan to tip me a gold league to support my writing. Later, the readers' praise, plus the rumors saying I was living off a woman, made her absolutely delighted. When I wrote, "You want to force me to reincarnate, huh?" I had the foresight not to let her see the scumbag male plot lines I was writing, afraid she'd overthink it, so I uninstalled Qijian from her phone. Everyone knows how hard those urban harem stories are to write, right? So I planned to catch my breath with a non-urban novel first. I launched this book, and she reinstalled Qijian. On the very first day, she said she wanted to give me a silver league. Obviously, she wanted to enjoy it again, to relive the feeling of tipping a gold league back then. But I stopped her. The reason is simple. Qijian takes half of the tips, from a silver league. I'd only get 5,000 yuan in hand, and I'd still have to pay taxes. But she insisted on doing it. After some back and forth, to satisfy her urge to show off in the reader circle, we decided to take the 5,000 yuan that would have gone to Qijian and use it for a reader raffle. Here I humbly ask everyone to give my wife some face, leave a comment praising how awesome she is. Thanks. There's another reason to run a new book raffle. When the book launched, Qijian set me up with a pretty high-profile event. But readers who took part in the event went to draw prizes and couldn't even hit 6 Qijian coins. Yikes, that's way too unlucky, right? I, on the other hand, actually drew a whole 6 Qijian coins. So let us make our own fun. Anyway, it's 5,000 yuan total, 100 winners, 50 yuan each. Let me show you my wife's power. Per the rules, it be issued directly in the form of Qijian coins, that is, we'll convert the money to Qijian coins and send it straight to the winners. Casting a monthly ticket counts as automatic entry in the raffle. I originally wanted to run it for just one day for the thrill of it, like last time when we had tens of thousands of people draw for a Chanel bag worth over 20,000 yuan. But the operations manager suggested that maybe some people just don't have tickets today. We can't make it just one day, right? So the raffle is extended to 7 days, with the draw on July 23rd. During these 7 days, casting a monthly ticket counts as automatic entry. When the time comes, the raffle will be conducted by my female assistant and voice actress Anita Aro. That is asking for monthly tickets. The three of them chatted as they walked, and soon arrived at Niu Yuanshan's courtyard. After 2 bouts of commotion, only then did Chu Huaishu remember that he and Han Shuangjiang had originally gone to buy groceries and cook, and still hadn't had a single hot bite. In that case, let us eat first and talk later. When old Niu heard their stomachs growling, he told the servants in the courtyard to bring some food over. From his explanation, Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang also roughly understood the specifics. That Pill King token was obtained by Lu Tianfeng by chance for certain reasons. Only 3 deacons in the outer sect know about it, and old Niu is one of them. To get that token, Lu Tianfeng put in quite a bit of effort back then and even asked old Niu to lend a hand. In the outer sect, everyone considers old Niu a good man. If anyone needs something done, they mostly go to him for help. At the end of the day, most secret realms are in the inner sect. There really aren't many in the outer sect. So this Pill King token is all the more precious. Overall, the Dao sect's stance on secret realms is simple. Those fated will obtain them. After all, this was precisely the Dao ancestor's original intent. The senior predecessors who later followed the Dao ancestor all upheld the same purpose. Perhaps in their eyes, this is what gives us cultivators our free-spiritedness and backbone. As for infighting among sect mates or killing to seize treasure, such things are absolutely forbidden on the surface and not acknowledged at all. Secret realms mostly carry the last wishes of the departed. At the very least, one should hold basic respect for these predecessors. Of course, the Dao sect will also buy back such items. If you gain something in a secret realm, you can sell it to the sect in exchange for sect contribution points. Contribution points can be exchanged for money, techniques, spirit pills, and the like. Most cultivation resources can be redeemed with contribution points. When Chu Huaishu played Borrowed Sword, he already knew that among the 4 major sects of the Dongzhou Mirror Kingdom, the Dao sect values fortuitous chance above all. So in players' eyes, this sect is the most RNG dependent. Great for the luck, blessed. If you're unlucky, don't bother coming. After the meal, Niu Yuanshan continued. Right? I forgot to tell you earlier. There are 10 fragments of this jade token in total. At most 10 people can enter together. The secret realm is hidden deep within a cold pool. Even with my current cultivation, I usually can't withstand that peculiar, bone-chilling cold. If you at the orifice opening stage go down, you absolutely won't survive. But over the past 2 months, that cold aura seems to have dissipated quite a bit. So you're catching a good window. Perhaps the gate to this inheritance secret realm is about to open. Chu Huaishu nodded. I see. Niu Yuanshan gazed into the distance and said with a smile, Deacon Lu values this secret realm greatly because his son, Lu Qingqi, bears a superior grade spirit embryo, the blazing fire spirit embryo. But an accident damaged his spirit embryo, and from then on his cultivation stalled and plummeted. This secret realm is tied to the Pill King. Perhaps there's a way inside to repair the spirit embryo. Hearing this, Chu Huaishu thought of a superior grade spirit pill, the Xiantian fetal breath pill. But he wanted to glean more useful information, so he feigned ignorance and asked, Deacon Niu, a damaged spirit embryo can actually be restored? Niu Yuanshan smiled affably and said with some patience, Of course it can, it's just difficult. The situation varies, and the remedy must fit the ailment. Deacon Lu hasn't found a suitable method yet. But there is a superior grade spirit pill called the Xiantian fetal breath pill, created by the Pill King. It's said that so long as the spirit embryo hasn't been completely crippled, taking it will heal it fully. If one's innate spirit embryo is low grade, only inferior taking this pill also has a high chance of advancing it. Rumor has it that after creating the recipe, the Pill King prepared one for every formal disciple. If that departed senior neither took nor sold the pill in life, it may have been left in the secret realm, waiting for a fated person to claim it. Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang exchanged a glance, instantly understanding why Lu Tianfeng had been so pained just now, and why Lu Qingqi was even more anxious. Niu Yuanshan seemed inclined to give the two a bit of guidance, and spoke in an advising tone. Since we're talking about something like the Xiantian fetal breath pill that can improve talent, I'll lean on my seniority and nag a bit. Let me ask you too. In your view, is talent more important or effort? Chu Huaishu didn't reveal his true thoughts and only replied, I've heard a saying, effort sets the floor, talent sets the ceiling, but most people never reach the ceiling. Niu Yuanshan smiled at the young man and said, You're not wrong, but the cultivation world is a bit different. Because in the cultivation world, so-called talent can actually be changed. By relying on spirit pills, on fortuitous chance, even on the workings of heaven and earth. I haven't tested your spirit embryos, but seeing that you've opened 2 apertures in a short time, your talent must be extraordinary. In other sects, they likely mobilize the entire sect's strength to cultivate you into high-ranking true disciples. But here in the Dao sect, you have to start as registered disciples with no special treatment. Do you feel a bit disappointed? Han Shuangjiang shook her head and said she had never thought about such things. Chu Huaishu also shook his head since she had already shaken hers. How the hell did he have any right to nod? Niu Yuanshan smiled with relief and said, As long as there's no sense of disparity in your hearts, that's good. In the past 1,000 years in Dongzhou, the rise and fall of sects has long been commonplace. Only the Dao sect has stood tall for a millennium, and to this day remains one of the most elite sects under heaven. Think about it. Over 1,000 years, prodigies have been as numerous as carp crossing the river to the Dao sect. They're nothing rare. It's like bragging that you're the city's Gaokao top scorer, a Tsinghua or Peking University student. Sorry. Our company is not short of Tsinghua Peking grads. And from past experience, hothouse flowers are often the ones that wither more easily. Many disciples painstakingly cultivated by small sects are unstable in temperament and end up failing to grow. Some go down the mountain and never return. Others suffer chi deviation. It's all too common. Old Nyo sighed. Some people have outstanding temperament even if their aptitude is mediocre. When they meet an opportunity, they can soar to the heavens, even leave their name in history. In Chu Huaishu's eyes, it was a bit like how some graduate from elite schools are highly capable and achieve remarkable success, while others rise from the grassroots and, by catching the right wave, build an impressive enterprise. How can one pass judgment on life's fortunes at a single glance? The Xianhuang realm, too, has a whole pile of so-called good-for-nothings. Niu Yuanshan continued. The Dao sect has 1,000 years of heritage, abundant resources. The sect master and the elders can cultivate many people, even help change someone's fate. But the prerequisite is that you have the ability to make it through layer after layer of selection and stand before them. After saying so much, he began to put pressure on the two of them. I know the 6th elder sent you up the mountain. This is a privilege other outer sect disciples don't have. I don't know the reason behind it, but since the 6th elder wants you to start as registered disciples, it's a statement of attitude. He wants you to get more tempering. I hope you can see that clearly. At the same time, don't let the elder's expectations of you go to waste. At this point, Steward Nyo first looked toward Han Shuangjiang. The lead who played the grand heroine in Borrowed Sword slowly had a steely look come into her eyes. Next, Niu Yuanshan turned his gaze to Chu Huaishu. Chu Huaishu had originally taken today's conversation as the earnest admonitions of an elder, but he suddenly woke up to it. Damned if old Niu wasn't actually an undercover. As a member of the U Country organization, how could he possibly be sincerely hoping for the Dao sect to produce talent? With those thick eyebrows and big eyes, what are you, a double agent? In a flash, Chu Huaishu understood. Old Niu, a leader within the organization, was assigning tasks to us newbies. Meaning he was hinting at me to work my way up from a registered disciple and infiltrate the Dao sect's inner circle. Old Niu, you really do think highly of me, he muttered inwardly. But after thinking it over, Chu Huaishu still said, let me first make a show of loyalty. It was the 6th elder and the Dao sect who gave me the chance to cultivate. I will devote myself and give my all in service to the sect. These words went into Niu Yuanshan's ears, and this sensitive type immediately seized on those 2 special words. Thus, In his ears, Chu Huaishu's words were automatically decoded into another meaning. Old Neo gave Chu Huaishu a gratified smile, knowing this clever young man had already understood his hint. The two met each other's eyes, exchanged a look, and said nothing. Silent, yet it was as if two words were thundering in their ears. Loyalty. Only Han Shuangjiang sat to the side, listening to Chu Huaishu prattle on, the tender lips beneath her veil pursing slightly. You're the smooth talker, aren't you? However, neither Niu Yuanshan nor Han Shuangjiang noticed Chu Huaishu lower his head a fraction, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. Based on his understanding of the quest system, a conversation like this was essentially receiving a quest from this NPC Old Niu to infiltrate the Dao sect's inner circle. By rights, it should have 100% triggered a side quest related to the organization. But strangely enough, the quest system showed no reaction at all. Those two families were clearly well aware of Joanna's predicament, so they scattered all their forces along the border, forcing Joanna to spread her already meager troops even thinner. Sorry, I didn't mean to mock you. The boy's apology nonetheless carried disdain and arrogance, and he gave extra emphasis when he said mock. It simply shut off its auditory system, and only after a good while, when it felt someone pat its shoulder, did it turn the auditory system back on. To make matters worse, as the early spring ice and snow had just melted and temperatures were rising, many creatures that had hidden in the soil through the bitter winter were crawling out one after another. Leaving the rest aside, just 3 of them had already advanced to the strong fruit rank with his assistance, truly terrifying. Ling Hao looked over, a bit surprised. Opposite him, the owner of that spirit boat seemed to sense his gaze. The curtain covering it was quietly lifted, revealing an inconspicuous slit, and within it a face like the bright moon that gave him a faint smile. Once Jin, he intervened. That irrational loophole was patched. Perhaps that's the value of her existence. Li Guo'er shrank back into her covers, turned to glance out the window, and saw only deep darkness outside clearly. Dawn had not yet broken. The sun she relied on, the one who had cultivated for more than 10 years, was injured under Ling Hao's hand before he could even make 2 moves. The old turtle calculated for a long time, then said, drenched in sweat, Sorry, I calculated based on my own speed and got it wrong, pure mishap." With a casual swipe, Jian Yi wiped out all the divine sense those demon cultivators had left in the magic artifact. The black serpent halted its forward charge, warily fixing its gaze on Lin Feng ahead, and the B-class beast that was still trampling that last strike had completely stunned it. If someone were present, they would see star points and drifting nebulae in Jian Yi's eyes at a glance. It was as if she had tucked the entire universe inside them. Using soul power to observe, Lin Feng found at least a dozen people lying in ambush outside the Wanjiang restaurant where he was staying, further confirming his suspicion. Fortunately, soul power detected them early. The 2 of them made a wide detour and slipped out through a gap. Township Chief Liang led a group to inspect the shrimp farm, accompanied nervously by Lu Dafu and Hu Kaishan. And then, as a matter of course, they enjoyed a sumptuous working meal. In the end, after a hint from Lu Nan, Lu Dafu gave Township Chief Liang a 500 yuan red envelope and allotted 4 jin of pond-raised prawns to each person. It felt a bit abrupt, but Lan Di herself didn't think, so she was no longer the sprite who once only yearned for human life without experiencing it. Besides, she was a sprite to begin with. After becoming a wind immortal, she had devoured more wind spirits than one could count. Shui Kuei angrily cut Lu Chuan off and snapped, "I don't care who he is, anyone who offends Kaifeng Prefecture will be dealt with according to the law. If you use that spiel to dodge responsibility again, I'll be the first to expose you." Meanwhile, Green Source Company also set up branches in the farmers market for agricultural technology extension, information services, seeds, and farm machinery, providing farmers with a comprehensive package of genuine, high-quality agricultural services. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Xian Yuan thought to himself that Lan Di's move was too ruthless. Indeed, among secular warriors, some take the speed route and can unleash more than 20 sword strikes instantly, and some can break 40, but such people are top-tier masters of their generation. The teenagers on the first ring around the besieged city were actually fine, though a bit repressed, because they didn't really understand the whole story. They felt little real pressure. How did you get out of bed? Jing Moshuan narrowed his sharp eyes at Han Shui, not letting a single corner escape his scrutiny. Deep in the dark forest, a mass of players hid in the shrubs, quietly watching the scene before Dark Spirit Castle. The invading guild ultimately slunk away, which they hadn't expected. Old Fifth said bluntly, "Isn't it just that your master offended Senior Lioli and left us all single?" Xiaoyan didn't speak. He knew this boss wasn't finished and would have more to say, so he didn't interrupt and quietly waited for Shui Yun to continue. "Where are Xiaoyu and the others?" Yi Qing exclaimed. No sooner had the words fallen than He Yunfei quietly appeared behind them. The fat man nodded, set his submachine gun back into position, but before he could pull the trigger, the ceiling above suddenly collapsed. Li Nin nodded in reply, catching sight out of the corner of his eye of the middle-aged man from before who played the suona and sang Qin opera. He went over to greet him. "Consider it a mechanism." Fu Yunwan stared at the crystal ball, saying the crystal ball was linked to the twin forces of yin and yang, and it was the only thing here that had left traces of spellcraft. Could this really be the only path? When the four of Liu Hua returned to the water jade mine, they found chaos. After asking around, they learned Tian Fei was missing, and the mine no longer had anyone in charge. Impossible. Stop dreaming. He himself doesn't even know what happened. Would I not know? Who do you think you're fooling? Looking at Li Chengzong and the others, Jia Zhiqing couldn't help recalling his first time ascending Huangting Mountain back in the day. The voice was very soft, but it sounded as if it were pressed right against the ear, drowning out the gurgles of the rotten corpses and overpowering that almost mad shriek coming from inside the white cocoon of light. Half an hour later, Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang got up to take their leave. Niu Yuanshan politely escorted them all the way to the little courtyard gate. His behavior drew sideways glances from several errand workers in the courtyard, who couldn't understand how these two registered disciples had managed to offend no one and yet receive such courtesy from him. After sending the two off, Old Neo picked up the jar of Erlang wine on the table and went back inside. Once inside, the expression on his broad, square face with thick brows and big eyes subtly changed. How could Chu Huaishu have opened two orifices? He could not puzzle out. He was the organization's gold face and had earlier been responsible for receiving newcomers, so naturally he had seen the kid's file. He was clearly recorded as having a pseudo-spirit embryo. What's worse is that all 9 of his innate orifices are sealed. This situation completely defied the cultivation world's common sense. It was hard not to be astonished. Could he be one of those legendary spirit embryos whose potential is merely obscured, looking like a pseudo-spirit embryo on the surface, but actually having its spirit embryo covered over? If he formally begins cultivation, the result would be different. As an elder in the organization, his curiosity about this newcomer only deepened. He even felt like taking a drop of the boy's blood to carefully examine what kind of spirit embryo it truly was. After a few seconds, Niu Yuanshan's gaze suddenly sharpened. Then he abruptly raised his hand and gave himself a heavy slap, so hard it skewed his face. He even used some spiritual power in that slap. It was full force. Smack. How many times has it been? Exactly how many times? Niu Yuanshan, you really don't learn. Why do you keep making the same mistake? Rule 3 of the admonitions: do not indulge excessive prying into your fellow practitioners. On the other side, after saying goodbye to old Niu, Chu Huaishu looked up at the blue sky. During that half hour, relying on his experience as a veteran player, he kept trying to pick up quests, strike up conversations, and trigger various interactions. But the quest system still gave no response. The game, Borrowing Sword, is extremely open-ended. In theory, it couldn't strip him of the right to be a double agent. So a seed of suspicion was planted in his mind. On the way home, Han Shuangjiang suddenly called Chu Huaishu to a stop. The cold-faced girl averted her eyes a little and said in a low voice, Thanks for today." Clearly, this iceberg of a person even felt awkward saying thank you. Chu Huaishu made a casual joke. "First of all, I'm not that." Seeing the confusion in her eyes, he felt utterly bored with himself. "No need to thank me. It's what I should do. And in the end it turned out pretty well, didn't it?" He smiled at her. Han Shuangjiang therefore relaxed and felt fortunate. If anything had happened to Chu Huaishu because of her, this kind-hearted girl would probably feel guilty for the rest of her life. After thinking for a moment, She took a jade token fragment out of her storage talisman. This is for you. I don't think I should keep it, Han Xuanzhang said. Chu Huaishu glanced at her and suddenly felt that this protagonist-type person really loved to keep a precise account of things. Earlier, when he said he was going home and told her to go ask old Nyo for help, she refused. Now, on the other hand, she wanted to hand the jade fragment in her hand over to him. I already have one. Giving me another is pointless. I don't need 2 keys, Chu Huaishu said. You can exchange it for sect contribution points, Han Xuanzhang said earnestly and insistently. Chu Huaishu wasn't about to actually take it. You should know, there are 10 jade fragments in total, which means Lu Tianfeng's side still has 8. When the time comes and the other side's 8 people enter the instance, we'll only have 2. So although Lu's side will be pained, they'll still think the advantage is on my side. But Chu Huaishu knew perfectly well that the ice mountain standing in front of him was the lucky child who had claimed both of the remaining Dao ancestor inheritances. I'm only comfortable if you go into the dungeon with me, he thought. So he frowned again and, in a not very pleasant and somewhat stern tone, said, just stow it away and stop dawdling. The girl's lips under her veil pursed slightly, showing a bit of hesitation. Chu Huaishu looked at her and said, this was requested for us by Steward Nyo. He's already split them, 1 each. Rather than handing it to me now, you'd do better to help me a lot once we're inside the secret realm. The cold-faced girl hesitated for a moment, but in the end declined and softly agreed. All right. They walked on, chatting as they went. After this incident, they seemed to have grown a little closer. The usually reserved, distant girl, rare in her openness, admitted, I didn't expect there to be seniors like Steward Lu in the Dao sect. I always thought the elders were all like Steward Nyo. Chu Huaishu couldn't help laughing out loud when he heard it. If everyone were like Deacon Nyo, wouldn't the Daoist sect be finished? Are they all moles from the sect master down to the deacons? He muttered to himself. Chu Huaishu glanced at Han Xuanzhang and said, this is normal. Where isn't there a bad apple? Human nature is inherently complicated. As long as you're human, you have selfish motives. Let me tell you, that Lu Qinggong who came to arrest me was pretty interesting. I pried quite a bit out of him along the way. Back then, this Deacon Lu wasn't even a deacon yet. He and his wife took a group of outer disciples down the mountain for a mission, and something happened. His wife died on the spot, and he himself was gravely injured. His cultivation stagnated from then on, but those outer disciples were fine. He protected them. Chu Huaishu shrugged. Maybe he got corrupted by power, or maybe his son hit his bottom line. Who knows? Han Xuanzhang listened, growing ever more silent. Chu Huaishu looked at her and said with a smile, it's fine. Since they wanted to make a move, I made sure they didn't have it easy, right? The cold-faced girl turned to look at him and said seriously, I really didn't expect you to suddenly make a move at the end. He grew smug and crooked a grin. Well, arrogant enough. Han Xuanzhang. She kept quiet, and he just stared at her until she had to give a slight nod. Right? Being arrogant is the way to go. Chu Huaishu grinned. The more arrogant you are, the more people think your backing is unfathomable. He went on. Do you know why there's a saying, bully the weak and fear the strong, oppress those below and fawn over those above? Because those who bully the weak usually fear the strong, and those who oppress subordinates often have to curry favor with their superiors. Chu Huaishu said, how about we make a bet? Do you believe that after I made such a move, they'll come visit us tomorrow and bring lavish gifts? Han Xuanzhang asked, but didn't they already give us the secret realm key? That was an apology gift, and Deacon Nyo specifically came to ask for it. Chu Huaishu waved a hand and said. He continued, didn't he himself say he'd prepare a generous gift and pay a visit tomorrow? Once he said it, he has to follow through. He can't call it quits just because he gave the Pill King token. Besides, he can't be sure whether we took those few words to heart. What if we did? Deacon Lu is a veteran. He knows the ways of human relations. What's more, an apology is an apology. Building connections is building connections. Chu Huaishu looked at her and kept asking, anyway, are we betting or not? No bet. Han Xuanzhang shook her head repeatedly and even quickened her pace. She always felt many of her ideas weren't as quick as if she refused to let him lead her by the nose. Come on, just one bet. I haven't even said what the wager is yet. Don't rush to refuse. Chu Huaishu felt she was no fun at all. No bet. No bet. Han Xuanjiang kept a cold face and quickened those long legs of hers. Not listening, not listening like chanting scriptures. No matter how Chu Huaishu tried to persuade her, Han Xuanjiang just wouldn't gamble. Back home, the two of them each returned to their own bamboo huts. Chu Huaishu sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion and began to regulate his breathing. The gains this time were substantial. He got 1,000 experience points, enough to level up again, even several levels. With Han Xuanjiang's heaven-defying cultivation speed, if I didn't have experience, she'd leave me far behind right away. He guessed, and after this whole ordeal, she's definitely more anxious inside. Her desire to grow stronger is stronger, and her cultivation speed might get even faster. Having great talent is really sweet. Me, I still have to suffer and do quests. It's all hard work. System, hurry up and level me up. Sword refining art directly broke through to the 3rd, 4th, and 5th layers. Chu Huaishu broke through 3 apertures in one breath. As expected, the long-legged girl next door was cultivating. Han Xuanjiang had just circulated 1 full cycle when she again heard Chu Huaishu's heart-wrenching screams from next door. Breaking through 3 apertures in a row, the pain layered on top of itself. If the first time hurt like being run over by a motorcycle, and the second like a motorcycle carrying a passenger, then this time soaring 3 levels in one go was almost like a whole taxi rolling over his body. Han Xuanjiang immediately sprang up. Although she knew it was because of the technique, she still couldn't help walking to the door of his bamboo hut to check on him. When she reached the doorway, she instead felt a bit hesitant. After a few seconds, perhaps hearing footsteps outside, a hoarse and weak voice came from inside. I'm fine. It's a breakthrough from the technique. He wasn't even wearing his outer robe, sweat pouring all over him, practically bare-chested as he cultivated on the meditation cushion. Chu Huaishu's build was on the slim side, but with some flesh he looked lean in clothes. Yet once undressed you could see the lines. He wasn't one of those big, muscle-bound types. Right now he was drenched in sweat under the sunlight. His muscle contours stood out even more. He noticed that ever since cultivating sword refining art, the strength in his body kept surging upward, as if it were deliberately tempering his physique. But it didn't seem to be taking that bulky, domineering muscle beast route. There were no scary slabs of dead, blocky muscle on him. Good, as long as you're fine. A girl's cool, flat voice came from outside the room, sounding less like genuine concern. Still, for someone so young to have a bit of a big sister vibe was rather odd. Han Xuanjiang returned to the room and buried herself in cultivation again. She hadn't expected Chu Huaishu to break through again so soon. Has he already opened the 3rd aperture? She wondered to herself. I need to step it up. I can't let him leave me behind, she thought. Only after Han Xuanjiang's footsteps faded did Chu Huaishu flop to the floor, gulping for air. His huff, his huff. He'd just been putting on a brave face, thinking she wouldn't here. Although he'd mentally prepared before leveling up, he still blacked out for a moment just now and nearly fainted. Rather than hurting 3 times, level by level, better to get it over with in one go. Short pain beats long pain. Chu Huaishu was almost ready to give up. The consequence now was that his whole body was still subconsciously twitching. After twitching for quite a while, he gradually adapted. Chu Huaishu stood up and flung out the first form of jibber-jabber 8 trigrams palm. Gusts of palm wind swept through the room, far fiercer than before. Impressive. He clicked his tongue in amazement. Although sword refining art was a bit unorthodox and the cultivation process was grueling, the route of training both inside and out was indeed ruthless, making him feel a bit untouchable during the aperture opening stage. This matches well with my cheat-like body control, Chu Huaishu thought. Just then, a deep regret surged up in him. If only I'd been this fierce back in the dungeon. The sound of Lu Qingqi's ribs cracking did have a hint of pleasure. He could still savor it a little. Thinking of this, Chu Huaishu added to himself, seems Han Xuanjiang hasn't fully mastered 8 Desolation's Wandering Dragon yet? I'll make time to teach her myself, he thought. He opened the character panel and checked his remaining experience. Only 136 points were allocable, nowhere near enough to open the 6th aperture. By evening, Chu Huaishu finally got to taste Han Xuanjiang's cooking. Not bad, he praised. Maybe it sounded polite, but he went on to praise each dish in detail. This way, her enthusiasm for cooking should go up. This man with outstanding culinary skills planned to continue living in seclusion and was adamant about not washing dishes. On the surface, Han Shuangjiang only nodded coolly, but she was a bit happy to be acknowledged. After dinner, Chu Huaishu just up and left. The cold-faced housekeeper wore no expression, silently tidying up his bowls and chopsticks. The two couldn't really be called cohabiting now, it was more like sharing a rental. Watching her back as she cleared the table, when Han Shuangjiang bent over, her full, perky but rounded out her skirt, the wide hip feature more pronounced, plump and shapely. Paired with those straight, long legs, if she wore a qipao or a vintage dress, she'd probably be too beautiful to look away from. But he didn't shudder all over, he merely sent out an information probe toward the direction of her butt. Already opened the third aperture? Chu Huaishu gnashed his teeth, half envious. He guessed Han Shuangjiang not only had a maxed-out spiritual embryo attribute, her comprehension might be high as well. If it weren't for a normal body needing time to adapt after opening apertures, she'd probably break through even faster. Plot armor is truly terrifying. After a whole day's hustle, both of them were exhausted and turned in early. At dawn, the east grew pale. Han Shuangjiang rose early to cook congee, busy and delighted. After breakfast, Chu Huaishu volunteered to teach her 8 Desolations Wandering Dragon. Of course he wouldn't be sleazy like Lu Qingqi, laying hands on her right away. This area should indeed sink down a bit. He pointed to Han Shuangjiang's slender, graspable waist. Chu Huaishu's hand was still some distance away, yet the girl felt an itchy warmth at her waist. Probably they were standing too close. Come, I'll demonstrate it again. Chu Huaishu began to strike with his palm. There's no need to learn the entire set of jibber-jabber 8 trigrams palm. After all, this skill is mainly for breaking formations in the library pavilion. It doesn't see much use in real combat. Once you enter the first realm, you have to start learning proper spellcraft. Mortal martial arts are too underwhelming, not worth spending much effort on. Besides, you'll reach the first realm soon anyway. It was obvious that Han Shuangjiang's comprehension was astonishingly high. Chu Huaishu taught her a few times, casually corrected her movements, and Han Shuangjiang soon mastered it all. And the posture of this beauty when she struck with her palm looked quite pleasing, too. He also began to understand why. Even though those girls online were clearly recording anti-assault techniques, netizens jokingly called them molester exciting boxing. Just then, a party of unwelcome guests arrived at the bamboo hut's door. Leading them was Lu Tianfeng, his hair half gray. Lu Qingqi and Lu Chenggong followed obediently behind, forcing a fawning smile onto their faces. Behind them came a group of menials, each cradling a gift box in his hands. These things could have gone straight into a storage ring, but when it comes to gift giving, it's all about display. This looks more proper. Han Shuangjiang couldn't help glancing at Chu Huaishu. He actually guessed right, she truly hadn't expected it. Steward Lu calculated inwardly that, since he believed the pair's origins, he ought to cozy up properly. Apology gifts must be given. Tribute gifts must be offered. Keep them straight. Chu Huaishu asked, feigning ignorance, Steward Lu, what brings you here? And didn't he spare even a glance for Lu Qingqi as he spoke? Lu Tianfeng replied with a smile. Didn't this old man say yesterday that today he'd prepare a small gift for his worthy nephew? A man must keep his word. Only, seeing the two today, the old man couldn't help feeling they were somewhat different. Lu Tianfeng extended his divine sense, and his face changed at once. This time the shock was anything but a put-on. Worthy nephew, and this young lady you've broken through. Congratulations. Han Shuangjiang had opened her third aperture, that was one thing. But this Chu Huaishu had opened 3 apertures in a single night. How is that possible? He's clearly a low-grade spiritual embryo. A huge wave surged in Lu Tianfeng's heart. All the doubts in his heart now evaporated. If you told him he was just an ordinary registered disciple, how could this old man possibly believe it? Lu Tianfeng began instructing the menials. Put the things down. Set them steady, don't bang them. He finished and cast another glance at the pair's bamboo hut, saying, if you're short of anything, just tell this old man. Steward Lu fawned busily. By the way, worthy nephew, would you like menials to attend you? Chu Huaishu certainly had no such idea. Having one more person around would only make him feel ill at ease. He casually glanced over the menials arranging the gifts. intending to refuse outright. But soon his gaze tightened, fixing on a short menial with his head lowered. The fellow was probably under 1.7 meters tall, with rosy lips, white teeth, and delicate features. He lacked a bit of masculine vigor, clearly the type with a male body and feminine looks. Chu Huaishu suddenly lifted his hand and pointed, saying, "I want him." Seeing this person, he was more shocked than anyone. How can he be here? One of the four main protagonists of Borrowed Sword was precisely Su Ziqing. Early this morning, the menial Su Ziqing had gotten up and begun working. Lu Tianfeng's courtyard, unlike Neo Yuanshan's little one, was larger and far more luxurious. Neo Yuanshan's tasteful little courtyard had only 4 menials attending it, while the Lu household had as many as 15 menials alone. Yesterday, the steward recruited 3 new people. Su Ziqing was among those 3. Being new, he naturally had to do the hardest, heaviest, and filthiest jobs. All the residences in the Taoist sect are laid with small dust-clearing formations. That means that even if you're away for a long time, you won't return to a home covered in dust. So besides that, there's no need to clean very diligently day to day. However, that only covers dust removal. It goes without saying that, among the tasks assigned to the newcomer Su Ziqing, the main household's latrines were certainly included. I hate. The delicate-featured youth worked furiously with a strip of cloth covering his mouth and nose, cursing viciously in his heart. He hated that storyteller to the core, feeling the man was toying with his emotions. I'm such a fool, really. I actually believe that if I went to Baiyuping on Wuming Mountain, a master would come down the mountain to fetch me. Heh, I'm so foolish, truly foolish. He began to wallow in self-pity. On that night of torrential rain, he lingered at the foot of Wuming Mountain for a long, long time, drenched until even his soul felt lost. Su Ziqing. Oh, Su Ziqing, though the Xianhuang realm has all kinds of legends of fortuitous encounters and opportunities, how can you be so ridiculous as to think such great fortune would fall on your head for no reason? You're nothing more than a mere pseudo-spiritual embryo. What gives you the right? Just because you were a sword prodigy since childhood, quick at learning mortal sword forms, you think you can become a peerless sword cultivator? That night he laughed bitterly to himself. Wake up. Wake up. Even if you comprehend every mortal sword technique under heaven, so what? You still crumble at a touch before true cultivators? Father, mother, grandma, little sister, when will I be able to avenge you? After the rain stopped, Su Ziqing stood at the foot of Wuming Mountain, gazing at the night sky, talking to himself. Don't be fooled by his delicate features and effeminate looks. He had practiced swordsmanship since childhood and was much hardier than most. So even after being out in the rain for a long time, at most his lips went pale, no real harm done. The trembling all over was just because he was short of breath and stifled. Su Ziqing's parents died early, and he bore a deep grudge about his textbook, a protagonist setup as you could get. The storyteller's figure flickered in his mind again. The man looked ordinary, yet his words and actions carried a flashy, narcissistic flair. At first, when he would vanish the moment he finished speaking, Su Ziqing simply took him for a free and easy eccentric of the Jianghu. But thinking it through now, that so-called playing among mortals was just him making a fool of him. Su Ziqing felt that storyteller was downright crooked and sinister. That night, after the rain had stopped, he let out a hoarse roar to vent his anger. Then the fine-featured youth bit down hard on his lip, almost breaking the skin. Once he cleared his head, he looked toward the mist-wreathed mountain beyond the mountain. The youth steeled himself. Since he was here, he would break into the Taoist sect no matter what, even if it cost him his life. At first light, he set out. Who would have thought that by coincidence he would actually find a way in? The steward of Lu Tianfeng's household was recruiting 3 new menials. So coincidental? They happened to be recruiting menials today? Su Ziqing was thrilled when he heard. Whatever he start as a menial, so long as he could get into the Taoist sect. But was it really just a coincidence? Don't forget, someone had been dispatched here by the organization at that very moment, with the goal of placing him on the mountain as a menial. And so, Su Ziqing's metamorphosis officially began. He was far too fine-featured, not the tall, strapping type of man with an effeminate face that drew attention, so the Lu family's steward gave him a rather odd look. What a boy who looks like a delicate maiden. The man was getting on in years, so what if he had a bit of a pervy streak? Su Ziqing knew perfectly. Well, how could he not understand what that look meant? He never imagined that coming to the Taoist sect as a menial would be so dangerous, with traps everywhere. After finishing a pile of odd jobs today, he was summoned by the steward to assemble somewhere. The menials began carrying gifts and followed the Liu family master and young master toward a small bamboo hut. On the way, quite a few outer sect disciples bowed respectfully to Deacon Liu. Seeing the gifts, they cast glances one after another. Looking at their robes and the outer sect tokens at their waists, Su Ziqing was filled with envy. He couldn't help lowering his head to look at his own threadbare menial-esque garb. Proud as he was, and though no one recognized him, he kept his head bowed tightly the whole way. Entering the bamboo hut, he still kept his head down. Only during a lull did he faintly hear the master chatting with a young man, and he couldn't help but look up. At a glance, the man was strikingly refined and handsome. He was the type of handsome man with strong, well-defined bone structure. His brow bones were slightly prominent. The tails of his brows faintly upturned, the kind of famed bone structure that could shadow the eyes, making his inky black gaze look even deeper. A straight nose bridge, clean facial lines, a sharply cut jaw. A few strands of hair falling over his forehead added a touch of rakish charm. And with Chu Huaishu's broad shoulders and narrow waist filling out his robes, he didn't seem the least bit thin or frail. In both bearing and aura, he was impeccable. When the sunlight fell on him, Su Ziqing went slack with awe. He had looked like a girl since childhood and was often mocked as girly as he grew up. So somehow he always found himself staring at those tall, handsome boys, filled with both envy and longing. Over time, his attention to this sort of man even surpassed his notice of the opposite sex. For that very reason, even with Chu Huaishu standing shoulder to shoulder with the peerless beauty Han Shuangjiang, his gaze fell on Chu Huaishu first. Su Ziqing couldn't help asking himself, how could there be such a charismatic man in this world? Just now, seeing him smiling at the eyes and talking easily with the deacon, his poise was truly extraordinary. After a few seconds of daze, the youth buried his head again, out of his sensitive pride. What happened next veered off onto a baffling track. Liu Tianfeng was certain that when he had just asked Chu Huaishu whether he needed a menial to attend him, judging by his expression and the right hand already lifted, he was clearly about to decline politely. He's getting on in years. A man who's been around, how could he not understand that little flutter of youth? And yet, there was a scene that just felt bizarrely out of place as it unfolded. Chu Huaishu cast a casual glance over and was immediately drawn to the pretty-faced, short-odd jobber. He actually shouted on the spot, "I want him." He even looked a bit impatient. Everyone's gaze, Han Shuangjiang's included, snapped over. Su Ziqing panicked in an instant. The gift cradled in his hands almost slipped. "Huh? Me?" He was stunned, never expecting this elegant man to be pointing at him. The look in that man's eyes was that certain. He was dead set on you. Su Ziqing's heart suddenly sped up, pounding hard. He couldn't figure out how his life had gotten so unmoored in such a short time. And right after that scene, the situation he'd gone through countless times and knew all too well played out again before his eyes. Su Ziqing clearly sensed everyone look at his face first, then sweep to his Adam's apple, and finally let their gaze drop to his chest. "Do you have any manners?" The boy's pride was pricked again. He almost wanted to clamp both hands over his chest. The feeling was awful. In Su Ziqing's life, people staring at his Adam's apple and chest was all too common. In the end, their looks seemed to say, "Huh, he's a guy?" But depending on their tastes, that "huh" came in different tones. Su Ziqing loathed that feeling to the extreme. He was obviously a man, yet so many people assumed he was a woman cross-dressing as a man. This trope, commonplace in storybooks, was something people still never seemed to tire of watching. Endless shame and the tension of being stared at by everyone flushed the boy's cheeks crimson. The blush on his delicate face, if anything, made him look a bit better. On the borrowed sword forums, some imaginative player even photoshopped him in women's clothes. Once the picture went out, the comments underneath were basically, "Not out of the question." Posted on Weibo. Perfectly normal. The boy in the odd jobber's garb had his hands clenched into fists. But when his gaze swept past the crowd and met Chu Huaishu's eyes, he still froze for a moment. Because that man's gaze wasn't like the others' appraising, amused looks. There was a feeling he couldn't put a finger on. It was certainty. It was approval. Yes, definitely approval. Su Ziqing couldn't say why, but the ache in his sensitive heart eased a little. He even thought, I'm going to be an odd jobber anyway, what's the difference where I do it? Might as well go with this guy. Su Ziqing had never much liked the Lu family's lot and their steward. Toward Chu Huaishu, though, he didn't have that sense of repulsion. Just as he was letting his thoughts run wild, the young man spoke again. This time he didn't point at the odd jobber again, as if he'd decided that was improper. His tone was calm yet firm. Right? I want this kid. Hearing that, Su Ziqing's favorable impression of Chu Huaishu shot up. Meanwhile, Lu Tianfeng and the others started having all sorts of thoughts. The lust-besotted Lu Qingqi even snuck a glance at Han Shuangjiang, inwardly startled. No way, there's such a stunner right here, and you're just leaving her be. Sigh? But nothing to be done. Chu Huaishu changed his mind too easily. He hadn't wanted an odd jobber at first, and now he just had to have one. Lu Qinggong, who loved to look for fun, was already struggling to hold back a smile. Luckily, Lu Tianfeng was older and well-traveled. What weirdness hadn't he seen? He only froze for a beat before fawning at Chu Huaishu. Since that's the case, I'll gift this odd jobber to you, worthy nephew. In the eyes of those literary dandies, gifting concubines to one another was a refined, romantic affair too. Lu Tianfeng figured that by that account, he and Chu Huaishu now had a cultured friendship. I guess this counts as catering to his tastes. He breathed easier, feeling this round was in the bag. Deacon Lu's persona stayed consistent, deeply scheming, yet a little muddle-headed. Steward Chow, bring the deed of sale. The deacon moved quickly. He even shot Su Ziqing a look, unleashed the pressure of a third realm cultivation, and barked a warning. From now on you follow my worthy nephew and work hard, or I, an outer sect deacon, won't let you off. At his age he could still flatter so deftly, seizing every chance. Chu Huaishu took the deed of sale from the steward, and a contented smile bloomed on his face. He grinned broadly. He didn't care in the least what wild ideas others might get seeing that smile. Well, what can you do? I'm holding Su Ziqing's deed of sale now. Does this mean I've become the owner of the protagonist of the borrowed sword world? Chu Huaishu thought to himself. Right? I do count as his master, don't I? This transmigrator's heart was ignited by boundless ambition. Those two world protagonists of Dongzhou, one has become my little housekeeper, the other my menial, all are under my command now. To dominate Dongzhou is just around the corner. He couldn't help letting out a cackling laugh. Seeing Chu Huaishu become a menial, Lu Tianfeng was actually happier than when he received hefty gifts, and at once stepped forward to chat more and cozy up. He was getting on in years and couldn't keep up with the tricks of the young. He didn't care what quirks they had. He was just thinking whether he could use this person to climb up and get close to the sixth elder. The two exchanged pleasantries like that, chatting quite animatedly. Only after quite a while did the Lu clan people take their leave one by one. Outside the bamboo house, only Chu Huaishu and those two world protagonists remained. Han Shuangjiang stood off to the side, secretly watching them, a faintly fujoshi look in her eyes. In fact, in the brothel she used to be in, she'd done this kind of work too. Chu Huaishu lifted his eyes and glared at her. What's with that look in your eyes? It's just an occupational hazard. I'm slightly misogynistic, but really not to that extent. The cold-faced girl immediately turned her head aside, feeling he was a bit out of line after all. This was rather private and ought to be respected. Only Su Ziqing looked a bit at a loss. It was his first time meeting this pair, and he knew nothing about them. Besides, he had no idea what he was supposed to do next. At the Lu residence, which dirty jobs to do and how to assign them were all ordered by the steward. The delicate-looking menial thought to himself, since he is used to this sort of thing, why not ask them where the latrine is here? Clearly, this kid Chu Huaishu had had some social sense from a young age. He didn't make Su Ziqing do dirty work. He only told him to carry these gifts into the house first and simply sort them into categories. He had just taken a glance. The gifts Lu Tianfeng sent were quite practical, mostly food, clothing, and daily use items. But it seemed there were also 2 bottles of elixirs in there. Su Ziqing bowed and answered yes, but for the moment didn't know how to address him. He got stuck on the form of address. Strictly speaking, he ought to call him sir, young master, or lord, something along those lines. After arranging this delicate youth, Chu Huaishu went to give orders to that cold-faced girl whose eyes held a hint of playfulness. He snapped, still peeking. Why don't you get 8 Desolation's wandering dragon down pat? In truth, Han Xuanjiang's comprehension was extremely high, though she had learned this move. She hadn't trained it to the point of real proficiency yet. That iceberg-like girl merely replied, "Oh," her face still expressionless. But seeing how anxious he looked, she couldn't help feeling a little secretly pleased. At the moment, Chu Huaishu, who seemed free, actually had something serious to do. He glanced through the bamboo door at Su Ziqing crouching inside to sort the gifts, then directly tossed an information probe at him. He sighed. Life's fortunes are truly strange. I was brought up the mountain by Li Chunsong, yet he inexplicably ended up as a menial. Chu Huaishu had thought he'd only be able to detect very little information this time. After all, his strength was limited for now, and the access level of information probe was much lower too. Just like when he tossed a probe at Han Xuanjiang today. The only result he got was that her third aperture had opened. Chu Huaishu knew Han Xuanjiang's spirit embryo attribute was Xianyin. However, information probe wouldn't display that kind of result directly. This was actually hinting to him. With your current abilities, you're not qualified to examine the details of a top-tier spirit embryo yet. To be precise, when he threw information probe around for fun at the market, as someone in the aperture opening stage, he couldn't see the spirit embryo attributes of any Taoist sect disciples. Yet this time, on Su Ziqing, an unexpected gain appeared. Pseudo-spirit embryo? He was actually a pseudo-spirit embryo. How could that be? He was one of the dignified world protagonists, after all. Ever since Borrowed Sword entered public beta, the 4 world protagonist levels had always been far above the players, so naturally players had no permission to probe them. So Chu Huaishu hadn't known before that Su Ziqing was actually a pseudo-spirit embryo. Could it be that Han Xuanjiang is on the genius route, while Su Ziqing is on the trash route? The world protagonists in Borrowed Sword really do have all the elements covered. However, thinking it over, Chu Huaishu suddenly realized that among the 4 world protagonists, Su Ziqing seemed always to have the lowest cultivation, often lagging by 1 whole realm, and sometimes even by 2. Even so, no players looked down on him and called him the weakest one because of it. Chu Huaishu was still watching the slender youth's busy back. The reason was simple. The game is called Borrowed Sword. He didn't quite understand. Why did that sword choose him of all people? It was a sword left behind by the Tao ancestor. About this sword, many differing versions of legends circulated in the Xinhuang realm. One account says the sword embryo of this blade was forged 1,000 years ago by the greatest artifact refining grandmaster under heaven. It is made from the finest treasures of heaven and earth, exceedingly rare. Legend has it that it also drew in a wisp of the mysterious primordial essence of heaven and earth, infused into the sword's body. Generally speaking, cultivators carry many artifacts only the life-bound one will, through the cultivator's nurturing and strengthening, give birth to spirituality. For sword cultivators, their life-bound artifact is always the sword in their hand. Choose a sword embryo, recognize it with a drop of blood, tether it to the soul, ultimately, it becomes the life-bound. Sword cultivators nourish the sword as they themselves grow stronger, the sword grows along with them. Gradually, the sword gains spirituality and becomes attuned to the sword cultivator's mind. But this sword is exceedingly strange. While it was still just a sword embryo, it already manifested spirituality. Just hearing this sounds like the beginning of a divine sword legend. Yet it is no divine sword, but a thoroughly demonic sword. No one knows how that unfathomably powerful grandmaster of artifact forging was killed by this sword. All that is known is the wicked sword devoured its master, and in doing so it grew ever more formidable. Many great powers of the cultivation world joined forces to suppress this sword. The affair even alarmed the Sword Tao Holy Land of the Eastern Continent Sword Sect. But no one could destroy it, they couldn't even subdue it. Anyone who tried to tame it was bitten back, their body and mind eroded by its evil nature. Not until the Tao ancestor personally took action was it finally subdued and sheathed. Unofficial histories record that the Tao ancestor came from alchemy, and his true life-bound artifact was a medicinal cauldron. However, he yearned for the sword Tao, though he had no life-bound sword. He always called himself a sword cultivator. When facing external foes, as long as there was a sword cultivator nearby, he would borrow their sword to use. As the Tao ancestor grew ever more powerful in his famed sword, he even eclipsed some contemporary sword sovereigns stronger than Sword Sect S. Sword sovereign and sword cultivators everywhere took pride in lending him their spiritual swords. Later, the Tao ancestor created a heaven-grade supreme technique myriad swords return to the sect. This borrowing technique allows one to borrow every sword under heaven. It is said that when the Tao ancestor first invented this art, for 100 li around, all swords flew out together, soaring into the sky. Besides, he was not like some sword sects that carefully hoard their secret arts. Instead, the Tao ancestor made this technique public to the world, letting sword cultivators learn it together. However, very few can master it. Since then, as long as someone could cast myriad swords return to the sect, nearby sword cultivators were mostly willing to lend their swords, even treating it as a stylish flourish for sword cultivators. 1,000 years have passed, and it's still the same scene. When it comes to self-styled elegance, sword cultivators are forever number one in the cultivation world. In other words, before the Tao ancestor obtained that sword, this foremost figure of his age had always called himself a sword cultivator, and then mooched other people's swords. But in any case, from then on the Tao ancestor finally had his own sword, a master-devouring wicked sword. Chu Huaishu had seen an absurd number of versions. There are too many versions of this sword-s legend on the forums, he had seen more than a dozen. That was just the most popular version. Another version says this sword was originally the Tao ancestor's life-bound weapon. He had been nurturing it and never drew it from its sheath. So in daily life, he borrowed other swords, and later created myriad swords return to the sect. Only after his cultivation reached great completion did the divine sword truly take shape. In short, both righteous and evil versions have circulated. Sticking to the principle of don't believe or spread rumors, he just casually browsed. Chu Huaishu always thought, anyway, this sword belongs to Su Ziqing, what's it got to do with me? Just for kicks. But now he has transmigrated to Xian calendar 1990, and that sword has not yet been claimed. Moreover, Chu Huaishu knows where that sword is hidden. It's on that mountain. He also knows how to obtain the qualification to go up the mountain. Chu Huaishu's mind ran wild, and he withdrew his gaze fixed on Su Ziqing. It's hard to say now whether it's the butterfly effect caused by me, the transmigrator. At least the character arcs of those two protagonists of the world have deviated from the original. It's just not yet clear whether this is good or bad. Watching Su Ziqing finish distributing the gifts, Chu Huaishu finally turned and went into the house. The delicate-featured youth squatting on the ground glanced up at him, secretly envying Chu Huaishu's tall stature. Sometimes he wondered, if he weren't so short, would his overall looks be a bit better? Chu Huaishu glanced casually at those daily necessities and couldn't help asking, have you checked them all? There isn't any silver inside, right? Su Ziqing shook his head and said, no. Hearing that, Chu Huaishu cursed under his breath. Damn it. After all that fuss, the money didn't even get sent. Next, his gaze settled on the two jade bottles. On the jade bottles were paper labels with the names of the elixirs. Qi gathering pill. This thing is quite useful at the moment. Taking a qi gathering pill accelerates the speed at which spiritual energy enters the body. For those at the aperture opening stage, it is especially helpful for opening apertures. But that's about as far as it goes. If 1s9 apertures remain unopened, the Xianhuang secret treasury cannot be unlocked. Spiritual qi that enters the body cannot linger inside, it can only be converted into spiritual power. Once the 9 apertures are fully opened and you've obtained the first realm cultivation method, taking qi gathering pills will speed up the conversion of spiritual power. 1 day of hard cultivation can be worth several days. The exact effect still depends on the individual's physique. The better a person's talent, the more pronounced the effect after popping pills. Damn it. For players, taking pills before cultivating makes cultivation method experience rise faster. 2 jade bottles, 10 pills in each. Chu Huaishu knew very well that if he gave these to Han Shuangjiang, this cold-faced little miss' progress in the first realm would skyrocket. But cultivation still has to be scientific. Pill popping should be done in moderation. Elixirs are only auxiliary, over-reliance will actually limit your ceiling. As for what counts as a proper amount, it really depends on the person. He thought that for a regular elixir like the Qi-gathering pill, within 10 should absolutely be fine. For the two of us, Han Shuangjiang and me, Lu Tianfeng, giving 20 pills is fair enough. Players don't have this worry the system will judge it, and if you take too many at LL, even chime a reminder. But with that bunch of dumbass players, there's always someone rebellious, insisting on making trouble. I ain't taking it. The result is the character level goes up, but the spirit fetus attribute gets deducted. After looking through everything in the room, Chu Huaishu took Su Ziqing and walked out. Outside, Han Shuangjiang was still practicing palms. After practicing for a while, she was getting more and more familiar with the 8 Desolations Wandering Dragon palm technique. This cold-faced girl was learning martial arts for the first time. Now she was a bit enthralled, completely immersed, delighted beyond measure. She struck out again and again, raising gusts of palm wind. Chu Huaishu watched from the side, feeling it was pleasing to the eye. He detransmigrated, yet had no phone to play with. No videos to watch. Entertainment was really scarce. Watching a beauty practice palm techniques had become a pretty good pastime. Only, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Su Ziqing was watching very intently, a bit too focused. "Want to learn?" Chu Huaishu asked offhandedly. Only then did Su Ziqing return to his senses, as if waking from a dream. This youth had actually been willing to be a menial just to enter the Taoist sect. Once the thought moved, he wanted to show off more. So he tentatively nodded. He hadn't expected this new master to agree in one go. "All right," Chu Huaishu said nonchalantly. The delicate-featured youth glanced at Han Shuangjiang again, then suddenly set his stance and swung a palm forward. Whoosh! A blast of palm wind surged. He already knew it. The palm wind was fierce, howling as it came. Su Ziqing's 8 Desolations Wandering Dragon in this strike was extremely standard, almost grasping all its essence. Chu Huaishu watched from the side, his gaze faintly tightening. He wasn't too surprised, just inwardly grinding his teeth a bit. Damn it. Truly damn it. He almost concluded Su Ziqing's character panel was, though a pseudo-spirit fetus, he had comprehension 10. This is a cultivation world, not a wuxiao world, so there's no true Qi. Mortal martial arts are just moves, and he can learn them after only a few looks. Thinking this, he couldn't help cursing again in his heart. Damn it, truly damn it. Should I charge him 10 taels intuition? Chu Huaishu muttered to himself. After withdrawing his palm, Su Ziqing secretly sized up Chu Huaishu out of the corner of his eye. The youth had a bit of a scheme, deliberately trying to show himself off. The result was just a lukewarm, pretty good. Han Shuangjiang, standing to the side, also noticed, inwardly amazed. But she always kept her emotions off her face with that stiff expression. You couldn't tell anything. This left Su Ziqing feeling a bit dejected. As expected, in front of cultivators, this counts for nothing. You only pick up mortal martial arts at a glance, not a cultivator's spell arts. With a touch, what's so great about that? Su Ziqing was very troubled, not knowing how he could ever get a chance to cultivate. Burdened with a blood-deep vendetta, his mood was complicated, thoughts in disarray, wanting to showcase his abilities more. He was even getting a bit desperate, grasping at straws. Chu Huaishu could actually tell what he was scheming. But now wasn't the time. He himself was just a registered disciple, with no authority to teach cultivation methods to others that would violate a major sect taboo. He thought, I just don't know if things can be worked out on old Nyo's end. At this moment, Chu Huaishu felt quite emotional. If not for a fluke letting him take Su Ziqing's spot to go up the mountain, he would either have found another way out or stuck to the original plan of being an undercover menial in the outer sect. By then, I fear I would also have racked my brains finding ways to show myself, striving for a chance to cultivate. Looking at this world's main character, more thoughts bubbled up in his heart. He's the same as I used to be, a false spirit embryo. And going by the original character arc, sooner or later he'll pull that sword out. Then this sword refining method that suits me so well, might it happen to suit him too? Chu Huaishu began to let his mind run wild. And the more he thought, the more it seemed to make sense. Rather than suffer alone, better that everyone endures together. The refined-looking menial in a deeply depressed mood was completely unaware of this. He thought to himself, I should go sweep the latrine. The sky was growing dark, the sun was about to set. There was an extra menial in the household, but Han Shuangjiang was still the one cooking. The reason was simple. Su Ziqing only knew a bit of crude cooking. What she made was hard to swallow. She had no talent at all. Luckily, she no longer had to wash the dishes. That job was handed to the menial. This arrangement neatly matched Chu Huaishu's logic for recruiting a little brother. Stick with me and you'll eat, but you also have to wash dishes. Naturally, Su Ziqing's bedroom was set up in Chu Huaishu's bamboo hut. The bamboo hut was divided into 2 rooms, one large and one small. Don't let the decent quarters for named disciples fool you. Don't forget, starting next month, they'll have to pay the sect's rent. That night, Chu Huaishu did not go cultivate the sword refining method. He had just advanced 3 levels. There was still a shadow in his heart, and he didn't want to torment himself again in the middle of the night. Only now there was nothing fun to do, either he was a bit bored. No wonder cultivation emphasizes wealth, methods, companions, and territory, he muttered to himself. If I had a Dao companion, maybe I wouldn't be so lonely. Idle and with nothing to do, Chu Huaishu drew on his experience as a player and began making plans. But he was still in the orifice opening stage. The things he could do were too limited. I still need to reach the first realm as soon as possible. As the night deepened, Chu Huaishu took off his robe and, as usual, slept naked. At the stroke of midnight, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the storage token placed on his clothes. The token was giving off an ineffable, profound aura that slowly spread outward. Chu Huaishu climbed out of bed bare, picked up the token, and took something from inside. A Dan King token fragment like mutton fat jade. He placed it in his palm. At that moment, it was emitting a very, very faint glow. Is the secret realm about to open? Chu Huaishu's pupils contracted, and his heartbeat sped up with them. He threw on his robe and pushed the door open to go out. At the same time, Han Shuangjiang from the neighboring bamboo hut also came out, likewise holding a fragment of the Dan King token in her hand. Perfect. I was just thinking of finding you to verify this, Chu Huaishu said to her. Looks like this secret realm is very likely really going to open, he said with a smile. Han Shuangjiang nodded, glanced at the jade token fragment in her palm, both a bit excited and tense. Then shall we head to that cold pool now? She asked. Didn't he expect you to be this eager? Chu Huaishu laughed out loud. Hearing that, Han Shuangjiang pressed her lips together and stopped talking, afraid he'd make fun of her again. Don't rush. We need to prep first. Who knows how many days we'll be stuck in the secret realm, said the seasoned hired player. In the past, plenty of rich older sisters liked to invite him to run dungeons. He was strong, could carry, and the vibe was good when it was a man and a woman teaming up alone. It was a bit like teaming up to play a cultivation world version of an escape room. Didn't Steward Nyo say the secret realm only opens once the Dan King token is fully assembled? So there's no hurry. Without the 2 of us present, they can't get in. Chu Huaishu waved his hand. At that, he narrowed his eyes and said, besides, that Lu bunch will probably hold a little meeting to discuss their action plan in the secret realm. At the Lu family on Medicine Mountain, Lu Qingqi still hadn't slept. He had just finished a round. A soft, fragrant woman lay in his arms, the jade-like tips of her toes still tracing light circles on his calf. Senior brother Lu, you're amazing, the woman said in a soft, languid voice and rubbed lightly against his neck. Oh, junior sister Chun, am I the impressive one? Or is he? Lu Qingqi asked with a laugh, his hand sliding down from her back to a swell. It has to be said, Lu Qingqi's tastes were as ever. This was exactly his thing. Of course you're the impressive one. How could he compare to you? You're more impressive tonight than before. It's like she stammered. Like what? Lu Qingqi, proud and expectant, casually gave her but a squeeze. Like you took a pill. Hearing this, Lu Qingqi's big hand suddenly froze, and his face darkened. Because he had indeed taken a pill. Right then, he suddenly felt that something was off. In the end, his gaze fell on his storage token. Lu Qingqi immediately sat up and pulled that jade token fragment from his robe. As soon as that mysterious glimmer entered his eyes, his gaze filled with joy, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. At last, the secret realm has opened. Ha! He had waited a long time for this day. Who would have thought Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang were so lucky the moment they got the Pill King token? the secret realm activated. Lu Qingqi's eyes clouded over as he muttered. If it had been a few days earlier, they wouldn't even have had a chance to go in. He truly didn't want to share such a stroke of fortune with anyone else, but he was helpless. The woman who had been lying down immediately sat up and said with a giggle, "Congratulations, Senior Brother Lu." Clearly, she was aware of the secret realm as well. The reason was simple. This female disciple at the peak of the aperture charging stage was one of 9 carefully selected by Deacon Lu to accompany his beloved son into the secret realm, at which point token fragments would be distributed. Only 2 fragments had already been given away, so a guardian squad of 9 was no longer needed. At most 7 could be sent down. Lu Qingqi began urging her, "Wait here for now. Forget it. Head back first. I need to go report this to my father." He had taken a drug, and normally he wouldn't let a junior sister leave so easily. He'd only call it quits once his mood had passed. But this was urgent business. Besides, she had relaxed a little anyway. "I was born with an innate blazing fire spirit body. My aptitude is excellent. As long as I recover, the supreme Tao awaits me." So what if Chu Huaishu has the 6th elder backing him now? As soon as I enter the inner sect, my cultivation will soar. I might even become an elder's disciple, perhaps even have a chance to apprentice under the sect master. As for Han Xuanjiang, the drug hadn't fully worn off yet, and Lu Qingqi licked his lips. Now, it all depends on whether the secret realm holds what he desires. Lu Qingqi set off at once to find Lu Tianfeng. But Lu Tianfeng wasn't at home. He had noticed there were 7 fragments left in the storage token. This had long struck him as somewhat off. At that moment, the elder was standing by the cold pool. Even with his cultivation, the chill at the bottom of the pool was hard to withstand for long. Extending his divine sense downward, Lu Tianfeng immediately sensed something amiss. The cold aura had, as expected, almost dissipated. Every trace of it had been drawn away. Early the next morning, Lu Tianfeng led a group to seek out Chu Huaishu and Han Xuanjiang. Clearly, with the secret realm open, the long-scheming Lu father and son could no longer contain themselves. Deacon Lu even pulled Niu Yuanshan along. He planned to bring this good-natured fellow to serve as a guardian outside the secret realm. If something really happened, he'd be able to lend a hand, right? To such a request, old Niu agreed readily. In Lu Tianfeng's eyes, this willing ox had always been easy to negotiate with and warm-hearted. But what Lu Tianfeng didn't know was that this happened to suit Niu Yuanshan's own wishes perfectly. What can you do? Old Niu was truly curious about Chu Huaishu. He just didn't want to get slapped again. Still, taking the initiative to snoop in secret and being asked to help are 2 different things. Moreover, as for this Dao Gate secret realm, of course he hoped Chu Huaishu could secure it. Wouldn't that mean all the benefits within would be swept into the hands of our organization? So, today I'm not intentionally cozying up to peers, nor am I satisfying a personal voyeuristic urge. This is an operation. My first operation with this newcomer inside Dao Gate. Having finished all preparations the night before, Chu Huaishu stretched lazily under everyone's gaze. By preparations, he merely meant stuffing more food, drink, and daily necessities into his storage token and bringing along the gopher Han Xuanjiang as well. He mused to himself, "Today we'll see whether you, the so-called protagonist, are actually useful." Chu Huaishu turned and instructed the little menial, "The house is in your hands." Su Ziqing nodded and replied respectfully, "Yes." He hadn't expected that having just arrived, he'd be the only one left behind. The little menial was deeply envious that they could go explore a secret realm. His eyes brimmed with longing as he thought, "I wonder if I'll ever encounter such fortune someday." The group made their way to the cold pool. Along the way, Chu Huaishu kept observing the registered disciples following beside Lu Qingqi. They were also secretly sizing up Chu Huaishu and Han Xuanjiang. Lu Tianfeng even gave a brief introduction and repeatedly exhorted these registered disciples at the peak of the aperture charging stage to do their utmost to protect the 2 of them. But what schemes this old fellow was truly plotting, only he knew. Upon arriving, everyone examined the cold pool before them together. A few cold-natured spirit herbs grew nearby. Ordinarily, they would draw in the chill that the cold pool emitted. Normally, just approaching a few steps would be enough for an ordinary person to be seized by a wave of cold. Yet today, the pool looked like any ordinary basin of water. That bone-chilling aura had already vanished without a trace. From his storage token, Lu Tianfeng took out 10 azure beads, handed them to everyone, and said, "These are water-avoiding pearls. Put them on first." Han Shuangjiang and junior sister Chun both had a glint flash in their eyes. After all, for girls, if they were to dive directly, they might soon end up in an awkward wet clothes scene. After everyone had put on their water-avoiding pearls, Deacon Lu began to explain the final matters. In every secret realm of the Tao Gate, what exactly is hidden, no one can say. But rest assured, there may be dangers within the gate, but they are trials from your predecessors and won't actually cost you your lives. And remember the sect rules. Opportunities go to those fated. Don't break the rules, and under no circumstances harm your fellow disciples. What he meant, in fact, was to remind Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang not to rely on their backing and do as they pleased. After all, this was a grave taboo. Once someone found out, even the sixth elder wouldn't be able to protect them. And the 7 registered disciples he sent were all trusted aides he had carefully selected. Each of these people had been cultivated by him, and this time they had all been promised plenty of benefits. As a rule, once a registered disciple opens all 9 orifices, they should head straight for the library pavilion. Who would be like them, not in a hurry to break through, and instead waiting? They were waiting for the secret realm to open on Lu Tianfeng's orders. Once inside, they were to fully support Lu Qingqi and give him a hand. Lu Tianfeng waved his hand and said, "All right, off you go." Niu Yuanshan stood to the side with a smile on his face, hardly saying a word. But his gaze fell almost entirely on Chu Huaishu. The 5th orifice? He had actually opened the 5th orifice? Niu Yuanshan was baffled by this and didn't know how he had done it. Moreover, he remembered clearly. That night the 6th elder came to him, asked where the jade slip of the sword refining art had come from, and said it was an evil art. He had been quite worried then. Thinking back now, could it really be because it's an evil art that the breakthrough was so fast? In the heart of this kind middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and large eyes, a faint worry began to grow. Unconsciously, he had come to regard Chu Huaishu as one of his own juniors. Just then, under Lu Tianfeng's watchful gaze, a slightly plump registered disciple was the first to jump into the cold pool. The water-avoiding pearl was indeed effective when he jumped in. He hardly even made a splash. Everyone leaped into the cold pool in turn, with Chu Huaishu the last to enter the water. The pool was deep, and everyone swam underwater for quite a while. After gathering at the bottom of the pool, they all took out the fragments of the Pill King token as Lu Tianfeng had instructed. Those faintly glowing fragments floated on their own in the water, slowly converging together. The light grew brighter and brighter, and suddenly a gigantic vortex erupted from the bottom of the pool. Before the 10 of them could react, the vortex swallowed them in one gulp. A dizzying sense of heaven and earth spinning rushed over them, making one involuntarily want to vomit. Everyone's vision was a blur. They couldn't see their surroundings at all. Those registered disciples whose mindsets were unstable had their hearts in their throats. Only Chu Huaishu held firm, his mindset still steady. The reason was simple. The moment the vortex appeared, a system notification sound rang in his ears. Ding! Entering instance Pill King token. Instance is opening. So it was just loading a progress bar. After about a minute, everyone fell heavily from a height of just over a meter. Most of the registered disciples cried out in pain, making noises. Han Shuangjiang grunted. Only Chu Huaishu made no sound, though his expression looked a bit nauseous. For just this little bit of pain, what are you yelling for? He was the first to get up from the ground and looked ahead. He couldn't tell whether this was a space beneath the cold pool or some other place. At this moment, there were 10 entrances in front of Chu Huaishu. They looked like 10 caves. Lu Qingqi frowned and said, "Does this mean the 10 of us have to split up and each choose an entrance?" After saying this, he unconsciously looked toward Chu Huaishu for some reason. He wanted to hear what Chu Huaishu would say. But who would have thought? Chu Huaishu pulled Han Shuangjiang aside to whisper, not paying him any mind at all. He murmured to the cold-faced girl, "Which one do you want to choose? Go with your intuition." The cold-faced girl still didn't understand what he was up to, and she lifted her eyes to sweep over the 10 entrances. She answered, counting from the left, the 7th. No other reason, simply because among 1 to 10 she favored number 7 the most. Chu Huaishu nodded and said, "All right." Then he turned to Lu Qingqi and the others and asked loudly, "Senior brothers and senior sisters, have you chosen? How about this junior goes first?" He pointed to number 7 and number 8 and said, "We'll take these two entrances." Lu Qingqi's eyes darkened at those words, feeling a bit annoyed inside. But he had already been leaning toward number 9. 9 is the ultimate. His gaze shifted, and in the end he simply smiled and said, "All right, then number 7 and number 8 will go to junior brother Chu and junior sister Han." In no time, everyone had chosen their entrance. "Then shall we go in?" Lu Qingqi took it upon himself to host again. This time Chu Huaishu finally responded to him, saying coolly, "All right." Impatient, the group began to move forward one after another. Just as Han Xuanjiang was about to step into the entrance, her arm was suddenly grabbed by a large hand. "What is it?" she asked in confusion as she looked at the person holding her. It was Chu Huaishu. Even through her clothes, she felt that hand quite hot. Chu Huaishu simply held her arm, his gaze fixed on her. "We're not splitting up. I'm going in with you." Han Xuanjiang couldn't figure out why Chu Huaishu insisted on taking the same entrance as her. Doing so would invisibly waste one entrance from a probabilistic perspective. It wasn't cost-effective. If it was because he feared he couldn't handle a trial alone, that didn't make sense either. Since the predecessor designed 10 entrances, wasn't the intention for one per person? Those strong enough should be able to withstand the trials. So she pondered for a moment and said, "Why don't we split up? If I gain anything, I'll bring it out for you." She had made up her mind about this before entering the secret realm. If there was truly something to be had, she would give it all to Chu Huaishu. She knew full well that the previous stir had been caused by her, and it was thanks to Chu Huaishu that things had been brought to a close. She had wanted to give him the jade token shard from the start, but he wouldn't take it. Who knew Chu Huaishu would stick to his guns after hearing that? He shook his head. "Trust me, we go together," he said. "All right." Han Xuanjiang didn't insist further. The experienced Chu Huaishu knew that fortune isn't something you can split just because you want to. He didn't plan to gamble on probability or rely on blind luck. He would rather believe that the girl before him, carrying great fate, was his lucky koi. Watch closely. This is how you use the world as protagonist. Before entering number 7 cave, Han Xuanjiang glanced at the number 8 cave beside it, feeling a bit of pity. "Stop looking. Trust your first instinct," said Chu Huaishu. She replied, "I trust you too. Maybe you'll bring me good luck." He, on the other hand, was treating the world's protagonist as his treasure-finding talisman. The cold-faced girl pressed her lips slightly, feeling this grinning guy was putting pressure on her. No time to lose. Everyone else was rushing into the caves, and they couldn't drag it out either. The two walked and it was very narrow inside. It was a bit like that passage in Peach Blossom Spring. First extremely narrow, barely enough for a person, and after walking dozens of steps, it suddenly opened up. But shortly after it opened up, the path split into 2 small trails ahead. Chu Huaishu squinted and said, "Feels like a maze." Han Xuanjiang nodded and suggested, "Should we make a mark?" "Sure." Chu Huaishu didn't mind if she wanted to. They could. To him it wasn't necessary, because he had the map function. The map would unlock wherever he walked, and he could check it later. No need to leave marks. It's just that within the instance he couldn't precisely locate their current position unless there was level suppression. Soon, Han Xuanjiang again felt this man was quietly pressuring her. "Which way?" he asked. The iceberg looked left and right helplessly and finally chose the right. "Okay, let us go." Chu Huaishu subconsciously blurted out an English phrase, which left Han Xuanjiang baffled, but she still hurried to catch up. Sure enough, after walking a short while, they encountered another fork, this time into 3 paths. "Pick one," Chu Huaishu said again. Han Xuanjiang looked and suggested, "How about the middle one?" "All right, that's it." He adopted it readily. Then Chu Huaishu kept walking inward without slowing. Han Xuanjiang stayed at the fork alone to make a mark. Once she finished and looked back, he had already gone far ahead. She pressed her lips at his broad back and quickly jogged after him. Just like that, the two passed 10 forks in one stretch. Next, they walked into a very large clearing. There were as many as 6 paths ahead. Chu Huaishu started pressuring Han Xuanjiang again. "Choose." The cold-faced girl looked even colder, clearly a bit unhappy. Can't you pick one yourself? She frowned. We clearly agreed the fortune goes to you. Yet you're making me decide everything. This is too weird. If we take the wrong path, don't come blaming me. No, Chu Huaishu replied, a bit roguishly. Listen, I get lost really easily. He started talking nonsense. As the girl Han Xuanjiang heard that, she got even more upset. Then why don't you leave Marks? She felt a bit aggrieved, always thinking all the grunt work was on her alone. The man strode forward on his own, not stopping at all. Am I not deliberately walking ahead to scout? How can you be sure there's no danger here? What if this isn't just a maze? Chu Huaishu explained, sounding perfectly justified. Han Xuanjiang stared at him, dumbfounded, cursing inwardly. This shameless damn fox. As it turned out, she gave him a nickname, and he actually looked like he didn't mind at all. You already wear a cold face, and when you get angry, it's even colder. Big ice block. Hurry up and pick which of these two paths do you choose? Chu Huaishu, anxious as ants on a hot pan, began to urge her. Be big ice block. Han Xuanjiang was stunned, thinking to herself, that sounds awful. Little ice block still sounds a little cute, but big ice block just sounds dumb. Fuming, she pointed at the left one on pure instinct. This one. This time she strode ahead without even leaving a mark. Looking at the cold-faced girl throwing a tantrum, Chu Huaishu wasn't angry at all. He actually found it amusing. The colder she was, the more he inexplicably wanted to provoke her. Precisely because he had the map function, Chu Huaishu couldn't be bothered to make any marks. He watched Han Xuanjiang's graceful back, her strides long, her figure swaying with each step, and hurried to catch up. After catching up, he suddenly slunk back to the junction and left a mark. The girl he called Big Ice Block turned back with a huff and instantly felt much better inside, quite satisfied. She didn't know that Chu Huaishu was secretly shocked at that moment. The reason was simple. The previous 10 junctions had all been recorded by the map, but this junction hadn't been recorded. According to the system's map, the area ahead was originally a blank, and as long as you walked through, the path would appear on the map and be saved. Yet this path didn't after he walked a dozen steps. The map was still pitch black, with no new path appearing. On the map, there was only that open area from before at that clearing. After a 6-way choice, he had clearly picked the second opening, yet no new route appeared, as if it were stuck. Could it be that my permissions aren't enough? Chu Huaishu was puzzled and thought it safer to leave a mark first. They kept walking like that, straight on, for nearly 2 hours. Han Xuanjiang grew increasingly less confident. The space beneath this cold pool is actually this vast. She couldn't help but exclaim. And we came in through 10 separate entrances at the start, and after walking for so long we still haven't run into anyone, which shows it really isn't interconnected inside. Did we choose the wrong path from the start? She looked at Chu Huaishu and voiced her doubts. It's normal if you're not confident, Chu Huaishu said. In his eyes, Han Xuanjiang had only just stepped into the cultivation world, hadn't encountered any opportunities, and didn't know she actually had great fortune. She would meet all kinds of adventures in the future, as if the whole world revolved around her. It's like how many people think they're lucky only after repeatedly tasting the sweet does one truly realize one's fate is good. Chu Huaishu looked at her and shifted the topic. Why do you have to make me choose? What's the point? Want a piece? He said, casually pulling out 2 flatbreads. Han Xuanjiang was seething, her beautiful eyes locked on him, the chill on her face melting a little, and the anger actually gave her more color, adding a different kind of charm. With her staring at him, Chu Huaishu had already started taking big bites. You really don't want any? He held the flatbread out. I will. She kept a straight face, her voice cold. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, the two of them continued on their way. After the time for a stick of incense to burn, Chu Huaishu noticed Han Xuanjiang seemed to have something to say, but kept holding back. He thought she didn't want to take a stance again, so he didn't ask much. But after quite a while, she was still like that, wanting to speak yet stopping, looking extremely ill at ease. Her legs were long, even walking fast. She could just manage to keep up with Chu Huaishu's long strides. Yet at this moment, she was going slower and slower. This seasoned companion for hire was particular about details only, then could he give clients good service and plenty of emotional value. Chu Huaishu felt uneasy and asked, You aren't? Before he could finish, He was interrupted by Han Shuangjiang. Her face flushed. She hurriedly pointed out a path and said, "Take the middle one. You go on ahead. I'll be right there. Don't wait for me. And also, don't look back." Her voice grew quieter and quieter. The last two words rose in pitch, and then she dipped her head slightly. She clearly didn't dare look him in the eye, yet her face held a mix of shame and anger. Chu Huaishu guessed right, she wanted to use the toilet. As the saying goes, people have 3 urgent needs. But what exactly do these 3 urgent needs refer to? Basically, it's pooping, peeing, and farting. As mentioned earlier, the Xianhuang realm is about cultivation, not immortal ascension, so there is no such thing as bigu. In other words, those little fairies of the Xianhuang realm aren't exempt from having to. Chu Huaishu had decent physiological knowledge. He knew an adult man's bladder is about 100 milliliters larger than a woman's. That means men are less likely to feel the urge to urinate and can hold it better. In addition, the male urethra is long and curved, which helps control the timing of urination. By contrast, the female urethra is short and straight, easily stimulated by external factors, triggering the urination reflex. So in some situations, they even cry out, "I'm about to pee. I'm about to pee." If the pelvic floor muscles are problematic, it's even more troublesome. Chu Huaishu knew he couldn't joke anymore at a time like this. After all, this was a woman of the Xianhuang realm, not one of those worldly, seasoned people on earth. Although Sister Han came from the brothel, the Huanqi sect, she was widely experienced and understood plenty in theory. Still, she kept the past far away, was quite repulsed by this kind of joke, and absolutely couldn't stand it. As something of a colleague, Chu Huaishu still wanted to give her a bit of professional respect. He only glanced at the blushing Han Shuangjiang, didn't say a word, and strode forward. After he had gone some distance, he deliberately made his steps heavier, almost stomping, so she could clearly hear his footsteps and feel reassured. When Chu Huaishu's silhouette had vanished, she immediately moved ahead to a corner and took off her outer robe and underpants. However, the secret realm was excessively quiet, so she could definitely hear the sound of water clearly. Unsurprisingly, Chu Huaishu had already gone far. Even with his apertures broken through and his 5 senses enhanced, he probably couldn't hear the faint sounds here. But listening to the sound of water, she still couldn't help. She thought, all he knows is how to pressure me, but this fox does have a bit of a conscience. At the new fork, Chu Huaishu actually didn't go take a leak, as if he'd forgotten about it. Han Shuangjiang had already developed a conditioned reflex. She casually glanced at the fork ahead and said, "Left again." She was just about to move forward when Chu Huaishu suddenly yanked her by the arm. He frowned and said, "Don't move yet." Han Shuangjiang tensed up too and asked, "What is it?" He looked ahead and said, "Something feels off." Han Shuangjiang asked aloud, "Off in what way?" Chu Huaishu's brows slowly relaxed, and a smile rose to his face. "Interesting. I know what's going on," he said loudly. "This isn't a maze at all, it's just an illusory realm." Before the words had even fallen, the whole world seemed to begin collapsing. The surroundings shattered in an instant, like a cracked mirror, irregular fissures spreading out. Dazzling light bled from the cracks, so intense they couldn't open their eyes. Until those shards turned to powder, that blinding glare all but seared their sight. When their vision slowly returned, they found themselves standing on an open space paved with bluestone slabs. Han Shuangjiang said in surprise, "This is the 11th fork?" Chu Huaishu smiled knowingly. Yes. He had thought it odd for a while. He'd reached this clearing, chosen one of 6 paths, but the map hadn't extended any further, as if it were stuck. So it wasn't that my level was low and the system was limiting me. In fact, we'd been circling this very clearing the whole time, never actually leaving. He turned to look behind them. There were 10 paths, all converging here. He voiced his guess. So no matter which entrance to the secret realm you choose, they all eventually converge here. After saying that, he looked at Han Shuangjiang and quipped with a smile, "Big ice cube, I told you you're my lucky star." Meeting his ardent gaze, Han Shuangjiang shifted her eyes slightly and said, a little puzzled, Chu Huaishu explained, "Because didn't we come across 10 forks before this?" He asked again, "And didn't you leave a mark every time you chose a path?" "We didn't get lost in there. If I'm not mistaken, The 10 entrances to the secret realm all converge here in the end, which means everyone else is probably still trapped in the maze up ahead. Some junctions were 2 choices, some 3, even 4. That shows how tangled it is inside. 10 choices in a row, and you got every single one right. Hearing that, Han Xuanjiang was shocked at herself and asked, "Is that for real?" He was so certain about her that she didn't dare believe she'd actually chosen that well. Still unconvinced, she murmured, "Could the earlier part have been an illusion too?" Chu Huaishu naturally wasn't going to tell her about his map that kept a record. He merely shook his head and said nothing more. He was inwardly surprised as well. A chill crept up Chu Huaishu's back as he exclaimed, 10 for 10, so this is how terrifying great luck can be. Just then he glanced around and spotted a wet patch on the bluestone not far to the left. Everything else was dry, making that wet patch especially conspicuous. Following his gaze, Han Xuanjiang flushed scarlet in an instant, panic flooding her eyes. Thankfully, Chu Huaishu quickly looked away. Who would think there was anything worth looking at there anyway? At the moment, he was actually more concerned about something else. The moment he uttered the words, illusory realm, something had felt different in his body. The spirit embryo within him was the so-called heart sword. In his sea of consciousness, a pitch-black longsword floated. Chu Huaishu had always felt that sword was attuned to his heart, possessed of a spirit. Unfortunately, it was lifeless, looking half dead. To this day, he still hadn't figured out what use the sword had. The moment he firmly said, illusory realm, the black sword in his sea of consciousness subtly trembled. Just once. Then the entire illusory realm burst like a pricked bubble, as if a single sword had cleaved through all falsehood. Chu Huaishu fell into thought and murmured, "Could this be the secret of my spirit embryo?" With the illusion dispelled, Han Xuanjiang saw him still frowning in thought and didn't disturb him. As far as she was concerned, as long as he didn't look at the wet patch she'd left behind them, he could do whatever he liked. She was still a bit curious and glanced back. 10 paths, all converging on this bluestone paved clearing. She wondered to herself, before the illusion, was it really a maze? She muttered inwardly, if everyone else is still trapped, how was I so lucky as to pick right at all 10 forks? She stubbornly refused to believe in such things. Han Xuanjiang still had one more question in her heart. Where's the next stage? It was empty here, and there was no path ahead in sight. Surely this secret realm wasn't just messing with people. This couldn't be the true end. The late senior wouldn't have left nothing behind, would he? Having only just entered the path, she didn't know that such things did happen. Some old hands would deliberately mess with juniors. Still, such people were very few. Chu Huaishu couldn't figure out the small black sword in his sea of consciousness for the time being. So he looked around, thinking about how to proceed. There was a stone wall up ahead. He walked over, carefully felt around, casually patted the surface, and actually found a mechanism. He pressed down hard on the protruding stone, and the stone door opened with a sound. Obviously, this stage's focus lay in the illusion ahead. The mechanism wasn't hidden deeply and wasn't the key. The two exchanged a look, then walked forward together. The stone door closed again, as if it had never opened. Along the way, Chu Huaishu muttered, the illusion ahead should still be usable, right? It hasn't been destroyed, has it? What's wrong? Han Xuanjiang was a bit puzzled. Chu Huaishu said with righteous confidence, once Lu Qingqi and the others get out of the maze, we can trap them. The cold-as-ice girl gave a soft snort. Clearly, she hadn't thought of that at all. They chatted as they walked, and soon came out of this stretch of stone passage. An underground river came into view. It was about 50 meters wide. On the far bank stood a stone pillar a little over a meter tall. Atop the pillar sat something like a compass. Beyond that, another stone door blocked the way. What's that? Han Xuanjiang glanced at the compass-like thing and asked. Chu Huaishu, with broader knowledge, answered, that's a Ling disc. He explained, it's used to measure the grade of a spirit embryo. He hadn't expected to find a Ling disc set up before this stone door. Normally, to see someone's spirit embryo level, a single drop of fresh blood is enough to judge. A powerhouse like Li Chunsong of the 7th realm, with vast experience, could sniff a drop of blood and conclude that Han Xuanjiang had a Xianin body. But ordinary cultivators weren't that capable. Someone like Lu Tianfeng, even with a drop of her blood, would at best misjudge her as having an upper-grade spirit embryo. In fact, spirit embryos are divided into 10 ranks. The lower 3 are lower grade, the middle 3 are middle grade, the upper 3 are upper grade, and beyond that is the once-in-a-century supergrade. If one's cultivation was below the 5th realm, even faced with someone with an upper-grade spirit embryo, it would be hard to distinguish which specific tier within the upper 3 it was, let alone recognize a supergrade. The Ling disc can make a more detailed distinction. However, such items are expensive. Basically, only medium to large sects have them. A third-rate sect like the Huanchi sect, with few high-level cultivators, still relies on the old method testing with a drop of blood. Someone like Han Shuangjiang with a once-in-a-century Xianyin body would be a pearl covered in dust wherever she was. As soon as he saw the Ling disc, a smile appeared on his face. Chu Huaishu said, "This thing is valuable. If we sell it to the sect, we can trade it for contribution points." Upon hearing the words, valuable, the pauper beside him fixed her eyes on the Ling disc without blinking. Chu Huaishu turned to look at her and said, "Looks like I made the right choice. You should stick with me, you're my lucky star." Flattered and teased, Han Shuangjiang felt a bit embarrassed, but kept a straight face and asked, "Why do you say that?" He pointed ahead and said, "Obviously, this senior discriminated by spirit embryo grade. See? He set a Ling disc here, and behind it is a stone door. I wager if the measured rank isn't high enough, that stone door simply won't let you through." Chu Huaishu couldn't help recalling an old web novel he'd read on Earth, with an opening like Fallen Genius and the like. But that guy Xiao Yan at least tested as Do Chi Stage 3. If he put his hand on the Ling disc, it would show the lowest of the low, a pitiful level 1 spirit embryo. Of course, with this big ice block's talent, opening that stone door wouldn't be hard for her. Thinking of this, Chu Huaishu smiled at Han Shuangjiang and said, "So, you're my key." "What do you mean yours and mine?" Han Shuangjiang's cheeks tinged with a faint blush at his words. One moment he called her a lucky star, the next a key, babbling like some myth. Still, she basically accepted what Chu Huaishu said in her heart otherwise. Why would there be a Ling disc here specifically? She looked at the underground river ahead and asked, "So we just have to cross the river?" Chu Huaishu stared at the river and said, "It definitely isn't that simple." He approached the underground river, squatted down, and examined it carefully. The water was crystal clear, but the current was unusually slow. The stone wall had several openings below the river, as if concealing mechanisms. The wall, propped up by 2 massive boulders on either side, hung suspended, as if it could come crashing down at any moment to block the waterway. This secret realm seems to only allow mortals and those in the aperture opening stage to enter. Chu Huaishu said, "For us, the only option is to swim across. If their cultivation were high enough, they could have simply leapt across, but alas, they couldn't." Relying on experience, he analyzed, "Since this is one of the trials, I reckon trying to cross by any other means will be blocked." Chu Huaishu looked around, picked up a pebble, and hurled it hard toward the opposite bank. Sure enough, it struck a transparent barrier. Half-translucent ripples spread in midair, and it couldn't pass through at all. The stone fell into the river without triggering anything else unusual. He didn't give up, tossed several more into the water, and even threw a particularly large one to test it. The result was still no reaction whatsoever. Chu Huaishu speculated, "There must be a formation. It probably needs someone in the water to activate it." Quick-witted, he scanned the area again and said, "I wonder if there are any rats or something around. We could see if tossing a living thing in would trigger the formation." Han Shuangjiang looked at him, secretly suspecting. If Lu Qingqi and the others were also on the bank, this damned fox would probably kick someone in as a test subject. Her mind turned. Since Lu Qingqi isn't here, does that mean it's my turn? She suddenly spoke up. "How about I go in first and test it?" Chu Huaishu froze and blurted, "Huh? Don't joke." Han Shuangjiang fixed those jet-black eyes squarely on him and said solemnly, "I'm completely serious." Seeing he wouldn't agree for a long while, she pointed toward the far bank. She added, "Besides, didn't you say that stone gate can probably only be opened by me? Naturally, I should go in and try." Chu Huaishu looked at her and admitted, "I can't even pin down what type of formation this is. He'd run plenty of dungeons, but he wasn't omniscient." Han Shuangjiang, however, brushed it off. It's fine. This secret realm was built for disciples in the aperture opening stage. It shouldn't be hard. She asked back, if you don't even dare this much, what supreme Tao are we talking about? So young and already with a touch of big sister aura, Han Shuangjiang sounded even more carefree and commanding when she said that. Chu Huaishu looked at her and muttered inwardly. Sure enough, it's like she copied a big heroine script straight out of Borrowing the Sword. Among players, her female fans outnumbered the male ones. Because once she grew into herself, Han Shuangjiang was indeed dashing and cool, the very image of a big sister idol. He made one last stand. Let me go first. I've opened 5 apertures already, you've only opened 4, haven't you? And sure enough, after a night of cultivation, Han Shuangjiang had quickly opened another aperture. Her surge in ability was startling. After hearing that, she glanced behind them and asked, do we have enough time now? Chu Huaishu shrugged and said, as long as the illusion outside is still in effect, we should have plenty. They won't break through it anytime soon. He added, if they really do rush in, I can just shove Lu Qingqi in to test it. Han Shuangjiang could only respond with a, sure enough, this fox's mind is that nasty. The Xianyin physique stared at him and said, as long as we have ample time, that's fine. As soon as she finished, she sat down cross-legged beside Chu Huaishu and began meditating to cultivate the ice pure art. Her circulation was practiced after one full cycle. She opened those beautiful eyes. She said, I've opened 5 apertures now, too. By the underground river, Han Shuangjiang rose to her feet, resolve in her eyes, carrying the stubborn streak in her nature. She had said she would help Chu Huaishu seize that chance. Since you say I'm the key, fine, then I'll help you open this stone gate. Watching her pop open the 5th aperture so effortlessly, Chu Huaishu was eaten up with jealousy. He couldn't help grumbling, system, level me up too, hurry up and level me. But his cultivation method SEXP wasn't enough, it just couldn't be done. They locked eyes, and Chu Huaishu read her look in an instant. He could only sigh and say, all right, fine. As a paid gaming companion, he had his professional habits during work hours. He certainly couldn't drag clients off on adventures. That said, a normal secret realm trial shouldn't be able to stop someone of protagonist caliber anyway. To be honest, being protected by a woman felt pretty nice. He gave a reminder, be careful. She answered with a single word, okay. Before the words had died away, Han Shuangjiang had already leaped into the water. She left Chu Huaishu on the bank, sighing to himself. She really is that career-focused big heroine straight out of Borrowing the Sword, clean and decisive to a fault. The water-repelling pearl that Lu Tianfeng had given her came in handy yet again. This ice-cold beauty didn't get wet instead. Her lithe and astonishing curves were revealed. Sure enough, just as Chu Huaishu had anticipated, the formation activated the moment she entered the water. The stone walls on both sides stopped floating and truly fell, blocking the water that had been flowing slowly. In this way, it was no longer an underground river. It had become a huge pool. For fist-sized holes appeared in the water. Chu Huaishu stared at them, suspecting they were mechanisms or parts of the formation. Han Shuangjiang, who had entered the water, was also keeping a careful eye on her surroundings. However, for the moment, there seemed to be nothing unusual about the 4 holes. The next moment, the formation in the water was triggered. Several streams were wrapped in spiritual power, like blades of water. They suddenly charged toward Han Shuangjiang in unison. With her cultivation at the Chongqiao stage, there was no way she could dodge. Besides, there were simply too many water blades. Water blades surged in from all directions, and Han Shuangjiang had no time to swim to the opposite bank. The water-repelling Pearl's barrier could only ward off water. Before long, it was cut apart by those water blades. Han Shuangjiang was instantly surrounded by the current. The water blades sliced her garments and cut her alabaster skin, streaks of blood floating on the surface. Pain struck, and she almost sank straight down. Chu Huaishu's eyes narrowed, and he immediately moved to take action. Just then, Han Shuangjiang said, it's fine, I can swim to the other side. Strangely, these water blades didn't seem to be striking all that hard. At most, they cut the skin, leaving shallow bloody marks. But even so, there were far too many water blades. They surged in from all directions in the water, and their numbers were still increasing. As she swam, Han Shuangjiang dodged a few, yet 7 or 8 wounds still marked her body. Those 4 apertures beneath the water let out a rumble at this moment. Right after, a great quantity of dark bluish liquid gushed out of the holes. Chu Huaishu's pupils contracted, and he inwardly cried out that this was bad. A liquid of that color suddenly welling up would startle anyone. He was already standing beside one of the holes, watching closely. As soon as the liquid appeared, he quickly caught a strange smell. This is the scent of medicine. Is it a spirit medicine? Dark bluish, and a bit familiar. This is body-tempering medicinal liquid. He reacted at once. Body-tempering medicinal liquid is what you use for soaking in medicinal baths. Cultivators on the body-tempering path have to brutalize their bodies every day. After the ordeal, they soak in body-tempering liquid. The places where skin and flesh are split can recover quickly. It both heals well and slightly strengthens the physique. Smelling it and finding the scent authentic, Chu Huaishu concluded that this was top-grade body-tempering liquid, one that could even remove scars. Don't forget, this is the Pill King token instance that Senior was the Pill King's formal disciple, a pill alchemist in his own right. The entire pool quickly changed color. Soaked in the body-tempering liquid, the wounds on Han Shuangjiang's body began to heal rapidly. Chu Huaishu lifted his gaze to the stone door on the opposite bank, and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. He guessed that even if Han Shuangjiang swam to the other side, that transparent barrier would block her and keep her from getting ashore. Because the person who designed this trial intended to make you be injured in the pool incessantly and incessantly recover. To slice you open again and again, then heal you, and then keep slicing. Fuck, that's twisted. Chu Huaishu glared at the stone door across the river and couldn't help cursing inwardly. 50 meters at a Chongqiao stage physique, you could swim that quickly. Things unfolded just as Chu Huaishu had expected. The transparent barrier across the river remained in place. Soaked in the water, Han Shuangjiang couldn't even get up. That barrier held her firmly back. She raised a fist and slammed at the barrier, only blasting out a semi-transparent ripple in the air, unable to shake it at all. She frowned, a few wet strands of hair clinging to her forehead, and let out another muffled grunt. Because the number of water blades was still increasing. Some wounds were healing quickly, but new ones kept coming one after another. Han Shuangjiang tried to climb upward to get over the barrier and leave the pool, but the barrier was like a mysterious force field. She couldn't do it. That meant her body had to remain in the water. We probably have to tough it out for a while. Only when the time is up will the trial end. This was Chu Huaishu's judgment. It had to be said, this design was truly twisted. Even if you had a bamboo raft prepared in your storage token ahead of time, it would be meaningless. Because only when someone went into the water would the formation activate and the countdown begin. If no one went in, nothing would happen. Cultivators in the Chongqiao stage have no spiritual power in their bodies, so naturally they can't drive magic treasures. Some robes refined with heavenly materials and earthly treasures work even without spiritual power and come with built-in defense. Water blades of this level couldn't hurt anyone wearing them. But given this twisted mechanism design, I highly suspect if there's no blood, this formation simply won't keep running. Only when Han Shuangjiang bled did the second layer of the formation activate, and the body-tempering medicinal liquid began to surge out. The key now is whether this design is as twisted as I think. Do you have to actually get hurt for a countdown to start? And is there even a countdown? After all, that's only his guess. Maybe this stage isn't about whether you bleed at all, but about forcing you to find a way to break it in a crisis. No matter, I'll jump down there and find out the truth. For this kind of newbie instance, the system usually gives a prompt. In the pool, the water blades began to multiply one after another. The next wave will appear doubled. Worse, you have no idea how many waves there will be, or how many times they multiply. Han Shuangjiang is stubborn and has her own resolve. She clenched her teeth, forcing herself to endure the pain. The cuts weren't very deep, but there were far too many of them all over her. Gashes opened one after another on her arms. Her thighs were even worse. The water blades had shredded her clothes somewhat. Patches of snow-white skin were exposed. Even in that state, she gritted her teeth and shouted, "I am fine. Everyone, let us think of a way to break the formation together." Still putting on a brave face, Chu Huaishu shouted, "Don't move." Stay right there." No sooner had he said it than he leaped down. When Chu Huaishu hit the water, thanks to the water-avoiding pearl, he barely made a splash, practically an Olympic-level splash vanishing act. No sooner had he entered the water than several water blades lunged at him. The water-avoiding pearl shattered instantly, and he was slashed twice right away. But Chu Huaishu didn't even twitch an eyebrow. Instead, he sped up and swam forward. Hearing his shout, Han Shuangjiang stayed put at the other end, waiting obediently for him. She didn't understand why Chu Huaishu suddenly jumped in. She just felt he must have figured something out. Since entering the sect, they'd been through a lot together. It was also him who saw through the illusion in the previous secret realm. So Han Shuangjiang trusted Chu Huaishu. As he swam, Chu Huaishu saw the number of water blades at the bottom suddenly double. Only then did he realize the formation scaled with head count. The more people, the more water blades. Makes sense. This secret realm is a 10-man instance, with up to 10 people entering together. The water, stained dark blue-black by the body-tempering medicinal liquid, soaked through Chu Huaishu's robes. He stared, and sure enough, the system popped up a prompt. There really is a countdown? Chu Huaishu's guess was right. The time displayed by the system was a full 30 minutes. That made him feel even more that the senior who designed this stage was a bit perverse. So all the time Han Shuangjiang endured before, was it for nothing? As soon as a new person joins, the timer resets? Is it to prevent someone from bailing to shore when they can't hold on, then swapping in someone else to carry the time? I don't get it. This kind of twisted thinking is impossible to figure out. Water blades came at them from all sides along irregular trajectories. Chu Huaishu focused on charging forward, not even trying to dodge. His robes were slashed open, leaving bloody lines crisscrossing his body. It hurt, of course it hurt, but pain of this level no longer counted as torment for him. It made him once again realize how strange the refining sword formula was. By rights, I've only been cultivating for a few days and only gone up 5 levels. But my pain threshold seems to have been raised in a short time. This technique really is a bit uncanny. Or do I just have a special talent in this area? Chu Huaishu preferred to believe it was the technique being uncanny, not something about him personally. He even had the mood to crack a few self-deprecating jokes. Didn't he expect things to progress so fast? I've only known Han Shuangjiang a few days, and we're already at a pool party together. Guess that makes us lovebirds frolicking in the water. What masochist party who do want that? On the other side, the cold-faced girl had gone a bit pale. She was stubborn and could still hold on. But the whole process was unquestionably agonizing. The key was, it was also a test of one's will. You had no idea when it would end. And the number of water blades kept increasing. From a certain angle, wasn't this like a slow death by 1,000 cuts? What they were facing right now really was torture, like being cut to pieces by 1,000 blades. Thanks to the high-grade body-tempering medicinal liquid, the wounds were healing rapidly. But given the current situation, it looked like every inch of the body couldn't escape a beating. There was no way to dodge. Han Shuangjiang's small frame began to tremble slightly. Her clothes were being cut ever more ragged. The cold-faced young woman's expression grew even colder. Her pearly teeth clenched, and that stubborn streak was completely roused. On the other side, Chu Huaishu's situation was entirely different. He actually started laughing as he swam. The reason was simple: his technique EXP was actually rising. Don't forget, someone with extremely poor talent who takes an aperture opening pill needs body tempering to accelerate the medicine's absorption, using external force to complete aperture opening. Chu Huaishu's spirit embryo attribute was only 1 point, and refining sword art cultivated both inside and out. Soaking in the pool was essentially body tempering, indirectly promoting the digestion of the aperture opening pill. More critically, the pool was filled with body tempering medicinal liquid. Besides healing injuries, it carried a faint strengthening effect on its own. Layered factors made his technique EXP shoot up rapidly. The more he was slashed by the water blades, the denser the wounds, the better the body tempering effect, and the stronger the absorption of the medicinal liquid. Just moments ago, Chu Huaishu had been cursing that senior as a pervert in his heart. Now, he himself was starting to tread a bit down that perverted path. So good. Soon he swam over to Han Shuangjiang's side. The two of them had reached the other end of the pool. Ahead was an underwater stone wall, and above it a transparent barrier blocked them from getting ashore. As the cold-faced young woman was about to speak, a force pressed against her back. Chu Huaishu was right behind her, his big hand pressed on her lower back, pinning her against the stone wall and the barrier. With the sudden pressure on her waist and back, Han Shuangjiang's upper body tilted forward. Her chest thrust out, and her hips naturally arched back. It formed a graceful, alluring curve to her waistline. The soft flesh that had swelled touched the stone wall first. Under pressure it spread outward, its sensuality displayed to the fullest. Her clothes were already in tatters, and a tear happened to split open at her chest. On Earth there are dresses with an opening right at this spot to show cleavage. Looking at it now gave a bit of that same impression. That expanse of snow white, pressed, looked even more breathtakingly beautiful. Only, Chu Huaishu's big hand kept pressing with force. He held Han Shuangjiang between the stone wall and the barrier without letting go. He even pushed his knee forward against her lower leg, pinning her long legs to the wall as well. As for himself, though he wasn't tightly pressed against her, he was practically touching her. "What are you doing?" Han Shuangjiang cried in a delicate voice, clearly startled. She couldn't tell if it was an illusion. Her waist, back, and hips felt hot, warmth spreading from behind. "What am I doing?" "I'm shielding you from the blades," Chu Huaishu replied. "The number of water blades increases with the number of people. I'll block as many as I can. Let me hog all this EXP." In his view, Han Shuangjiang wasn't on the internal-external dual cultivation path with her talent. She didn't need to take the side road of body tempering at all. Ice purity art wasn't as crooked and unorthodox as refining sword art. So this round of testing did little to help her. It was mostly torture. But for Chu Huaishu, the situation was the complete opposite. "If I take all the blades meant for you, it's good for both of us." To put it plainly, wasn't this also a kind of tender pity for a beauty? With his reminder, Han Shuangjiang did feel that the water blades hitting her had lessened a great deal. "Move yourself," Chu Huaishu shouted. After that puzzling line, he quickly added, "Adjust your position and see if I can block all of them." Chu Huaishu wasn't trying to take advantage. He did his best to only hover close. The atmosphere was a bit ambiguous, but he still kept a measure of propriety. "Can you handle it?" Han Shuangjiang asked with concern. "Relax, I can hold up," Chu Huaishu said, calm and steady. That night Li Chunsong had called refining sword art an evil technique of internal-external dual cultivation, and Han Shuangjiang had been there to hear it. So she could vaguely guess the gist. "This place can help you with body tempering?" Smart as she was, she asked at once. "Yeah, it stimulates the digestion of the aperture-opening pill," Chu Huaishu said bluntly. "And this bit of pain is nothing to me. It's like being tickled." "All right." Hearing that, Han Shuangjiang nodded, mindful of the bigger picture. She immediately started adjusting, trying to evade all the water blades. But soon she heard a voice from behind. "Hey, don't move." Han Shuangjiang looked baffled. One moment, he tells me to move. The next, he tells me not to. This man is really hard to please. But, theoretically experienced as she was, she understood instantly and knew exactly what was going on. Since both of them were suspended in the water, moving was indeed hard to control. So a bit of unintended friction was inevitable. With a reaction that intense, what else could you have bumped into? Sister Han, with her special background, knew perfectly well. Her cheeks, a touch pale before, flushed at once. At first she hadn't known what that full, rounded rear had bumped into and couldn't have said, but once she realized, even without any more rubbing, but felt a tingling numbness. The mood was growing more and more suggestive. Even though they were soaking in cold water, the two of them felt increasingly hot and restless. Lianjianju EXP plus 50. Lianjianju EXP plus 50. Before long, Chu Huaishu gained EXP from the push and pull effects of the water blades and the body-tempering medicinal liquid. However, his attention wasn't entirely on that right now. He was still a bit distracted, his mind restless. Han Shuangjiang was soaked through. Outer garments, underclothes, even the panties inside clung to her snow-white skin. Soaked, the panties had even wedged into the cleft of her buttocks. On top of that, the water blades were both merciless and obedient, striking just right. Her tattered clothes were scoured by the current, now and then revealing a patch of skin. Chu Huaishu could tell she had that cool, pale complexion. A touch of clear water made her look even fairer. The only drawback was that the pool water had a faint bluish-black tint. Not deep, but hardly clear. As a result, their view was obstructed, everything submerged was veiled in a haze. The hazier it was, the more those tiny touches were magnified, sending the mind wandering. To be honest, during this stretch, Chu Huaishu hadn't really entertained man-woman thoughts about the peerless beauty before him. He had only just transmigrated here, and felt a bit detached from the whole Xianhuang realm. At times he even treated it like a game rather than a real world. On top of that, his line of work had left him with a bit of misogynistic bent, which further dampened such thoughts. But once skin touched skin, an indescribable feeling would arise. It's like someone who has childhood friends with a great beauty, growing up together and treating her like one of the guys instead. But if you accidentally have an out-of-the-ordinary physical contact, the friendship can very likely change flavor. You'll think, how did I never notice her figure was this good before? Never thought her skin could be this fair? How did I never notice how beautiful the shape of her lips was? Physiology has a terrifying power of its own. Perhaps for that very reason, people often mention a term, physiological attraction. And that's why Chu Huaishu hadn't feared awkwardness just now and told her straight not to move around. Purely because men and women are different, some physiological reactions he couldn't hide. Han Shuangjiang soaking in the water, even if she was a girl from a wealthy household, actually wouldn't matter. But for Chu Huaishu it was different. With the two of them loosely pressed together, things could easily bump into each other. If it really got stimulated to that point and she noticed, that would be social death for real. So he chose to speak up and warn her if anyone couldn't listen, that would be on them. He, anyway, was committed to a non-stick approach. The flirtatious mood fermented further, they even kind of forgot they were still undergoing their senior S trial. Han Shuangjiang could now dodge most of the water blades, while Chu Huaishu simply wasn't afraid of pain. Moreover, his wounds seemed to be healing faster than hers. That was a bit strange. Stranger still, even though the medicinal smell was strong, he could still catch a whiff of the delicate fragrance on her. Often, the more handsome the man and the more beautiful the woman, the more they fear the atmosphere being stoked to that point. Chu Huaishu glanced sidelong, and at the moment felt that four-word phrase suited Han Shuangjiang to a T, well-proportioned and shapely. She wasn't the dainty, demure type, she was more stately. Her expression was less aloof now, looking a bit more radiant. Looking down, he couldn't help noticing she truly had plenty to admire. Those two rounded mounds, half submerged and half above the surface, just enough to reveal a deep cleft. As time ticked by, the water blades would increase from time to time. After hesitating for quite a while, Han Shuangjiang spoke, first to break the silence. Are you sure that as long as we tough it out through this stretch, this round of the trial will be over? I'm sure, Chu Huaishu replied in a deep voice. For some reason, his voice was a few shades rougher than usual. Oh, she acknowledged and tried to pull that plump, rounded but a bit farther in. At this moment, both of their palms were tightly gripping the protrusions on the underwater stone wall. Han Shuangjiang didn't quite understand why Chu Huaishu had concluded that this round of the trial was merely a way to pass the time. But she still decided to trust him this once. From Chu Huaishu's point of view, though, the senior who designed this stage was downright malicious. Ordinary people's tolerance for pain isn't as extreme as his. Faced with the underwater Ling Qi, if they couldn't think of a way to break it, they'd definitely swim back to shore first and then consider it. After all, you can think better on shore. There's no reason to take cuts in the water and somehow be clearer-headed. But when you jump back in, hey, the countdown would start over again. If you didn't tough out the full half hour, you'd never think of the solution. Is this guy some kind of sadist who just likes torturing people? Chu Huaishu couldn't understand his purpose. Han Shuangjiang, her cheeks slightly flushed, glanced at Chu Huaishu, who had her in his arms. His sleeves had already been shredded by the water blades. She thought to herself, doesn't he feel any pain at all? After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuangjiang asked again, are you really okay? Somehow Chu Huaishu replied in a slightly teasing tone, I'm fine, I can endure it. Han Shuangjiang softly replied, oh, under her breath. But she thought, if he's enduring it, it must be quite painful and agonizing. For her, though, the two of them being silent for so long was even more awkward. Another worry was, what if someone came in? Lu Qingqi and his group were still waiting outside. But no one could be sure whether someone might suddenly barge in. At that moment, This rather risque scene underwater would be discovered by outsiders. She absolutely couldn't accept that. So Han Xuanjiang was especially nervous now. Those in the know understand that the riskier things are between a man and a woman, the more sensitive and arousing they feel. This strange sensation left her at a loss and made her body increasingly hot. How much longer? Han Xuanjiang asked again, searching for something to talk about. Chu Huaishu answered, about the time it takes one incense stick to burn. How do you know that? She asked. Don't ask. You wouldn't understand even if I explained, Chu Huaishu said. She frowned and turned to question, then how would I know I don't understand if you don't tell me? When her body moved, the buoyancy pulled at her beyond her control, and she accidentally brushed up against Chu Huaishu again. This startled Chu Huaishu, who hastily arched his hips back and mentally reminded himself not to look up. But he muttered to himself, I'm here to grab an opportunity, not to throw myself at someone. Realizing she'd made another mistake, Han Xuanjiang hurriedly turned her head away. Her body stiffened, and her generous hips felt even more tingly. The two fell silent again, hardly able to say much. Chu Huaishu saw her repeatedly fishing for topics, and was well aware an experienced conversationalist could of course tell she was trying to use conversation to ease the awkwardness and distract herself. If they kept silent, the body's reactions would only become more pronounced. He did have a topic he'd long wanted to ask about, but he hadn't found the right moment. Now was the perfect time to take advantage of their predicament to ask. He suddenly said, I've had a question I've been wanting to ask you. Han Xuanjiang, as if awakened, said, go ahead. Where did you meet that storyteller? Chu Huaishu asked to get more details. She didn't hide it. In Lu County. He continued, what impression did he make on you? Han Xuanjiang answered, it's hard to say. He gives off the vibe of a master who treats life like a game. Why do you think that? He asked again. Han Xuanjiang, who already loved to talk, naturally said everything she knew, leaving nothing out. She said tactfully, he just seemed a bit odd whenever there's a mirror. He can't help but look at himself. Chu Huaishu understood at once. At root, the man was simply super vain, like the boys he'd seen while studying who loved to dress up, often fussing with their hair in the restroom. Some even bought small mirrors to put on their desks. But now he didn't want to laugh. The reason was simple. He had already guessed who that person really was. Someone who could make Li Chunsong personally come down the mountain to fetch him, who behaves flippantly toward the world, and with that vain appearance. In short, he's just way too vain. This storyteller is very likely Li Chunsong's junior martial uncle, a figure who was once at the 9th realm cultivation level and ranked among the top in the mortal world. Ever since Chu Huaishu joined the Taoist sect, he had felt a strong sense of insecurity. After all, he knew clearly that Li Chunsong, that damned gambler, had taken the wrong person. A momentary mistake brought the wrong person up the mountain, resulting in his and Su Ziqing's roles being switched. After all, paper can't hide the fire forever. This matter. Before a true titan of cultivation, all little cleverness proves futile. But what if, by a fluke, what you picked up turned out to be a pearl covered in dust? If you polished it, could it really be as the poem says, now the dust is gone and light is born, shattering a myriad mountains and rivers? A degenerate gambler would only think he scored a huge bargain, picked up a steal. Look, the little prodigy is here, isn't he? Then let us simply keep him in our Taoist sect. So Chu Huaishu always had a sense of urgency in cultivation and a strong sense of crisis. As soon as he learned the storyteller was that legendary figure, Chu Huaishu felt as if an alarm bell had been struck. The reason was simple. This Taoist junior uncle bore deep killing intent and struck decisively. This man proves the Tao through slaughter. At a very young age, he was already a great cultivator. The most resounding epithet attached to the junior uncle was Jiazi Demon Queller. This doesn't mean he descended the mountain in some Jiazi year to slay demons. Rather, he kept killing at the foot of the mountain for a full Jiazi. A full 60 years spent in slaughter. At that thought, Chu Huaishu couldn't help but shiver. Han Xuanjiang frowned, her body going rigid, jade legs tensing, plump hips clenching, wondering if it was her imagination. Did he just shudder a little? At the mention of the two words demon quelling, Chu Huaishu first thought of the great Emperor Zhenwu. The great Emperor Zhenwu, also known as the demon quelling celestial venerable and the disheveled hair patriarch, is a renowned deity in Taoism, and Wudong Mountain is precisely his sacred site. Generally speaking, even if someone descends the mountain to slay fiends, they don't deserve the two words demon quelling. This Taoist junior uncle became a great cultivator at 19, and the first thing he did upon stepping into the fifth realm was to descend the mountain and begin killing. He is a peerless-born killer who proves the Tao through killing. For Chu Huaishu, the good news was that the Jiazi Demon Queller wasn't complete, yet only 43 years so far. His set goal was to make that Jiazi of killing complete. The bad news was that what counts as demon varies from person to person. This junior uncle undoubtedly had his own set of standards as well. In these more than 40 years, no few heretical lineages had their lines cut off by him. Faced with someone like this, Chu Huaishu didn't dare gamble on luck. Thus, his sense of urgency about leveling up grew even stronger. He didn't know when this junior uncle would return to the mountain gate. But before that man returned to the Taoist sect, he had to at least reach the first realm and strive to get onto that mountain. Getting onto that mountain is the mountain where that sword lies. It is a mountain strewn with treasures. At that thought, Chu Huaishu grew all the more eager to stockpile more experience points. So he shielded Han Shuangjiang even more closely, striving not to let a single water blade hit her. Please let me have all these experience points to myself. At this moment, Chu Huaishu didn't realize that his involuntary shiver had led the theory-inclined Han Shuangjiang to think crookedly. That's why they say the theory crowd falls short. Anyone with field experience would know a shiver doesn't just jerk for that one instant. Why are you shaking? Han Shuangjiang's face flushed with shy anger, and she blurted it out. Huh, did I just shake? Chu Huaishu genuinely hadn't noticed. Hearing the surprise in his tone, the big iceberg felt awkward again, realizing she overthought it. It wasn't a bodily ailment, it was her heart acting up. She even started to feel a bit guilty. He's blocking all the water blades for me, and the blades are still increasing. Shaking from the pain is normal. How could I think in some other direction? She had to admit that the basic education of Hongzhuzo and the joyous sect had long been etched into her bones. As so many times before, it made her start to loathe herself a little. She even recalled how, on first meeting Chu Huaishu, she inexplicably uttered the two words furnace cauldron, and once she realized it, she deeply loathed herself. The man pressed against her back saw her lower her head slightly, and his expression dimmed as well. After the routine words, he spoke again. We're past the halfway mark. The water blades don't seem to be increasing anymore, they're basically holding at this number. That's good, Han Shuangjiang replied in a low voice. No sooner had she finished than she asked, can you really hold on? Don't force it. Chu Huaishu answered in that same coy tone, it's fine. I can still endure. He already felt that Han Shuangjiang didn't know his pain threshold. Maybe she only often hears my screams while I train next door, and never imagined that in the process I've already completely sublimed. The conversation suddenly stalled again, and both of their attention shifted back to their bodies. Chu Huaishu is a bit misogynistic. He suddenly felt as if his knee had bumped into the back of her calf. Her legs were long, the flesh on them evenly toned and springy. People with wide hips usually don't have thighs as thin as bamboo poles. If they were, the legs would splay far apart and wouldn't close back on earth. In school, you'd definitely be gossiped about and mocked behind your back. Han Shuangjiang's hip curve was highly alluring, so the juncture of her thighs was rounded, full, and snugly joined, with a pronounced fleshiness. But her calves were well proportioned, and with those long, shapely legs, the fullness at the tops of her thighs didn't make her look thick overall. On the contrary, it became a highlight. Thus, every time leg touched leg, it became harder to keep control. When she became aware of contact again, Han Shuangjiang would instinctively shrink inward. She gripped the protruding stones on the rock wall with both hands, and her body tilted forward. As the current surged, her chest, thrust forward, pressed against the wall again. Her clothes had already been slashed open by the blades of water, revealing a deep groove of cleavage. When squeezed now, the pale, soft flesh spread outward, while inward it was pushed together again. Yet the shape remained full, showing that although it looked soft, it actually had considerable elasticity. Chu Huaishu felt as if the spot where his neck met his face had been twisted. He couldn't turn his head or tear away his gaze. He just stared at that abyss. Human nature. Time slipped by bit, each accidental touch would make them quietly pull away from each other. But as the instances mounted, and with the two of them silent, that ambiguous, teasing atmosphere refused to disperse. Suddenly, they vaguely heard a commotion from the rear, along with an angry shout from Lu Qingqi. The sound came from behind them. Chu Huaishu stayed fairly calm, while Han Xuanjiang jolted in fright, so that his chest pressed directly against her back. Her plump, perky butt was rubbed by him again like that. This time it even seemed to get caught in the butt crack for a moment, then flicked up and down. As a result, Han Xuanjiang's thin panties, already wet and wedged in her but crack, sank even deeper. The man and woman immediately felt a tingling current surge through their bodies. They froze at once, like stone, not daring to move. Stranger still, he even faintly felt a hollow sense of emptiness. Chu Huaishu is a bit misogynistic. Finally, it was the terror-stricken Han Xuanjiang who spoke first. Nobody is going to come in, right? This was what she feared most. Just now she felt a faint heat in her body. Now the places covered by those tattered clothes felt a bit chilly. Relax, no one is coming in for a while. Can't you tell that's the fury of incompetence? Chu Huaishu was comparatively calm, even trying a bit of dry humor. He guessed Lu Qingqi had gotten lucky and stumbled out of the maze ahead, and now might be trapped in an illusion. Figuring the young man's patience had just about run out, hence the ruckus. Looks like the soundproofing on this stone door is pretty bad, Chu Huaishu said in a low voice. Strangely, with the two pressed together like this, normal speech was fine, but this breathy, almost whispery tone made their ears itch. Oh, Han Xuanjiang responded, still nervous at heart. If anyone saw this sultry scene, she'd want to die. How could this hour feel so long? In the end, the system countdown in front of Chu Huaishu began ticking down to 0. The blades of water rushing at them dissipated in an instant, and the four holes stopped spewing body-tempering elixir. All right, the trial is over. The transparent barrier should be gone, he reminded. Hearing this, Han Xuanjiang immediately raised a hand and knocked. Sure enough, it was gone. Seeing this, she was eager to leave this place of trouble. But Chu Huaishu said, go ashore first, press your hand onto the spirit disc, and open the stone door ahead. There's still some residual body-tempering elixir here. I'll absorb a bit more, no point wasting it, he explained, stepping back a few paces. Okay. Han Xuanjiang immediately went ashore. Whoosh! Quite a few droplets fell from her body, wetting the bluestone slabs at the edge. Chu Huaishu looked up at her, taking in the whole of her wet back. From his angle, her jade-like legs looked even longer. With her clothes soaked through, they were somewhat translucent and clung to her skin, the outline of her legs faintly visible. The wet fabric clung to her perfect hips and buttocks, full and pert. At the junction of her waist and hips, there was a slit, revealing a hint of snow-white skin. The fabric was caught at a precarious limit, as if the very top of her but crack could be seen and yet not. Her beauty was just right, as if she were a showpiece the creator made to show off. More importantly, the contact from just now was still vivid in memory. Only, the pool was filled with body-tempering elixir, so the scene underwater wasn't very clear. Now that she had come ashore, it inevitably set the mind racing, thinking the place that had been touched might be here, or perhaps there. Was it the shoulder, the leg, the butt, or the waist? These messy thoughts were impossible to hold back. They kept multiplying, growing, and spreading. Could this be Chu Huaishu is a bit misogynistic? Han Xuanjiang walked toward the spirit plate. The beauty of her movement replaced the beauty of stillness. After only a few steps, she pulled a spare robe from her storage token and threw it on. She had no intention of finding a place to change. Even if Chu Huaishu turned his back, she still couldn't strip naked behind a man. Han Xuanjiang walked up to the spirit plate and, per Chu Huaishu's instructions, pressed her palm onto it. A mysterious force rippled out the spirit plate's needle began to move and quickly slid to the 10 mark. 9 constitution, classified as a super-grade spirit embryo. She raised her eyes toward the stone gate ahead, holding her breath. Chu Huaishu also looked toward the stone gate. The door didn't move. The stone door set before the spirit plate didn't move at all. Chu Huaishu frowned and asked, why isn't the door opening? Han Xuanjiang stared at the stone door, then turned to look at Chu Huaishu still soaking in the pool. The two met each other's gaze and were both stunned. He tilted his head up at the towering stone door and muttered, "This doesn't make sense. He's clearly biased against spirit embryos, otherwise why put a spirit plate here?" Chu Huaishu furrowed his brow even tighter. "You're a profound Yin constitution, a once-in-a-century super-grade spirit embryo, comparable to the Dao ancestors' pure Yang constitution. No way could the spirit plate be broken," he said to Han Shuangjiang. "Give me a moment, I'm almost done absorbing." There wasn't much body-tempering elixir left in the pool. The water blades that honed the flesh were gone, and as a result the growth of technique experience points had slowed a lot. After about 5 more minutes, the experience points stopped increasing entirely. Chu Huaishu checked his character panel. The experience for Sword Refining Art had already risen to 2,131. Another 200 points, and he could level up twice. He climbed out of the pool with some regret, and before leaving gave a thoughtful glance at the 4 holes at the bottom. Chu Huaishu was quite sure there was definitely more body-tempering spiritual medicine hidden inside. He thought to himself, after all, this is a 10-person instance, and it's only the 2 of us who came in so far. But there were plenty of more important things right now. This wasn't the time to mull over that. Splash! Chu Huaishu played out a handsome man out of the bath scene. Han Shuangjiang glanced at him and immediately looked away. The clothes on his body were indeed badly tattered. Fortunately, the slits left by the water blades weren't long. The robe could still barely hold together. But at this rate, if Han Shuangjiang went over and tugged hard, the robe would definitely tear apart completely. All those fine seams snapping. Even so, plenty of places that should and shouldn't be seen were now perfectly clear. Seeing her steal a quick glance, Chu Huaishu immediately turned his head and muttered inwardly, "Oh man, she got an eyeful of my great body. Well then, we're even. Worth it this time. It definitely wasn't for nothing." With that thought, Chu Huaishu also pulled a spare robe from his storage token and threw it on. He walked up to the spirit plate and looked down at the thing. He muttered, "I was even thinking of trading this thing in for contribution points. Can't break it." In the Dao sect, disciples could get aperture charging stage and first realm techniques for free. But spells were another matter. And higher level techniques had to be exchanged for contribution points as well. Hearing that, Han Shuangjiang leaned in and asked, "It shouldn't be broken, right?" Chu Huaishu looked at the stone door and said, "The needle landing on 10 proves you're a super-grade spirit embryo, no doubt. Could it be the stone door's opening has nothing to do with the spirit plate?" By now the blush on that cold face had faded, returning to its usual iciness. She turned to Chu Huaishu and suggested, "Why don't you try?" Chu Huaishu was baffled. Question mark. You want me to bring out my embarrassing low-grade spirit embryo for a try? Anyway, he had a thick skin and didn't care in the least. "I'm on the trash tier route." Smack! Chu Huaishu slapped his big hand down on the spirit compass. A subtle, mysterious aura spread out. The compass's pointer first returned to the starting point, then laboriously advanced by 1 notch. But in the next moment, the door swung open. A thunderous rumble exploded at once. With a roar, the stone door slowly cracked, then gradually opened. Chu Huaishu looked at the spirit compass again, suddenly feeling he might have misread things. He had cleared too many instances, and sometimes his thinking was skewed by habit. Quite a few inheritance-type instances test a person's aptitude. That's also why players are keen on boosting their spirit embryo attributes. He hadn't expected this somewhat eccentric senior to show no spirit embryo discrimination. Something was off by rights. A super-grade spirit embryo shouldn't be able to open the stone door, yet a low-grade spirit embryo could? As that thought surfaced, Chu Huaishu's gaze sank, and a hypothesis formed in his mind. A sudden excitement stirred within him, and he began to look forward to the treasures that might be hidden inside. Chu Huaishu turned and glanced at Han Shuangjiang, only to see her still staring at the spirit compass, eyes fixed on that single notch. He grew a bit impatient and blurted, "What are you looking at?" Then he reached out, picked up the spirit compass, and stowed it in his storage token. Han Shuangjiang looked slightly surprised. She hadn't expected their spirit embryos to be so diametrically opposed. Thinking it over, she realized she'd never truly understood Chu Huaishu's spirit embryo before. The cold-faced girl was secretly startled, then his cultivation speed. She began to reflect, wondering if she wasn't working hard enough. After they got back, she'd have to cultivate even more diligently. Chu Huaishu pointed ahead and said, "Come on, let us go in and take a look. There shouldn't be any more trials." All right. The two walked forward shoulder to shoulder and passed through the stone door. The stone door rumbled again and soon shut once more. This was a secret chamber. Inside there was only a stone table and a stone stool. A wooden box sat on the stone table, with a scroll resting at its front end. Chu Huaishu first cast a glance at the wooden box. The box was rectangular, about 30 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide, with a height of roughly 20 centimeters as well. Intricate patterns were carved on its surface, and the wood gleamed with a black-red luster. He recognized it at a glance. A spirit pill treasure box? Generally speaking, spirit pills are stored in porcelain or jade bottles. The qi-gathering pills Lu Tianfeng had given him were packaged that way. But high-grade spirit pills are usually preserved in a spirit pill treasure box. Formations are often carved within, ensuring the medicinal efficacy doesn't dissipate. Storing it for years or even a decade or two is fine. A spirit pill treasure box is quite valuable. Using it to hold ordinary pills would be downright wasteful. Seeing this, Chu Huaishu's heartbeat unconsciously quickened a little. This further confirmed his earlier conjecture. He looked up at Han Shuangjiang and asked, "There's probably a high-grade spirit pill in here. Can you confirm that everything in the mystic realm belongs to me and one TB split?" The big ice block kept a stern face. Her gaze was earnest as she nodded emphatically. "Good, then I'll accept it. We'll split the contribution points we get from exchanging the spirit compass 50-50. He settled the distribution on the spot. Chu Huaishu opened the spirit pill treasure box. The box was big, but inside was only one pill the size of a longan. A line of small characters was engraved on the inner wall of the wooden box. Xiantian Embryo Nurturing Pill. For a moment, Chu Huaishu held his breath. Just as he thought, the box hit a high-grade spirit pill, the Xiantian Embryo Nurturing Pill. This is a 7th-grade spirit pill that can heal spirit embryo damage for a low-grade spirit embryo. It even has a high chance of raising its rank. And there's a strong possibility this pill was personally refined by the Pill King. After the Pill King created the formula for this pill, he would refine one for each formal disciple to keep on hand. This senior actually never took it before passing away. Chu Huaishu thought to himself, could it be he never had the chance to use it? He quickly closed the spirit pill treasure box, doing his utmost to keep its efficacy unaffected. "It's the Xiantian Embryo Nurturing Pill that Deacon Tianyo mentioned," he said to Han Shuangjiang. A glint flashed in the cold-faced girl's eyes. "Isn't that just perfect for you?" "Yes." Chu Huaishu hadn't expected such a bountiful harvest from this instance. He picked up the scroll in front of the wooden box and unfurled it to examine. Inside wasn't any secret inheritance, just lines of small text that read, "First trial, testing fortune. Those with deep fortune can pass within 4 hours. Those who exceed the time limit will be expelled from the mystic realm. Second trial, testing wit. The keen-minded can see through it within 4 hours. Those who exceed the time limit will likewise be expelled from the mystic realm. As for the third trial, it tests temperament, namely, the Tao heart. Only those whose Tao heart is as firm as rock can pass the trial." This old man named Lei Wenyan, with nothing more than a mere 3rd-tier low-grade spirit embryo, also attained the realm of a grand cultivator. "Junior, you are blessed with fortune and wit, and your Tao heart is steady. Even with just a lower-grade spirit embryo, you can carve out a world of your own. But the road of the great Tao is long. This old man has learned much of it. So I set down this spirit disc here to wait for you, before you take this pill. Juniors who come after, the great Tao is at your feet. I hope you won't lose the courage to press forward just because your spirit embryo aptitude is poor. This old man will bestow upon you a stroke of fortune. I really deserve to die." Chu Huaishu berated himself. Before this, he had been calling him things like old pervert in his heart. In front of the stone table, the two of them stared at the bold, powerful characters on the scroll, a little entranced. Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang both felt that Senior's imposing aura. It seems this Senior's cultivation path wasn't easy, Han Shuangjiang sighed. She also slowly understood why. Though she had a super-grade spirit embryo, she couldn't use the spirit disc to open this stone door. It turned out Senior Lei Wenyan had intended to leave the treasures in the secret realm to later generations whose innate aptitude was lacking. The Xiantian embryonic breath pill is an extremely precious 7th grade spirit pill. For ordinary cultivators, it is a life-saving immortal pill. If the foundation of the spirit embryo is destroyed, at best you'll never progress again in this life, like Lu Qingqi. At worst, your cultivation will drop a realm, your lifespan will be damaged, and even your life may be in danger. Carrying such a spirit pill gives you an extra safeguard. And for those with insufficient innate aptitude, the Xiantian embryonic breath pill can indeed defy the heavens and change one's fate. Lei Wenyan's bestow upon you a stroke of fortune was not an exaggeration at all. Looking at the pill's treasure box and the scroll, Chu Huaishu blurted out a line often quoted online. Having been soaked by rain himself, he holds an umbrella for others. To reach the realm of a great cultivator with nothing but a mere 3rd-tier lower-grade spirit embryo, one can imagine how much suffering that took. It was Han Xuanjiang's first time hearing it. She froze for half a second, then nodded deeply. She had thought it through as well, and said, "And the test Senior Lei set hides deeper meaning. He wouldn't casually give the spirit pill to someone with a lower-grade spirit embryo." On the surface, that sounded like nonsense. But in truth, if you can endure hardship, you'll encounter hardship in an unending stream. For those whose Dao hearts are unsteady, so what if they have the Xiantian embryonic breath pill? This pill can indeed raise your upper limit, but it doesn't mean it can make you a prodigy overnight. Its boost has bounds. But for those with steadfast Dao hearts, the senior has added a little sweetness to the arduous cultivation road you were destined to walk. He used himself as an example to tell you that even with a 3rd-tier lower-grade spirit embryo, you can achieve the level of a great cultivator. With his own gift, he made your future path a bit easier. Lei Wenyan is both the guide who went ahead and the guardian along the way. Chu Huaishu had only transmigrated not long ago and had not fully adapted to this world yet, so there was no scene of disciples coming to offer their thanks. Even so, he was quite moved. Just then, a system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding! Hidden Instance Pill King Token cleared. Settling. Congratulations, you obtained 1000 free EXP. Xiantian Embryonic Breath Pill 1. Cultivation isn't done behind closed doors. Many cultivators enter secret realms, break through layer upon layer of trials, gain insight, and then make breakthroughs. Granting EXP after an instance follows the same logic. Clearly, the finale of this hidden instance was this priceless superior grade spirit pill. So the EXP awarded wasn't much. Fortunately, by sheer luck and the special nature of the sword refining art, I snagged more than 2000 technique EXP in the medicinal bath, Chu Huaishu said with satisfaction. Speaking of which, this run he and Han Xuanjiang did together was overall quite smooth. But the fundamental reason was both of them had cheats. With 2 people running with cheats, of course it was smooth sailing. If you think the instance wasn't hard, go look at those still trapped outside or kicked out of it. At this time, Han Xuanjiang looked at Chu Huaishu and asked, "What should we do now?" There was no road ahead if they wanted to leave. They probably had to go back the way they came. Chu Huaishu glanced at the pill's treasure box, pondered for a moment, and said, "Are you willing to act as my protector? You plan to take the pill now?" Han Xuanjiang asked. Chu Huaishu pointed at the stone door and said, "I've taken the spirit disc equivalent to the key being gone. Others can't get in unless their cultivation is extremely high and they force their way through the formation. For me, this is probably the best place to go into seclusion. It's a 7th grade spirit pill, after all. If anything goes awry, it's better to just take it directly." His eyes sharpened. Han Xuanjiang nodded and answered crisply, "All right." Chu Huaishu found a spot and sat cross-legged. He pulled from the elixir treasure box that Longan-sized Xiantian fetal breath pill, muttering to himself, "With one this big, I choke swallowing it?" Unexpectedly, the Xiantian fetal breath pill melted the instant it entered his mouth. Back when Chu Huaishu played Borrowed Sword, he never came across anything like this. A warm current arose within his body and then flowed through his limbs and bones. Han Xuanjiang watched quietly from the side and noticed that Chu Huaishu's body was turning flushed and feverish at a speed visible to the naked eye. He was already dripping wet, yet white vapor began to rise off him. She was startled. How hot must that be? But she didn't dare touch him. Chu Huaishu kept his eyes closed, quietly sensing the strange changes within. He realized that the black, lifeless heart stored in his sea of consciousness was beginning to revive, turning active. By the cold pool, Lu Tianfeng and Niu Yuanshan were playing Go. They had already played several rounds, using it to while away the time. Of the 10 disciples who went in, 6 had already been expelled by the formation and now stood by the 2 deacons, carefully attending to them. Among them was also junior sister Chun, who already had a Dao partner yet secretly had an affair with Lu Qingqi. These 6 were really unlucky. They couldn't even clear the first maze and were timed out and driven out. So when Lu Tianfeng asked, these people knew nothing about the later trials and couldn't explain a thing. At this moment, Niu Yuanshan, holding the black stones, placed one and looked at Lu Tianfeng, saying, "Brother Lu, your heart isn't calm enough." As more of his confidants were expelled, Lu Tianfeng kept making mistakes over the board, his lines of play growing more and more muddled. Niu Yuanshan, however, appeared composed and at ease after all. Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang were still in the secret realm, continuing to push through the stages. Lu Tianfeng furrowed his brow and shouted, "I'm done." His heart just wasn't in it. What had been an 8 versus 2 situation turned into only 2 versus 2 in an instant, thanks to those 6 fools failing the very first stage. He couldn't grasp the specifics inside and could only pray in his heart, "Son, you must pass the trial. I hope there's truly a Shintian fetal breath pill in there." After all, they used the Pill King token to enter the secret realm. Presumably, that was a hint that most of what was left inside had to do with elixirs. Lu Tianfeng had a son late in life, and Lu Qingqi was a blazing fire spirit fetus. He named his son Qingqi, naturally hoping he would stand out and make a name for himself. If the spirit fetus is damaged, Qi will surely suffer a crippling setback, and his temperament will change drastically. May the ancestors bless him, and may the seniors of the Tao protect him. Seeing he no longer placed stones, Niu Yuanshan felt helpless. This game had been nearly at the point of his winning. But he was honest and mild by nature, so he just smiled and let it go. Even if he wasn't born a nice guy, wore the nice guy mask long enough, and sometimes it really won't come off. Lu Qinggong, the deputy captain of the law enforcement team, hurried to brew tea for his uncle and Deacon Niu. He offered comfort. "Uncle, don't worry, my cousin is very precocious. He'll definitely clear the trial." In his mind, his cousin was indeed precocious. Some at this age fancy young maidens, whereas his cousin had, years ago, already started taking a liking to other people's Dao partners and married women. Hearing this, Lu Tianfeng slowly nodded, understanding that fretting was useless. His mood now was like that of a parent waiting outside while their child sits the college entrance exam. Time passed, and another person was expelled from the secret realm by the formation, sinking into the depths of the cold pool. If not for the water-avoiding bead they carried, they would probably have choked on water long ago. After this registered disciple surfaced, Lu Tianfeng's face grew even darker. He glared and said, "Meng Xiaodong, you got eliminated so soon too." Among those arranged to serve as his son's assistants, he had the highest hopes for Meng Xiaodong. In fact, Meng Xiaodong was indeed among the first batch to walk out of the labyrinth, but afterward was trapped in an illusion. When the time was up, he was ruled eliminated. Lu Qinggong hurried forward to soothe him, saying, "Uncle, don't be angry, my cousin is still inside." Lu Tianfeng glanced at Niu Yuanshan and was about to say, "But that Chu," yet in the end held his tongue. Fortunately, according to the registered disciples' descriptions, the secret realm seemed to be a solo challenge, with each person choosing a separate tunnel to enter. Lu Tianfeng thought to himself, that is to say, Qi shouldn't encounter a 2-on-1 situation. But in the very next moment, a subtle, mysterious aura spread outward from the cold pool as the center. The long sword strapped to Lu Qinggong's back suddenly began trembling of its own accord. By the cold pool, those registered disciples had no reaction at all, unable to sense anything amiss. They only noticed that the long sword on Lu Qinggong's back suddenly started shaking. These people were only at the aperture opening stage, with no spiritual power in their bodies, so it hardly counted as true cultivation. Thus, the anomalies between heaven and earth were simply beyond their perception. But Lu Tianfeng and the others were different. The elders started, leaping to his feet, his gaze fixed on the cold pool in stunned disbelief. Neo Yuanshan couldn't help himself. Either he stepped forward and bent over to peer into the unfathomable waters. With their cultivation, they could sense yet another mysterious ripple spreading out in all directions. Lu Qinggong's longsword was exhibiting this anomaly as well, most likely due to the influence of that ripple. The two outer sect stewards exchanged a look. Even at their level, they couldn't make heads or tails of it. They hurried over to Lu Qinggong and began scrutinizing the sword. Neo Yuanshan asked, "Did you bring this sword back from Zangling Mountain?" Lu Qinggong took the long sword off his back. It was his life-bound artifact. In theory, they should have long been of one mind. Yet when he gripped it with both hands, he still couldn't control it. Startled but forthright, he answered, "Steward Neo, this sword is called Sangsong. I did indeed obtain it on Zangling Mountain. It's a mid-grade sword embryo and my life-bound spirit sword." It really was his treasure. Ordinary outer sect disciples weren't qualified to go up to Zangling Mountain to take that kind of artifact. People all like to show off a little. Lu Qinggong slung this sword on his back, frankly, just to bask in others' envious stares. But what was going on now? Lu Tianfeng looked at the Sangsong sword and shook his head. Something's off. Neo Yuanshan, however, spoke with certainty. "I suspect that mysterious force beneath the cold pool is affecting far more than just this one sword." Neither of them were sword cultivators anyway. Still, they could be sure of one thing. The treasures within the secret realm had definitely been taken by someone. Otherwise, such abnormalities wouldn't be happening. As for who ended up with them, that was anyone's guess. Outer sect, Medicine Mountain. Mo Qingmei, one of the 9 stewards, was practicing her sword in her own courtyard. There were only 3 female stewards in the outer sect, about half the number of the men. She was one of them. Mo Qingmei was middle-aged, but well-maintained, her charms intact, the type Lu Qingqi would secretly fantasize about at night. She wasn't stunning, but her fair, pleasing features made her a beauty of refined temperament. Coupled with the voluptuous figure unique to her age and her gentle air, she was quite popular among the outer sect disciples. In the past few days, she'd acquired a new profound grade sword art called Falling Cherry Blossoms. It was created by a senior female sword cultivator, and she loved it because it was especially beautiful when performed. Just then, halfway through her practice, she started and looked back in alarm. She felt a mysterious force ripple outward like waves, sweeping right across her courtyard. The life-bound spirit sword in Mo Qingmei's hand actually started trembling uncontrollably. It wasn't shaking as violently as Lu Qinggong's Sangsong, but it was showing signs of going out of control. "What's going on?" she cried out immediately. An anomaly in a life-bound artifact was no small matter. "Seems to be coming from the direction of the cold pool." Mo Qingmei glanced west. She sheathed her sword at once and hurried toward the cold pool. Strangely, even sheathed, the sword still quivered slightly. Mo Qingmei was at the peak of the 3rd realm. After all, not like outer sect disciples such as Lu Qinggong. She had nurtured her life-bound spirit sword for years. Its sword spirit was surely more responsive than Sangsong's. "It seems a little overexcited," Mo Qingmei muttered, puzzled. She hastened toward the cold pool, her expression grave. The ripple continued to spread outward, soon crossing the boundary of Medicine Mountain. The Dao sect's outer sect had 3 peaks in all, and Medicine Mountain was the one closest to the inner sect. In the inner sect's purple bamboo grove, the 10th elder, Chu Yinin, was flying through the air. She held her life-bound spirit sword in hand, her face extremely solemn. Only, due to her cultivation method, she still looked like a little girl when her expression sank. It gave her the air of a tiny adult. She quickly flew to the depths of the purple bamboo grove, face like still water, as if confronting a formidable foe. Ahead was a rock wall, and before it sat a huge boulder. A woman sat cross-legged atop the boulder. She had a slender frame, thin to the point of excess, looking exceedingly frail. The woman wore a Taoist robe, dressed like a Taoist nun. Her jet black hair was coiled into a Taoist bun, pinned with an unadorned wooden hairpin. She faced the rock wall with her back to Chu Yinin. Because she was overly thin, the robe looked a bit too large on her. As the Dao sect's 10th elder, Chu Yinin's cultivation had reached the 6th realm, great perfection. She deliberately concealed her aura and drifted close without a sound. She raised her life-bound spirit sword and thrust fiercely at the Taoist nun atop the boulder. As she closed in, the nun with her back to her did not move a muscle, only the wooden hairpin in her hair seemed to circulate a faint, elusive gleam. A surge of chi burst forth in an instant. Chu Yinin was blasted back, sent flying and landing hard on the ground. But first, her sneak attack thwarted. Always a bit impish, she cried out in pain and shouted angrily, "You damn woman! You deliberately made me land on my butt again." The Tao sect's seventh elder, the Taoist nun, still sat upright on the boulder facing the stone wall, her back to Chu Yinin, silent, as if she hadn't heard a thing. Chu Yinin cursed for a long while, but the woman simply ignored her. But she seemed long accustomed to this. Once she vented enough, Chu Yinin finally lifted her head to the slender back on the boulder and shouted, "Shun man, when are you coming out of seclusion? You have no idea how they bully me when you're not around." She started rambling, recounting in full what had happened in the main hall that day, how they spoke in riddles, said there was urgent business to discuss, and anyone below the seventh realm wasn't privy, and how senior brother even laid down a formation just to keep her from eavesdropping. "They just looked down on me." Chu Yinin planted her hands on her hips and puffed out her flat chest, fuming. As the youngest junior, the one she actually liked most was seventh senior sister, the one she hated most was ninth senior sister Nangongyu. The reason was simple. Her cultivation method had a flaw, so to this day she still retained the appearance of a little girl, while Nangongyu was the very picture of a voluptuous figure. She had alluring features, and her bosom was downright astonishing. Chu Yinin had bathed with her before those two things actually floated in the water, which made her dizzy and queasy, furious. But seventh senior sister was different. She was extremely slender, so it was just a little lotus showing a sharp tip. Granted, her bearing was ethereal, thin as if she could float on the wind, but I'm very cute too. I don't lose, absolutely not. Nangongyu was different. Her chest was so big it felt a bit vulgar, truly, a bit shameful. So don't be fooled by her spewing damn woman whenever her mischief fails. Truth is, ever since 7th Elder Shinman received the Tao Ancestor's legacy, she's marked out a circle in the purple bamboo grove for seclusion and comprehension, and only Chu Yinin will sneak over from time to disturb her, because she misses her after just a few days apart. When she finished, the Taoist nun on the boulder merely nodded lightly, still not saying a word, like a mute. But Chu Yinin knew in her heart that 7th senior sister couldn't actually be mute. She just didn't like to talk much. Even when she did speak, Shin Man was like her name, slow, with odd pauses in her sentences. Because she stuttered a bit, Chu Yinin was about to say a few more words when she suddenly turned her head and looked back. That mysterious ripple had already spread to here. As the ripple fanned out, it stirred countless long swords. Even her life-bound spirit sword Xiangjian Huanin, her hand trembled twice. So lightly, it was almost invisible. Though it was slight, Chu Yinin still noticed. This kind of phenomenon is. She jerked her head up and looked at the Taoist nun on the boulder. Chu Yinin curiously fixed her gaze on the wooden hairpin in her hair. The result disappointed her a little. Her spirit sword Xiangjian Wanhad reacted, yet the wooden hairpin atop the Taoist nun, also a sword cultivator, didn't move a whit. The ripple reached the boulder and suddenly halted. This time the always silent Taoist nun responded to her for the first time. She gave the answer directly. Her voice was slow, with odd breaks, yet pleasant. "Sword, heart, illumined." "What?" Chu Yinin cried out at once, then looked toward Medicine Mountain. "That's the outer sect." Her tone rose several degrees immediately. Her figure flickered and vanished. Flying toward Medicine Mountain, she left only one line hanging in the air. "Shin Man, I'm off." Only the Taoist nun on the boulder remained, shaking her head with a small smile. "Doesn't he even call me senior? Sister, no manners," she said softly, in a doting tone. In the cold pool secret realm, Chu Huaishu, sitting cross-legged, and Protector Han Shuangjiang had no idea how lively it was outside at that moment. The Xiantian fetal breath pill was rapidly absorbed in his body, making him feel warm all over. Though his body felt hot, close to boiling, he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. It was nothing like the discomfort when cultivating the sword refining art right now. Chu Huaishu felt unbelievably comfortable. Half a stick of incense ago, he heard the system prompt sound. Ding. Congratulations, Spirit Fetus Attribute, +1. And just now, he heard the same prompt again. A single Xiantian fetal breath pill had actually raised his Spirit Fetus Attribute by a full 2 points. He had thought it would increase at most by 1, since the pill's effect was only a high probability of improving the Spirit Fetus grade, and it might not increase at all. As expected of one personally refined by the Pill King, truly domineering. He marveled inwardly. Chu Huaishu even suspected that ordinary Xiantian fetal breath pills were level 7 spirit pills, and this one might well be higher than 7. Soon after, he heard a third system prompt. Ding. You have successfully unlocked Spirit Fetus Divine Ability, Sword Heart Illumined. Chu Huaishu, who had been sitting in meditation with his eyes closed, snapped his eyes open when he heard this. In the secret chamber, Han Xuanjiang had been standing guard at Chu Huaishu's side as his protector. She clearly felt his aura shift several times, yet couldn't pinpoint the reason. Until the instant Chu Huaishu opened his eyes, her heart couldn't help but tremble. Strangely, she actually sensed a keen, razor-edged aura from a person. But the sensation vanished completely almost at once. Chu Huaishu let out a long, stale breath and glanced down at his body. So comfortable, he marveled to himself. If the sword refining manual felt this good too, cultivation would probably become addictive. Han Xuanjiang stepped forward a few paces and asked with concern, "How do you feel?" "Pretty good," he replied. "Then try the spirit disc, see how much your spirit embryo grade has risen," she urged, curious. What else could Chu Huaishu do? Naturally, he did as told. He pulled the spirit disc from his storage token and pressed his broad hand onto it. The pointer no longer stopped at 1 mark, but jumped straight to 3. 1 pill actually boosted you by 2 levels. Han Xuanjiang clicked her tongue in wonder. Never mind that Chu Huaishu was still a lower-grade spirit embryo. Anyone with cultivation experience knows raising a spirit embryo-S grade is extremely difficult, practically defying heaven. That's common knowledge. And precisely because of this, among a player's various attributes, increases to the spirit embryo attribute are the rarest. Chu Huaishu nodded and said, "This Xiantian embryo breath pill was refined personally by the Pill King, so its effect is probably stronger than a normal one. The pity is, it only raises lower-grade spirit embryos if it worked across the board. It'd be incredible," he added with a smile. In theory, the Xiantian embryo breath pill's ceiling is raising a level 3 lower-grade spirit embryo to a level 4 mid-grade spirit embryo. But Chu Huaishu didn't plan to hold it back for a max-out play. On one hand, he feared inviting trouble and stirring up unforeseen changes. On the other, with his memories like a half-prophet, he knew there were other ways to improve the spirit embryo. Better to boost his strength early at the outset. With insufficient strength, many opportunities simply won't choose you. Right now, what Chu Huaishu cared more about was the spirit embryo divine ability, Sword Heart Clarity. Awakened a spirit embryo divine ability this fast. He was especially surprised. Normally, only high-grade or super-grade spirit embryos have a chance to awaken a spirit embryo divine ability during cultivation. Generally speaking, it doesn't show until at least the Great Cultivator realm. From a game perspective, spells are more like active skills, while spirit embryo divine abilities are akin to passive skills. Players might also hit the chance of a divine ability awakening when increasing spirit embryo attributes. The logic is simple. Take Chu Huaishu's Heart Sword as an example. On the character panel, its status shows as obscured by dust. In theory, his cap is 10 points of spirit embryo attribute, meaning the Heart Sword could reach a super-grade spirit embryo, only it's still in its dust-shrouded phase. So awakening a spirit embryo divine ability is reasonable. The problem is, in my experience, there are very few cases of players awakening a divine ability below 5 attribute points. His main account was no exception. It awakened a divine ability instant when the spirit embryo reached level 5. That already counted as decent luck. Why did it awaken at just level 3 this time? Is it because a pill personally refined by the Pill King is especially potent? Or is it that Han Xuanjiang, this world's protagonist with great fortune, really rubbed some luck off on me? Let me hitch a ride on her blessing? He remembered many players on the forums saying that following Han Shuangjiang into dungeons or letting her lead the main quests yielded astonishing rewards. The luck was absurd. Could she actually have a bit of a lucky koi constitution? Chu Huaishu looked up and studied her. Under his gaze, Han Shuangjiang grew a bit uncomfortable and asked, "Why are you staring at me?" "I just think today's luck is really a bit over the top." What he said next even startled the cold-faced girl into a change of expression. "I awakened a spirit embryo divine ability," Chu Huaishu said. A spirit embryo divine ability is usually a hallmark of powerful cultivators, one of their signature capabilities. Thus, related tales circulating in the world often mention them. Han Shuangjiang hadn't expected that while Chu Huaishu was still in the aperture opening stage, barely counting as formal cultivation, he would awaken a spirit embryo divine ability. And isn't he a lower grade spirit embryo? The girl couldn't make sense of it. But beyond the surprise, she was sincerely happy for him. She was even happy on behalf of that senior, Lei Wenyan. Shuangbao's nature was indeed kind. She was also very smart and didn't press for which specific divine ability it was. But Chu Huaishu's heart was full of questions. Why would it be Sword Heart Clarity? How could it be Sword Heart Illumination? His spirit embryo is the Heart Sword, yet he actually awakened Sword Heart Illumination literally. It does fit quite well. But he knew very well that Sword Heart was actually a realm of sword cultivators. Sword cultivators who are powerful and deeply comprehend the way of the sword can all give rise to a sword heart. And so-called sword heart illumination is the pinnacle level a sword heart can attain. Just like the four peerless sword cultivators known in this era as the four divine swords, each of them has reached the realm of sword heart illumination. That sounds insanely awesome, yet Chu Huaishu felt a bit conflicted. The reason was simple. If he chose the sword path and became a sword cultivator, as his strength grew, he would inevitably develop a sword heart sooner or later. That would mean he'd be wasting a spirit embryo divine ability who has a spirit embryo divine ability that's directly just a sword heart. Still, looking on the bright side, birthing a sword heart is something that happens in the mid to late stages of cultivation. As for reaching sword heart illumination, that's an even more out of reach height. Exaggerating a bit, the four divine swords could crush me like an ant, but in terms of understanding the way of the sword, you'd only be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with me. At the instant sword heart illumination awakened, Chu Huaishu seemed to completely understand the way of the sword and saw countless scenes in a flash. But in the next instant, those scenes vanished, leaving only a wondrous mood lodged in his heart, ineffable. He truly got carried away grasping the meaning while forgetting the form. Chu Huaishu opened his character panel and carefully read the description. Just as he suspected, the effect of this spirit embryo divine ability was indeed sword heart illumination. It wasn't just the same name. Simply put, once a sword cultivator gives rise to a sword heart, all aspects of his sword techniques are enhanced. In game terms, when the sword heart is born, the boost is 10%. At minor attainment of the sword heart, it's 40%. At major attainment of the sword heart, it can reach 70%. At sword heart illumination, it's a flat 100%. Don't underestimate the difference in these percentages. In actual combat, this is absolutely a crushing level boost, because it's a comprehensive bonus not just to the damage of sword techniques, but also to speed, defense penetration, and more. Given Chu Huaishu's current stage, being invincible among the same realm is practically standard procedure for him. Moreover, he could feel that the little black sword in his sea of consciousness had grown much more active, far less lifeless. More or less from the verge of death to a sickly state? That was how Chu Huaishu felt anyway. He inexplicably felt like he was raising a child, as if he were nursing it bit by bit back to health. There's one more thing very important. Chu Huaishu was in sync with this heart sword and could clearly sense its condition. By his perception, he could tell that the power of sword heart illumination was actually contained within that little black sword. Thinking it through, that makes sense after all. It appeared in the form of a spirit embryo divine ability, and my spirit embryo is the heart sword. At that thought, his eyes narrowed, and a bold conjecture leapt up in his heart. Does that mean I still have a chance to give rise to another sword heart? In the secret chamber, Chu Huaishu's thoughts surged. He would speculate boldly first, and later slowly look for chances to verify it with care. At this moment, he had no idea how big a stir he'd already caused. Outside the cold pool, more and more cultivators were gathering to watch the commotion. A great many sword cultivators had converged here, and of the 9 outer sect deacons, all were present except the 2 who had gone down the mountain. The female deacon Mo Qingmei stood shoulder to shoulder with another outer sect female deacon, Tang Chiyue. Mo Qingmei still carried a graceful charm. Tang Chiyue was a bit plump, but looked quite amiable. I don't know what's going on, I keep feeling my sword spirit is especially excited. Mo Qingmei said to Tang Chiyue. Excited? Tang Chiyue found it strange. She wasn't a sword cultivator, so she looked at the other's sword. But she couldn't see anything. A large number of sword cultivator disciples had gathered by the cold pool. Everyone, like them, held their natal swords and chattered among themselves. The bustle here was in no way inferior to the outer sect market. Normally, when a heaven and earth anomaly appears in the outer sect and this many disciples gather, the deacons should come out to take charge. But in reality, the deacons were just as baffled, unsure what exactly had happened. Facing his colleagues' questions, Lu Tianfeng couldn't explain it for the moment either. A secret realm of this level shouldn't be causing such a big stir, should it? Said a deacon surnamed Wang. Brother Lu, you said your son Qingqi is still in the secret realm? Could it be he has stumbled onto some great opportunity? A deacon surnamed Chun asked with a smile. Niu Yuanshan listened from the side, glanced at the cold pool, but voiced no opinion. He certainly didn't think all this had been stirred up by that kid Lu Qingqi. Old Niu sneered inwardly. Someone whose spirit embryo has been damaged, who started to wallow in self-degradation and even ruined his temperament, does he deserve it? Lu Tianfeng, after hearing everyone's words, said with a wry smile, this heaven and earth anomaly merely stirred the spirit sword and has nothing to do with anything else. My son Qingqi, he isn't even a sword cultivator. Over there, Mo Qingmei immediately asked, of those 3 under the cold pool, which one is a sword cultivator? Junior sister Mo, you don't know? This secret realm only allows those without spiritual power to enter. They're all orifice-piercing stage disciples. Where would a sword cultivator come from? Niu Yuanshan spoke up to explain this time. He had been feigning silence just now, yet his peripheral gaze kept drifting toward Mo Qingmei. Mo Qingmei heard him addressing her and replied coolly, oh, got it. Beside her, Tang Chiyue, hearing her tone, couldn't help nudging her lightly with an elbow. Tang Chiyue muttered inwardly. It was just a rejected confession. So many years have passed, and she still keeps a stiff face towards senior brother Niu. After the stewards discussed a few more words, the eldest and most involved, Lu Tianfeng, took the lead in making a decision. Lu Tianfeng said, this matter still needs to be reported to the inner sect elders. We can't handle such a startling phenomenon. He remained somewhat worried about his son, thinking that if an elder were there to protect him, nothing should go wrong. Before the words had fallen, a tender young female voice suddenly came from the 9 heavens above. The voice said, no need to go report specially. I have already arrived. The 10th elder, Chu Yinin, descended from the sky and stood with hands clasped behind her on an ancient tree beside the cold pool. She was slow to develop and of short stature, yet her strength and status were above most, so she disliked looking up at others and often spoke from high places. Everyone said in unison, 10th elder, then bowed respectfully. As everyone knew, the 10th elder had the least power within the inner sect. But the worst temper was also hers, without a doubt. She never admitted it, but under the influence of her cultivation method, her temperament sometimes resembled that of a little girl in a rebellious phase. Chu Yinin was like a cat that easily bristles. She frowned, fixed her gaze on the cold pool, and said coldly, tell me who is in the secret realm. Lu Tianfeng promptly reported. Reporting to Elder, there are 3 registered disciples still inside the secret realm. Chu Huaishu, Han Shuangjiang, and my son Lu Qingqi. Chu Yinin was taken aback and asked, registered disciples? Isn't that the orifice-piercing stage? Did Shinman get it wrong? She even mentioned the 7th elder upon hearing that. Everyone couldn't help but look at one another. Ever since receiving the Dao ancestors' legacy, the 7th elder had been in seclusion in the purple bamboo grove. It's been roughly a year, hasn't it? This heaven and earth anomaly even alarmed the purple bamboo grove over there? Lu Tianfeng and Niu Yuanshan exchanged a look, both of their hearts leaping into their throats. How could this secret realm have stirred up such a commotion? The seventh elder had ignored worldly matters for a year. Even someone ranked among the four divine swords like her would be so concerned? More importantly, no one knew what exactly had happened inside. Lu Tianfeng was almost frantic, shouting, "Was it my son Qingqi who received an opportunity? He better not run into danger." This uncertainty tormented him. Niu Yuanshan was also somewhat worried about Chu Huaishu's safety. At last, Lu Tianfeng bit the bullet and asked, "10th Elder, my son Qingqi is still inside. I boldly inquire what exactly was that heaven and earth anomaly just now. Please enlighten us, Elder." In truth, if Shen Man hadn't spoken first, Chu Yining might not have known it was triggered by sword heart clarity. But wasn't this the perfect chance for her to feign ignorance and put on airs? She stood atop the ancient tree, striking a pose of affected profundity, hands still clasped behind her back, not looking at the crowd, only gazing faintly toward the cold pool. She said, "For cultivators at your level, not knowing is only natural." That wondrous ripple just now was. Everyone looked up at her and found her mouth kept moving, but no one heard those last few words. Chu Yining suddenly looked up and cursed toward the heights of the 9 heavens. "Xiang Yin, you actually laid a silencing formation on me. You won't let me speak? I'll speak anyway." This ripple was. The preceding words could be heard, but the last few were once again muffled away. Chu Yining grasped the spirit sword Zhang Jianhuan and roared, "Xiang Yin, go to hell you." With that, she shot straight into the sky. The outer sect crowd were left by the cold pool, hearts pounding, chattering in disarray. Even the sect master was alarmed. "Looks like this is classified. What on earth happened?" Even the sect master came in person. Could it be the Tao ancestors' legacy down below? Don't talk nonsense. It could also be the legacy of some mighty sword cultivator. All sorts of chaotic noises erupted at once, and Lu Tianfeng's face clouded and cleared by turns. He suddenly felt deep regret, thinking he shouldn't have given the fragments of the Pill King token to Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang. He consoled himself, "It's fine. It's fine, no one knows what's inside yet. My son still has a chance, still a chance." As for the people gathered around, most had heard the name of Deacon Lu's son, Lu Qingqi, but they weren't familiar at all with Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang. Everyone silently committed those two names to memory. As for who beneath the icy pool had triggered this anomaly, no one could say. High in the 9 heavens, Tao Gate's sect master Xiang Yin stood with his hands behind his back, hovering above the cloud bank. Li Chunsong and several elders stood at his side, but all at a distance, maintaining a safe gap. Just then, Chu Yining shot up. Xiang Yin, at the 8th realm, didn't he move a muscle? The qi around him flowed quietly. Chu Yining slashed in, but the sword edge couldn't come within an inch of him. Everyone knew full well, little junior sister's temper comes fast and goes fast. Once she devented, Chu Yining sheathed her sword. She couldn't hit anyone anyway, and snorted, "Humph, I can't be bothered with you." Xiang Yin's bald head was truly an eyesore, like someone had drawn an ugly face on a dark braised egg. With a fawning smile, he grinned at Chu Yining and said, "Little junior sister, don't take offense, don't take." Chu Yining's mind turned, and she pulled an unexpected trick. Why not just lower the classification of this secret? Everyone looked baffled. The law enforcement elder, Lu Pan, already had a stern face. Now his face darkened, and he said in a deep voice, "Junior sister, mind your words." This classification was set personally by little martial uncle. The gaunt Taoist nun who had been sitting on the boulder finally spoke up at this moment. "Master, I'll go talk." Her voice was as pleasant as ever, with odd pauses, and she would occasionally swallow syllables when she spoke. Though everyone in the field called each other senior brother and junior sister, they were not all disciples of the same master. They had merely been true disciples of the same generation back then. Little martial uncle had only one disciple, namely the Taoist nun sitting on the boulder with her back to everyone. Seeing Shun Man take the initiative to shoulder the responsibility, the crowd stopped talking. One person secretly breaking the rules wouldn't he do, but everyone breaking the rules together was nothing new. They'd done it plenty of times back when they were true disciples of the same generation. The ugly-looking sect master, Xiang Yan, immediately found an excuse and said, "Junior sister, you could clearly break through at any time, but refuse to if you just advance straight to the seventh realm. Wouldn't that save us a lot of trouble?" Hearing this, Chu Yinin lowered her head and glanced at her petite body that stubbornly refused to grow, and frowned. "Enough, enough. The sixth realm is plenty. If I have to break through again, it'll drive me crazy." There was nothing they could do about her, so they turned their heads and began to discuss business. The sect master, who looked like a braised egg, Xiang Yan, lifted his head and asked, "Seventh junior sister, our divine sense didn't get it wrong, did it? Are we sure it's sword heart illumination?" The usually taciturn Taoist nun didn't say much, only nodded lightly. They looked at one another, clicking their tongues in astonishment. How could a disciple at the orifice-piercing stage possibly attain sword heart illumination? Exactly. Swordsmen with that level of sword Tao attainment, aside from the four divine swords, you can count them on one hand. Still, can't rule it out entirely. There are indeed hidden seniors in the Xinhuang realm, but at most you could count them on two hands. Sword heart illumination means your comprehension of the sword Tao has reached its peak. Li Chunsong thought back and said, "I remember seventh junior sister seems to have reached that state right when she first stepped into the seventh realm. That was rare enough as it is." "Yeah, where did little martial uncle pick up that freak from down the mountain?" Everyone turned their eyes together to Li Chunsong, who was in charge of going down to receive people. Li Chunsong, who loved charity as much as he loved gambling, immediately spread his hands and said, "Don't look at me. I just received a transmission and went down to pick them up. I don't know anything else. But I did complete the task. I brought up everyone little martial uncle told me to. Can this count toward my sect contribution points?" Li Chunsong started jokingly asking for a reward. "You just went down the mountain once. How is that worth those contribution points?" Sect Master Xiang Yin immediately retorted stingily. The ninth elder, Nangongyu, full-figured and softly elegant, stood to the side. Though she had no Tao companion, she carried the air of a mature married woman. She smiled and sighed. Even the current sword sovereign of the sword sect, that once in a millennium sword Tao prodigy, I heard he only perfected his sword heart after reaching the grand cultivator realm, right? At that, everyone immediately aligned their positions and started mocking. What gives those people from the sword sect the right to use our Tao ancestor as a comparison? Exactly really know how to gild their own faces. Saying they might compare to their own first-generation sword sovereign is one thing, but to the Tao ancestor? There's no such person. Chu Yinin also shouted, "Pah, pah, pah. Those people from the sword sect are truly shameless." Even the gaunt Taoist nun sitting on the boulder silently nodded again and again. They all snickered, which showed just how high a place the Tao ancestor held in their hearts. In Dongzhou, the oldest of the four great sects was actually Sword Sect, long the holy land of Sword Tao in the hearts of sword cultivators. That was until the Tao ancestor burst onto the scene and pressed every contemporary sword sect sword cultivator so hard they couldn't lift their heads. Some grudges were forged starting right then. As for the entanglements that have arisen in recent years, most have to do with that little martial uncle who went down the mountain. Back then, he too ranked among the four divine swords. Lu Pan's expression was solemn as he snorted coldly. Never mind sword heart illumination, throughout 1,500 years of sword sect history, when has there ever been a disciple at the orifice-piercing stage who could even give rise to a sword heart? They can't even reach the threshold of sword heart. They glanced at each other. What were they waiting for? They burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. In the purple bamboo grove, the Tao sect's upper echelons laughed in unison, laughing to their heart's content. In fact, up to this point, even Chu Yinin truly had no idea which registered disciple at the bottom of the cold pool had actually entered sword heart illumination. But she loved a lively scene, so she joined in and laughed along. Ha! In the last gamble, Chu Huaishu actually let Li Chunsong win for once, so his favor toward the kid shot straight up. He even half-jokingly played matchmaker. This guy is bound to enter the inner sect sooner or later. Seventh junior sister, how about breaking precedent and taking him as a direct disciple? Sect Master Xiang Yan, whose voice was as grating as a screaming chicken, said, indeed, seventh junior sister, teaching Chu Huaishu, is most fitting. Only then did Chu Yining have a sudden realization. Among those three making trouble under the cold pool, the one causing such a big stir was actually Chu Huaishu. She immediately objected. I'm a sword cultivator too, and I don't have a direct disciple either. Why shouldn't he take me as his master? Everyone side-eyed her in unison. Senior brother Lu Pan retorted most mercilessly. He has already achieved sword heart illumination, and you think you're fit to teach? Chu Yining was momentarily lost for words, almost driven mad with anger. A dignified expert at the great perfection of the sixth realm in your eyes, even a low-level cultivator is more suited to teach than me. Fifth Elder Zhao Shuqi squinted and smiled, adding another stab. Junior sister, don't mislead the kid. Li Chunsong chimed in. Yeah, we're counting on him to bring glory to the sword sect. Chu Yining was frantic with fury, but pressure weighed on her from all sides, and that clumsy mouth of hers couldn't argue them down at all. She could only secretly decide to seize the chance to go see Chu Huaishu. She muttered inwardly. Shun Man received the Dao ancestor's inheritance. Who knows how long she'll be in seclusion? What can she teach? She calculated inwardly again. So what if this old lady doesn't have sword heart illumination? Even that has its limits. There's nothing anyone can teach him on that front. Does it matter? She made up her mind. Even if I have to rack my brains, I'll make him call me master. This direct disciple, this old lady, is determined to secure him. In the purple bamboo grove, the big names of the cultivation world were chatting away. They couldn't make sense of how this sword heart illumination had come about. Someone whispered, could there really be one who is born knowing? Another wondered, and I remember he is only a pseudo-spirit embryo, right? Sect Master Xiang Yin said to sixth junior brother, when he clears the pass and exits the secret realm, bring him here for us to have a look. The meaning was obvious. Study him, bring him in for a good, thorough look. The sixth elder accepted the order. Yes. Li Chunsong sighed again and again. He is a real monster. Where did little Marshal Ant pick up this monster? Little did he know the monster was actually picked up by him. Just as everyone was abuzz with discussion, the always silent, slender Taoist nun suddenly spoke, still with very few words. No sword. Everyone looked up, puzzled. Having been fellow sect members for years, they were used to Shun Man swallowing her words and could fill in the blanks themselves. Those three words instantly snapped them all awake. Only now did they realize that this young disciple whose understanding of the sword had reached great perfection up to this very moment. Doesn't he even have a sword? A swordless one, and yet sword heart illumination? Sect Master Xiang Yin decided on the spot. Let Chu Huaishu go up Hidden Spirit Mountain. This mountain could be called the Dao Sect's treasure ground. Normally, only young disciples who have just entered the first realm and have excellent aptitude are qualified to ascend. Except under special circumstances, one may ascend only once in a lifetime. The sword left by the Dao ancestor is placed at the summit of Hidden Spirit Mountain. However, not many can reach the peak to behold the sword's splendor. The entire mountain is divided into three zones: the foot, the mid-slope, and the summit. The vast majority of disciples only receive qualification to enter the foot and cannot go further up. Those who can enter the mid-slope are already considered outstanding. For example, Lu Qinggong's Azure Pine sword was obtained at the foot. Don't be fooled by him being the deputy captain of the Outer Sect's enforcement team. A flashy title, what true prodigy would be willing to linger in the Outer Sect? Everyone was surely straining hard to dash into the Inner Sect. Everyone present knew that the sect master letting Chu Huaishu go up Hidden Spirit Mountain definitely wasn't giving him a foot-level quota. It was the entire mountain. Naturally, no one objected. Li Chunsong clasped his hands to the crowd and said, I'll go wait outside the secret realm first. You all wait for me in the purple bamboo grove. Because Shin Man had drawn a boundary here, clearly she couldn't go elsewhere. So bringing that kid here was indeed the most fitting. Before long, Li Chunsong flew to the cold pool. At that moment, the crowd by the cold pool hadn't lessened, it had only grown. It looked like half the outer sect had flooded over, packed and buzzing. Seeing the sixth elder come to preside, everyone felt all the more that this was no simple matter. But the moment Li Chunsong arrived, he started shooing people, dispersing the crowd, including the deacons. Neo Yuanshan cooperated well, taking the lead in leaving. Seeing that the visitor was the sixth elder and not someone else, his keen mind had already pieced things together, and he still wore a smile as he left. This left Mo Qingmei, who had been watching him out of the corner of her eye, utterly baffled. Lu Tianfeng wasn't he a fool, either though he had some guesses. He still stiffened his head and mustered his courage to say, "Sixth elder, my son Qingqi is still down below." Li Chunsong waved casually and said, "No matter. This has nothing to do with him, nor with you. You may go." As soon as he spoke, Lu Tianfeng felt like he'd been struck by lightning. He was utterly stunned, as if the sky had fallen. As he left, he looked back at every step, his face growing uglier and uglier, until it was ashen like a walking corpse. Inside the secret realm, Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang were already standing before the stone gate. He raised his hand and tapped the mechanism on the stone wall, and the stone gate slowly opened. The third trial was empty, and only then did Chu Huaishu breathe a sigh of relief. Just as Han Shuangjiang stared in surprise, he suddenly jumped into the water. The 4 holes at the bottom showed no movement at all. No body-tempering elixir sprayed out, and the formation didn't turn into water blades. He said he did this simply because he felt there must still be body-tempering elixir hidden in the mechanism. Chu Huaishu guessed. Looks like the formation and the mechanisms can't be activated separately like this. The formation and mechanisms in this secret realm are likely linked as a whole. He climbed out of the water and said to Han Shuangjiang, "Let us go." Before leaving, he gave those 4 holes another glance. Unwilling to accept it, he planned to come again, next time breaking in from the first trial to see if it would work. This instance shouldn't be a one-off, only the final reward has been taken. Chu Huaishu speculated. Standing beside her, Han Shuangjiang also glanced at the pool as they took their leave. Only what surfaced in her mind were all those amorous scenes in the water. She quickly pulled herself together, refused to dwell on them, and did her best to wipe those filthy images from her mind. The pair walked out through another stone door, and what met their eyes was Lu Qingqi, still trapped in the illusion. He looked blank, his steps heavy, pacing back and forth on the open ground, just like a zombie from Plants vs. Zombies. The light was gone from his eyes, as if he could see no end. This illusion isn't low-level look. Even he hasn't noticed we've come. Chu Huaishu said. Han Shuangjiang nodded. Lu Qingqi didn't even hear this line. Clearly his 5 senses were severed. Forget him. Let us go? Chu Huaishu's heart was as cold as the sword in his sea of consciousness. He added, with full righteous confidence on his face, "This is a kind of training for senior brother Lu too. Let us not delay his tempering." His system could track time. It had only been a little over 6 hours, now 3 shurchen. According to senior Lei Wenyan, the time limits for the first and second trials are 2 shurchen each, or else you'll be driven out. Lu Qingqi was probably about to be driven out as well. Judging by his walking dead look, he won't make it into the third trial. Don't waste the body-tempering elixir. Chu Huaishu concluded. Han Shuangjiang glanced at the damned fox beside her, and naturally couldn't be bothered to wake Lu Qingqi, who had once had designs on her. They left the secret realm just like that, then swam out of the cold pool. As soon as they came ashore, they found Deacon Lu and Deacon Niu were both gone. Only Li Chunsong remained by the shore. They immediately offered greetings in unison. "Greetings, sixth elder." Li Chunsong looked Chu Huaishu up and down, clicking his tongue in wonder again and again. He kept saying, "Kid, you manage to surprise me every time." Chu Huaishu said humbly, "I never expected to alarm the sixth elder. This disciple is ashamed." He himself still didn't know he had just stirred up a heaven and earth anomaly. Li Chunsong said irritably, "Humph, alarm me? Kid, you even alarmed the sect master." These words sent a jolt through Han Shuangjiang beside him. Sect Master Xiang Yan is a figure who stands at the pinnacle of the Eastern continent. The Eastern continent is different from the Western continent. Imperial power isn't is strong there, and the 4 great sects' influence is even more formidable than the court's. One word from Xiang Yan carries even more weight than what the Emperor of Jing Kingdom says. Even the sect master is paying attention to him. Han Shuangjiang was truly abashed now. She went up the mountain together with Chu Huaishu, stubborn as she was. She refused to let him leave her too far behind. "Looks like I'll have to push harder." She began steeling herself to work again. Li Chunsong looked at the two and said, "Shuangjiang, head back first." "Chu Huaishu, come with me." "Yes." The two accepted the order in response. As for Lu Qingqi, still at the bottom of the cold pool, no one paid him any mind. In the purple bamboo grove, Li Chunsong brought Chu Huaishu here. He actually recognized every Dao sect higher up before him. He'd seen them previously on the Borrowed Sword Forum. Li Chunsong introduced them to him one by one, and he greeted each with a bow. In Chu Huaishu's mind, the sect master in person looks even worse than in the player's photos. Could he be the type who looks better on camera than in real life? The picture looks better than the person? Elder Zhao Shuqi narrowed his eyes. There's a meme online that says people with squinty eyes are all monsters. ID better be more cautious. Nangong, you really did come from the Great Thunderclap Temple. Wait, how can she have such presence? And she truly has the vibe of a mature married woman. He couldn't figure it out. Law enforcement Elder Lu Pan keeps a stern face all day. Like a disciplinarian, no wonder he's not well liked. As for Chu Yining, she's just a lowly, nothing special. How is she any different from those 5th and 6th grade little brats just now? She does look quite cute though. From Chu Huaishu's experience, when he worked as a paid gaming companion, he saw lots of cute type clients. The cuter they were, the harder they were to serve. The one sitting on the boulder, however, drew his attention. Though he couldn't see the face, only a lean silhouette from behind, he still thought, is this the Taoist sect's most mysterious 7th elder? Chu Huaishu didn't know much about her, because she dies in Xian calendar 1993, which is 3 years later. In the purple bamboo grove, Sect Master Xiang Yin spoke first, his voice so piercing it could drive voice connoisseurs mad. Chu Huaishu, don't be nervous. Just now you triggered a heaven and earth anomaly. We called you here to see what on earth is going on with you. Chu Huaishu was a bit bewildered. Huh? I actually stirred an anomaly? But he roughly guessed those experts were using divine sense and sweeping it back and forth over him. In front of them, he really couldn't hide. What made him uncomfortable was that they kept making puzzled sounds from time to time, like those hiss and sounds. It felt awful, like being surrounded by a bunch of doctors muttering after a CT scan. Later they even took a drop of Chu Huaishu's blood. The fact that he had risen from a pseudo-spirit fetus to a 3rd-grade spirit fetus didn't surprise them much. They could also sense a trace of residual aura of the Xiantian fetal breath pill on him. Oddly, no one could feel the presence of the sword heart in him. This kid hasn't formally cultivated. How could he control it at will? There's no way it could escape our discerning eyes. They had even called him here in hopes of having Formation Grandmaster Lu Pan lay a restriction on him, so that people with high cultivation wouldn't casually detect his sword heart. That counted as a kind of protection for him. But now Lu Pan was in a bind, because he couldn't find where that thing was. Helpless, everyone turned their eyes to the Taoist nun on the boulder, one of the 4 divine swords. Among those present, no one understood sword better than she did. The Sea of Consciousness. The thin Taoist nun spoke in a very soft voice. Hearing her perceive it so easily, Chu Huaishu's heart tightened sharply. The Sea of Consciousness is the most subtle and mysterious place in the human body. In the Xianwang realm, people commonly call it the soul's abode. If the 3 souls and 7 spirits truly exist, then they are in the Sea of Consciousness. Once the Sea of Consciousness collapses, a person absolutely cannot live. Many spirit-focused arts target the Sea of Consciousness. Xiang Yin and the others had not used divine sense to probe Chu Huaishu's Sea of Consciousness directly earlier. Because Chu Huaishu had not formally cultivated and had not formed divine sense, his Sea of Consciousness was extremely fragile. Even if they were extremely careful, so many people probing with divine sense at once could easily kill him. How Shin Man detected the secret was in the Sea of Consciousness. No one was sure. Perhaps she too was in the realm of sword heart illumination. Xiang Yin said, to probe the Sea of Consciousness, you must steady the mind, or it's easy for something to go wrong. That's easy. The 1.5-meter tall Chu Yining jumped up, about to give Chu Huaishu a karate chop to knock him out on the spot. In the end, the gentle-tempered Nangong Yu stepped to his side. She waved her hand to block Chu Yining with qi, then gently blew a breath, and Chu Huaishu directly passed out. Sleep it off, and you'll be fine. That was the last gentle female voice he heard. As Chu Huaishu toppled, Nangong Yu quickly reached out to steady him, almost letting him sink into her ample bosom as a pillow. You could clearly just use a bit of spell work, you. Your strikes are neither light nor heavy, you just act recklessly. She didn't forget to scold the little junior sister. TCH. Chu Yining turned her head away and ignored her. Xiang Yan, as sect master, continued to take control of the situation. Seventh junior sister, you do it, he said to the Taoist nun on the boulder. Xinman nodded slightly, her divine sense unfolded. In no time, her lean face furrowed slightly. Spirit. Taigu, how strange. It's a divine ability, she answered. She spoke with her usual economy, swallowing several words. Most people should be able to understand what she meant. Just to be absolutely certain, those uninvited guests slipped one after another into Chu Huaishu's sea of consciousness. As they went in, they murmured in low voices. I've never heard of this kind of spiritual fetus. Such an eerie spiritual fetus, unheard of, nothing like it recorded in the sect's archives. But how could it be a spiritual fetus divine ability? A person's spiritual fetus is actually sword heart illumination. That little black sword in his sea of consciousness is strange too, and I keep feeling like it has a mind of its own. And so everyone queued up to probe, until finally it was Chu Yining's turn to step up. Let me see. Chu Yining couldn't hold herself back. She impatiently probed into the sea of consciousness, but that thin, black sword suddenly trembled, as if it could no longer tolerate it. Chu Yining's divine sense was actually jolted back out. She herself stepped back a pace, her face instantly darkening, and the natal spirit sword in her hand. Happy reunion. Let out wave after wave of uncontrollable sword humming. A dignified cultivator at 6th realm great perfection was actually caught off guard by a shock to her divine sense. Little junior sister. Everyone started, hastily stepping forward to shield her. This old maiden, probably not even 1.50 meters tall, lowered her head to glance at her natal sword, then looked over at the handsome youth lying on the ground, raised a hand to smooth her very flat chest, and said, Scare me to death. The sword in his sea of consciousness really seems alive. The feeling it gives me is simply like. Chu Yining suddenly couldn't think of a more fitting word. The Taoist nun sitting on the boulder suddenly spoke again. Unhurriedly, and with effort, she uttered 2 words. Sword, spirit. Tisk, tsk. The elders of the Tao sect, all no longer young, gathered around the fallen Chu Huaishu, exclaiming over and over. Even Nangong Yu, a contemporary grandmaster of forging, turned green with envy, wishing she could take him home and study him for a few days. Swords have sword spirits, people do too? That's the first I've ever heard, she said. Li Chunsong frowned and offered his opinion. Could it still be that sword refining art causing trouble? Earlier, everyone had a lively discussion about this technique for the aperture-piercing stage, feeling it seemed adapted from a weapon forging sect, treating a person directly as a sword blank to temper. It's just that this set of techniques was brought into the sect's repository by little Marshal Uncle, and Chu Huaishu really did open his apertures, so back then no one thought much of it, figured if it's unorthodox, so be it. There are plenty of strange techniques in this world, like Chu Yining turning into an old maiden isn't that a living example of how cultivation can change you? Cultivation is, by nature, going against heaven. Paying a price is commonplace. But how could one end up cultivating something like a sword spirit? Hearing this, Xiang Yan first shook his bald head. The anomalies on him are closely tied to his spiritual fetus. That sword heart illumination is also his spiritual fetus's divine ability. 6th junior brother, you have to understand, a technique is a technique. A spiritual fetus is a spiritual fetus. How could the two casually alter each other? A person's spiritual fetus is innate. Its nature set the instant you're born. Even if you take Xiantian fetal breath pills, that only raises its grade, it doesn't change its type. Even a pseudo-spiritual fetus, better understood as a spiritual fetus not activated at birth, has its category and traits destined at birth all the same. Surely you can't be cultivating a technique first and only then generate a spiritual fetus? Xiang Yan refuted Li Chunsong. Lu Pan nodded along at the side. The sect master is right. Since when have our spiritual fetuses been affected by techniques? The more everyone argued, the livelier it got, but after all the back and forth, they still couldn't reach a conclusion. However, for now, it doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Xiang Yin also brought up a key point. With the great calamity of heaven and earth imminent, and the primordial spirit realm about to appear, this kid already has sword heart illumination. The role he can play is obvious. I don't need to spell it out, right? Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. One has sword heart illumination, and the other is a nining body. Seventh junior sister received the Tao Ancestor's legacy a year ago and saw the maxim the Tao Ancestor left behind. Little martial uncle went down the mountain in accordance with that maxim, saying he was going to seek the savior who knew he really found him. Truly, heaven bless our Tao sect. Heaven bless the Xianhuang realm, sighed Lu Pan, the eldest of them. Everyone burst out laughing, and the burden on their shoulders seemed a bit lighter. Only Chu Yining stood to the side, lips slightly parted in shock. Only now did she understand why those below the seventh realm were kept in the dark. The matter was far more serious than she'd imagined. This concerns not only the Tao sect, but the fate of all beings in the Xianhuang realm. Oddly enough, a thought rose in this old maiden's heart. Is little martial uncle actually reliable this time? This isn't like him, she muttered inwardly. After everyone discussed it, they finally decided that Lu Pan would take action and plant a restriction on Chu Huaishu to keep outsiders from discovering that little black sword. After giving his instructions, Xiang Yin finally spoke. Sixth junior brother, send him back to the outer sect. He and Han Xuanjiang, these two pieces of raw jade, still need more polishing. Oh, and while you're at it, make up an excuse and shoo away those busybodies in the outer sect. Yes. Li Chunsong accepted the order. By the cold pool, because he had overstayed, Lu Qingqi was kicked out of the secret realm after spending the full 2 hours in the illusion. Gurgle. A force suddenly hurled him into the cold pool. The water-avoiding bead didn't have time to take effect, and he immediately choked on a mouthful of water. In the secret realm, he had been walking back and forth through a maze, trudging until he collapsed from exhaustion, in utter despair, not knowing when it would end. Now he was forcibly kicked out, almost drowned, and in an instant he was on the verge of a breakdown. Numb and dejected, he crawled ashore, bedraggled, his mentality completely shattered. But once ashore, he realized there was no one waiting by the cold pool. The place was empty. Where's Dad? Dad! Lu Qingqi knelt on the ground and howled, so angry his heart was about to explode, calling for his dad over and over. Only when he was kicked out of the secret realm and the illusion dispersed did he realize he had been trapped in an illusion all along. He found that Lu Tianfeng wasn't at the shore either. Before long, he seemed possessed, muttering nonstop. It's all an illusion. It's all an illusion. It's all an illusion. Chu Huaishu had an unusually long dream. In the dream, he returned to Earth and saw bits and pieces of the past. When he woke up, it felt as if a world lay between them, hazy and unreal. For no reason, he felt a bit mentally listless. A voice came from beside him. Li Chunsong. You're awake. Chu Huaishu looked around and found he was back in the bamboo hut, lying on a bed. The sixth elder sat at the wooden table next to him, brewing tea for him. The tea aroma was rich, the smell was soothing. Li Chunsong smiled and said, have a cup of soul-calming tea, you'll feel better after drinking it. Chu Huaishu sat up and, at the sixth elder's signal, moved to sit opposite him. He took a sip of the soul-calming tea and immediately felt much better. Though it was hot tea going down, a refreshing coolness flowed through his whole body, clearing his mind a bit more effective than coffee. He asked, Sixth elder, what's going on with me? He patiently explained, we examined your sea of consciousness. It's because of that you're mentally fatigued. Once you step into the first realm and divine sense is born in your sea of consciousness, this won't happen again. Li Chunsong set down his teacup and regarded the young man with appreciative eyes. After coming to the bamboo hut, he couldn't help slapping his thigh in regret. He thought, back in the purple bamboo grove, I should have seized the chance to make another bet with everyone. What great betting material, he's got so many strange things about him, you could play several rounds. That was one reason he found Chu Huaishu more and more pleasing to the eye. His mindset was a bit like a fan's. This streamer knows how to play, gotta pay close attention. Meeting the gaze of this charitable gambling king, Chu Huaishu asked sincerely, Sixth elder, is there something wrong with my sea of consciousness? The sixth elder said, it's hard to say clearly. Simply put, a life-bound spirit sword will give rise to a sword spirit, you know that, right? The little black sword in your sea of consciousness is a bit like a sword spirit. Chu Huaishu furrowed his brow and asked, A sword spirit? He didn't much like that analogy. A sword having a sword spirit is just common sense. But if a person also has a sword spirit, then what does that make me, a sword man or something? Sixth Elder, don't crack such low-level punny jokes at my expense. Li Chunsong waved for him not to get anxious and said, Don't panic, we haven't found any problem at present. Clicking his tongue in wonder, he said, On the contrary, it's quite mysterious. It will automatically guard your sea of consciousness. Even the 10th Elder was caught off guard by it and was almost driven out. Chu Huaishu was a little surprised. He hadn't expected that thing to have such a function. He suddenly recalled that after cultivating the sword refining art and drawing the spirit embryo, when he drew Heart's Sword, the system gave this line of introduction. The sword cuts the body, the heart cuts the soul. Is that what it meant? Seeing him deep in thought, Li Chunsong smiled, poured another cup of soul-calming tea, and said, Don't overthink it, you won't figure it out now anyway. Chu Huaishu nodded to show he understood. The 6th Elder steered the conversation back to business and said, By the way, keep this safe. He placed a black wooden token on the table. No one knew what the token was made of. It looked as if it had been struck by lightning, its surface charred yet textured. The front of the token is engraved with a golden song, and the back is inscribed with a golden ink. Seeing the token, Chu Huaishu wore a puzzled look, but inwardly he was secretly overjoyed. This is actually a pass to Tsangling Mountain. Li Chunsong explained that this token was specially authorized by the sect master and grants passage to Tsangling Mountain. That is the treasure mountain of our Dao sect. Many people obtain their life-bound artifacts on that mountain. The specific details will be made clear to you by someone before you go up the mountain. It's just that your top priority now is to quickly break through the orifice opening stage. You need to have divine sense before you can bind a life-bound artifact. So by the rules, those in the orifice opening stage cannot go up to Tsangling Mountain. At that, Chu Huaishu stowed the token away in his storage space and said respectfully, Disciple understands. Li Chunsong thought for a moment and felt he still needed to explain a bit. Your spirit embryo is extraordinary, and with your innate divine ability awakened, you're basically a born sword cultivator. Therefore, once you're on Tsangling Mountain, sword-type artifacts will suit you best. After you pass the many trials of the outer sect and formally enter the inner sect, you may have a chance to take the 7th Elder as your master. She is one of the present 4 great divine swords, a pinnacle in the way of the sword. Though this had been tentatively discussed internally, Li Chunsong didn't speak too definitively. He treated it as selling him a dream, lest the youngster get too carried away. Yes, Chu Huaishu replied excitedly, his tone boiling with hot blood. Yet all kinds of thoughts sprang up in his mind. 7th Elder? Isn't she that Taoist nun sitting on the boulder? To become a true disciple of one of the 4 great divine swords is indeed grabbing the biggest thigh among sword cultivators. Moreover, she bears the Tao ancestor's legacy. But the problem is, this future master dies in 3 years. By Xian calendar 1993, she passes away. The shelf life of this thigh is really short, he calculated inwardly. Among the upper echelons of the Tao sect, the one he found hardest to figure out was Shun Man. When Borrowed Sword had just launched its open beta, she was still in seclusion, confined in the purple bamboo grove, drawing a boundary to imprison herself and comprehending the Tao ancestor's legacy. It wasn't until Xian calendar 1992 that she emerged from seclusion. But who would have thought that the next year, her body perished and her Tao dissipated? She departed early. In Chu Huaishu's impression, Shun Man didn't seem to be the highest in cultivation among this batch of leadership. She probably had cultivation at great perfection of the 7th realm. Within the 4 great divine swords of East Continent, she was also the only sword cultivator at the 7th realm. The other 3 were 8th realm powerhouses. Among them, the current sword sovereign is at the peak of the 8th realm and even has a record of slaying in 9th realm. If ranked by realm alone, she would be last among the 4 great divine swords. It always gave the impression that she inherited this title from her master. Yet according to players on the forum, the Tao sect's leadership lamented more than once in several hard battles. If only 7th junior sister were still here. Thus, there were many speculations on the forum about Shun Man's personal combat power, and Chu Huaishu's mind was all over the place. When he went to the purple bamboo grove, he only saw the Taoist nun's back. He didn't even get a clear look at her face. For some reason, though her figure was thin and her robes looked loose, she had an air of immortality about her. Just then, Li Chunsong waved his hand and dispelled the silencing array, saying, "Shuangjiang, come and don't wait outside. He's already awake." When the door swung open, Han Shuangjiang walked in, a bit embarrassed. Seeing Chu Huaishu brought back unconscious, she had indeed been worried. Li Chunsong looked at the young pair with a meaningful smile, his eyes as if randomly playing matchmaker. He set up the array again and casually reminded, "Don't talk to outsiders about your sword heart clarity, it won't do you any good. Shuangjiang, you must keep it secret for him too." The sixth elder said to Chu Huaishu, "The sect master has already had the law enforcement elder personally set a restriction for you. That person is a rare array grandmaster of our age, ordinary people won't notice it." Chu Huaishu answered, "Good, disciple understands." Han Shuangjiang also immediately acknowledged the order. He understood the principle that carrying jade invites crime. You can display some prowess before others, but mustn't be too ostentatious. Thinking it over, he decided to play dumb and asked, "Sixth elder, I know about the spirit embryo's divine ability, but what exactly is sword heart clarity? Please explain it to this disciple." It was through the system's introduction that he came to understand his specific situation. Given his current identity and cultivation, the normal reaction should be, although he entered a mysterious state, he's bewildered and doesn't know what it is. A deficit in knowledge actually fits his persona better. He has always been both bold and meticulous. He wouldn't make mistakes on such small matters. Li Chunsong smiled, felt it made sense, and explained, "The so-called sword heart is a power that erupts when one deeply comprehends the sword Tao. In today's cultivation world, those who possess a sword heart are usually formidable sword cultivators with resounding reputations. But the truth is, the sword heart is not directly related to the height of one's cultivation. At the end of the day, it hinges on a single word comprehension." At this point, like many in the Tao sect, he habitually began to praise the Tao ancestor. You should know that long before the Tao ancestor refined the aperture opening pill, the threshold for cultivation was extremely high, and those who could enter the path of cultivation were few and far between. Chu Huaishu nodded nonstop. This former virtual male model mimicked Li Chunsong's expression to the letter, wearing reverence on his face. Li Chunsong continued, "In those years there were actually quite a few geniuses of the sword Tao, only they had no fate with cultivation." He began to recount a legend from 1,000 years ago. It is said that in the mortal world there were many swordsmen who, though lacking spiritual power, loved the sword Tao all their lives. Quite a number touched the threshold of the sword heart, and some could even, with mortal bodies, slay cultivators of the first realm. Unfortunately, those heroes of the martial world merely brushed the threshold and ultimately could not derive true mystical power from mortal flesh. You may not know this. Among today's four great sects, the sword sect's history predates our Tao sect's, though it once went through a slump, unlike our Tao sect which enjoyed a millennium of prosperity. 1,500 years ago, the sword sect's first-generation sword sovereign asserted, "With spiritual power and without spiritual power, the difference is worlds apart. Even if one without spiritual power has extraordinary talent, in this life there is almost no hope of birthing a sword heart." Li Chunsong asked, "Do you know what this implies?" He had originally meant to remind Chu Huaishu that such cases were very rare, telling him to be more watchful in the future. After all, the sword sect has always produced sword madmen. Who would have thought that as soon as Chu Huaishu answered, he was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Because what this kid said was utterly heretical, yet it hit him right in the sweet spot. If these words were to reach the sword sect's ears, they would probably be furious, rise up and attack en masse, and to tear them to shreds with curses would be no exaggeration. Chu Huaishu, calm-faced and in all seriousness, replied. He said, "This shows the sword sovereign was wrong. The first-generation sword sovereign was the leader of the sword Tao 1,500 years ago. His mastery of the sword Tao overshadowed the next 500 years. No one could surpass him. He once said of himself, "I am the Sword Tao." In those 500 years, even though he had passed away, he remained the faith of countless sword cultivators, and in the sword sect became a near spiritual totem. Until, 1,000 years ago, there appeared a little Taoist with no sword in hand who called himself a sword cultivator, bursting onto the scene. He was simply too strong, first called a little Taoist, then gradually became the Tao master, and ultimately rose to be the Tao ancestor. As long as he picked up that sword, he became the foremost in sword Tao of his era. If he switched to a saber or a spear, he would reign all the same. The Tao ancestor's might dazzles across the ages, truly unprecedented and unrepeatable. Moreover, he refined the aperture-opening pill, allowing more and more mortals to cultivate his prestige in the sword cultivation world. Long ago, eclipsed the first-generation sword sovereign. But the sword sect has its own steadfastness after all. The sword sovereign is the sword sect's emblem. Besides, the first-generation sword sovereign had been gone for 500 years. Could he possibly come back for a bout? The sword sect's attitude is very clear. In short, we refuse to submit. Chu Huaishu's words were indeed shocking. If spoken within the sword sect, it would be tantamount to someone in the Tao sect making remarks about the Tao ancestor. This would be no different from flouting authority. However, these words weren't being said in the sword sect, were they? Besides, facts speak louder than empty talk. Han Shuangjiang listened from the side. The hand serving tea froze slightly. Then she gave Chu Huaishu a deep look. She thought to herself, he actually dares to say such things, yet I can't help but admire him a little. Li Chunsong laughed aloud and slapped the table a few times with a wave. He applauded and said, "Good, excellent, wonderful. The more I look, the more pleasing you are. This is exactly how a disciple of my Tao sect should be." Saying the first-generation sword sovereign was stronger than the Tao ancestor? That's really flattering themselves. Li Chunsong even suspected that the first-generation sword sovereign might not be able to defeat the sword the Tao ancestor left on the mountain. In recent years, the Tao sect and the sword sect have had similar disputes, only with the objects of comparison changed to the Tao sect's little uncle master and the current sword sovereign. The former little uncle master, before he fell in realm, was once widely acknowledged as the foremost of the four divine swords. At that time, the sword sect's current sword sovereign had yet to make a name and had not yet matured. By the time his sword Tao had fully matured, the little uncle master had long since fallen in realm. So no one can say for sure. Everyone holds to their own view. Each side has its own reasoning. Of course, Li Chunsong naturally favors the former little uncle master. Though the contemporary sword sovereign has the feat of slaying a ninth realm while at the eighth, little uncle master isn't an ordinary ninth realm, is he? After laughing for a while, the elder Li Chunsong still cautioned Chu Huaishu, "Don't take these words outside." But inwardly, he planned to go back and tell his senior brothers and sisters properly. The sword sovereign was wrong. The sword sovereign was truly wrong. If there were wine, he'd really want to lay it all out right here and now. Li Chunsong looked at Chu Huaishu with a smile and said, "I'm increasingly feeling you're better suited to be 7th junior sister's disciple, little uncle master's grand disciple. Maybe it's that face of yours." The words came to his lips, then he swallowed them back. "TSK, you're just too tall and handsome. The jealous little uncle master definitely wouldn't like that. But whatever, who knows, maybe there'll be a cross-generation bond. Besides, he was originally chosen and brought up the mountain by little uncle master himself." Li Chunsong felt it was no big deal. "Sixth elder, is there a problem with my looks?" Seeing him hem and haw, Chu Huaishu asked. Li Chunsong chuckled casually. "Nothing much, you're just good-looking, with a third of my flair from my youth." As for becoming Shun Man's disciple, Chu Huaishu was somewhat tempted. After all, he knew he'd been mistaken for someone else, like he'd picked up Su Ziqing's script by mistake. But if he suddenly became that peerless killer's grand disciple, wouldn't things be different? He found it quite reliable and quickly said, "They say even a tiger won't eat its cubs. I'm your only grand disciple." But that was all for later. He hadn't even entered the inner sect yet. What mattered now was to first advance to the first realm, then head up Songling Mountain. The three traded a few more words, and Li Chunsong stood up, ready to leave. As the bamboo hut's door opened, Chu Huaishu saw the little menial waiting outside. By then, the sky had already darkened. Su Ziqing was setting out bowls and chopsticks at the table outside. As soon as they came out, he immediately saluted Li Chunsong, sixth elder. This little menial initially had no idea who Li Chunsong was. He only saw Chu Huaishu faint and then be carried back through the air. To fly through the air, that's a great cultivator. It was Han Shuangjiang who clued him in, saying this was the Dao sect's sixth elder, and warned him not to make mistakes in his tasks. Upon hearing he was an elder, Su Ziqing's heart warmed immediately. He thought to himself, an expert, one of the top powers in all of the eastern continent. This delicate-featured youth now somewhat understood why Lu Tianfeng, an outer sect deacon, would curry favor with Chu Huaishu. Su Ziqing felt a surge of joy, thinking, I've picked the right person to follow. In fact, even now he still didn't understand why Chu Huaishu had asked to have him transferred from Deacon Lu. The little menial thought, clearly, even if it's all latrine sweeping, doing it here beats doing it over there. At that moment, Su Ziqing bowed and tried to use his peripheral vision to steal a few more glances at the sixth elder's bearing. Though this elder's looks were ordinary, his cultivation was profound, very inspiring. Chu Huaishu looked at the fine-featured youth before him, and something stirred in his heart. He was well aware of how much Su Ziqing longed for cultivation. Chu Huaishu thought to himself, if I remember right, Su Ziqing has a vengeance arc. His entire family was killed. He had no intention of letting someone like that be nothing more than a menial at his side forever. If a top-tier enforcer like this isn't properly cultivated, it's a total waste of talent. Chu Huaishu murmured inwardly, let's say I owe you one. He definitely had to give him a chance to cultivate. You couldn't very well strip him of even the chance to avenge such a blood-deep hatred. Could you? Of course, Chu Huaishu also wanted to plant a seed in the boy's heart. Pull him up, give him what he wants most. To borrow a movie line, from now on, he'll worship me like a god. Chu Huaishu called out to Li Chunsong, who was about to leave. Sixth elder, your disciple has one more question. Li Chunsong turned his head and said, oh, go ahead. He asked, Sixth elder, how can an ordinary person become a registered disciple of our Dao sect? Li Chunsong replied, naturally, there are layers of assessments. Why are you asking this? Su Ziqing, standing to the side, hurriedly pricked up his ears to listen. His heartbeat began to quicken. This was exactly what he most wanted to know. He was so excited he could barely speak. His breathing even hitched a little. The delicate-featured youth didn't understand why his master was asking this, but he was desperate to know the standards for entering the Dao sect. Chu Huaishu pointed at the little menial and reported, Sixth elder, Han Shuangjiang, and I inadvertently discovered this person has extremely high comprehension when we practice some Jianghu martial arts. He just watched a few times from the side and learned them. He said, I can't even be sure it's talent, just that keeping him a menial forever seems a pity. Upon hearing this, Su Ziqing was as if struck by lightning, completely dumbfounded. His gaze toward Chu Huaishu changed at once, and his whole heart leapt into his throat. Li Chunsong was amused. You little brat at the aperture impacting stage, and you actually know how to feel for people? Chu Huaishu muttered inwardly. What are you laughing at? It's clearly you who botched the pickup. I'm patching it up for you. When your little martial uncle gets back, we'll see if you're still laughing. Li Chunsong reminded him. This isn't your concern right now. Yes, this disciple was in the wrong. Chu Huaishu replied respectfully. Listening to their conversation, Su Ziqing's heart sank to rock bottom. So it's true. Is there really no hope? He asked himself weakly. Father, mother, little sister, grandma. He fell into bottomless despair. Who would have thought? Li Chunsong would go on to say. He can grasp the martial arts of the Jianghu. After a single look, I'd wager he's quite talented in spellcraft too. Li Chunsong said offhandedly. Forget it. Take him to see Niu Yuanshan. Just say I sent him. Martial arts are one thing. Spellcraft another. The two shouldn't be conflated, so he didn't think much of it. Matters like registered disciples were trifles to him. In the presence of true great figures, ordinary people are nothing but dust. We can only keep to the corners and wait for the gust of wind as he passes to sweep us up. If you can catch onto his heel and follow for a stretch, that alone would be glory enough for a lifetime. Cling to a fine steed's tail, and you can travel 1,000 miles. That's how the world works. What could change your fate might not even count as a grain of sand in the eyes of such figures. Yet most people never encounter such patrons in their entire lives. Thus, the life of the little menial met its first turning point. Li Chunsong flicked his sleeve and rose into the air. Trifles like a registered disciple would likely be forgotten in a blink. Su Ziqing felt dizzy and dazed, emotions surging all at once. His ears buzzed, and his gaze went unfocused. "Pa!" Chu Huaishu slapped him on the back with force, jolting him awake with a sting and a tingle spreading through his body. The man looked at him, all impatience, and said, "Move. What are you standing there for? Come with me to see Deacon Nyo." With that, he didn't even look back and strode off in a flash. The delicate-looking youth froze, glanced at that lazy, tall back, clenched his fists until his nails bit into his flesh, then lowered his head and hurried after him. Outside the bamboo house, Han Shuangjiang watched the two depart, then glanced at the bowls and chopsticks on the table, muttering inwardly, "Are they not eating first?" She was actually a little hungry. Night deepened. Many fireflies could still be seen flitting over Medicine Mountain. Chu Huaishu strode ahead, while the little menial hurried to keep pace behind. Su Ziqing wanted to speak several times, but couldn't quite find the words. He couldn't fathom how he'd muddle-headedly become a registered disciple, nor why this lord had suddenly lent a hand. Was it truly because he valued his talent? Yet that day when he practiced his palm techniques, the master had shown little expression, merely responding lightly. Not bad." The delicate youth shook his head. Since he couldn't figure it out, he'd set it aside for now. No matter what, the chance to cultivate had to be seized tight. He swore in his heart once more. "Father, mother, little sister, grandma, Ziqing will surely avenge you." At that, a trace of gratitude entered his gaze toward Chu Huaishu. Elsewhere, Niu Yuanshan paced back and forth in his room. Old Niu wavered, thinking, should I go take a look at the bamboo house? Because Li Chunsong had driven everyone away from the cold pool, no one was clear on what had happened afterward. Though Niu Yuanshan had wisely left first, his heart remained hung up on it. So he kept spreading his divine sense, watching the route Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang would have to take back to the bamboo house. It was Han Shuangjiang who returned first alone. This nearly convinced Niu Yuanshan that the anomaly had been triggered by Chu Huaishu. A gratified smile appeared on old Niu's face. I wonder what fortuitous chance the kid stumbled into. From the organization's perspective, this time Chu Huaishu had actually alarmed the sect master. This newcomer has been in the sect a short time, yet even the Dao sect's sect master remembers him. What's more impressive is that he actually seized the opportunity that originally belonged to the Dao sect, and it was absorbed by someone from our organization. Niu Yuanshan inwardly exclaimed again and again. This is a great merit indeed. Having such a genius is truly a blessing for our organization. Perhaps one day he'll blend into the Dao sect's inner circle when that time comes. His role could be enormous. Niu Yuanshan had worked in the Daoist sect for many years, diligent and conscientious, the most industrious and reliable among the 9 deacons. Yet he knew well that the position of deacon was pretty much his ceiling. So he realized that a monstrous talent like this newcomer was not someone he could hope to lead. What I can do is, at all costs, protect him until he fully matures, even if it costs this old life of mine, Niu Yuanshan said to himself in a low voice. He paced back and forth in the room like this, muttering to himself, not knowing whether Chu Huaishu had returned to the bamboo hut or not. This middle-aged man with thick brows and big eyes raised his hand and gave himself a hard slap. Admonition number 3. Do not overly pry into a fellow cultivator, he kept chanting inwardly. There was a fatal allure about this newcomer that could easily lead one astray. Just as he decided not to go to the bamboo hut, a menial from the courtyard knocked to report that Chu Huaishu was requesting an audience. Niu Yuanshan flung the door open and rushed out, moving so fast it was as if he deactivated a movement technique, leaving a trailing afterimage that left the menial stunned. Old Niu thought to himself, he came to me on his own. That doesn't count as me taking the initiative to disturb him. As soon as Chu Huaishu saw Niu Yuanshan, he bowed and said, Greetings, Deacon Niu. I did not disappoint you. In the secret realm, I obtained the Xiantian fetal breath pill left behind by Senior Lei Wenyan. What the higher-ups in the sect wanted him to conceal was his innate divine ability. There was no need to hide the matter of the Xiantian fetal breath pill. On the contrary, this needed to be put out in the open and made a bit of a stir to make things add up. For Chu Huaishu, the keys to enter the secret realm had all been fought for on his behalf by old Niu. It would really be out of line not to report back to him. And he also owed old Niu a favor in his heart. Good, good, good. Great relief spread across Niu Yuanshan's thick-browed, big-eyed face, and he casually patted Chu Huaishu on the shoulder. Then he came back to himself and asked, "Have you taken the Xiantian fetal breath pill? Do you want me to stand guard for you?" "I've already taken it, and the benefits were immense," Chu Huaishu replied with a smile. Good, good. Niu Yuanshan thought for a moment, and didn't he press on how much he had improved. Su Ziqing didn't he understand common cultivation knowledge very well and stood to the side, feeling a bit foggy. But he could vaguely gather that the master before him, the one who had told him to address him as master, had probably just accomplished something remarkable. The little menial also felt a bit more respect in his heart. "Come in and sit for a bit," Deacon Niu invited. "I won't trouble you, Deacon. I actually came on official business," Chu Huaishu said. "Oh, let us hear it, then," Niu Yuanshan responded. Chu Huaishu raised a hand and pointed at the little menial behind him, saying, "The sixth elder sent me to ask Deacon Niu to arrange registered disciple status for Su Ziqing." When Su Ziqing heard this, he grew nervous. Old Niu recognized the little menial at a glance and said, "Hm? Isn't this the menial from your courtyard?" After all, that morning he had gone with Lu Tianfeng to meet Chu Huaishu and Han Xuanjiang. Chu Huaishu said earnestly, "Exactly." He picked up Baguazhang as soon as he learned it. After watching a few times, he grasped the essence. "I think it's a waste for him to remain just a menial." The implication was that he was recommending him. This undercover old Niu thought, is this kid developing his own downline? Already consciously starting to groom. No one knew that Chu Huaishu had long since made up his mind. On the way back, Chu Huaishu looked at the little tagalong following behind him and couldn't help feeling a bit displeased that this world protagonist looked so timid. "Can you stop being so timid all the time, hiding behind others all day? Listen, from now on keep your back straight and stand more to the front. Don't go out and embarrass me, you hear?" His tone was full on big bro swagger. "If you're going to be the world protagonist, act like it. Why do you look so sensitive and insecure?" The delicate-looking youth with slightly rounded shoulders jolted at the rebuke and instinctively lifted his head and squared his chest. "Yes," he responded loudly. Then this former menial worker tentatively lowered his voice and softly said, "Senior brother." Chu Huaishu nodded in satisfaction, accepted the form of address, then strode forward again. "Han Xuanjiang is probably still waiting for me to come back and eat. I'm starving too." Su Ziqing stared at his tall back, silently repeating that admonition in his heart. "Keep your back straighter, stand more to the front." Returning to the bamboo hut, the three of them started eating as usual. After the meal, it was still Su Ziqing who went to wash the dishes, while Chu Huaishu did nothing like some grand lord. After tidying up the chores, he called that delicate youth into the room. As soon as Su Ziqing stepped inside, his heartbeat slowed half a beat, because he saw a jade slip and a small booklet placed on the wooden table in front of Chu Huaishu. 3 flamboyantly carved characters were etched on the jade slip. "Sword refining formula. A cultivation method. It's a cultivation method." Su Ziqing's blood surged. He immediately understood what was before him. The door to cultivation looks like it's about to open for me for real. With a cultivation method, as long as I master it, I'll have truly set foot on the path of cultivation. Father, mother, little sister, grandma, are you seeing this from heaven? In his excitement, he thought again of his departed kin. When he first took Su Ziqing in as a menial worker, Chu Huaishu already felt that the sword refining formula suited this world protagonist with a pseudo-spirit fetus and a sword Dao genius. That idea didn't change even after he awakened his spirit fetus divine ability. He guessed it probably had to do with his spirit fetus, heart sword. The sword refining formula might also have played a role, even dragging out a sword spirit, but the two complemented each other. All of this felt like serendipity, yet also like a meticulous arrangement by fate. Su Ziqing definitely wouldn't end up in that situation. As I remember, Doesn't he seem to have a spirit fetus divine ability? This world protagonist seems to exist just for that sword at Hidden Spirit Mountain. Chu Huaishu thought to himself. Of course, Chu Huaishu's vision wasn't he small. If the sword refining formula could truly make something of this youth, he wouldn't be stingy. I rely on the system's cheats, he relies on his own comprehension. This way I can still use him as a reference. Most important of all, better to suffer together than suffer alone. Senior brother, did you call me here to give me some instructions? Su Ziqing asked respectfully. No need to ask too much. Chu Huaishu chuckled and pointed at the jade slip and booklet on the table. Keep these two safe. This orifice opening stage cultivation method I've already internalized completely, so it's not of much use to me. As for this booklet, it's the insights left behind by predecessors. If you gain any insights, you can write them down as well for those who come after, he instructed. Thank you, senior brother, for passing down a method. Su Ziqing was so excited his face flushed, and his voice rose a few notches. He immediately lifted the jade slip and booklet with both hands. I know you're definitely itching to go cultivate now, Chu Huaishu said with a smile, but I still have to give you a few reminders. Please speak, senior brother. The delicate youth wore a solemn look, as if he would etch every word into his heart. I haven't cultivated for long, but I can already feel that cultivation is a path that goes against heaven, and it's a rough road. He glanced at the youth and indicated, you need to prepare yourself mentally. But a youth eager to cultivate wouldn't be frightened by those words. He came from a martial clan of sword arts, had trained and suffered since childhood, and was no silk-clad young master. Senior brother, Ziqing is not afraid of hardship, he answered sincerely. Good. Seeing that you're still a little rookie, your senior will give you 3 extra brocade pouches. Chu Huaishu took out items he prepared early, looking all shrewd and calculating. Little rookie? Su Ziqing was hearing it for the first time, but could roughly guess the meaning. Rookie probably means someone with poor skills, he thought to himself. At this moment, he quickly received the brocade pouches with both hands. In Su Ziqing's eyes, he was nothing but a trash pseudo-spirit fetus, while the person before him was a heaven's favored son watched even by the upper echelons of the Taoist sect. Chu Huaishu pointed at 3 brocade pouches and said, the first time you run qi through a full cycle inside your body, open the first pouch. When you feel there's no progress at all, then open the second pouch. When you've made a bit of progress, open the third. He looked at those 3 pouches, inwardly muttered twice with a smug face. Little bro, won't this be enough to handle you? Su Ziqing quickly responded, yes. He could feel his senior brother's patient guidance, and his respect for him grew even deeper. As he was about to step out, he still heard Chu Huaishu's parting reminder. Oh right, practice early, don't mess around in the middle of the night. The damn fox could already imagine what was going to happen next. Just don't wake me up. After the refined-looking youth left the room, Chu Huaishu sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion. He opened his character panel and glanced at his current free experience points and technique experience points. The former was just over 1,000, the latter around a bit more than 2,000. Added together, enough to level up twice, with a little left over. That damn grind dog next door should be been provoked by now. Lately, Chu Huaishu felt Han Shuangjiang was quite the grinder. So what are we waiting for? Grind that big iceberg to death. But after hesitating for a while, he still decided to only level up once tonight. With my current pain threshold, plus my astonishing willpower, leveling up once I should be able to keep from yelling. If I go up 2 levels at once, my body will develop a conditioned reflex, and I won't be able to hold it. Little Su will definitely hear, he thought. He didn't want to wreck his image in front of Su Ziqing, given he's a virtual male model. He still has a bit of idle baggage. Thinking of this, Chu Huaishu leveled up first, opening the 6th aperture in his body. What followed was endless pain, like his whole self was being crushed flat. He clenched his teeth, cold sweat pouring, his whole body trembling non-stop, and his face went pale in a flash. In the end, relying on sheer will, he only let out an extremely muffled groan. Honestly, if you put that on an ASMR channel, that groan would be pretty stimulating, enough to set imaginations running wild. After finally forcing the trembling down, Chu Huaishu stood up, preparing to feel his way in the dark to the cold pool. He wanted to probe that Pill King token instance again, to see if he could reuse resources to farm experience. Better sooner than later. As far as he knew, some secret realms would be reclaimed by the sect after being explored and turned into trial grounds for disciples to hone themselves. Chu Huaishu was already starting to reminisce about the exhilarating feel of water blades and body-tempering elixir. But he didn't rush to head out immediately, because he was still waiting on something. Chu Huaishu looked expectantly toward the direction of Su Ziqing's room. By my count, he should have recited the refining sword art from beginning to end several times by now, right? In the small room of the bamboo house, Su Ziqing sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion and had already memorized the entire refining sword art. Back home, any martial arts manual he could memorize at a glance, and, once he studied it, immediately grasp it thoroughly. The refining sword art was his first cultivation technique, so he read it 3 times over, striving for no omissions. Before actually starting practice, he focused his gaze on that little booklet. After all, it's a cultivation technique, you can't take it lightly like regular martial practice. Better read the predecessor's insights carefully first, the refined-looking youth thought. Su Ziqing picked up the booklet. Don't practice. He flipped open the first page, and his brows knit slightly. Take the advice. Flipping to the second page, his brows knit even tighter. Peerless divine art. After finishing the third page, his brows finally relaxed. Ah! A heart-rending scream came from the next room. Chu Huaishu rose from the cushion, fully satisfied, and even mimicked the sound in the room. Ah? Tormented half to death by this set of pain sutra, old Chu now felt so thrilled it was like an explosion, even his scalp tingled. That's better, that's better. Chu Huaishu pushed the door with a smile and headed toward the cold pool. In the small room, Su Ziqing slumped to the floor, utterly incredulous. This technique actually tortures people this much. His gaze fell on that booklet, and he suddenly had an insight. The seniors on the first and second pages definitely didn't succeed in cultivating it, which is why they wrote those words. This technique is too hard, too torturous. Only the senior on the third page succeeded, which is why he left the 4 words peerless divine art. Su Ziqing began wildly extrapolating, and this line of logic even kind of made sense. He finally understood. This time he once again felt his senior brother's goodwill. No wonder senior brother told me to prepare myself mentally first. Thinking of the manner of his family's deaths, Su Ziqing felt that living at this moment was solely for revenge. He clenched his teeth and began cultivating again. Chu Huaishu spent EXP to raise his level by 1 right at the start, directly getting through the entry, and his pain threshold rose accordingly. But Su Ziqing hadn't mastered it, yet his pain threshold was the same as an ordinary person's, making it even more unbearable. Refining sword art is famously difficult to get started, with many body tempering techniques are like that. The delicate-featured youth turned his blood-deep hatred into strength. He was in such pain, he almost passed out, yet he still gritted his teeth and endured. At last he completed 1 full circulation and immediately collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Curled up, he asked with a faintly wretched smile, Did I succeed? Soon that smile became a bitter one. The acupoints hadn't budged at all and were still badly clogged. How could the path toward a false spirit embryo be so easy? Su Ziqing's heart sank, and he mocked himself. As expected, I was too arrogant. I'm not a cultivation prodigy at all. A bit more of the youth's sharpness was shaved away by reality. Imitating Chu Huaishu's tone, he added self-deprecatingly, Looks like I really am a noob. Thinking this, he pulled out the first brocade pouch from his bosom. He remembered his senior brother had said that after completing 1 circulation, he could open the first brocade pouch, so, curious, he prepared to see what method was inside. As soon as he opened it, 4 big characters leapt into view. His pupils narrowed slightly. If you're a noob, train more. Elsewhere, Chu Huaishu had already reached the edge of the cold pool. His face was grave, and he muttered to himself, It's starting to give off cold air? Previously, the cold aura of the pool had been siphoned away by the secret realm, which was the only reason he could get down there with merely acupoint opening stage cultivation. Now the cold was beginning to return, and the time he had left was even shorter. Chu Huaishu thought, while the chill isn't too strong yet, take all the EXP from the 3rd trial. He acted quickly and leapt down in 1 bound. The water-avoiding pearl went to work again, but he could still feel a trace of chill. And the deeper he went, the more the cold cut to the bone. If not for his robust physique, this bone-piercing cold would truly have been unbearable. Entering the secret realm, Chu Huaishu still took the entrance to cave number 7. Then, relying on the map function, he quickly scouted the maze of the first trial. Very soon, he cleared it smoothly. Reaching the 11th fork, Chu Huaishu knew that ahead lay the illusion. He stepped into the illusion, and with a thought, the little black sword that resonated with his will quivered lightly. In an instant, the illusion around him shattered abruptly, like a mirror cracking, jagged fissures spreading every which way. Light burst out from the cracks, dazzling him so he couldn't open his eyes. When the light faded and calm returned, he was already standing on that open square paved with bluestone slabs. He murmured, "This is already the second time." He added, "I can confirm it now the illusion was cut open by the heart sword." He thought, "It seems that after seeing through the illusion in the second trial, you still have to take some other path to pass." Chu Huaishu wondered, "Did I really annihilate it with a single strike?" He closed his eyes and carefully sensed that little sword in his sea of consciousness again. It had flared with momentum just now, yet now it had become so weak it was like it had no strength at all. Not lingering, Chu Huaishu left that patch of open ground that might still carry Han Shuangjiang's scent. He pushed open the stone door and walked into the third trial. Seeing there was no one around anyway, he decided to strip and go into the water to take the blades. He muttered, "I can't very well destroy a whole set of clothes again this time, can I?" After he jumped into the water, things unfolded just as Chu Huaishu had anticipated. The suspended stone walls on both sides dropped one after another. Cutting off the flow, the underground river became a pool again. The formation activated, and water blades struck fiercely. After taking a few cuts, body-tempering elixir began gushing from the 4 apertures. Chu Huaishu clearly felt the water blade's damage to him getting lighter and lighter. After opening another acupoint, it was as if he had reforged his body. Once more his defense rose accordingly. Those little pains weren't worth mentioning at all. What disappointed him was that the EXP growth had slowed, and by well over half, at that. He muttered to himself, "The effect of body-tempering elixir in strengthening tendons and bones is limited, after all." He estimated, "I'm probably close to the limit of what it can do. Still, to be honest, it's better than nothing. If you can get stronger just by swimming a few laps in this pool when you've got nothing better to do, what is there to complain about?" Half a shurchen quickly passed. Chu Huaishu alternated between backstroke and breaststroke, feeling very comfortable. He didn't spare the water blades a second thought. After the water blades dispersed, he checked over the gains from this round. Not only was it halved, in the end there were only 850 experience points left. However, counting the experience he had left over from before, it was just enough to reach level 8, and he was satisfied. Chu Huaishu climbed out of the water, put on his robe, and took a spirit disc from his storage token to place on the stone pillar. He pressed his palm to the spirit disc. The pointer turned to the 3rd notch. With a click, the stone door opened, and he once again stepped into the secret chamber. He neither heard a system prompt in his ears nor received the completion reward for the Pill King token instance again. Looks like those 1,000 points of completion EXP can't be farmed a second time. Can't milk it, huh? Chu Huaishu deflated a bit more. For now, it seemed the only way was to go back the way he came and enter the instance again, squeezing some more EXP out of the 3rd stage. Thinking of that, he started moving again. Mirror Kingdom, Imperial Capital, Hongzhuzhou. Hongzhuzhou was a famous brothel in the capital, said to have once been an industry of the dual cultivation sect Huanqi sect. But now that Huanqi sect had been destroyed, Hongzhuzhou had a new owner. Though still a brothel, the way they did business had changed. At this moment, on the central high platform, a storyteller was eloquently spinning a tale. In a high-end venue like this, there was naturally no shortage of patrons putting on airs of elegance. More importantly, this storyteller truly was good, making the affairs of the cultivation world vivid and flavorful. When he finished, many in the outer hall tipped him. "You're pretty good at storytelling. It's just that it's a bit on the short side every time," one patron said, clearly wanting more. "Not short, not short." The storyteller smiled slightly, cupping his fists to thank those who had tipped him. He stepped down from the stage and found a corner seat in the outer hall. His part was done in a bit. A young lady would take the stage to dance. The white-robed storyteller pulled a mirror from his breast studied himself carefully, then fiddled with the two dragon whisker locks over his brow. He was plain of face and short of stature, yet he seemed entranced by his reflection. A big man sat at the same table. His skin was dark and rough, his hair a bit disheveled. He looked like a middle-aged farmer. The nails on his 10 fingers were especially unsightly, deformed as if from long-term nail biting. He looked helplessly at the storyteller, who kept admiring himself in the mirror and couldn't help asking, "Little Martial Uncle, isn't it about time we set off back to the sect?" In Hongzhiuzo, the storyteller waved impatiently. "Back to the sect? What's the rush?" he said. The big man wore a helpless expression. Clearly, Little Martial Uncle hadn't had his fill of fun. But it had been a year since they came down the mountain. "You may not be done playing, but I'm exhausted from waiting on you." The Tao Gate's second elder felt bitter and by habit wanted to start biting his nails again. The big man decided to try persuading once more. Little Martial Uncle, Han Shuangjiang, and Su Ziqing must have already gone up the mountain. "Don't you want to go back and take a look?" he asked. The Tao Gate's second elder had always been following Little Martial Uncle when he approached Han and Su in the guise of a storyteller. The big man had actually been there too, just standing far away. According to Little Martial Uncle, it was, "You look like a farmer. At times like this, don't get too close to me. If you stick by my side, I'll seem less immortal-like." Hearing him bring up those two, the storyteller waved a hand and said, "What's there to go back and see? I've long since finished all the preparations that needed doing." "Huh, is there something I don't know about?" The big man was a bit curious. "Nothing much, just that I prepared a cultivation method for each of them," the storyteller said offhandedly. The big man pondered a moment, then said, "Han Shuangjiang has a profound constitution. During the Chongqiao stage, she is best suited to cultivate the ice purity art." As for Su Ziqing, the big man couldn't think of anything for the moment. That pseudo-spirit embryo business was too messy. He truly had no confidence. The Tao Gate's second elder couldn't really figure it out. Either Little Martial Uncle descended the mountain following the Tao ancestor's aphorism to seek a savior. So how had he taken a liking to Su Ziqing? "Can't figure it out, can you?" the storyteller said with a smile. "I knew you wouldn't be able to." The white-robed man continued to gaze into the mirror, not even glancing at the big man, and said smugly, "I sent Li Chunsong down the mountain to fetch them precisely because Li Chunsong, like you, isn't very quick on the uptake. He'll definitely only pick the ice purity art and then find the matter thorny. Given his temperament, he'll surely let that pseudo-spirit embryo choose a cultivation method himself. In his eyes anyway, it makes no essential difference which method a pseudo-spirit embryo chooses," the storyteller said, as if he'd already calculated it all. The big man nodded again and again. Even when Little Uncle said he and sixth junior brother weren't quick-witted, he didn't get angry. He actually somewhat agreed with it. The Tao sect's second elder knew full well that he really wasn't all that smart. As for sixth junior brother, he was always gambling and often losing, addicted to it as if his life depended on it. How could someone like that not be dim? The big man could even tell that Little Uncle liked to bring him, the second elder, down the mountain precisely because he was dull, which made Little Uncle's cleverness stand out even more. So he asked sincerely, "Little Uncle, did you deliberately leave out a certain cultivation method?" "Nothing much. There is, however, a demonic art called the sword refining formula, something I happened upon early on. Quite interesting, and just right for a pseudo-spirit embryo." The storyteller went on, "Su Ziqing comes from a sword art family. Among all these aperture stage manuals, the one with sword in the title, he's sure to pick it." The big man listened and nodded solemnly, saying, "I suppose that must be so. Even though you're not in the sect, Little Uncle, it feels as if everything is under your control." That Tao sect Little Uncle, while toying with his long dragon whisker beard, said smugly, "But of course." Still, the big man felt a measure of worry. "But, Little Uncle, you said the sword refining formula is a demonic art. Letting that savior cultivate it, are you sure it's fine?" The storyteller set down the mirror and replied, "This method does have a demonic side, but it's quite interesting cultivating with an artifact refining mindset, training both inside and out. It helps a pseudo-spirit embryo absorb aperture pills. He'll progress faster than with other methods. As for the price, it's just some trivial little things. Besides, the boy was born for that demonic sword." As he spoke, his gaze tightened, as if recalling the sword atop Zangling Mountain. A grave, icy light flashed in his eyes. If you're holding a demonic sword, what is a bit of demonic cultivation? The storyteller resumed his nonchalant look. At the mere mention of demonic sword, the big man immediately reminded him, "Little uncle, don't speak so lightly. That's a sword left behind by the Tao ancestor." "So what? Don't you think it's a demonic sword?" The storyteller let out a cold snort. "A demonic sword is a demonic sword. If the Tao ancestor hadn't suppressed it back then, who knows what disasters this sword would have stirred up." This time the big man didn't dare talk back. After all, it was a treasured sword left by the Tao ancestor. He wasn't like little uncle, bold enough to flout orthodoxy. Words of such reckless critique were simply not something he could bring himself to say. He didn't voice any rebuttal either. That silence itself spoke to something. After a moment's thought, the middle-aged man who looked like a farmer still asked, "Little uncle, can this Su Ziqing really take that sword down from the mountain?" The storyteller answered, "I sought him out according to the Tao ancestor's admonition, so I say he can." The big man was puzzled. "That sword is so arrogant, not even you and the sword venerable could subdue it. When that kid went up Zangling Mountain, he was only in the first realm. How could he possibly tame it?" Little uncle, who had been looking in the mirror, put it down, shrugged, and said casually, "Don't polish that sword sect fellow's halo for me. If you can't beat it, you can't beat it. Stop saying couldn't tame it all the time." The Tao sect's second elder lowered his head slightly, not daring to talk back again. The storyteller added, "Besides, why are you equating taking the sword down with taming it?" The big man was momentarily stunned. "I've said it's a demonic sword." The storyteller's tone was mild, yet exceedingly certain. Hearing this, the big man immediately asked, "Little uncle, in that case, shouldn't we head back to the Tao sect and let you, sir, keep a tighter watch on things?" You again," the storyteller said peevishly. "Su Ziqing isn Tihan Xuanjiang. He's just a pseudo-spirit embryo cultivates slow as death. If we wait for him to reach the first realm before he goes up Zangling Mountain, I'll be dead by then. Don't bring this up again. We're in no rush to go back now." His words made the final call. The big man still didn't understand, and asked, "Then can't we give him a Shintian fetal breath pill?" The storyteller shared his personal view. His situation right now fits the Tao ancestor's admonition perfectly. Before he goes up Zangling Mountain, let us not ruin it by drawing legs on the snake. This time descending the mountain to purge demons, he clearly hadn't had his fill nor killed enough. In the Medicine Mountain secret realm of the Tao sect, Chu Huaishu once again hauled himself out of the pool. "This time I got less than 400 experience points. And in the last few minutes the experience didn't increase at all," he said regretfully. He guessed the 4 outlets must store at least 10 people's worth of body tempering solution, likely not less. Back when he and Han Xuanjiang were mandarin ducks playing in the water, they burned through the equivalent of 2 shares, so he shot up by over 2,000 experience points in one go. Tonight was his first time entering the water. He absorbed 1 person's share of elixir and endured 1 person's share of water knife strikes. Yet his experience points were only 850. The third time it even dropped to 350. Chu Huaishu sighed. "This instance is useless to me. It doesn't even award experience points in the last 5 minutes." The water knife and body tempering elixir no longer did much for his cultivation. What a waste. His gaze was still fixed on those 4 holes. The next moment, a thought stirred in Chu Huaishu's mind. He suddenly remembered the little junior at home. Almost forgot about little Su. This stuff will definitely be useful to him too. Chu Huaishu slapped his bare thigh. He's a pseudo-spirit embryo. If I let him train on his own, how long would that take? Only, he also wondered to himself, just how much would this 3rd stage boost him? After all, people's constitutions differ. The efficacy of the medicine and the efficiency of body tempering would vary as well. However, his pain threshold hadn't increased. He'd probably have to suffer quite a bit. Chu Huaishu began to feel a little sorry for the kid. Chu Huaishu put on his robe and left the secret realm. After returning to the bamboo hut, he even deliberately paused outside Su Ziqing's door for a while. He vaguely heard ragged, hissing breaths from inside. This time it must have hurt like hell. Chu Huaishu thought to himself. He mulled it over outside the door, wondering which cycle he was on now. After standing there for a bit, he went back to his own room. Having just finished circulating his qi, Su Ziqing curled up on the meditation cushion in pain, almost rolling on the floor. To his disappointment, his acupoints were still badly clogged. He had no idea when they'd loosen. If you're weak, train more. If you're weak, train more. He clenched the note in his palm, taking his senior brother's words as golden truth. Once his body slowly adapted and recovered, he sat upright on the cushion and glanced again at the note. Suddenly, he grabbed the booklet on the table and flipped to the third page. Then he set the note on the booklet to compare them. The youth lowered his head and began comparing the handwriting character by character. The handwriting is exactly the same. The delicate-featured youth was shocked. He had thought the third page contained words left by some senior predecessor, but it turned out to have been written by his senior brother. Because of his blind idolization of Chu Huaishu, he became all the more convinced that this was a peerless divine art. Would senior brother lie to me? Su Ziqing began spinning a logic in his head. Senior brother is clearly not an ordinary registered disciple. Even the sixth elder goes to his bamboo hut for private talks with him. The technique he's cultivating, how could there not be experts vetting it? The delicate-featured youth suddenly saw the light. No pain, no gain. The higher the difficulty, the more it shows its power. Since when are divine arts so easy to master overnight? Su Ziqing felt there was no such easy bargain in this world. If I want to practice this art, I have to endure the pain first. This is the price I have to pay. Compared to a blood feud, this is nothing. The delicate-featured youth clenched his fists tight. Keep training. Keep training. Keep training. If you're weak, train more. Su Ziqing cultivated like a madman, running his qi again and again. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged toward him, pounding and tempering his body again and again. In the end, he didn't actually fall asleep. Pain and exhaustion piled up, and suddenly everything went black. Dawn broke in the east. The morning sun rose. Chu Huaishu got up early. Back on Earth, he often worked late into the night because of his job. During that period, he lived a flipped day-night schedule, often sleep-deprived, entirely at the mercy of his boss's arrangements. Fortunately, he'd always been optimistic and would always console himself. The lifespan lost from long-term late nights, I make up by staying up pulling all-nighters in exchange for extra youthful hours. What a bargain. After crossing over, he instead started going to bed early and getting up early. As it turned out, Han Shuangjiang had already made a tasty breakfast, while Su Ziqing was still lazing in bed. With a displeased look, Chu Huaishu knocked on the door and called, "Get up." The delicate-featured youth jolted awake, realizing he'd overslept. He opened the door and heard Chu Huaishu say, "It's only the first day. You don't have to be a menial, and you're already sleeping in?" "Senior brother, I was wrong." Su Ziqing lowered his head in shame, sincere and without making excuses. Chu Huaishu looked him up and down, then glanced at the neatly made bed, some suspicions arising in his heart. He didn't say much, only told him to wash up and hurry out to eat. While eating, Chu Huaishu said to Han Shuangjiang, "I opened another acupoint yesterday. Big ice block, aren't you great at out hustling? I'm going to out hustle you to death." Han Shuangjiang took a sip of hot porridge, looked up, and said calmly, "I also successfully opened an acupoint. That was close. Good thing I also opened one. Otherwise I'd be left far behind by that fox again." Su Ziqing sat off to the side listening to his senior brother and sister speak. Judging by their tone alone, opening acupoints seemed like everyday fare at the dinner table. He lowered his head and started drinking his porridge. The more he ducked, the more he felt he lagged behind others by a notch. Chu Huaishu turned to glare at him and asked irritably, "Why are you burying your head so low, planning to wash your face with porridge?" The delicate-looking youth heard this and immediately sat up straighter, back rigid, not daring to move. Chu Huaishu asked, "You were practicing very late last night, weren't you?" Su Ziqing could only answer, not daring to lie to him. He was a little surprised and asked, "And afterward you kept holding it in without crying out?" The youth said honestly, "I was afraid of disturbing senior brother's rest." He wasn't deliberately currying favor. Chu Huaishu guessed. "So later the pain made you pass out?" His understanding of refining sword formula was downright spot on. Hearing this, Su Ziqing nodded a bit, feeling embarrassed, as if he'd lost all face. Chu Huaishu said, "Don't worry, it's perfectly normal." The aloof Han Shuangjiang was sitting nearby at this moment. She even gave a quiet which amounted to a greeting on her junior's behalf. She remembered very clearly that first night after entering the sect, the heart-rending screams from the bamboo hut next door. She remembered that person also being pain-faint. But she didn't flay the person alive by pointing it out. Her cold face kept her from saying more. She only muttered inwardly, "This wicked technique, why pass it on to junior brother Sue?" She had always felt that man's mind was a bit dark, like a slippery fox. However, after that encounter in the water during the third trial of the secret realm, she had herself seen how formidable refining sword formula was. So it made sense after all. After the three finished breakfast, the same little servant as before was in charge of clearing the bowls and chopsticks. As soon as the chores were done, Su Ziqing went back to his room, continued cultivating, and endured the pain. Whether it was hatred in his heart surging to the heavens, or simply that he de-steeled himself, the delicate youth truly was ruthless with himself. He forced the qi to circulate once, pain curling him into a ball on the meditation cushion. When his body eased, he continued, over and over again. Today, Su Ziqing once more clearly recognized his own mediocrity. Senior brother and senior sister Han can open one acupoint in a single day. But at this rate, I might need 10 days or half a month to open one. It could even be longer. For a pseudo-spirit embryo that relies on body tempering to stimulate the absorption of elixirs, long-term practice truly is a form of torment. The morning was gone in a flash. After lunch, Su Ziqing washed the dishes and went back to his room to keep training. As he kept practicing, he couldn't take it anymore. His vision went black, his ears buzzed, and with the world spinning, he fainted again. The delicate youth collapsed to the floor unconscious, face pale, his body still twitching without awareness. When he slowly woke, more than an hour had already passed. Su Ziqing braced himself to crawl up from the floor, sat back on the meditation cushion, and folded his legs. Tears surged out at once, impossible to stop. After all, he was still a youth. Though he had trained in martial arts since childhood, he had never suffered punishment like this. This wasn't cultivation, this was plainly self-inflicted torment, treating himself like a masochist. And with such delicate features, when he cried it actually felt as if he were breaking apart. After crying for quite a while, he wiped his tears, sniffed to steady himself, and then tried once more to circulate his qi. But his acupoints were just blocked like that. No matter how he looked, there wasn't the slightest change. This sense of helplessness was the most despairing of all. Su Ziqing was disheartened and dejected, his eyes still faintly red. He suddenly thought of the brocade pouches his senior brother had given him, and of his senior brother's words. When you feel there's no progress, open the second one. The delicate youth's left hand trembled lightly like that, still trembling. He fished the second brocade pouch from his bosom, hoping his senior brother's words could help him. The first little slip of paper had read, "If you're a scrub, practice more." As a junior, he was obedient. He did just that, training day and night without stop. He opened the second brocade pouch, and, upon seeing the words, his hand actually shook even harder. It said, "Fooled you. Practice more, and you're still a scrub." Su Ziqing began to tremble all over, even feeling a bit cold. A chill crawled down his spine. After all, he was still a young boy, no matter how much he respected Chu Huaishu. Seeing words like that after putting in so much effort, he couldn't help but be furious. He was a person too. He had emotions. And in his bones, he actually harbored pride. Most people are like this when they're young. Back then, everyone thought themselves extraordinary. Know this. In youth, one sets cloud-high vows, once wanting to be first class in the human world. All the more since at home, Su Ziqing was the recognized prodigy of the martial path. How could he not be proud? He remembered his father had once said, "You are the greatest sword talent the Su clan has ever had." The defiance in his heart was completely roused. A boundless fighting spirit suddenly ignited within him. The fine-featured youth clenched his fists, nails digging into flesh, and said, "I may not be a cultivation prodigy, but I won't be a worthless waste, and I won't disgrace the Su family." Su Ziqing began cultivating again. After circulating his qi through 2 cycles, he was still gritting his teeth to hold on. Just as he was about to continue, a series of knocks suddenly sounded from outside. Chu Huaishu stood outside the room, as if all courtesy had drained from him, waiting for him to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Su Ziqing still greeted him respectfully. Senior brother. He gave me the chance to cultivate even if he keeps toying with me. I'll remember this kindness for a lifetime. Chu Huaishu stepped tall past the small-framed youth, his gaze landing on the table, where he saw he had already opened the second brocade pouch. Su Ziqing noticed his gaze. Clearly, senior brother was deliberately mocking him, yet at this moment, he inexplicably felt embarrassed. Chu Huaishu said mildly, I thought you'd wait at least until tomorrow to open the second brocade pouch. Yet the words carried a trace of ridicule. As if to say, you cave this quickly? The fine-featured youth lowered his head and clenched his teeth, mortified, his whole face flushing crimson. But the words were, in fact, true. Chu Huaishu even rubbed it in with a smile. Oh my, face is red. Eyes are red too. Chu Huaishu said coldly, don't try those tricks on me. Before the words had fully fallen, he flicked something from his hand. Catch. Su Ziqing almost failed to catch it, then looked down at his palm. It was a fragment of a jade token, precisely a shard of the Pill King token. Chu Huaishu said, come, I'll take you somewhere. Su Ziqing lowered his head and examined the shard in his hand a few times. The fragment was translucent, lustrous like mutton fat jade. The fine-featured youth had no idea what it was for when he looked up. Chu Huaishu was already out the door. After opening the second brocade pouch, he suddenly felt that senior brother was a bit like that flippant storyteller, as if toying with him. Even so, the toyed with Su Ziqing gritted his teeth and followed. All the way, he trailed like a little tail, sticking close behind Chu Huaishu. He kept sneaking glances at the tall back ahead, a sullen anger bottled up inside. The more barbs there were on senior brother's notes, the more the youth wanted to prove to his face that he wasn't trash. Before long, the two reached the cold pool, and Chu Huaishu tossed him a water-avoiding pearl. Both the jade token fragment and the water-avoiding pearl were things he had taken from Han Shuangjiang. Otherwise, he would have had no way to bring Su Ziqing into the secret realm. At the time, the cold-faced girl was a little surprised. Why is this fox so invested in junior brother Su? If not for the ambiguous brushes between the two of them, she would almost have started making a fuss. Now Chu Huaishu turned to the fine-featured youth and said, this is a water-avoiding pearl. You're coming down with me now. While the chill of the cold pool hasn't fully set in, Su Ziqing can still make a few trips down. Once the cold grows stronger, with his untempered body and lack of foundation, the chill would likely torment him to death. The youth answered, all right. The two leapt into the water and were swiftly carried into the secret realm by the formation at the bottom of the pool. Such a wondrous experience made Su Ziqing's eyes light up. After all, he was a green youth, and this was his first time truly feeling the marvels of the cultivation world. It even took some of the resentment out of his heart. He looked around left and right as if on a sightseeing trip. Chu Huaishu said, quit gawking and keep close. From here on, you need to remember every path yourself. I won't take you through twice. Su Ziqing replied, huh? Yes. He had an excellent memory. He could recite the sword refining art after a single read, so remembering a few routes was naturally no problem. All the way he kept wanting to ask, puzzled about what exactly they were here to do. But seeing senior brother striding ahead with no intention of chatting, he could only swallow the words back down. They soon came to the 11th fork, where Su Ziqing saw Chu Huaishu stop. The youth did not realize he was already within an illusion. He only saw the black-robed senior brother suddenly raise a large hand and sweep his sleeve. In the next instant, the surroundings cracked like a mirror, as if the whole world shattered into pieces. Rays of intense light lanced out from the cracks, stabbing so fiercely that Su Ziqing could hardly open his eyes. Amid those beams, the fine-featured youth stared at that tall back, haloed by light, and was struck dumb, mouth agape. The scene before his eyes was simply too overwhelming. Everything around was reduced to dust. The blinding white light made him instinctively shut his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the two of them were already standing on a clearing paved with bluestone slabs. Everything from before had dissipated, only that black-robed figure remained, standing before him. That scene was seared deep into the youth's heart, impossible to erase. Su Ziqing froze where he was, while Chu Huaishu said nothing and strode straight ahead. The delicate-featured youth had no choice but to jog to catch up. Before long, the stone door was pushed open, and the two stepped into the third trial. The underground river still flowed slowly. Chu Huaishu pointed ahead and said, "Stand over there." Su Ziqing's face was full of confusion, but he obediently went to the riverbank and stood in place. Chu Huaishu said coldly, "Jump in." Huh. The youth was even more bewildered. "Stop spacing out. Hurry up." This senior brother was unreasonable again and simply shoved him in. His strength was far greater than Su Ziqing's. Splash. After being suddenly pushed in, the water-repelling bead in his arms took effect at once. Immediately, the suspended stone walls on both sides dropped rapidly, damming the river. Then, water blades coalesced at the bottom of the pool and slashed toward him at speed. Su Ziqing had trained in martial arts since childhood. His reactions were quick. He had real combat experience, and he handled blades, spears, staves. Evasion was nothing new to him. He thrashed desperately in the water, doing his best to evade those Senior brother's expression and words made the handsome youth in the water feel mocked yet again. In senior brother's eyes, am I really this useless? He lowered his gaze, clenched his jaw, his heart full of humiliation. The adolescent urge to rebel was suddenly and completely ignited. He didn't even let out the muffled groan that pain should wring from him. His whole body trembled as he silently endured the agony like 1,000 cuts. Chu Huaishu smirked to himself and laughed. "Well, you're pretty stubborn." Actually, he himself was plenty stubborn, otherwise he wouldn't always be wrestling with sword-refining art. As for Han Xuanzhang next door, say no more, he was stubborn as anything, too. At this point, it was basically three hard-headed tempers crammed together living in one place. He lowered his head towards Su Ziqing and said, "Once the body-tempering medicinal liquid is fully absorbed, get out immediately. Don't linger in the water, hear me?" "Yes," the handsome youth answered loudly, his voice unusually ringing. Chu Huaishu got unhappy again and asked, "Why are you shouting so loud?" But Chu Huaishu quickly understood. He clearly couldn't hold back the pain, and speaking gave him an outlet to let out a shout. The corners of his mouth lifted in a smile. He stopped deliberately needling Su Ziqing in the water. Chu Huaishu tossed out another line. "As soon as you get out, start cultivating, got it?" Which amounted to giving him another chance to bellow. Su Ziqing answered with another okay, just as high-pitched. The third trial originally required staying underwater for a full 30 minutes, with Chu Huaishu telling him to come up early. That meant failing the assessment. He could go back down later. The body-tempering medicinal liquid would overflow again. Chu Huaishu had stayed the full 30 minutes earlier purely to get into the secret room and see if he could exploit a loophole to claim the instance reward a second time. A little more than the time of one stick of incense passed before the medicinal liquid in the water was absorbed completely dry. Su Ziqing was indeed a congenital saint physique for taking medicine, freakishly astonishing. The youth climbed out of the water, trembling all over, his face deathly pale. He had originally planned to rest for a bit, then practice sword-refining art. But the moment he saw Chu Huaishu staring at him, he remembered the message in the second brocade pouch and that string of taunts. He really had been pushed over the edge. Su Ziqing, clothes in tatters, sat cross-legged and immediately began circulating his qi. Heaven and earth's spiritual energy surged toward him, and that feeling of being crushed by a heavy weight swept over him once again. The youth steadied his mind, silently reminding himself he must not quit halfway. Chu Huaishu sat down on the ground in front of him. Getting his clothes dirty meant nothing to him. He could always make the youth before him wash them. He fixed his gaze on Su Ziqing, a trace of anticipation in his eyes. He could feel the other's body seeming to grow more and more rigid. Even his lips were involuntarily trembling slightly. Yet amid this torment, a strange joy welled up in Su Ziqing's heart. That stubbornly blocked acupoint was actually loosening at this moment. As if with one more surge of strength, he could completely break through it. The grievances accumulated in the youth's heart finally had an outlet. He kept circulating his cultivation, driving it hard again and again, and finally broke through the first acupoint. Chu Huaishu sat on the ground, watching him with information detection, and asked, "Broke through?" He wasn't surprised that Su Ziqing could break through. That hint of anticipation in his eyes still hadn't faded. Chu Huaishu seemed to still be waiting. Could it be the hidden edge sword? Before this, Su Ziqing had never experienced such a feeling. He'd only ever thought his senior brother was tall and handsome. while he himself was effeminate, and he always envied him in his heart. How could I have such a misconception? Su Ziqing was a bit conflicted, but in the end he still didn't voice such disrespect to his senior brother. Meanwhile, Chu Huaishu was likewise staring at Su Ziqing. For him, he was leveling up by the system, while the other was different perfect to use as a reference. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't see what was impressive. Su Ziqing was still the same as ever, nothing special. Chu Huaishu watched a little longer, then prepared to get up and leave. Each time a normal person opens an acupoint, the body needs some time to adapt. Don't rush down for a medicated bath, feel it here first. Next time you soak, remember, once the medicinal liquid is fully absorbed by your body tempering, get out right away. I'll head off now, he instructed. Okay, I'll remember, senior brother, Su Ziqing replied. As soon as Chu Huaishu left, he stayed where he was, loosening his limbs and carefully feeling the changes in his body. After a while, he even used his fingers as a sword and performed a set of family sword technique. Su Ziqing clearly felt that his physique had become tougher. Cultivation really is a bit miraculous, he couldn't help but sigh. All the struggle had finally yielded a little return. The gloom in his heart dissipated somewhat. He looked up, and in his mind surfaced the memory of his departed loved ones. You see that, right? I've finally taken the first step into cultivation. The youth's eyes began to redden. But soon he admonished himself. Su Ziqing, don't be arrogant and don't be impatient. Learn to face yourself. He understood that senior brother and senior sister Han had only entered a few days earlier than he had. Yet look at their progress, they already reached the 6th acupoint. And judging by the looks of it, they seemed to be keeping up a pace of breaking through 1 acupoint a day. Su Ziqing knew full well that without this miraculous pool, and without senior brother's help, he absolutely wouldn't have broken through today. This made the once extremely proud youth taste defeat yet again. He had once been dashing in fine clothes on a spirited horse, once basking in glory within the clan. Now it seemed that after spending all his effort, even becoming a menial just to enter the sect, was it all just to recognize his own mediocrity? The huge disparity diluted what little joy he felt after the breakthrough. Su Ziqing turned his gaze to the pool and saw his belongings placed by the shore. Before going into the water, he had taken out all his personal items and set them on the bank. The last brocade pouch was among them. Senior brother said that once I had a small achievement, I should open the 3rd brocade pouch. Now that I've opened the 1st acupoint, that counts as an initial glimpse of the path, Su Ziqing thought to himself. But he didn't actually hold much hope for the message in the pouch. He even felt it was probably going to be more sharp, cutting words meant to provoke him. The youth felt he had already gotten to know this senior brother a bit. But then again, it made sense he was leaving everyone in the dust, while his own cultivation was plodding along. Why should he be worth someone else's attention? He tore open the brocade pouch and found that the words on the paper were a bit more than on the previous 2. After reading, Su Ziqing couldn't help but lift his head, staring blankly in the direction Chu Huaishu had left. A warm current surged up inside him. His lips trembled, and he softly murmured, "Senior brother." On the slip of paper it said, "Flowing water does not vie to be first, it strives to flow on, ceaseless." Of the 3 brocade pouches, this line completely moved Su Ziqing. Chu Huaishu left the cold pool and went straight back to the bamboo house. The protagonist of the world can't afford to lose his backbone. He kept it simple. By the time he got home, the sun had set. Big Ice Block had already prepared the first dish. "Make one less. Little Su won't be back for dinner today," Chu Huaishu said to Han Shuangjiang, sounding as casual as a family of 3. "You just left him alone in the secret realm?" Big Ice Block turned and glared at him. "Yeah, he's off savoring some death by 1,000 cuts at the 3rd stage." He shrugged, smiling casually. The cold-faced girl said nothing to that. That ambiguous 3rd stage, someone from a great clan, didn't want to get into it. Whenever she recalled it now, she felt those slender jade legs go a bit stiff, and they closed together ever so slightly. Honestly, she'd been a bit muddled these past few days. Under Chu Huaishu's personal will, a little menial had inexplicably appeared at home, and then the little menial had inexplicably become junior brother Su. At her core, Han Shuangjiang had a strong sense of distance and wasn't keen on letting people get close. She and Chu Huaishu had gone through a lot in a short time and were living together, so naturally their relationship had drawn closer. In her eyes, Su Ziqing was now just a fellow junior adept who worked efficiently, so she wouldn't give him much thought. Chu Huaishu had in fact perceived this too. The role Han Xuanjiang took is a dominant female lead, focused on her career, with love set aside. But surely there will be a bond of friendship between the world's protagonists after all. They'll be fighting side by side in the future. As soon as a third party, like me, steps in, I end up holding up their bond. He thought this to himself. But Chu Huaishu quickly set his mind at ease. No worries, no worries. I can be the link between them if both have bonds with me. Won't that do? He took it in stride, deciding to be that person who knowingly plays the third wheel. Su Ziqing wasn't here tonight, so dinner was back to just the two of them. Chu Huaishu suddenly remembered something. I forgot to exchange the spirit disc we got from the secret realm for contribution points. But it's not urgent, let's wait until we've fully opened all 9 apertures and then redeem it. My personal suggestion is, when the time comes, you and I take our contribution points to the library pavilion together and each pick a arts we fancy, he said to Han Xuanjiang. The aperture opening phase and the first realm cultivation methods are handed out for free by the Dao Gate, basically like compulsory education. So-called arts are actually more like skills in a game. These can be used across realms. Excellent arts can serve you all the way till death, but those are paid. The big ice block didn't say much and simply replied, okay. The most urgent thing now is to open all 9 apertures as fast as possible. Can you maintain a pace of 1 aperture every day or 2? Chu Huaishu asked. Should be fine. Han Xuanjiang didn't make absolute guarantees, but she was quite confident. Good. Chu Huaishu nodded, feeling a bit envious. His character level was now 6, and the remaining experience was enough to go straight to level 8. But to fully open all 9 apertures, he was still short 950 XP. And once he got the first realm cultivation method, leveling up would again rely on XP. Learning arts also costs XP. After dinner, since Su Ziqing wasn't around, it was still Han Xuanjiang's turn to wash the dishes. The girl bent slightly, and the full curve of her hips but came into view that waist, those legs, that but truly a natural slit qipao figure. But with his mind weighed down, Chu Huaishu didn't even have the mood to enjoy this earthly beauty. Looks like I need to find another way to grind XP, he said gloomily. After dinner, Chu Huaishu made another run to the secret realm to deliver some rations and water to Su Ziqing, worried he'd go hungry in there. The delicate-looking youth looked at him. Eyes moved. Their bond as senior and junior brothers clearly deepened. Why do I feel less like his senior brother and more like his teacher? Chu Huaishu gave a wry smile, feeling rather speechless. But whatever, he's the world protagonist after all, and right now we're basically his angel investors. Back home, with little Su not around, Chu Huaishu could level up with peace of mind even if he screamed fiercely. He wasn't afraid of being judged. Anyway, the long-legged one next door had long since gotten used to it. By the way, does this really count as a scream? This is the horn sounding the involution. The moment he shouted, the big ice block would know this damn fox had broken through again. Chu Huaishu opened the character panel and watched himself shoot up 2 levels in one go. A heart-rending scream echoed through the night, and Chu Huaishu, practiced by now, passed out from the pain. Before blacking out, he felt like his whole body had been crushed by something heavy. His last thought was, damn, it's a 7-seat business van packed to capacity. He had a realization then. Always toughing it out is too stupid. Straw. Carrying 2 jars of good wine and walking over with a smile, Lu Chenggong joked. Junior brother Chu, having porridge? He had long steeled himself to bring a warm face to a cold reception. Left with no choice, this Chu Huaishu dared to publicly humiliate even his own uncle. His backing was rock solid, and his personality was brazen. Lu Chenggong knew that no matter how cold that reception was, he still had to grit his teeth and put himself out there. But to his surprise, Chu Huaishu's eyes actually flashed, and he got up with a smile to greet him. Chu Huaishu muttered inwardly, what is he here for? This is messing up my experience point plan. He had been planning to fetch a wooden plank, right unbeaten across the entire orifice opening stage on it, stick it at the outer sect arena, and deliberately stir up trouble to draw aggro. The goal was to ignite everyone's anger. He had already thought it through. Post a group taunt thread to rile up all the orifice-opening folks, so they de-swarm over and beat him up a few times. Cultivation can't be done behind closed doors. Disciples often spar, which helps with insight and advancement. So the system naturally provides this function as well. However, the experience points gained through sparring have a cap at each realm. You can't farm them endlessly. If Chu Huaishu one-sidedly steamrolled others, or got one-sidedly steamrolled, it would be hard to get experience points. Only if the fight goes back and forth will the system award experience. Even a regretful defeat still yields experience points. Even if you get beaten badly, you still get experience. But if you're instantly one-shot, the system might not give experience. I'm a dignified 8 orifice powerhouse now, and I cultivate both internally and externally. These orifice opening guys, unless they mob me, should be 1 punch each. No problem, right? So Chu Huaishu had even prepared the wooden plank, just short of picking up the brush to write those big words. Chu Huaishu mocked himself. When will you become number 1 in the orifice opening stage? ISNT, now the perfect time. But right at this moment, Lu Qinggong showed up, and he did make for a decent opponent. Chu Huaishu spoke directly. Senior brother Lu, we're already so familiar, so this junior 1T stand on ceremony. Lu Qinggong was taken aback, a question mark written across his face. Though dazed, he knew full well many people in high positions like to use this tone, tossing out a casual "you and I are close" as if it were an order, as though they were bestowing you a favor. The deputy captain of the law enforcement team saw the other's warmth and hurried to flatter him, pressing his face up hot and eager. He straightened his back. Junior brother, please speak. In the outer sect, our law enforcement team does have quite a bit of authority. The lightning on his black uniform stood out strikingly. Chu Huaishu asked, Senior brother, my cultivation is stuck at the 9th orifice, and 1T pass. I've made almost no progress today. I want to spar a few moves with senior brother. Would that be all right? It's a bottleneck. That's right, a bottleneck. He quickly added. That left Lu Qinggong a bit dumbfounded. You've already opened 8 orifices? In just a few days? From the sound of it, you get antsy if you don't improve for a single day, huh? Chu Huaishu retorted. Seriously? Being stuck for 1 day counts as a bottleneck? Looking at that sly face, he felt a bit sour. But he was here to please this prodigy of the sect. Seeing the other's fast progress, he only tried all the more to cozy up. Lu Qinggong immediately set the 2 wine jars on the ground, striking a bold pose. All right, I'll spar a few moves with you. Then we'll drink to celebrate. Let us down this jar first. Chu Huaishu quickly cupped his hands and said, Many thanks, senior brother Lu. Their racket even drew Han Shuangjiang from next door. She had no love for the Lu family, so she merely stood at the bamboo house doorway, watching from the side without approaching. Lu Qinggong suggested, Junior brother Chu, since it's a spar, I 1T use the spiritual power in my body. He was in the 2nd realm. If he used spiritual power, it would be bullying. The difference between someone with and without spiritual power was practically worlds apart. He even took off his most impressive spirit sword and said, Junior brother, blades are blind. I'll put the Tsangsong sword away for now. Chu Huaishu insisted. No, senior brother Lu. It's fine not to use spiritual power, but you still have to use a sword. Then all right. Junior brother Chu, you'd better be careful. He cautioned. Then Lu Qinggong drew a mid-grade spirit sword and started chattering on, introducing the sword and the sword art. He felt that being a sparring partner this way would be more convincing and more effective. But Chu Huaishu didn't take in a single word. Quit babbling nonsense and hurry up and hit me. The bout officially began. From a distance, Han Shuangjiang fixed her gaze on that sharp Tsangsong sword, feeling uneasy. She actually believed that blades are blind. How could you possibly use your palm against a sword? Lu Qinggong lunged forward with a thrust, shouting, Junior brother Chu, watch the sword. Unleashing his thunderbolt sword art. Even without using spiritual power, his speed far exceeded that of ordinary orifice-opening cultivators. Of course, he deliberately held back some strength, keeping something in reserve. Chu Huaishu turned his body and stepped back half a pace, and his body slipped past that long sword. His ink-black long hair streamed back with emotion. He raised his right hand, pressed index and middle fingers together, and flicked the 2 fingers snapped against the blade of the Tsangsong sword. Ding! The sword was actually flicked flying. The Tsangsong sword spun a few times in midair, then, with a hiss, its tip stabbed into the soil. Lu Qinggong's face showed doubt. He lowered his head to look at his right hand. The web between his thumb and forefinger felt numb, even slightly swollen. Chu Huaishu also stared at him in disbelief. The dignified deputy captain of the law enforcement team, and yet so feeble. There's actually such trash in the team. For ordinary cultivators, they temper the body only during the aperture charging stage thereafter. Techniques mainly rely on the spiritual power within. Whether attacking the enemy or defending oneself, it's powered by spiritual force. Spiritual power is the foundation of a cultivator. In Chu Huaishu's eyes, Lu Qinggong's physique was certainly stronger than that of a typical 9-aperture practitioner, but should be inferior to his own. That's why he had Lu Qinggong use a sword otherwise. If he, an 8-aperture body tempering powerhouse, took action, wouldn't he that be bullying someone of a mere second realm? Besides, without invoking spiritual power, a spirit sword couldn't exert much might anyway. But Chu Huaishu never expected the other party to seem as if wine and women had hollowed him out a deputy captain in name only. That earlier finger flick looked like showing off, but in truth, it was also a signal. Don't hold back, it's obvious I'm still keeping some in reserve. But having the bout decided like this was somewhat laughable. Han Xuanjiang, watching from the side, was inwardly quite shocked. If Lu Qinggong weren't staring at the web of his own thumb, she would have almost suspected he was laying on the flattery too thick. Something's wrong, Lu Qinggong said involuntarily. He kept feeling that something was off. As deputy captain of the law enforcement team, he also felt he'd lost face. He truly had come to curry favor, yet this made him feel worthless instead. Lu Qinggong opened his right hand, drew the qi currents, and the spirit sword Sangsong whooshed back into his hand. Though the move looked cool, Chu Huaishu could still tell this wasn't true flying sword technique. He judged coolly in his heart. For a flying sword to be accurate belongs to superior grade arts. He's merely using spiritual power to tug the sword spirit and recall the blade just to show a facade. Lu Qinggong bit down, feeling he couldn't shame himself too much, and called out loudly, "Junior brother Chu again. This time you'd better take it seriously." He put on the air that he'd only been careless before. Good. Chu Huaishu set his stance, ready to receive the sword. The long sword thrust straight again. Lu Qinggong used the same move, but this time he didn't hold back. Faster, wanting to win back face. Chu Huaishu, as before, stepped back hard, whipping up dust from the ground the hem of his robe, and that ink-black hair lifted together. This time it was hair-raising. He dodged disaster. He played the old trick again, flicking his fingers. Ding! The sword was flicked away once more. Whoosh! A clear breeze brushed past. Lu Qinggong again looked at the web of his right hand, the numbness even stronger. Chu Huaishu's eyes narrowed, and he stared at the Sangsong's sword embedded in the soil. This time he carefully felt it, and finally sensed where the problem lay. It's the heart sword. He distinctly felt that at the instant his fingertip touched that Sangsong's sword, the little black sword within his body quivered slightly. This heart sword that contains the spirit fetus divine ability, sword heart illumination, seems to harbor further mysteries. Lu Qinggong, usually with a touch of playfulness, couldn't smile at all now. He wore a comically pained, meme-like expression and turned to look at his natal sword at his side. Given his heart-to-heart link with the sword spirit, this was already the second time. How could he not sense something amiss? Chu Huaishu's physique is far stronger than that of the average aperture charging cultivator. His strength is unusually great. But that's not the point. The key lies in the sword and the sword spirit. The sword is being suppressed by an invisible force. Even the sword spirit has lost control, as if trying to flee. Lu Qinggong could feel that as long as he circulated spiritual power into the spirit sword, he could counter that force. But the question is, why? How could a mere small cultivator in the aperture charging stage possess such wondrous means? Thinking of this, he couldn't help recalling the heaven and earth anomaly triggered by the cold pool, remembering how his sword's body trembled that day. Lu Qinggong couldn't figure out what opportunity Chu Huaishu had obtained to cause such an upheaval. He didn't dare ask, afraid of being too presumptuous. Even the sect master and the elders are paying attention to this. The deputy captain of the law enforcement team suddenly thought, "I suspect he is here to use me as a test." He was tactful and declared at once, Junior brother Chu, let's spar without holding back. As for what happened today, this senior brother will keep his mouth sealed and absolutely won't let a second person know. As soon as the words fell, he glanced at the nation-toppling beauty Han Shuangjiang and amended, a third person no. Chu Huaishu, seeing him so cooperative, smiled and nodded, put away the doubts in his heart, and kept his composure. The heart sword has this kind of restraining power over ordinary spirit swords. Chu Huaishu was very surprised. Yet in his heart, he was both pleased and worried, faintly feeling something was not quite right. In front of the bamboo hut, the two began a new round of testing. This time, Chu Huaishu had Lu Qinggong try stirring the spiritual power within his body. Sure enough, that sword was not shaken and sent flying. What if I exerted spiritual power too? A question popped into Chu Huaishu's mind. Unfortunately, he was still someone without spiritual power. This only spurred him to want to ascend to the first realm as soon as possible. First, earn the experience, open the 9th aperture, then go to the library pavilion to find a first realm cultivation method. At the moment, Chu Huaishu was also trying to control the heart sword, not wanting it to be too ostentatious. He could feel the heart sword was in tune with his intent and would heed his commands. It's just that this power's grade was too high and still somewhat unruly for now. He couldn't expand and retracted at will. Thus, in the end, Lu Qinggong had no choice but to forego the sword and trade blows bare-handed with Chu Huaishu. Otherwise, he'd have to deploy his spiritual power. Fortunately, Chu Huaishu really had underestimated this deputy captain of the enforcement squad. Lu Qinggong truly was a well-connected man in the outer sect enforcement squad, so his rapid rise wasn't without cause. Even so, he did have some real skills, so his promotion wouldn't look too shabby. Perhaps he had specially trained his sinews and bones, or frequently soaked in some medicated baths to strengthen himself. More importantly, he might have cultivated a fist art. His fists were extraordinarily solid, hard as rock. Chu Huaishu was defeated again and again. Yet it was Lu Qinggong, the one who kept winning, whose inner shock only mounted. How can the 8th aperture be this strong? When I trained the rushing thunder fist, I spent a fortune reinforcing my body. My fists can shatter stone. An ordinary 9-aperture disciple probably couldn't withstand a casual palm from Chu Huaishu. Even if he's using a body tempering method as support, he shouldn't be this strong. Uncanny, this is just too uncanny. And so, the two sparred the entire morning. Han Shuangjiang got tired of watching and finally just went back to her room. Chu Huaishu looked a bit bedraggled, his robes stained with grime. But he was in a very good mood, because Lu Qinggong's enforcement squad uniform wasn't clean either. Lu himself had taken a few losses as well. Of course, more importantly, each spar yielded 30 to 100 experience points. The amount was variable, determined by the system. If I remember correctly, the cap for the entire aperture opening stage that can be earned through sparring is 1,200 free experience points. Not much, but at least enough for him to go from level 8 to level 9. In the end, it was Lu Qinggong who couldn't hold out first and started making excuses. Junior brother Chu, the enforcement squad still has matters to handle. Can we continue another day? Chu Huaishu wasn't surprised at this. How could a mere second realm compare to the endurance of one with 8 apertures? It was only natural. Having only harvested 420 free experience points today, he spoke up. How about we do it again tomorrow? Exhausted, Lu Qinggong gritted his teeth and agreed. Fine. We'll do as junior brother Chu says. Tomorrow it is. Good, it's settled then. After Lu Qinggong left, Chu Huaishu went back inside, took off his dirty clothes, and hung them on Su Ziqing's door, waiting for him to return from cultivation and wash them. Within the secret realm of the cold pool on Medicine Mountain, Su Ziqing slowly woke from unconsciousness. He had now opened his 2nd aperture. The youth couldn't contain his joy. The array and medicinal solution in this pool are indeed wondrous beyond compare. With my aptitude this dull, I actually broke through 2 apertures in such a short time. He wasn't foolish, he knew how precious this place was. Senior brother gave me the chance to cultivate, brought me into the sect, and now he's helping me break through one after another. Su Ziqing looked up and muttered to himself, such great kindness, how should I repay it? A moment later, the delicate-featured youth lowered his head, lashes drooping, and suddenly clenched the fabric on his thighs. Father, Mother, little sister, grandma. Tell me, should I give him that thing? This was asking all of you to lend me this sword. In the secret realm, Su Ziqing's face was twisted with indecision. Senior brother truly has a life-renewing grace toward me. It would be reasonable to repay him with anything. But my whole family died because of it. This was the hardest part for the delicate youth to decide. He felt this wasn't something he could decide on his own. After pondering it over and over, Su Ziqing came up with a compromise. You're surely watching me from the heavens, aren't you? The youth took out the third brocade pouch Chu Huaishu had given him. He carefully refolded the slip inside along its old creases and tucked it back in. If your spirits in heaven are watching, Ziqing will toss this pouch. If it lands face up, that means you agree and allow me to give that thing to senior brother. If it lands face down, that means you do not agree. Su Ziqing drew a breath and gently tossed the pouch into the air. The pouch didn't fall to the ground and get dusty. Sitting on the floor, he spread his robes and even controlled the direction as he threw the pouch landed on the fabric. It was actually face down. Su Ziqing's gaze stalled. He froze for a long moment, not expecting it to be face down. After a while, the refined youth began muttering to himself, talking at length about all the good Chu Huaishu had done for him. Father, mother, grandma, little sister, you don't really know senior brother. He prattled on and on about many things. As if the reason it landed face down this time was that his departed loved ones simply didn't know enough. When he finished, he lifted his head to the sky again and said, Senior brother is just that good to me. If your spirits in heaven are watching, count that last toss as one. I'll throw it a total of 3 times. If 2 out of 3 land face up, that means you've consented. He tossed it twice more amazingly. Both landed face up. The handsome youth's face relaxed into a relieved smile. As expected, father, mother, grandma, little sister, I knew you felt the same. Rest assured, with senior brother's help, Ziqing will surely train hard and avenge you soon, he said, brimming with pride. After resting for a bit and adapting to his strengthened body, Su Ziqing jumped back into the pool. He could clearly feel now that the water blades no longer hurt as much. As his physique improved, so did his pain threshold, and he gradually understood the subtleties of the sword refining art that senior brother had called a peerless divine art. The refined youth no longer saw the method in the pool so like death by 1,000 cuts as torment. This is the compulsory course senior brother assigned me. He even wondered whether senior brother had walked this path step by step as well. He probably tempered himself here too. At that thought, Chu Huaishu's breezy, unruffled demeanor surfaced in Su Ziqing's mind. The youth sighed, I am far inferior to senior brother. Another 2 days passed. Han Shuangjiang leaned against the bamboo hut's doorframe, watching from afar as Chu Huaishu and Lu Qinggong sparred. She had grown somewhat used to the clamor outside. The cold-faced girl had been training ever more diligently these days, unwilling to be left far behind by Chu Huaishu. By sheer effort, she had already reached the level of the 8th aperture. Her profound physique was indeed formidable. Her breakthrough speed was astonishing. Han Shuangjiang thought to herself, tomorrow I should be able to attempt to break through the 9th aperture. By then, she would be able to go to the library pavilion. She had awaited that day for a long time. At this moment, watching the two trading blows with gusto, she harbored some confusion. Didn't he open 8 apertures a few days ago? How has there been no progress these past few days? Is it because he's busy sparring with people, or is he deliberately waiting for me? Han Shuangjiang couldn't figure out the reason. Sometimes she felt she already understood him, while the next moment, she felt she only half understood him. The man seemed to harbor many secrets. A mere inferior grade spirit embryo, yet his cultivation speed was faster than her super grade spirit embryo. Given the combat power he could erupt with now, if she were to face him, she feared she wouldn't last more than a few moves. She had an ineffable curiosity about Chu Huaishu, but she also remembered the teachings of the elder sisters at Hangzhou. Shuangjiang, a woman must never grow curious about a man. Look at our sisters here. Many started with patrons as no more than a brief fling. A single spring night. Once they grow curious and try to learn more, they sink deeper step by step, and in the end, can't even earn money. Han Shuangjiang didn't entirely agree with their words after all. That was a place of pleasure, but they sounded somewhat reasonable. Just then, she heard Chu Huaishu speak up. Chu Huaishu raised a hand and said, Senior brother Lu, let us call it for today. Wrapping up so early today? The words stunned Lu Qinggong. Too tired, these past few days have been exhausting. The kid before him was like he was on stimulants, relentless, brimming with vigor and ferocity. No matter how grueling the previous day, the next morning he was lively and bouncing again. Lu Qinggong was a normal person. Fatigue accumulates. What else could he do? He could only grit his teeth and actually take medicine. Every day when Lu Qinggong goes home, he has his Dao companion whip up some food-based remedies to nourish his body. Before heading out, he is used to popping one Qi blood pill today. He felt it wasn't strong enough and actually popped 2 in one go. My meds haven't even worn off yet. My blood is surging, and you're telling me we're not fighting? Then where am I supposed to vent this energy? But in Chu Huaishu's eyes, this tool was already completely useless. He'd just gotten another 40 experience points, finally grinding the 1200 points to full. Continuing to spar would be pointless, unless he could suddenly skyrocket and pin Lu Qinggong to the ground and grind him. If that really happened, he'd be willing to abuse him a few more times. All right then, junior brother Chu, should I come again tomorrow morning? Lu Qinggong had slowly gotten into the habit. No need. I plan to break through the 9th aperture tonight. Tomorrow morning, I'll probably go to the library pavilion, Chu Huaishu said. Hearing this, Lu Qinggong's heart skipped a beat. From the tone of it, breaking through seemed at will whenever he was in the mood. Off to the side, Han Shuangzheng finally understood, so he deliberately didn't break through, waiting for me. As the deputy captain of the law enforcement team, he could only lift a hand in congratulations. Then congratulations, junior brother Chu. I hope you can find a technique you're satisfied with in the library pavilion. Chu Huaishu smiled and said, many thanks for the praise, senior brother Lu. Once Lu Qinggong left, Chu Huaishu turned around and looked toward the pretty silhouette in the bamboo house next door. He asked, you can break through tonight, right? Pretty sure I can. That big ice block answered crisply. Back in the room, Chu Huaishu took off the robe that had been dirted beyond recognition by their sparring. He was in the habit of hanging his dirty clothes at Su Ziqing's door, waiting for him to come back so they could wash them together. He muttered to himself, Xiao Su, why aren't you back yet? If you don't come back, this senior brother really won't have any clean clothes left to wear. In the blink of an eye, so many days had passed, and Su Ziqing was still in the secret realm, sucking down medicine. This made Chu Huaishu even more convinced. That kid was most likely born with a drug-taking sacred body. He thought, if I had that constitution, I could at least wring another 2,000 experience out of the secret realm. Why would I have to rely on this dumb, poverty-stricken method of sparring? He thought helplessly. Wouldn't skinny dipping in the medicine pool be even better? After sitting back on the meditation cushion, legs crossed, Chu Huaishu didn't rush to level up right away. He was worried that if he passed out from pain on the spot, he'd miss mealtime and have to eat cold leftovers. Usually he chose to level up at night, then sleep a whole night, and sleep especially soundly. At the thought that he was about to become a 9-aperture powerhouse, Chu Huaishu couldn't help but smile. A mere level 9 shouldn't have made him this pleased. The key is, 9 apertures is the pinnacle for the sword refining art. This means I graduate smoothly, and that asshole Pain Sutra can get lost. He yelled inwardly. Tormented as he was, he felt life should be easier from now on. From now on it be me watching little Su howl on the side. Just thinking about it is satisfying. That's how he felt. Night fell, and Su Ziqing still hadn't returned. He muttered, is he really this good at absorbing? Chu Huaishu was speechless. Why do the so-called scientific dosing and moderate use that others talk about not work on him? He can get stronger just by taking meds, huh? He shook off these thoughts, stopped envying those world protagonists, and decided to be down to earth and rely on his own effort step by step. He shouted, System, help me level up. In an instant, his badly blocked 9th aperture suddenly cleared completely. With all 9 apertures open, the spiritual embryo's secret storehouse formed its own circulation. Heaven and earth spiritual energy could enter the body and, passing through the 9 apertures, transform into spiritual power. The surrounding spiritual energy surged madly, continuously tempering and hammering Chu Huaishu's flesh. In no time, pain swept over him from head to toe. Though his threshold for pain was quite high, At this moment, he still felt like he was going insane. This ordeal actually rivaled the combined agony of opening the previous 8 apertures. That feeling of a giant object crushing his whole body made him wonder if he'd already been reduced to mangled flesh. He felt he no longer resembled a human, as if he'd been ground into a puddle of meat. In the end, he thought in his head, "Damn it, big luck must have come." He even suspected it was like he'd been walking on the national highway and got run over by the legendary 100-ton king. Chu Huaishu lay limp on the meditation cushion, convulsing non-stop, yet his skin actually began to flow with a radiant glow. In his sea of consciousness, the little black sword that looked frail and sickly suddenly grew active. It started to tremble, as if it were about to be drawn from its sheath in one go. The next moment, the entire Medicine Mountain gave a slight shudder, like a small earthquake. In the Dao Gate's outer mountains region, every peak showed the same disturbance. Many Dao Gate disciples were startled. This was the first time they'd ever seen such a thing. Someone exclaimed, "Is there an earthquake outside?" An earthquake can happen in the outer mountains? Impossible. Even if the land outside is quaking and mountains are swaying, Shanweishan has a grand mountain guarding array. It shouldn't be affected. Unless this tremor is coming from within the grand mountain guarding array itself. On hearing this, the Dao Sect's senior figures panicked, scrambled into action, and flew together towards Zangling Mountain at the center of Shanweishan. The source of this quake was right here. For some reason, the sword atop Zangling Mountain suddenly began to tremble, accompanied by bursts of sword ringing. On the mountaintop stood a stone platform. Beside the platform towered a stone stele, and in front of it lay a chisel. The stele was tall, with only 2 large characters carved on it, Junzi. These 2 characters were arranged vertically. Below, densely packed small characters were carved, as if someone had continued the phrase from those 2 characters and then used the chisel to carve the words into the stone one by one. On the platform lay a scabbard, pitch black throughout, with an ancient air. A pendant hung from the scabbard, a black bead, with black tassels dangling beneath it. Right above the scabbard, a sword hovered. Its tip pointed down, its hilt up. It was a bronze sword, but longer than an ordinary bronze sword, darker too, gleaming with a blue-black light. At this moment, the bronze sword was trembling, letting out wave after wave of sword ringing. As it shook, the entire Zangling Mountain trembled with it. The sword was clearly suspended in midair, yet it could set the whole mountain range in motion. It was as if an invisible force bound the sword and the whole mountain together. It seemed nailed to the mountain, unable to move. The sword was enraged.